tulips in a twist. Hang out bars like communists. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. I'm that man they think you got the gist. Aye. Killers have been flipping too hard, so I'm wanting for two. All these things blowing up my phone like, where are you? Only ever got time for one that wants my boo. Cause the bum, if the luck ain't just stay out of my face. Ain't no way you're winning this race. Look, I feel when you're trying to keep pace. You don't even stand a chance keeping up anyway. Hey, I'ma spare you the pain. Keep this memory out your brain. Can we leave this drama for a different day? Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communists. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man they think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communists. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. I'm that man they think you got the gist. I wouldn't wanna be last night. Not the same place where I ended up right. Better move quick when the time is tight. Better get off, I'm catching a fly. We're on the rooftop, you're still inside. You gotta move some, get that pride. I said, you said, we said, who said, she said. I could be a last lifeline, coming like a peeking. Better not leak, not up the slide. Jesus, I gotta pause. But spoke shoot that that's for life. Hold up, for a bar. Need a little time card. Let me catch it like that addict. I mean, you just smile. No. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communists. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man they think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communists. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. I'm that man they think you got the gist.
You in her DM, I'm in her mouth, we not the same. Flipping the funk, the heat, the fire, got the flame. Came with the gift, the gab, and blessed with lots of game. Be mad at me, they know I'm not to blame. You in her DM, I'm in her mouth, we not the same. Flipping the funk, the heat, the fire, got the flame. Came with the gift, the gab, and blessed with lots of game. Be mad at me, they know I'm not to blame. But I'm too geeky to be preaching, I just show out. Winning and it's looking like a blowout. Pile up my paper, let it grow out. If it ain't about no money, I don't go out. I'm too geeky to be preachy, I just show out. Winning and it's looking like a blowout. Pile up my paper, let it grow out. If it ain't about no money, I don't go out. I got way too many missed calls. Think your girlfriend going through her withdrawals. I do what I wanna, God gave me big. And some that wanna cover them with lip gloss. Seen them looking at me crazy, but I ain't go. Hood, ain't too many places I can't go. Tryna fit all of your friends in that Durango. I'm the only young with a Kango. Chain glow, hang low, scaring Anglos. In Chapala trading dollars for the pesos. Mama smell the marijuana on my pesos. About to kill them in my where they make those. Case closed, change clothes and time zones. She shook her neck and mind blown. Got the funky that make them do the stank face. I ain't chasing, I'm at Chase Bank. Hey, you in her DM, I'm in her mouth, we not the same. Flipping the funk, the heat, the fire, got the flame. Came with the gift, the gab, and blessed with lots of game. Be mad at me, they know I'm not to blame. You in her DM, I'm in her mouth, we not the same. Flipping the funk, the heat, the fire, got the flame. Came with the gift, the gab, and blessed with lots of game. Be mad at me, they know I'm not to blame. But I'm too geeky to be preaching, I just show out. Winning and it's looking like a blowout. Pile up my paper, let it grow out. If it ain't about no money, I don't go out. I'm too geeky to be preaching, I just show out. Winning and it's looking like a blowout. Pile up my paper, let it grow out. If it ain't about no money, I don't go out. Ayy, ayy, yeah, look, ayy. Stay on leash for the energy. I ain't worried, give a fuck about the enemy. Beat it, got them thinking it was 10 of me. That's why tonight I'm on the weed, not the Hennessy. Lying, but I tell you how it really be. Dropping game, I can sprinkle for infinity. I'm the player of the year if I do say. Cause I treat a Saturday like a Tuesday. Came through with the sauce for the soul food. Eat good, smoke great, that's a whole move. Whole time, half time for the smoke break. In the mission, from the mission for the long cake. Laced up, rope chain, got my tongue tied. Top down, out, let them sun dry. I'm that and I said it before I had proof. Can't believe it till they see it, that's a sad truth. Hey, I be out of town, out of time, out of blood rush. You be out of line, out of bounds, out of comeback. I be out of town, out of time, what it does at. You be telling lies in your rhymes, where your funds at. Mailbox money in my real name. 30 years old and they still lame. Tryna kick it in the H like a field goal. Touchdown with finesse, that's a heel toe. Look, what you thought? Think better. Sundress, no drawers, got the seat wetter. Got my suede jumpsuit for the wind chill. Hot girl, but she blowing like a windmill. Truly, I ain't got a flex for the routine. Too clean with a plate full of poutine. Worrying about me can't help you. Way better when it's heard and it's felt too. Get my weed from the west, gold from the south. Show 'em how to make them triple O's from the couch. Counting on luck ain't a life plan. I'ma have the last laugh for a lifespan. Hey, I be out of town, out of time, out of blood rush. You be out of line, out of bounds, out of comeback. I be out of town, out of time, what it does at. You be telling lies in your rhymes, where your funds at.
Really been going back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Like the neighborhood warriors.
I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot, and she pack the bag. She shot till we drop. I just wake up, I don't say nothing. I'm on go, I don't stay long. I've been up now, that's a case wine. I've been down too, like this day strong. I got summer toys for the summer boy. I keep drummer boys in the summer boy. I keep making noise, I've been paranoid. This is God body, you can never void. I don't miss, I don't play none. I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot, and she pack the bag. She shot till we drop. These beats are up and beat 'em. These bags, you can't believe 'em. I never saw the country, but the money comes from Sweden. I meet 'em, then I leave 'em. I wake up, fight my demons. I never grew my circle. I can trust you with my freedom. Give me locked down, keep you locked out. Only when it's here, you look pop now. I get drops now, on the top now. In the wintertime, still go top down. I get free. I don't go bust and I go plain Jane, watch me ski. Yeah, I see you now, I could tell you watching me. I go ghost, but tell me I'm more like his Lee. Rockstar, baby, turn pop star. I don't miss, I don't play none. I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot, and she pack
back in that bag again. Whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah. Hey. Back in that, yeah. Tell them to watch it. Now I ain't talking my pockets, just know we ain't running out the way that we stock it. If I got it, you got it. If I call it, she slide and tell her to mop it. Yeah, I got that on. Then she took that thing off and bring it around. Going at it till I'm on. Put that 90 in a hole, I'm beating it down. I'm back in that bag again. Whoa, whoa. Oh, say less. I'm back in that bag again. Yeah, yeah. Oh, say less. I'm back in that. Yeah. What you doing? Yeah, yeah. I'm back in that. Hey, where you going?
Hey, back in that bag again. Don't bring me around your friends. You know that I'm bagging them. Request me on Facebook, no, I ain't adding them. Positions I had her in. Hit from the back, that was splattering. Calling her friend, tell her pull up. Word, let's make it a gathering. They loving that
baby, nah, I'm addict now, but she loving the splash again. I just be cashing in her buns, just like a wedding, I'm crashing in. Hundreds on hundreds, I'm moving and grooving. She wanna cut up, I'ma slash again. Buckets on buckets, I'm switching edition. Back in my bag, going back again.
I feel like Aladdin, yeah. I'm on the carpet, flying through orbits, ain't doing no talking. Wow. They on my body as soon as I walk and be stalking. They loving the drip, they think I'm a force, it gotta move cautious. Back in my duffel, I'm working a double like I'm in the office.
Tell them to watch it, now I ain't talking my pockets, just know we ain't running out the way that we stock it. If I got it, you got it. If I call it, she slide and tell her to mop it. Yeah, I got that on. Then she took that thing off and bring it around. Going at it till I'm on. Put that 90 in a hole, I'm beating it down. I'm back in that bag again. Whoa, whoa. Oh, say less. I'm back in that bag again. Yeah, yeah. Oh, say less. I'm back in that. Yeah. What you doing? Yeah, yeah. I'm back in that. Hey, where you going? And you should know that we on this forever. You don't know me well, just ask again. And you should know that I'm with all the why you sit down and just watch the film? And you should know that Khan got a bottle of Don feeling like Julio, pass it in. Mine on some M's, going in. Back in that bag where I'm going again.
I'm dunking on them, just lower the rim. Free my it's all in a pen. I hit it once, I'ma hit it again. She with me, you know she a 10. She a Barbie, you know I'm a Ken. Rolling some dope, and sipping some gin. It's always been us, it never was them. Back in my bag, they know it's a gem.
Tell them to watch it, now I ain't talking my pockets. Just know we ain't running out the way that we stock it. If I got it, you got it. If I call it, she slide and tell her to mop it. Yeah, I got that on. Then she took that thing off and bring it around. Going at it till I'm on. Put that 90 in a hole, I'm beating it down. I'm back in that bag again. Whoa, whoa. Oh, say less. I'm back in that bag again. Yeah, yeah. Oh, say less. I'm back in that. Yeah. What you doing? Yeah, yeah. I'm back in that. Hey, where you going? Hey.
Show me what you made of. You know what I came for. I see the real you. You should let her out that cage more. I be playing it cool because I tell you know what I'm waiting on. Waiting on. Waiting on. I don't wanna wait no more. No more, yeah. More. Who had you down for the count when you needed it? Breathe it, just got too hard on your mental. I've been around some time to care them bills when you had them passions. Remember, you knew me before the back. You seen the vision, you knew me for showing you things. Knew how to rip it apart. You let me inside, I pick up the pieces and place them. Come treat me right, I know you excited. Know what I like already said, giving on my mind, I don't wanna hide it or fight it. Slide in the night hour, I want it right now. Wanna spend this time on you right now. Tell me, can you slide on me right now? What you want now? Can I fall through? It's on you. Your body language clear to me, but I need you to say it to me. I got a good time being on since you had one. Been at the head down to the racks come. What you want, can you slide on me right now? Got a little something for you when you're back home. Yeah, we don't need to talk, your body on me, already saying a lot. You been on edge, you really doing the most. I've been on plays, I'm done being a ghost to you. Sometimes I get tested, these hoes on the play, but I keep it together. You know that you get what you want when you selfish. I pick you up, you can slash in the back. As long as you tell me it's mine, I'm possessed. I know how you like it, I'm all in your head. I'm embedded in your bed, let's till we crash the connection. I got a thing for you. The way that you do it, you do make it hard to go out of range from you. You know what time it is. I'm on your line again. Pull up in 5, I throw you the vibe. You show me the things I miss. Come treat me right, I know you excited. Know what I like, already satisfied. Even on my mind, I don't wanna hide it or fight it. Slide in the night hour, I want it right now. Wanna spend this time on you right now. Tell me, can you slide on me right now? What you want now? Can I fall through? It's on you. Your body language clear to me, but I need you to say it to me.
I'm capable of every dream. I'm worthy of every desire. I'm the only person who can decide who I am, who I become, and where I go from here.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who lying for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. ISO to the NDs, Jeray, yeah, we cruising through. In that 97 Cutlass, rolling through the air. Bass booming, it's a party inside the slab. It's whatever, baby, you could put it on a tab. Blessings in the wind, shall I see it, then I grab, ay, ay. Probably with the set, making bangers. Spare time, we be riding swingers. Pushing on them gears, pushing on them gears. Out here, and we swinging. Watch for the scanners, watch for the scammers. We be setting standards, we be setting standards. Only going forward, they no going backwards. Anytime we in the booth, it's a fire hazard. Put some datings on it, now they hating on it. Supreme clientele, they was waiting on it. Pontiac, Firebird flying on them. I got a need for speed, I'm a Florida on them. Gran Turismo, running game on them. This is custom kitted, whip the pain on them. Forza Motorsport, change lanes on them. Twist the metal gang, throw the flame on them. Hey, probably with the set, making bangers. Spare time, we be riding swingers. Pushing on them gears, pushing on them gears. Out here, and we swinging. Watch for the scanners, watch for the scammers. We be setting standards, we be setting standards. Only going forward, they no going backwards. Anytime we in the booth, it's a fire hazard.
Woke up feeling blessed, I ain't dealing with no stress today. Staying to myself, cause I won't let them get the best of me. We've been pushing forward, we ain't focused on what's yesterday. They wanna know the formula, can let them know the recipe. Whoa, metal to the floor, hear the engine roar. Pull the top down on the 2 doors. You can't push no buttons in this new car. Can't let them push our buttons, we came too far. Sometimes you gotta remind them what you do it for. We done came up, we was too poor. Got the butters on the feet, we from New York. They can feel it in our body, know we too pure. We was too mature, way before 24. I got kicks up in my closet that I never wore. We was down bad, now check the new score. They know it's ISO to the indie, we the new norm.
97 cutlass, shorter through the eye. Bass booming, it's a party inside the slab. It's whatever, baby, you could put it on the tab. Lessons in the wind, shall I see it, then I grab, ayy. Lessons in the wind, shall I see it, then I grab, ayy. Lessons in the wind, shall I see it, then I grab.
Ay, probably with the set, making bangers. Spare time, we be riding swingers. Pushing on them gears, pushing on them gears. Out here, and we swinging. Watch for the scanners, watch for the scammers. We be setting standards, we be setting standards. Only going forward, they no going backwards. Anytime we in the booth, it's a fire hazard.
I've been wasting my time. I don't know why I can't get you out my mind. And if I find a way to get it, when I do it, I can live it and forget it. Cause I hate how much I love you, or I hate how you just put me in my feelings. I just wish you understood the gravity, but you got low sinners. I guess it's better just to live it and forget it than to live it and remember. I've been wasting my time. I don't know why I can't get you out my mind. Yeah, now I'm so lost.
There are no gods here. Now pray.
Hello, Smite fans, and welcome to Year 10 of Smite and Season 10 of Competitive Smite at that, as we move into our first big tournament of the year, the SPL Promotion Tournament. We have 10 teams this weekend battling out for only 2 spots to join our already 6 teams that have made it in to the Smite Pro League. It is going to be a packed weekend of gameplay, best of 3s all through the first few days, and then we'll start moving to some of our best of 5 matches on Saturday and Sunday that will promote those 2 teams to the Smite Pro League. And I can't do this up here alone. I'm J-Mac. I got Mifflin joining me on the desk to help me get through our first set of the day and to get you guys kicked off for our big event here, the promotion tournament. Really excited for a lot of the talent that we brought out here this weekend, Mifflin.
There was so much talent, J-Mac, that we actually had to expand the tournament. For those of you who've been keeping track of this scene and what's been going on as we start to move into Season X, it was originally supposed to be, I believe, 8 teams, but there was just so many applications, so many talented rosters that it was expanded out to 10, and now we're going to get a look at some of these teams early on in the week.
Yeah, I mentioned it briefly, but we do have a very quick little graphic that'll help you kind of understand the exact format of this tournament as we throw that one up there for you guys. 10 teams competing out in this event for a double elimination bracket. Our top 2 teams of these 10 will make their way into the Smite Pro League. You'll get to see them for the remainder of the year, so long as some of that talent still sticks up. We've seen some changes that happen throughout the mid-season, but All of that begins at 11 a.m. Eastern Time every single day this weekend. So it's going to be consistently starting at this exact same time there. And of those 10 teams, we can take a quick look at some of the rosters that are going to be jumping up amongst those teams. It's a lot of names to go through. We're starting at our upper-seeded teams there. Niflheim Wargs, a lot of SPL, former SPL, and even some talent that haven't quite made it to SPL with Crimson there in the mid lane, still waiting for his moment. Jump into the Pro League. Gladiators as well, a lot of former SPL talent in there, and another comeuppance in Dude Man Bro there. Eldritch Hounds, a lot of names that you know and love. This is where kind of the big talent lies, is in this top three, and teams that, at least from what we were able to talk about a couple of weeks ago between the casters, teams that of these three we're expecting at least a couple of these ones to be able to make it there, but it's not just these three. Again, we have 10 rosters to go through as we jump into our second round of them. Aru Scorpions, a lot of powerful EU talent on that team. That's an SCC squad that's been around for some time. Athenian Sages and the Tartarus Titans as well. A lot of powerful names across that squad. We look at some of the players. We actually got to look at Dashboard earlier on in the year during the Salt tournament, where his team was actually able to find a win there. So having a little bit of competitive, at least pedigree in his regard for year 10 to maybe try and bring his team towards a little bit of victory. And that was that was teams 4 through 6. Now we look at teams 7 through 10, the last 4 squads moving up here, and some of the ones that you are going to be seeing today, as they are some of our lower seeded teams. They are going to have to play a little bit of an extra matchup before they can jump in to the remainder of the bracket with it, between the Wardens, the Valkyries, the Tanuki, and the Storm. And you're probably sitting here wondering, it's like, well, Jimac, there's a couple of SPL team names that were there, the Tartarus Titans, the Valhalla Valkyries. Well, that's the beauty of the new format of Year 10, is some of these team brands have been relegated down to either have to play in for another chance out there, or we might be seeing some additional SCC brand names potentially make it up into the Pro League, Myth.
Could do. I mean, it just really came down to which teams these players want to play under the banner of. If it was available, we gave it over to them, and now they have to fight it out and prove that that brand should step back up into the SPL. I'm very excited for some of these matchups. In particular, even on this page, I know they're the lower-seeded teams, but the Valkyries, I think, a squad that you really need to keep your eyes on, as well as the Wardens. This Wardens roster, anytime LAON's on the screen, I mean, I got to gas him up. This guy has just got a knack for finding his way into these tournaments and making a big splash.
Now, I mentioned a couple of weeks ago we had all the casters sit down around the round table, and we discussed all the current SPL teams that have made it in, as well as made predictions for this tournament specifically. You can see that pretty much everybody unanimously came to the agreement that the Wargs are probably a favorite team to win out this tournament. And amongst a few of us, we are having the Hounds there, but Mifflin and Trelly, the ones who were a little bit different in that regard. Gladiators, a prediction for Mifflin. Scorpions, there for Trelly. Eldritch Hounds for the remainder of the casters. So we'll see if we're all right in at least the regard of the Niflheim Wargs, and then maybe if we have a few people who are right as far as our second, or if we're going to see an upset potentially come out there amongst some of these other squads, Myth.
But I think the through line is that all the casters agree most of these teams are competing for second place. It just feels like there is a clear delineation at the top, and then otherwise maybe a thinner margins for that second place spot. The Aru Scorpions, I know Charlie's the only one that gives them a shout out. You can see that they've already progressed on to the second matchup, as they are one of our higher seeded teams. I think that's one you really need to keep your eyes on. I made the mistake at the tail end of Season 9 of sleeping on the European SEC a little bit. I'm never going to do it again. Those guys are just talented top to bottom.
Now, as you can see, this is our double elimination bracket. Our first couple of matchups with the Valkyries and the Yomi Tanuki, the Callan Wardens, the Storm. Those teams will be playing to move up against the Wargs and the Gladiators for later on matches. But speaking about that second match with the Callan Wardens, we did put a tweet out on our Smite Pro Twitter, if you want to go over there and follow that for any kinds of updates. That will still be classified as match 2, but due to player flight issue, we are moving that to the 4th scheduled match of the day, but will still be considered match 2, at least for bracket purposes. So it will be a little bit before we actually see that Callan Wardens and Shibalba Storm match be played. Instead, it will be the Eldritch Hounds and the Tartarus Titans moving up a slot, along with the Aru Scorpions and the Athenian Sages there. But our first one is the Valhalla Valkyries, a team brand name that you may recognize as far as that goes, but some players that you may not fully know if you haven't been following the EU SCC. But if you have been following, a lot of these players out there that you should be recognizing. Warchi, a player who may not have been jumping into the competitive history as much, but definitely has made his name known across the lands as well. And then Rotwin, Ray Shadow, Worst Turtle, and Neil rounding out the roster for the Valkyries.
Yeah, I think Worst Turtle and Rotwin, probably the ones you want to keep your eyes on a little bit more so, have been tested more recently. Rotwin in particular has just really impressed me in his run in the support role. We've seen him play at times subbing in for guys like Trix Tank back on the Hex Mambo, and that was a squad that was already looking very good, and he kept them looking good. So being able to play to the level of Trickstank at times with that team, I think bodes well for the chances of the Valhalla Valkyries as they look to progress throughout the rest of this tournament. Worst turtle out of the jungle. The main thing I've been saying about the Season X meta is that it is a jungle carry meta, and when Worst Turtle was playing at his best, it was hyper-aggressive play, loves to get active early on. I'm thinking of things like the Fenrir or things that can just get active and involved essentially around level 3 seems to be the best case for these junglers. So I'll be keeping my eyes not only on the pace of the game, but also on those players in particular. Worst Turtle, his God pool, very expansive, really does fit the meta right now. It's a good time to be a Valkyries member.
I mean, jungle is just so oppressive these days in year 10.
Calm down.
I mean, it feels like if you're a mid laner, you're getting tapped by them. If you're a carry, you got about 3 seconds before they show up. But kind of hoping you have a little bit of a crit battle between them out there. So I'm excited to see what comes out from some of these teams in our first real big competitive look with them. Now that we've had some time, and this is the important part. You know, we had the Salt tournament that happened like the weekend that year 10 came out. So everybody was still kind of figuring out what's the meta, how do we, you know, actually move about the map.
Yet.
We didn't know nothing at that time. Now we've had about a month or so to really sit down. These players have had their opportunity with their teams to really start working towards this. So I'm really excited to see what these players can do on the map now that we have had some time to actually have the map develop, the jungle pathing, kind of where everybody wants to line out. Going up against them, the Yomi Tanuki, though not with names that you would traditionally see with Yomi Tanuki. I think about this team and immediately comes to mind is players like Magic Feet, who used to kind of run with this squad, but different look for these guys. Shinigami, Promise, not Spreen, who was on this roster. Instead, it's XD001 subbing in for Spreen in that mid lane, and then Grave and Rundus, a couple of players who also got to participate in that Salt tournament. Rundus was playing over there. Had a bit of a stranger god pool in his regard, but it feels more like a team of trying to break their way into the SPL, especially maybe even for some trying to break their way into the SCC.
Yeah, a bunch of competitive upstarts, I'd say. Rundus, Grave, XD, Promise, guys you may have seen here or there streaming or in your ranked games but haven't quite made the jump to competitive Smite play. This is going to be a great time to do it. Something I had talked about during the caster roundtable when we were discussing the odds of this team is maybe not a team that you're favoriting to win, but a team where individual performances could really light up a path for them as they progress and try and make their name known and have these higher seeded teams or these more renowned players start to take notice of them. Yomi Tanuki, as of now, it's who's going to get the come up and a redemption tour for some of these players as well. We've seen Shinigami in the SCC at times, had a brief stint with Privative out of the duo lane. I think Privative, one of the more talented supports, especially out of North America, so a good deal of learning could have happened there. Otherwise, a team that has fallen short at times to emotional play. Shinigami in particular seems to get frustrated at times. Grave, just now coming off the back of a competitive ban, wants to keep his head on his shoulders straight as well. So I'm excited to see how they play. It hasn't been a team that's been together for an incredibly long time. This is an emergent meta team. They have to figure out what's our identity, how are we going to approach this set, and if we make it through this, how are we going to approach the rest of the weekend. I'm sure there are going to be plenty of eyes on them as we see them play out. They are one of the lower seeded teams here during the promotional tournament. So I think one that has low expectations, but certainly has very high upset potential.
And I think that's an important point that you brought up there, is this is a group of players for really a lot of these squads out here. Pretty much every team out here has not had a very long time with each other. I mean, we put out the announcement shortly after Worlds for teams to start forming rosters and try and get themselves to the SPL with those rosters. If it didn't make it out, well, now they've got to play together in order to try and get there at this point. So it's teams that have not had a lot of time together competitively at all have only been able to play maybe scrims against each other or jump into some rank queues with each other. So for some of the teams out there, you do have players that have played with each other for a little bit. I think over at least towards that Athenian Sages squad, having a little bit of synergy, at least in that regard there. So curious to see what will come through, especially with the picks and bans. What's going to get picked up? What's going to get left behind as we jump in to the P's and B's for our first big competitive match of year 10 between the Yomi Tanuki and the Valhalla Valkyries in our SPL promotion tournament.
You know, if I've learned anything from Ranked, and here's a tidbit, don't learn much from Ranked when it's coming to competitive play, but if I've learned anything, it's that magical hunters are the meta right now. They've got high early game boxing potential. They scale into the late game incredibly well. Some of the new rings, Cyclopean ring, incredibly powerful. They're great in team fights, and for the most part, have an okay degree of safety. Only really susceptible to those jungle ganks, and jungles will be ganking early. So I'm surprised to see only one Magical Hunter banned out so far. The Valkyries, though, they'll keep us in line, what we've become, I suppose, accustomed to seeing if you've been watching any of the streams in Smite in Season 10 recently. Double Magical Hunter ban to start things off.
Now, maybe unfortunate for the Valkyries is there's 4 magical hunters, and they can only ban 3 of them if they want to keep that up. It is Oleron and Sol so far for the Valkyries in the ban column. Thor and Ymir on the opposite side. And with how powerful the assassins have been over in the jungle, Thor definitely of staple head whenever it comes to playing in that role there. Maui joins the ranks even after eating a couple of nerfs from the World's run that we got to see of this god. Still seems that he does have just enough in the kit for teams to be able to want to ban him away. And then joining the ranks of the Magical Hunter bans, all 3 that the Valkyries can ban away, Freya joins there. So Chrono's still left open, but Chrono's probably the only one of those magical ADCs who's played more like a mage these days than a hunter.
Yeah, you generally want to see Chronos towards mid. Has pretty decent wave clear. You can build him standard mage and then move into the nimble glyph and stack up a little bit of attack speed there. No surprise to me to see Yomi Tanuki go ahead and prioritize elsewhere, considering the majority of magical hunters that are mainly viable have already been taken off the table, and so instead it's eyes towards Yamoja, a pick that had fallen off towards the tail end of Season 9. Didn't
Go
see a whole
forth,
lot
my
of it during the
children,
Worlds
and
run
take
either,
over this
but
land.
Has high pressure, good sustain, can lock down some of these less mobile targets, Guan Yu in particular. Once he goes into that cavalry charge, toss up a wall, all of a sudden he's stuck there. You can almost mitigate his ultimate. Wouldn't be surprised to see some early Phantom Shell pickups for the Valkyries just to facilitate that Guan Yu getting into the backline a little bit more often. This is surprising, though. I thought Chronos would likely go unpicked. It's a late-game ticking time bomb. Has one of the best structure clears in the game. A general weakness of magical hunters is their inability to deal with structures easily. Chronos does not count himself amongst those. It's really Sol and Chronos that could dominate in that regard. But it isn't going to be Chronos towards mid, at least I'll assume so now. Instead, Vulcan locked in. Triple magical stack up from Yomi Tanuki in their first 3 should simplify the ban phase for the Valks.
Maybe look towards a couple of assassins or go towards some of those solo lane picks, potentially if you're banning for the Valkyries. But it'll be Guan Yu, Tiamat, and Athena on the opposite side. The Athena was something that was starting to rise up towards the tail end of Season 9, whether that be in the support or, like we saw on the World stage, we even saw it go into the jungle a couple of times, probably by Lasbra during some of those Worlds matchups there. The Guan Yu for a lot of sustain in the solo lane kind of. Does it feel like Guan Yu is almost like an answer to Yamoja? Like, they got Yamoja, that's a lot of sustain on their comp. We need something that can give us almost as easy application of sustain?
To a certain degree, yes. I don't think you generally say, they have healers, we need healers. That's not generally how that one pans out. It's more so, what does Guan Yu bring to my draft? Sure, a little bit of healing, but it's that dive potential. The ability to get into that back line, the survivability, the defense shred, really start to add up, and he fits into the majority of compositions. Guan Yu essentially just a plug-and-play pick, and one that can be left alone on an island in that soul lane pretty easily. So maybe not a direct answer to the Yamoja, but an answer nonetheless. It should be able to help you out in these elongated battles around the Fire Giant, around the Gold Tree, when sustain starts to become a major talking point, a major topic of conversation. Otherwise, you bring up the fact that this Athena could likely find herself in the jungle, or maybe just potentially find herself there. But I think with some of the class changes in Season 10, for those of you who haven't been keeping up with patch notes, it's been a little while now, every single class gets a buff as they start to progress through the game. Assassins get flat pen. I want to see Assassins in the jungle. It just feels like they get so much power early on. The ability to essentially 100 to 0 at 2 items in your build is not something we've had the opportunity to watch too often in the last couple of years. Now junglers really at the top of the pecking order. Let's get them on Assassins, let's get them on something they can play early on. And for the Valkyries, that should be a major, major key looking at the composition for Yomi Tanuki. Kronos and Vulcan, both picks that take a whole lot of time to scale. Abuse them while they're weak. Naja can do exactly that.
4 assassin bans for these 2 teams as we jump through the second banning phase. It was Serket, Nemesis, Pele, and Fenrir all banned out, leaving open the Naja for the Valkyries. Though lacking maybe a bit of that burst follow-up damage on the tail end of the Windfire Wheels, Tiamat not necessarily known for that big 1,000+ damage ultimate that'll hit you on landing, but still some decent damage nonetheless. Now, currently being hovered by the Yomi Tanuki is the Jormungandr. That's definitely a Runda special. He was playing that in the Salt tournament at the beginning of the year as well, so that was actually consistently banned away from him during that event. And with it locked in, that is a 4 magical stack for Yomi Tanuki and potentially Bastet as their lone physical damage dealer. Now, Bastet has a lot of damage up through her kit, but how do you feel about a 4 magic stack for the Yomi Tanuki as the game scales through, Myth?
I think there are decent pen options for mages. The build generally starts to lack in pen until about that 3rd, 4th item, so if the Valkyries are able to stack up their defense early on, could make an already weak early game for Tanuki a little bit weaker. But for magical drafts, for physical drafts, I don't really concern myself with them too much. My primary concern with Yomi Tanuki is the ease of execution of this composition. How are you starting fights consistently? Is it going to be Jormungandr going into stealth every single time? Are you praying that this Bastet can land an ultimate max range every single time? Yamoja, for the most part, going to be a backline facilitator in the team fight, and has great people to facilitate. Vulcan, Kronos, if you can keep them alive, will likely just outpour damage. But this is a very difficult 5-on-5 stack composition for Yomi Tanuki. If we're talking 30 minutes in and it's a Fire Giant stare down, I just really favor the Valks simply because their draft is much easier to play. Dash Confound every single time. Have Guan Yu start with the cavalry charge. If Naja can pick up even a tank in a late game team fight, if he goes down that pen build, and even with the flat pen that you pick up just by nature of being an assassin, could really start to shred the front line of Yomi Tanuki. I think the Valks have got themselves something that plays easily and plays well, whereas Yomi Tanuki, their win conditions are much narrower.
Now, while it's 4 magical and the Bastet is lone physical, there's at least a pseudo-traditional hunter on the side of Yomi Tanuki with a Kronos. You go through, and that's your tower shredder when it comes to late game. I'm looking at the Valkyries now. We have Naja and then a Camazotz falling at the end of the draft here. Which of these two, I guess I should ask, would you rather see go into the ADC position for this team? Which of these two assassins would you rather see in that carry role alongside this Athena?
Camazotz, I suppose. Screech is at least a pretty decent clear tool, so you can deal with the wave relatively easily. The chase down potential, the landing should be okay. Naja, of course, we've seen him in the soul lane here or there throughout Season 9, so also has the capacity to succeed in lane, but Camazotz, I think, just much better at it, has great chase down potential, and one that you probably favor in the 1v1 up against Kronos. Whereas Naja, I mean, you sash to initiate, Kronos returns with a stop time, and all of a sudden you're just stuck in place if you haven't got your ultimate available. So between the two assassins, I think I would prefer to see Camazotz in the duo lane. That said, I would have probably just preferred to see someone with ranged damage as well. It's going to be very difficult to actually deal with structures, towers, things along those lines if the Valkyries find themselves in that position.
Oh, like it wouldn't be year 10, it wouldn't be a turn if we didn't see a little bit of spice, at least even at the beginning of said matchups. Remember, it is a double elimination tournament for these teams, so a loss in this matchup does not mean the end of the tournament road, does not mean the end of their chances at promoting up into the SPL. It just means that their road is a little bit more difficult and becomes a little bit harder for these teams to actually make it through, as they have to fight through a whole other end of the bracket where they don't get a second chance at that point. That is their second opportunity there. Mython, looking at game number 1 between the Yomi Tanuki and the Valkyries, kind of which one do you favor as this game starts to scale up a little bit later?
You know, when it was the 5-stack of Yomi Tanuki and I was just looking at the first 4 of the Valkyries, I was like 90-10 favoring the Valkyries, right? We talked about the team fight, how it executes very well, and that still is there. The team fight is still incredibly strong for the Valkyries. But with the siege as it is, if Yomi Tanuki's allowed space, they've actually got very strong base defense. It's really simplifies the game when you're stacked up on your own Phoenix, on your own structures. You don't have to worry about initiation so much because you know the Valkyries will have to eventually walk into you if they want to take out a bird. So I still do favor the Valkyries, and I expect them to win out in the early game, but if they can't build up a significant enough lead, I think Yomi Tanuki in a defense situation could stall this game out an incredibly long time and potentially just find themselves scaling into a win.
Already in year 10, we've got a sparks flying startup of the game. Let's throw it over to game number 1 with Dulcin and Gormizer.
We have got 6 teams in the SPL right now, and by the end of this weekend, we will add 2 more, and we're going to start it. The Yomi Tanuki versus the Valhalla Valkyries, Dulcin, Gore, and Doug to kick off the year here. In year number 10, season 10 in the SPL, Gore really excited. Season X, that's right. It's much more impactful when you word it that way. I'm excited to get really into the throes of this weekend. Double elimination tournament, we have got a lot of matches to roll through, and we have got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
In year 10 of the SPL, you're watching this for the first time since season 9, and you're wondering what in the world is going on. Jungle starts totally different now. You can leash camps. Gore, it's so difficult not to get very granular in the weeds of things super early, but We're getting early glimpses at how these games are going to start.
I will say that's maybe one of my favorite things about the starts is the dragging of the camps together, right? Like getting your green buff, purple buff all at the XP, grabbing everybody, all 3 camps that you possibly can on the right-hand side and meeting at experience, just to make sure that your team's going to be able to get it. Again, it's for me, it's just fun, I guess, really, having like that much PvE at the very beginning of the game. But also the experience that it gets you. I mean, you're seeing it. People are going to be level 2 by the time they hit lane instead of taking a little longer like it did last time. And that could be a really big impact difference. I mean, if you talk about level 1 clear gods versus level 2 clear gods, what kind of abilities it brings into it, especially if you're talking about some of these supports. I mean, Athena suddenly being able to get shield wall and taunt by the time you start lane, as opposed to having to wait for one. You get a little more aggression, I think. And you also get to see, at least for one of these teams, that range damage maybe pay off more than anything. I think the clear between a Yamoja and a Kronos here is going to do a little more than Rotwin and Warchi are on an Athena and a Naja. Although I will give them the credit, they both have the AoE autos in their attack chain.
We've seen a lot of this already in games in year 10, and it's been a level 2, level 3 gank from junglers over to duo lane more often than not. Grave rotates in, and Yomi Tanuki swing first. It's Promise with first blood on the Emoja. Not ideal, however, you're going to be happy to just get a little lane pressure building up. And then the extra buff on the left side of the map allows you to snowball a bit more effectively. Gore, a lot to look at, you know, in some of my games, albeit probably not as high tier as the matches we're going to be watching this weekend. A lot of conversation around the shards. Yeah, players are picking up early on. The cooldown shard, maybe the overwhelming favorite here for the Yomi Tanuki and a few members of the Valhalla Valkyries, but Warchi on Naja ADC, have to talk about that, has gone the attack speed one, where Shinigami has opted to steal away some protections with theirs, so little gamesmanship going on. Some of the early relic choices. I
actually really like it too, because especially when you've been thinking about the Carapace shard, in my mind it seems very supporting, but I like the way they've swapped it, because you can just do something like that. I mean, if you think about it, who's hitting the autos the most here? It's going to be Shinigami, right? You're going to be weaving a lot of abilities there for Promise. So Promise, with this kind of shard choice, gets a lot more of the stuns active, heals active early on. If you're thinking of like your tier 3 meditations, very similar, right? Getting that what is it, like 0.5 seconds off every tick for like 3 seconds feels really solid. And then being able to have Shinigami for these early fights get that little bit of extra damage. Admittedly, didn't even need it in that fight. Goes under the tower like it's nothing. But that showcases, I think, some of the reason, if you were wondering why all the magical hunters were getting banned out. This is maybe a good showcase. Kronos looking pretty solid, but also just the way that they've itemized. I think in dual lane so far it has felt really solid. Although beads I noticed used by Shinigami here is making me a little more worried about what the next few minutes could be. Up until, you know, even with the time that it takes for rewind to go off, it's a dangerous position to be in. So I wouldn't mind seeing Worst Turtle prioritize this left side a little harder.
Yeah, Shinigami on the Kronos. You'll get the rewind up now, thanks to that level lead. Goes back, finishes up. Telkines tends to be the first item that we've seen these magical AD carries go towards as well. Cyclopean Ring, of course, one of the new items here in
feels good
in year 10. Feels really good. You get that. One of the first few items in the build on this Kronos. And really get things rolling. This Yamoja really strong in the early parts of this game here, Gore. Off to a 2-0 start. Able to apply some pressure to Rotwin and Warchi. That's where all the action has been seen. Might see a bit more. No junglers over here on left. I wonder if, I'm just doing some theory crafting here. I wonder if Warchi was hoping that they would build up a bit more pressure. I'll hold up this thought. It's a slight gank from Worst Turtle towards right. Forces Rundus into the Jormungandr ult. But you can't, you know, the bastions around the towers, you can use ring toss on that. Allows for a couple extra bounces. I'm wondering if maybe that's what Warchi was hoping for. Have not been playing on the other side of the map at all.
It's that weird balance where, in theory, especially if you go back to the days of an assassin, specifically Naja as your support.
Hello. Goodbye.
Very easy. Grave shows up. Yeah, I guess that's a pretty one, straight and forward. You get this Naja, you've got a stun, you've got a lot that as a support feels really solid. And in theory, when you have someone like Set or another assassin over there, you get very good pressure even though you're able to, or not ranged as most of the hunters were at the time in those metas. The downside I see here, and Mifflin mentioned it on the desk, is just clear, right? Yes, in your attack chains for both your hunter and your support here, your carry and your support, you have AoE autos in those chains, but it's not going to outpace a Yamoja. It's not going to outpace a Kronos. So already, the first few minutes just aren't going to be your forte.
Right.
And then to get a couple of kills on your side, it feels like if you're trying to play around the Bastions, something that would have been really nice, but probably not. Plus, I mean, you have to factor in, look at the split that you have on the Bastions as they are. 15% mitigation to the towers that they are protecting at the very beginning. And you're already missing both if you're over in the duel, and you're missing one over here. So it makes it easier to kill the towers. It's something that admittedly is maybe some fodder that saves your tower from being down at this point already from aggression, but Shinigami is not relaxing.
Now, Rundas got a kill a moment ago. Grave was over there, I believe, for the assist. I want to yell just a bit, and we'll look back at this kill. I think this might end up just being really simple.
Grave is there.
It's a rude pull back and a bit of damage. And the spit from Rundas, actually. Last bit there, and the last bit of mana. I want to yell a bit if I can, Gore. So I've been slamming the ranked streets a little bit. I don't know if you've seen that. It's been a long journey. Buff secured on the left side of the map, thanks to Grave, who's been all over the place, by the way. This Bastette's been just about everywhere. I now, in a couple solo lane games that I've queued into, have had to go against magical solo laners who are rushing this tablet right off the start. It is so annoying. They walk forward, they proc it, they get their stack. I'm down to half HP off of one wave clear. They dance in the little totem, they get their damage boost, they in this case spit on me, and I'm down to half. And it feels like such an effective build right now, and Runda seems to agree. That's my little soapbox.
Here's your problem.
A build that we're starting to see a bit more.
You're over in solo lane.
I didn't queue into it. I get auto-filled, and then they stick me in solo, and I'm playing like Mulan. No, I'm playing Odin against an Artio who's got tablet, and everything I'm doing is getting canceled. And look, I mean, granted he's behind, but Nil can't do anything. He's down to half, and he's got no mana, and Rundas has just got infinite pressure, it feels like. And that means the Yomi Tanuki can pull Gold Fury over on the left side of the map. It's down to half. But Rotwin and Warchi, they're here. That's a triple taunt in, and the Yomi Tanuki confirm the Gold Fury on an Earthshaker from XD, and there's a kill on the back end as well. A fantastic rotation in from mid, and that'll keep the ball going. Another one for the Yomi Tanuki and the Valhalla Valkyries. They've got to get out, but it'll be a stun over the wall and a double kill for XD. And the Tanuki have blown this game open.
Friendly reminder that upon submission, XD wasn't the guy on the roster. He's filling in here, dude. This is a sub, and he's looking really good. The Vulcan, admittedly, towards the end of last year, we talked a lot about this god, but just being able to see it again at least gives us something to latch onto, something familiar from the last 6 months, 7 months. For those of you who have been watching, and you get a lot of damage, but what you really get to see right there is what he brings to the fight that unfortunately, someone like a Tiamat is just not going to, which is a lot more secure, a lot more burst damage in a small area. And if you get into a fight like that, unfortunately for Rotwin, there's not much you can do. Promise throws up the walls, so you aren't even able to escape the old-fashioned way. I think that was just a very clean fight from the Yomi Tanuki. I don't want to say draft dipped, because I think there's a lot more going into it, but you started this game off already falling behind because of some of the things in the draft, I think, for the Valkyries. Now you're starting to see where that is really going to hurt you, right? You get a good rotation. I mean, Graves going to have a lot of damage. XD is going to be able to throw up a ton in small areas, and Promise creates small areas for this team. I think that Yamoja, while we were surprised throughout all of last year when she kind of fell off, I think this is showcased why she's still a really good support to be able to throw forward. And I'm really excited to see what the Tanuki are able to do with it. I mean, a lead like this, you get the Fury. Soon the Runic Bomb, the Pyromancer is going to be available. You can try and pick that up. You're talking about tower sieging. I think there's a lot of opportunity for them to take this lead and really roll forward with it.
Yeah, Gore, I think dual lane may end up being the lane I'm most excited to see throughout the course of this weekend. We've got some really talented dual lanes playing in the SPL promotion tournament. Right now, Shinigami and Promise are doing it all. Warchi at 0-3 is going to get some help from his jungler. Worst Turtle Over on left, but Shinigami is so strong. A double stun from the Kronos and nearly has enough damage, but doesn't. Then it's Worst Turtle on the gank needed for the Valhalla Valkyries. Orchi able to survive, but can Grave get done here? We're tower diving. Right back out we go. Yomi Tanuki unable to trade back, and a little life from the Valks on left.
And honestly, needed at this point, right? You get both the relics, you get the shard down as well for Shinigami, so you're feeling like you had a very accomplished gank just off that. You force the rewind. Admittedly, it gets a little close for you.
No!
And no, there it all falls apart!
Oh, man.
I was just going to say you got out alive. That was the part that mattered the most. Your dual lane finally got something done and was able to retreat. You get a kill onto Worst Turtle. It feels like you finally have a grasp on the game, but to lose 2 kills after.
No.
And to put them on the enemy jungler. And all the positives that I was trying to weave there for the Valkyries falls apart.
Yeah, you thought you may have slowed Shinigami down. You get a grasp on the game. Shinigami picks up the second ring on this Kronos, well underway in this build. Once you get that second ring, it really feels good. Yomi Tanuki, you can call him on easy street. They've knocked down a tower over on right. It's been a very quiet solo lane, but Rundus has a 2-level lead. Killed off that tower. But really everything's funneled through duo. And Warchi's gone, a pretty slow build here, Core. Finished up Transcendence a couple minutes ago. Only has a 20 or so stacks on it. We'll get that building hopefully quickly here.
Warchi's wondering what it's like to have a finished Transcendence. Like, fully stacked.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we're going to be wondering for a minute,
for a while.
I think. Just the pacing of this game. Though, if you stall out the wave, you might be able to sit back and build up some of those stacks. But you're seeding a lot of pressure for stuff just like this. I'm not sure the Valhalla Valkyrie's in a spot to fight over this Primal Fury anyway, especially not with Rundus over on left, and a simple Primal Fury for the Yomi Tanuki. So maybe what you are hoping on, Gore, now is some type of scaling for the Valks. You're hoping this Transcendence feels good. And Ray Shadow's gone into Tablet as well, and so there's some stacking for this Tiamat that needs to be done. You might already be angling towards late game.
I mean, at this point, especially, I mean, it's 9,000
We're doing
gold,
everything.
Right? They've got the lead to work with. I don't think you can fight the Pyramid, so I think the only time as the Valkyries you can step up and not farm right now is if they're going for a Fire Giant. And honestly, I don't even know if you go for that, right? 13 minutes in, Pyro going down, you get the Runic Bomb there on Promise, so more than likely, either that tier 1 and mid is just forfeit, or there's going to be some really good opportunities for a tier 2 soon for the Tanuki. At the pace they're going, and specifically with the lead they have cultivated at this point, I mean, you are in Fire Giant conversation territory. Yep. I don't care that it's only 13 minutes in. You've got enough of a lead. You've been taking every objective. And there's not much else on the map for you to fight for. And there's not a lot the Valkyries can do if you choose that fight. They do need to step up, I think, if it starts sub 20 minutes. But it's risky if you do. I mean, you go in, maybe you get a really good play from Warchi. You can isolate someone, but they don't really have the follow-up that they have built this draft for. So unfortunately, I think the Valkyries, again, just find themselves in a really awkward spot that I can't figure out what their team fight truly wants to do, and if it would even be successful at this big of a deficit.
Well, so much of this tournament, I think, is going to be about establishing momentum, right? It's a long grind. Yomi Tanuki have at least done that in game 1. Valhalla Valkyries, I mean, a fan favorite. You know, a lot of eyes on this team. Warchi, of course, a big following. A lot of fans watching this game. Rotwin, over the course of the last couple of years in the SEC, really made a name for themselves.
Yeah.
And been fun to watch. Or best of 3, so game 1 is not just it for this set, but now with that Runic Bomb, Core, you're right. I think some of these objectives become a bit more viable if they weren't already. Beads off the Vulcan, so good value there from Rotwin. And speaking of this Runic Bomb, you know, I suppose in a game where things are really heavily lopsided, you can look more at some of the stuff here in year 10.
I'm bad at using it.
Got it right, I know.
Learned in season 10.
Gotta just be a net increase in value for Pyro, right? I mean, before you get the speed buff out of base, now you get this big 1,000 true damage burst to objectives and towers. You can use it against enemies if you want, knockback and a little bit of damage against enemy gods, but confirmation tool for whatever team is able to grab that. And so Pyro steals, little things like that, Gore. I think over the course of the year here in Season 10 of the SPL, could have some fun moments with the Runic Bomb.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of opportunities for it. Honestly, I'm not even surprised to see Promise holding on to it, right? I had mentioned using it potentially on this Tier 1, which
doesn't time out, right?
You really need to. But yeah, like, you're not really pressured to use it right now. You could hold on to it for a Phoenix if you really want, and at the rate that they've been clearing objectives, in theory, you could have 2 stacked up by then. If they really slow down, maybe I guess 3. That would be obnoxious.
I wonder.
I think with the lead they have, this is going to be an easy tower to pick up without it.
Oh, he's dropping it.
They're going to drop it anyway. And it's just such an easy chunk to be able to clear out.
Brought one's here on the defense. Remember, the debuff that gets applied now is worn out, but Runic Bomb #1 of Year 10. Now used for the Yomi Tanuki to grab the mid lane Tier 1 tower to 10,000 gold lead at 16 minutes. You think this game has gone poorly? It sure has. Valks have done a nice job though, Gore. They've turtled up a bit on their own side of the map. So where the early game has not gone well and the mid game not going much better, the stemming of the kills has at least been okay for the Valks over the last handful of minutes. But it's going to be another Gold Fury, and Pyromancer is going to come up shortly after that. This is one of those very methodical type games,
yeah,
Gore, that you tend to see when, you know, I'm not making any sweeping statements just yet, but it's the type of game with very lopsided opponents where it gets out of control early and you just check every single box, and there's no chance for the Valkyries to fight back. You look back at game 1 and wonder, okay, where could we have had an opportunity? We're not going to fight over this Pyro. We're not going to fight over the Gold Fury. You're maybe hoping for Miracle Phoenix defense now, but Runic Bomb in hand and 10,000 gold lead, Fire Giant, that much more simple for the Tanuki.
I honestly think that we're in a spot right now. If you're the Valkyries, like, you're first off not very happy. The first 17 minutes of your tournament life this week has started this way. I think that, like you said, you're looking no Fire Giant buff on the Tanuki, maybe Tier 2 defense. Fire Giant buff, you're sitting back at the Phoenixes at this point. It feels a little early to say it, just given what we've seen kind of throughout the last few years. But with this kind of lead, the Tanuki have a grip on everything. I mean, you're lucky if you can even get your own jungle buffs at this point. I think speeds are the safest just because of how far back they are, where the line of scrimmage on the map, that safety net for the Tanuki of going too far is probably around those speed buffs. But purple, red, green, blue, all of them pretty easily taken if you're the Tanuki, not to mention all the neutral objectives. I mean, at this point, you just need the Fire Giant, maybe a pick to really open up the door and start knocking down what is the rest of the objective standing up for the Valkyries.
Well, Valks are not going to rotate over to left. Nil was already here, so it's worse Turtle. That's a beautiful Rivers Rebuke. XD will pick up the kill, and it looks like the Yomi Tanuki are going to head back towards the Fire Giant as well. We'll see. This is now data collection for us, the early goings of Year 10. How these Runic Bombs are going to get used. You imagine objective secure. Promise holds on to it, actually doesn't need it. Worst Turtle was zoned out wonderfully. Warchu will continue to push down left. Picked up the Transcendence. And the map now, the Yomi Tanukis for the taking. And I guess you do save it. If you feel like you can knock down this Tier 2 easily, Gore, you're right. Drop it on a Phoenix, slow down that attack speed a bit, and siege things up.
And if you really need to, especially, well, no, never mind, Cronus is showing up. I was like, I don't see it. He's not the cluster of 3. He's coming a little late. I think you can get this without having to drop the bomb. I mean, pretty easily, especially with minions there. So if that's the pace you're clearing Tier 2s out, your Runic Bomb at this point is just an opener, right? It is just an easy either burst to kill a Phoenix, a burst to open the Phoenix, a little zone to clear off beside the Phoenix. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities, I think, for Promise to make use of it. I wouldn't be surprised if the team is going to do much more of this, right? Back by get your power spikes.
Just try. Oh, sorry.
I mean, straight up Tier 3 items over some of the other people on the Valkyries. So you are in a really good spot to just continue pushing down, whether it's left, you join up with the Jormungandr, especially with the size of the map now. I feel like that Phoenix is worth even more because of how far away it can feel.
Yep. This is a big map, isn't it?
This is a really, really easy time for the Tanuki to just walk up, flex the strength they have. There's not much the Valkyries are going to be able to say at the Tier 2 line.
No, you're still looking for some stacking to happen. Rotwin with the prophetic cloak. The new items, one of the new items here in year 10. Takes a little while to get all, you gotta get 15 physical, 15 magical. Takes a bit for that to get fully stacked up. Tablet still stacking for Ray Shadow, if my eyes don't deceive me. I believe 7 stacks on that right now. So you get some value, of course, from it immediately, but as far as full power, it's gonna take a little bit of time. What a pull from Grave right down Main Street, and that is maybe now completely opened the door to the siege if it weren't already creaked open anyway. Rundus into the World Serpent, and a chase down from the rest of the Yomi Tanuki to follow. Phoenix is an afterthought. Runic Bomb used by Promise. And the door, Gore, I think was already halfway open, slammed open on a nice pull-in from Grave.
Yeah, we're talking,
you mentioned,
like, foot in the door. You're lucky if this is like a plywood door, no lock. Even if it was, you just gotta shoulder it and it falls apart, disintegrates. I mean, this is not the kind of position to defend in with the left side open and exposed, especially with the lead they have. There's not a lot of wiggle room for the Valkyries here. That tier 2 in mid might as well not exist. The only thing that it's not doing right now is giving gold over to the Tanuki. And in the next 2 minutes, I expect that to maybe be a little bit of a problem. That's the other big thing that I think is a huge change this year, has been the Fire Giant timing. No longer 5-minute respawn, 4-minute buff, 4-minute respawn, 4-minute buff. Comes back the minute it comes down. I think that we're in a really good spot. I mean, you've got 2 minutes to play with here. You might not even need a second time.
Wow, Runic Bomb, again, opens the door. I mean, it was burning fast anyway. Shinigami's got Poly on Kronos and a couple of rings, Spear of the Magus for some percent pen. Runic Bomb just, you know, makes it an auto or 2 quicker for the Yomi Tanuki. That's a really good point, though, Gore, around FG and the timing around it. Because in the past, what is that extra minute of downtime has allowed for usually the team that's on the back foot to take a breather, to reset, to apply some ward coverage, hopefully, and to clear another wave or 2 of fire minions in this case. Now you just straight up don't get that opportunity. Now you're immediately forced to step forward and immediately forced to fight over it. They won't, of course, because they're busy clearing out the fire minions that we just talked about. This is Mythological from the Tanuki Gorn. At 23 minutes, we might be just 1 push away from this game coming to a close, and I think the Valk's probably ready for that after the way game 1 is gone.
Yeah, I think at this point, as much as I hate to say it, especially this early on, you're probably thinking a little bit about your draft and the things that have got to change for your team to find success. And I think a lot of it is going to be not having range damage as a physical, being able to get something with more clear in the duo lane. I mean, you were talking about it, being excited for it. I think the duo lane is very important because look at the damage output from just Shinigami there, ignoring what XD can do. It is insane, and that's just the Kronos right now.
Well, just a moment ago, not on this pick, but the same thing that happened on the left side, Phoenix. Grave doing the "you guys stink" across the player booths from one another. So much personality rolls through in weekends like this, especially with these players with something to prove. Yomi Tanuki, they've proven something in game 1. That a 3-man stun from nil won't matter. First turtle, the only kill for the Valhalla Valkyries. In this game, they end that way, as somehow the backline has survived. Shinigami will add 1 more, and there's still a World Serpent from Rundus to buy just a bit more space. Fire minions making their way down mid and left. Soon to be right as well.
See, that Phoenix took a little longer because they didn't have an extra runic bomb.
That's right, they didn't have the runic bomb.
No, I mean, look, the kills they have, the setup they have, this is all just formalities. You still have a good cluster if you're the Valkyries. It's not easy to just walk in and kill the Titan here. I mean, you got to look at it. They've had a 10,000 plus gold lead for 10, 15 minutes now.
Yeah.
It has been too difficult to try and break things down. Left side Phoenix into respawn soon.
Oh no.
I like the clean play from the Tanuki, but if they get a kill, it should be done.
Look, Warchi's 2 levels down, and Rundus is, you know, a full item ahead. I still look at that damage. Well, he's gotten Soul Reaver as well, so not everything to glean from this type of build, but a double kill from XD, not too bad of a way to close things out here in game number 1. And I've loved what I've seen from the Yomi Tanuki. They were aggressive early, they were aggressive often. And really, Gore, they were able to funnel pressure through Grave, who has had a fantastic start to his SPL promotional tournament. Valks will get one on the back end, but simply not nearly enough, and happiness emanating from the Yomi Tanuki booth after a Game 1 win.
I think it's right, though, where you put some of the highlights, right? Because, you know, it was easy to talk about Shinigami, especially when we're looking at a very lopsided game and the objectives are falling as fast as they are. Of course, it's the carry that's the one kind of leading the way for that. But when you look at what Grave was able to do, not only a very stellar performance, but then on top of the fact that the one kill up till the very end that the Valkyries had been able to pick up was going to be a really good kill for them.
Yep.
Until Grave just wipes out the dual lane at that
right.
point. And that suddenly you go from a Valkyries team that right before that moment were trying to be active. I don't think I saw them make an active play on the map at all after that until the very end there with some of those fights. So I think that was like the kind of final nail in the coffin. Grave held up or they served up a couple of kills for him on a silver platter, and unfortunately for them, they did not have the confidence to go forward at any other point in that game.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I wonder if that game was trending towards, you know, out of control, even at that point. Really, I think mentally, though, you're able to snag a kill, you're able to get away with things, and then you end up losing two anyway to the jungler, to the Bastet that's run things. That's maybe where I think this game really steps over that slippery slope, right? We're kind of sliding, but I think we start to tumble at that point.
You fell through the ice.
Through the ice. You're on a whole different slippery slope at that point. Yomi Tanuki, they run over the Valhalla Valkyries in Game 1. Best of 3, though. So adaptations needed from the Valks. We'll see what changes they make in Game 2 coming up next.
Top down, don't let them sun dry. I'm that and I said it before I had proof. Can't believe it till they see it, that's a sad truth. Hey, I be out of town, out of time, out of blood rush. You be out of line, out of bounds, out of comeback. I be out of town, out of time, what it does at. You be telling lies in your rhymes, where your fun's at. Tryna kick it in the H like a field goal. Touchdown with finesse, that's a heel toe. Look, what you thought? Think better. Sundress, no drawers, got the seat wetter. Got my suede jumpsuit for the wind chill. Hot girl, but she blowing like a windmill. Truly, I ain't got a flex for the routine. Too clean with a plate full of poutine. Worrying about me can't help you. Way better when it's heard and it's felt too. Get my weed from the west, gold from the south. Show them how to make them triple O's from the couch. Counting on luck ain't a life plan. I might have the last laugh for a lifespan. Hey, I be out of town, out of time, out of blood rush. You be out of line, out of bounds, out of comeback. I be out of town, out of time, what it does at. You be telling lies in your rhymes, where your fun's at.
Really been going back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Like the neighborhood warriors.
I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks, tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good, tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop, I just wake up. I don't say nothing. I'm on go. I don't stay long. I've been up now. That's a case wine. I've been down too. Like the day strong. I got summer toys for the summer boy. I keep drummer boys in the summer boy. I keep making noise. I've been paranoid. This is God body. You can never void. I don't miss. I don't play none. I don't diss. I don't say none. I go swish. That's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop. These beats are up and beat 'em. These bags you can't believe 'em. I never saw the country but the money comes from Sweden. I meet 'em then I leave 'em. I wake up fight my demons. I never grew my circle. I can't trust you with my freedom. Give me lockdown. Keep you locked out. Only when it's here. You look pop now. I get drops now. On the top now. In the wintertime. Still go top down. I get free. I don't go bustin', I go plain Jane, watch me ski. Yeah, I see you now, I could tell you watching me. I go ghost, but tell me I'm more like his Lee. Rockstar, baby, turn pop star. I don't miss, I don't play none. I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop.
Well, in our first matchup of the SPL promotion tournament, it's the Yomi Tanuki, who take game number 1 up against the Valhalla Valkyries in a best-of-3 match. Still game 2 to come right around the corner, but game number 1, I mean, this felt almost done by the first couple of minutes there, Mifflin. A gank from Grave over towards the duo lane puts the Valkyries behind very early and is really able to help elevate the Yomi Tanuki up into a very early lead. It just felt from that point onward that it was an uphill battle for the Valkyries that they just couldn't win.
Yeah, I mean, we can glean one of two things from that game. Either this is going to be an entire weekend, or week rather, that is dictated by early jungle ganks. The jungler can just roll through and win you the game on like first or second wave. Or we could chalk that up to a series of unfortunate events that were essentially inflicted on the Valhalla Valkyries all the way across the map. Because when you look at the compositions, I mean, you just wouldn't expect the early game to go like this. It was Warchi getting caught out, the Naja from behind, of course, going to struggle. We had assumed that it was going to be Camazotz in the duo lane. It wasn't, and now that Naja is behind on legitimately second wave, you can't really sash aggressively at the Chronos anymore. Otherwise, Grave runs the map. It felt like Worst Turtle was just being led around by the nose throughout the entirety of this game, just trying to keep up with Grave's rotations. I was concerned about Yomi Tanuki's ability to initiate these fights. Why? They didn't have any trouble with it. It felt like every single ultimate Grave tossed out found at least one, every single bit of CC, and CC Light was this Yomi Tanuki composition, but every bit of it found its value as well. The Valhalla Valkyries just never got their feet under them. It started early and it ended early, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, the last 10 minutes of this game were just victory lap. Yomi Tanuki dominated.
Yeah, I mean, the sieges from the Yomi Tanuki were just that simple. Grave was able to land those ultimates, and more often than not, it was on Nil, on the Squan Yu, who didn't have purification bead, so he gets yanked back in, and then by the time he has any moment to react, he's already caught inside a River's Rebuke from Promise on the Emoja, and then just absolutely nowhere to go beyond there. So Grave on this Bastet. There were questions as to what he was going to be able to do this game on this God, and I think he answered just about every single one of those. Rundas also on this Jormungandr. I know it's something that Dave kind of brought up early on in the game, but this new tablet that's been seeing its way for some of the mid lane mages also seems to have bumped up these solo lane guardians, giving that extra bit of damage and poke in that lane.
Look, Tablet facilitates 4 magic drafts. When you've got some true damage in there, it doesn't really matter how many Heart Wards you build or how many Pestilences you've got or any other form of magical defense. So long as each one of them has got the ability to apply at least a little bit of that damage, it'll be there. And they were able to diversify the magical damage at that. It wasn't all ability based. It wasn't just Yorm and Vulcan. Kronos able to apply it consistently through those auto attacks. So I think I'm probably okay with 4 magical drafts, and it's something we might see a good deal throughout this weekend. But I do want to see adjustments on field. Namely, I need to see it from the Valkyries. They drafted a composition that should have won early, and they lost out incredibly early. You can either slow down your early game if you know you can play the mid game a little bit better, and I think that is an option available to the Valkyries if they were to run back the exact same composition. Otherwise, I don't know. No notes for Yomi Tanuki. I mean, there was nothing to critique there. What did they end that game? 12-1, something along those lines. It was just a clinic from them.
Well, we'll see. So we jump into the picks and bans for game number 2. Now in game 1, the Valkyries banned away triple magic ADCs, Olorun, Sol, and Freya, that the Valkyries banned away from the Tanuki. Well, at least keep some of that by banning away Olorun and Sol once more. Yomi Tanuki changed things up by banning the Umoja on their side, something that they picked up in game number 1 being in that first pick slot, but we'll make sure that that one does not go into the hands of the Valkyrie. It will be the same triple ban out of the Valks. They're not going to swap anything around for themselves. They're just not going to let the magical ADCs, aside from Kronos, slip its way through. But Maui has been left open by the Tanuki, and I wonder if the Valkyries are willing to go towards that as maybe a first pick now.
I mean, I am a massive Maui fan, and it's not just because Genetics is the world's MVP, all right? I mean, that god just
crazy on that
3
god,
pulls, a stun, a heavenly sprint built into the kit, the ability to appeal for
It's
your allies
time
that
to
haven't
turn
got
this
leaps. I feel
battle
like Maui
in our favor.
has been correctly valued all the way up until this point just now, because Athena getting picked over him, I think, may be a bit criminal here. Athena, though, I think still an incredibly strong pick. The global presence, the simplified initiations are incredibly valuable. She's generally plug and play. So long as you're taunting into damage, and the majority of Smite gods have got the damage, you feel pretty good about having an Athena on your draft. This does, however, leave Yomi Tanuki in an incredibly powerful top 2 selection spot. I mean, they could take the Maui here, likely will stray away from it. Even if they want Maui, you're not really concerned about Valks going towards that double Guardian. So instead, grab yourself a Kronos. Feels all right. It's the only magical hunter still available. And potentially a Vulcan as well. Sure. Run it back.
Something I whipped up.
I mean, worked really well for them in game number 1. And you said no notes for them. No changes needed. The only one that's going to be a forced change will be away from the Umoja from Promise, that because they had that one banned out themselves. But a new change up here by the Valkyries. Going to be a Hercules to couple alongside the Athena, so some extra initiation for the squad, no longer entirely reliant on dash taunt. If you can maybe find somebody with a pickup from Hercules, put them out of position, pull them back into the enemy team.
Tiamat.
But still sticking with this Tiamat, a god that's never really been known as that early game pressure in the mid, definitely plays towards that mid and late, so it feels like the Valks are once again kind of setting themselves up for maybe a more mid-late game style draft.
Yeah, Tiamat has just been a staple of the European SEC for a good while now. Love the scaling that the god brings. Also maneuvers the map incredibly well. That's what I was talking about, by the way. You can go ahead and forego Maui in the top 2, but should likely grab it in that 3rd slot. Otherwise, it would have been banned out. I like the draft from both of these teams. I mean, we saw what Yomi Tanuki were capable of doing with their top 2. Now, essentially, just I think upgraded their support into the Maui. So, first 3 for them, incredibly strong. But J-Mac, tell me this: are you privy to the Hercules jungle? Have you seen a good deal of that recently?
I've seen a little bit of it currently. I also remember what we were seeing kind of at the tail end of Season 9 as well. The damage output they could have. It's scary.
Yeah, I mean, Hercules jungle right now, I think, is just incredibly powerful. Some of the changes to his 3rd ability, his passive, giving over additional power, means that Hercules sure doesn't benefit from the assassin tree of, hey, we're just going to get flat pen as we level up, but still has great scaling on his abilities, maneuvers the map very well, gets some free CDR, so driving strike available a little bit more often than it once was. I would prefer to see Hercules out of the jungle, but we've seen Hercules out of solo as well. Ducky, as of recent, has been really tearing up the scene on that pick. No matter what, I think Hercules will find a home on this draft and put some pressure onto those beads of Yomi Tanuki, which should just facilitate this Athena. I'm excited to see how this composition rounds out, but the weakness of Tiamat that you bring up, being that her early game is a little bit weaker, I think completely rectified if this Hercules does go into the jungle. This god is going to 1v2 you at level 3.
Well, with the bans, finishing themselves out. Kleena and Lancelot banned by the Yomi Tanuki. Valkyries will take away the other two of what the Tanuki had from game number 1. Bastet and Jormungandr now banned out. So let's see something different from both the jungle and the solo. The new jungle will be Pele for the Yomi Tanuki. So a lot of AoE damage, a lot of burst damage that can come from this god as well, to now try and square off against his Hercules. And a lot of self-sustain within that passive as well, to maybe be able to try and stand up to box if it is end up being maybe that Hercules jungle you were eyeing towards.
Yeah, it has a lot of really good jungle clear, high maneuverability. In a game 1 that was completely dictated by Grave out of the jungle, just maneuvering the map, or out-maneuvering Worst Turtle, I should say. Pele's a pick that could do exactly that, and could do it early on. You don't really favor Pele in the early game in the 1v1 up against Hercules if it is going to be hurt jungle. If they were to line up against each other, you're probably favoring the Valks. With Robin locked in, I'm not learning too much here. Traditionally, you would likely see Robin in the jungle with Hercules out of solo, but with the mitigation build very popular right now, Robin one of the better gods at going down that tree. Camazotz as well, keeping me guessing. Man, the Valkyries...
This does not answer anything.
Look, I get it. I've been on Twitter. I follow Zapman like everybody else. I know that Hunters aren't happy with the entire class right now, but ranged auto attacks are just really good. They're just really, really good for Siege, for team fight, for forcing people to maneuver around you in the 5-on-5 engagement. This is twice now the Valkyries have decided to stray away from that. I couldn't say where any of those 3 picks, Hercules, Robin, or Camazotz, are going. I could say that I would prefer to see Camazotz out of the dual lane, similarly to game 1. Didn't get to see it there. Who would I like to see in the soul lane? Between Robin and Hercules, I think Hercules probably better out of the soul lane. Robin's probably the worst soul laner of these 3, but I've got this sinking suspicion that it is going to be Robin solo. I don't know, J-Mac. The Valks, they've got me guessing.
Look, man, I'm not buying the Hunter's not great propaganda. Now, I know that this was
like
a whole math build and whatnot that came out, but there was a clip that circulated Twitter of a Jingwei doing 2,300 with a crit yesterday that
build was
popped
bad,
up.
though, man.
Hydra's
fail not, I'm not building
Look,
that.
it can't be bad if it's critting for 2,300, regardless of that one. It is another double assassin composition, another warrior thrown in there, so the Valks still keeping us guessing as to exactly where these ones may line out there. Is it going to be Hercules or Robin in the solo opposite, maybe in the dual lane or the jungle? No bunch of wonders and big question marks there. Yomi Tanuki not really changing up their style, though, as far as it goes. They're still running the 4 magical once again and the single lone assassin as their physical damage. Talking a lot about ease of execution for the compositions here. Have the Valkyries kind of made this harder for themselves to this style of comp, Niflin?
The Valkyries' late game is going to be incredibly difficult. Like 10 out of 10 on the difficulty scale, right? I mean, anytime you're really struggling to actually kill a Fire Giant or kill a Phoenix or grab these objectives, I think really doesn't bode well. But what the Valkyries have done and have made easier for themselves is the early game. I think there's a legitimate argument to be made that Yomi Tanuki won game 1 within 3 minutes. I think so. That shouldn't happen here. Looking at this draft, the 3-man core, the Robin, Camazotz, Hercules, the front line even, take Athena into account as well, that is so powerful in the early game that I cannot imagine a world where a Quadra magical composition, where I'm only thinking only 2 of them maybe are really going to be slotting Tablet of Destinies, should be dominating early on. So if the Valkyries are able to put the pressure on a Yomi Tanuki, then it doesn't really matter that your late game objectives aren't good if you can make sure late game doesn't come.
Oh, can the Valkyries hold out early and keep this one going, give themselves a shot at game number 3, or are the Yomi Tanuki going to run away with it? Let's jump right into game number 2 with Dulcin and Gore.
You know, Gore, sometimes at these events we'll go entire days without seeing a game 3. We could see one right off the bat if the Valkyries are able to make now a Camazotz, I guess technically ADC, but Camazotz over in the dual lane with Rotwin on Athena again. Work here in game number 2. And Gore, I think you zoom out, you have a conversation around an event like this, especially very, very early on in year 10 of Smite, there's a conversation to be had around teams that are playing with a lot of synergy because they've played together and they're all familiar with one another and their play styles versus teams that have a better grasp on the meta. Of course, the teams that have both are going to be better suited versus teams that have found some sort of exploitable niche type of composition, and I'm wondering if that's what the Valkyries are hoping they've got here again in Game 2.
Well, and I'm going to give them some credit because, as Mifflin had mentioned, like I think Hercules, especially as a frontliner, is going to do pretty well. But the one I'm looking at, and this might be, I don't know if I want to call it rude to say it or not, but Warchi's on a god now that at the end of the day, it stays alive, right? Like that is the one thing that it has more than anything else is that, at level 5, you become one of the most unkillable gods that exists in Smite. So if you are having trouble, especially off that Naja game where things did not go well for you, now you are finally in a spot where you can start to fight back and at least survive that onslaught, if not maybe turn some of it around.
Yep. Valks, Gore, I think Mifflin's not too far off. Super early in game number 1, feels like things were going sideways there. And a bit, not a bit different just yet. Seeing the book transform into the tablet is where my brain disconnected there just for a moment.
Are you going to have like bad flashback? I know there's an RDO in this game.
Because exactly what happened to me 1 day ago, and I don't want... Poor Herc over there and
you haven't had enough time. Like, there's a Band-Aid, but it's still scabbing over. The wound's too fresh.
It is. It's very fresh. But, man, Yomi Tanuki, how about that aggression? We saw a lot from Grave in Game 1 core. All over the map. Already here, scrapping a bit with Worst Turtle. Now, I wonder if this is an opportunity for Nil. Actually, I think, unfortunately, a minion drew tower aggro there, so no tower shots connecting with the RDO. Worst Turtle over to Duo, but Grave is here as well. Can the Pele go in? Sure can! Worst Turtle knocked up. And another first blood from the Yomi Tanuki. And it's Grave yet again at level 3, making waves in Duo.
And I wanted to say this going into it. I was actually surprised. Admittedly, the desk doing their best. Like, I think that the Valks here do have a lot of opportunity. I agree with Mifflin on that. But one thing that I think should have been said, at least in my eyes, and it was just the top 3 from the Tanuki took away a lot of hope. I mean, look at what this Maui is able to do with the amount of damage that Shinigami. It might not get the skill, but they've just TKO'd Rotwin for a little while. And I think that's the real big deal to me, is the top 3 from the Tanuki getting the Kronos again. While their second pick, they got one of their best performers a second time. They got the Vulcan a second time. And then they got a higher priority, better support. And so you really did get, I think, some of the best top 3 that the Tanuki could have hoped for, could have asked for. And when I'm looking at Promise, very similar when we say in essence and style, sometimes to what a Umoja can bring, in that you yourself are maybe not the one. You're not the guy. But you are the setup.
You're not that guy, pal.
Everybody is going to be relying on you. And, if we see even half of what Genetics was doing at Worlds from Promise here, man, it is going to be a good game for the Tanuki. So that's where, in my mind, the Valkyries need to shut things down. And again, it kind of falls onto the dual lane. Slow Shinigami, kill off Promise, set yourselves up for a much easier team fight from that point forward.
Remember, Maui nerfed a bit, right? But still in a very strong spot.
He has been my go-to support all season so far, all year so far.
It's a great start. Oh, and the cripple field working wonderfully here, though. Nil able to driving strike out. And Grave with another. Man. Suddenly, the seeds of doubt sown over game 2. And Goretz still with this Pele. Jungle. The desk talked a bit about hunters and where they might stand. Now I play AD carry when I can in ranked, and I don't know, everyone's talking about I carry just about every game. No, that's a lie.
That's how the shoulders got so big.
That's right.
You're carrying all your teammates.
Squad. Yeah, that's incredibly not true.
What a crazy workout regime.
Jokes aside, it's actually, jungle has often been the conversation of the strongest role, right? I mean, there's conversations amongst a couple, but jungle's always right there in it. And so you get a Pele who wants to be aggressive. 2 kills in one of the most impactful, if not the most impactful roles currently in year 10. Tanuki feeling just fine with the way game 2 is starting.
I mean, it's the 3 words that Mifflin said the most during our prediction / year 10 / SBL / promo tournament talk.
Your one-stop shop for all things.
Yeah, for all things, whatever it was. The jungle carry meta, right?
Yep.
He just kept saying it. And with every team, he was able to bring it up because everyone's got a great jump.
Well, this is what you need if you're the Valhalla Valkyries. Send 3 to solo, but you gotta get the kill. Rundus dodges out the Mystic Rush, but Worst Turtle still able to close that gap.
Uh-oh.
Now Grave with it all to do. Woo. Shoved against the wall. The Valkyries able to answer back with a couple. That's something we didn't see from Rotwin at all in game 1, Gore. There was never that opportunity. Was use that global pressure to get away. Got out of hell. Needed by Warchi. And Landfall no good from Promise. Maybe just helping clear out some waves anyway. Fantastic from the Valhalla Valkyries. Stems the bleeding, grabs a kill for the solo and the jungler. You're able to stabilize a bit of what happened in the early going.
That was very similar to the Shinigami kill that the Valkyries got in game 1.
Yep.
In that so many people are uncomfortably low. But you get it way earlier, so your team's not as far behind, so immediately you're off to a better start. You get a kill onto Grave, who's starting to pull ahead in the jungle, and now Worst Turtle finally able to be a little more active on the map. But most importantly, you didn't drop the kills that were there, right? There was no unnecessary fighting, nobody lingered. They got out when they were low, they got the kills that were necessary. They were able to rectify a lot of the scenarios that had started to get out of hand on the right-hand side. And then immediately after, Warchi showcases exactly why I like this Camazotz pick. It's just the survival mechanisms that Camazotz has means that even if you get a 3-4-man gank on right, nobody's going to be able to jump you in response to that. Because you just bat out of hell, get under the tower, you're safe for now. And so I like the way the Valkyries handled that engagement. I like the way they kind of handled the Tanuki. I just need to see that translate away from the lanes later on in the game and kind of cultivate into the jungle, into some of the neutral objectives, but very importantly into the team fights.
I wonder how the next couple of moments are going to go in lane here for Nil on this Hercules. Rundus has finished the tablet. He's going to want to step forward and trade out a bit of damage. Warchi does not have Bat Out of Hell yet. Very close to getting it back. Doesn't need it. The Shinigami might need to rewind. Standing and fighting, however, on the Chronos, we get full value from the pullback. Beads now off of Warchi as well.
Stun?
Stun not connecting, but it does! From Shinigami in the pullback. My goodness, Warchi somehow standing and fighting still does not have Bat Out of Hell. Just got it back, 1 second away from dying. The drop he does, a landfall. Falls on the Worst Turtle. Around the backside, the Tiamat, Ray Shadow had a mid lane, but Grave is getting it done in lane. A Mystic Rush out from Worst Turtle. Not enough, a triple for Grave, and he might keep it rolling. A quad potentially, as Ray Shadow has dropped the beads. Grave will drop 3 at least, and a 4th seems to just escape beneath the tower.
I mean, look, we're talking such a clean engagement. If Shinigami doesn't die there, the Valkyries, at that point, you're having bad conversation. Like, in my mind, your mental just drops severely. Luckily, they get that kill. You still lose 3 in the process, which isn't the cleanest route that you wanted to go. Tiamat being able to pick one up lessens the blow. But when you are, again, one of the safest gods in the game, but Warchi with no ult, beads get burned early in that fight. Promise is playing out of their mind with the pulls, and like you said, even though the stun from the leap on the Maui didn't connect.
Ooh, risky. Risky Ray Shadow. Ray Shadow will live, though. Gets the kill on XD, but Grave, of course, Grave is here. Grave does not have ultimate. Not for just a moment. Doesn't have Blink, but gets a kill nonetheless. Great rotation out, a duo from Promise. And oh no, now Grave does have ultimate. And a double kill on the Pele. 7 and 1 for the jungler, the Yomi Tanuki. Knows something about Graves. And he's put the Valks in 7 so far in the first 9 minutes.
So in game 1, Grave had a really good game, but there was a little more diversification in terms of where the kills were going. There's no arguments about where the carry is coming from right now. No. 7 kills on the board, all 7 for the jungler. I mean, the presence right now on this Pele is just insane. And again, it goes back to what Mifflin was saying, that jungle carry meta. If you are able to get off to a start like this, even with that spill early on over in right, this is a really, really good location, I guess, to have your jungler at. Like, not just in terms of the game map, but really on the actual map itself. The presence in left, the presence in mid, the ganks have been on point.
Well, there you go. That's something we didn't see a lot of, Gore, in the first game.
Yeah.
Now I've seen a couple of times in a row for the Valhalla Valkyries is Vulcan traditionally punishable, right? Didn't have beads, just now came back up for XD. Why not? Throw a little bit more pressure there towards mid, see if you can get something, and you do. You get something back. But this lurking threat of a 7-1 Pele at any corner of the map at any given time, got to be something the Valk's considering. I think Warchi considering there. Might have swooped in one final time, but not knowing exactly where Grave is, big threat.
I was wondering the same thing, not just because, like, he's got wards, right, to maybe catch out a rotation from Grave. Not really that deep, so by the time you spot them, Grave's probably already on top of you. But I was watching Shinigami as well, because I was wondering how aggressive they were feeling themselves. Because at that point, he goes in for another swoop, goes that deep. I think I hit the rewind, get all my cooldowns back, and like renew the onslaught.
Right.
I think that there's a moment, maybe an alternate universe somewhere now, where we see that fight happen.
An alternate timeline.
Yeah, instead they just kind of fizzle out and walk away from each other.
Now the Tanuki have been on it with every single objective core. I don't think they've dropped one. They've gotten 3 or 4 Furies over the course of a couple of games, of course. Got the Gold Fury early in this game, which is already a different trend.
Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking Gold Furies of past have been, what, like 15 minutes or so? 10, 15 minutes you're considering it. We're talking like 5, 6 minute Gold Furies at points in the last couple of games. Granted, you know, there have been a few extra kills maybe than we're used to that have given the Tanuki a bit more presence over on left. Speaking of left side presence, it's Worst Turtle, and it's Shinigami. Got the rewind, will just get into it, and oh no, it's Grave on a 7-kill game. Hoping to add another, but Warchi able to leap up and over the wall. It's the same scenario though. We're Bat Out of Hell, so close to coming back. It's not there. Won't be needed this time, and that was a lot of chunk damage from Grave. It'll force the Valkyries back, and an Oni Fury stands maybe to be stolen by Rotwood.
That's going to be a lot of effort for an Athena though, right? I mean, your shield wall can do a decent amount of damage. Your reach is the best thing you've got for it. But if they mistime it enough that a reach could steal it, then that's maybe on the Tanuki more than it is on Rotwood. So really well played, I think, for the Tanuki Graves rotation. Shinigami, even though you can't time it better, that rewind getting off the way it did.
That was close.
Gets him out of there and hits the reset. Still had to use the beads though, so definitely in a more precarious position now. But do you really care? I mean, you TKO'd so many, you got another objective. You still got good damage, and it doesn't seem like even with the amount of pressure the two of them can apply in duo, Shinigami's feeling too heavy-handed.
Well, we're going again in mid. The Valhalla Valkyries have just run at XD over the last few minutes of this game. 0-3 on the Vulcan, and a lot of those kills have landed on Ray's Shadow. Gore, we did not see any Tiamat presence in game 1. Maybe not anything to do with Ray's Shadow and the way they played the game, just did not have an opportunity. Yeah. Now you're starting to stack up some kills. Expectations potentially starting to mount. However, gives a very clear objective to Grave on the 7-1 Pele, and a clear target to run down later on in team fights.
And it shows the downside of a Vulcan. Game 1, we got to see the upside, especially of an unanswered Vulcan. A lot of burst damage, a lot of clean plays. There's actually a moment in the very first kill, and it all depends on cooldowns, but XD might have been able to like 180, hit the backfire, and get out. Now you have to play carefully.
Oh, the Earthshaker was a bit early. Didn't matter.
No way they're going for more.
Valkyries won't steal it away. It's Runic Bomb. Over to Rundus, who is indeed stacking up that tablet. Was actually a level behind earlier in this game because Worst Turtle ganked over in solo, is stabilized just fine. Tablet on Ardio. Sends shivers down my spine. And it's worked just fine. Look at Shinigami damage. Warchi desperately needed that Bat Out of Hell, and Shinigami's positioning here. Shinigami could 2v1 this.
Oh, yeah.
If given the opening. He could just turn and start sending some damage towards Rotwin, but you gotta play this perfectly. The taunt doesn't set up for any damage. Stun, dodged out, and rewind from Shinigami. And that'll open up the disengage from the Valhalla Valkyries. 8th kill of the game for Grave, by the way. Nil has died off over in solo. Fantastic sidestep from Shinigami. Landfall, no good. It's another miss from Promise. And the Chronos, for now, able to get out, but jumped on by Worst Turtle. There's a rotation in from Ray's Shadow. Has handed some assistance to the Valks on left.
They needed to invest a lot to get that, though. I mean, look, you've got 4 ults that are down. You've got relics that are down. It takes a long time to get that, and it's in a position where Shinigami almost gets those kills. Unfortunately, almost doesn't cut it, right? I mean, you are right there. He even uses the ult aggressively. and tries to make things happen. But unfortunately for them, that ult actually ends up coming to bite them because they don't have it later to maybe immune or get out of some of those engagements. Luckily for Shinigami, it's not like you're in the same position. I mean, last game, you were talking about it, after the second ring, starting to feel a little more online, a little more damage. Went for the Book of Thoth immediately here, so has been stacking up. It's been a little bit more of a slow play. 2 deaths doesn't make you feel great about that, but I think that you are already playing for the long haul with an item like that in your second slot. So I don't think Shinigami's sweating just yet. I think it's uncomfortable, but you can definitely bounce back.
Agreed. They're going to be doing some stacking, doing some swinging a bit later on. Wonder, though, the pacing of this Pele. 3 levels up over Worst Turtle. Looking like. Say again?
Just got another kill.
Just got another kill, that's right, over on Nil, over in solo. At 15 minutes, level 18. I mean, outpacing everyone in this game. The farm has been there as well as the kills. And right on time, Yomi Tanuki, they've impressed me so far today. Granted, they've been playing with massive leads. However, right on time for every single objective. Have not dropped a Fury yet. Not only this game, but this set. It's not looking like this will be the first. XD has been dropping those Earthshakers as secure every single time. Should not be out-confirmed by anyone. However, the Tanuki backing away. Our first big team fight is Earthshaker. Has found nil. It's found nothing. 4-man taunt in from Rotwin. It's the GOAT. It's Goatwin setting up for the Valhalla Valkyries from a deficit from the depths. It's Rotwin who's found it. And the rest of the Valks follow in. 3 kills drop. Now Shinigami, he'll be left to the wolves. And the Valks sweep through 4.
And they do exactly what Mifflin had highlighted on the desk, what they were talking about going into this game, which is not falling behind in the early game. Admittedly, maybe trying to get ahead in the early game didn't happen as easily as they would have liked. But then you get to the team fight stage, and if you get an engage like that, I don't care what your backup is. If your support pulls something like that, you've got to get something done. And they step up to the mark. They do exactly what they need to there. And not only get themselves, I think, a bunch of necessary kills to not just right the ship, but kind of put themselves back in a position that we can start talking about them in a positive light again, but also to get their first objective of the set. I mean, this is a really big deal for the Valkyries, and to continue pushing on, they've got a pretty favorable map state right now in terms of tower health. Admittedly, right tier 2 is already gone, so that doesn't feel great, but if you can maybe put some pressure on mid, pressure on left, you can make up for that deficit. Start being a little more present for the neutral objectives. Just need more plays. Look, and Rotwin has been one of my favorites. I mean, when we got to see him sub in for Hex Mambo last year during the Phase 2, the Summer Masters.
That's right.
That was a really important showcase to be able to say, like, hey, yes, this team's really good with Trickstank. Trickstank's a great player. But Rotwin could fill in those shoes pretty damn well. Yep. And now putting him on another team. I expect to see more of that from the team.
With a mustache like that, Gore, 4-man taunts are simply expected from Rotwin. Look at it, majestic, just peeking over the top of the computer screen.
You have to give a lot of credit as well, because not a lot of people can rock a mustache and have it actually look good. Rotwin
what about me, Gore? I had a mustache for a while last year.
You looked like a very stereotypical ski guy.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll take it. Pyromancer now grabbed by the Valks. Gore, I think the last couple of objectives that we've now seen are the first couple that the Valkyries have gotten so far this set. Completely flips this game around. Even after that fight and after that Fury, the Valks were down about 2,000 gold. Yeah. Now, first Pyromancer of the set for the Valkyries. Potential for Game 3 just around the corner as life arrives for the Valkyries. However, is it death? No, not just yet. But Worst Turtle's got to get out, and Rotwin ulted away as well. So, Yatina's out of the fight for just a moment. Runda's still running the front line for the Yomi Tanuki. Shell gets used. Ray Shadow desperately trying to disengage, and a stun on the follow-up from Promise. Hands one to Shinigami.
Orji is just not in a position to get out of here. Good couple of kills from the Tanuki. And this is where the downside, you just picked up 2 clean objectives. Well, maybe not clean. You picked up 2 great objectives from the Valkyries. And now you might end up losing one just because of the fact that that fight goes around.
Now remember, Rotwin has Runic Bomb here. Consider that a 1,000 damage burst. So has a chance to fight into the fight.
Use it.
Great target for the Yomi Tanuki. He did use the Runic Bomb, doesn't matter. Now, I don't know, you do have an Excavate. Gonna be a bit different from being able to walk forward and drop the Runic Bomb. Range, not all that crazy on the bomb anyway. Nil hovering around the corner. Okay. Taking him out, and a damage from Worst Turtle. How has this happened? Fire Giant given to the Yomi Tanuki, though. Nil not given the chance, or took the chance, fell just a bit short. And the ebbs and flows of game 2. Ridiculous fight from the Valkyries. Now flipped right around on a nice mid-fight from the Tanuki.
I'd be a little nervous as well if I were the Tanuki. Looking at it, seeing that it was confirmed essentially just by an auto, the Telkine's ring damage coming out from Shinigami, not from anything that was big and bursty and controllable. If Nil was maybe a little more well-timed there, we're talking a very different game, at least game state that we're looking at. So the Tanuki in a really comfortable spot. Not as comfortable as last time, right? Last time we're 20 minutes in. You're talking 15,000 gold, a fire giant. That's the second one you've gotten in the game, and you've already knocked down the majority of the towers. You still have an exposed Phoenix right now to work on if you really want to. Pressure on right could be nice, but your minion wave is pushed up to your tier 1. It's not going to be going too well for you. Also interesting to see Nil going for this without the Bastions. Again, it's maybe scaling, not as big a deal, but 15% mitigation per Bastion there.
Yep.
Just take them out. Maybe makes it a little clearer. Doesn't seem like they're going to have too much problem after you get a little bit of assistance from Morchi, so they do group up. But now you're at the downside that some of these other towers, you're talking a gold lead that's going to just grow and grow and grow. And it's this tier 2 siege that the Tanuki are going to be able to start here and left and maybe over at mid if they want to. That is going to amass a little bit more of a comfort zone.
Man, that is a mean hook from Promise. Keeps Rotwin right in place for so long. You have to be careful here. There's a lot of damage for the Yomi Tanuki. Earthshaker off the mark once again from XD. Landfall onto 2 though. It's an Aegis from Ray Shadow that keeps the team out on the map just a bit longer. Massive pull from Nil, but doesn't matter. On a double from Shinigami. And the Tanuki, they have gone through it this game. So have the Valhalla Valkyries. They will not look for the end. Instead, will just grab the long lane Phoenix.
Man, but this burst has been insane. I mean, you mentioned it. Mean hook that comes down from Promise. Just to grab people. It's one of the biggest strengths that Maui is going to bring. And if you're hitting them consistently the way Promise has, I mean, we're talking from minute 1 now. It has just been very clean. They had 40 seconds without Ray Shadow, without Nil. Admittedly, stacked on that was like 10 seconds without Rotwin. Maybe a position. You're thinking of missed opportunities that they could have just gone in, potentially for the Titan. Instead, they get more gold. They're going to get a second Phoenix. They might get more kills.
Yeah, unfortunately with Athena taunt, when your team is like really up against it, you hate bringing people in towards you, right? That's what happens with Rotwin. Just a moment ago, that'll be mid-Phoenix gone. Yeah, 4-man taunt. Still probably feels pretty good for Rotwin if you're able to find one at this point, but you're going to need the burst damage to follow up. Yomi Tanuki have wrestled control back of game number 2 here. We're a double elimination tournament. So if the Valhalla Valkyries end up dropping here in game 2, will not be their tournament and SPL lives. Man, the weight of this tournament, heavy. I mean, talk about changing your life for a year. These players, you're in the SPL, salary, playing these games, that's your life, your job for a year. You're playing for a lot if you're these teams, and the Tanuki have really stepped up.
Outside of Worlds, this is the biggest change to your life tournament that can happen. Right? I mean, you're talking, for some of these guys, maybe showing up in the SEC, some maybe taking a break and seeing what happens, or getting a salary, having a job, moving to Georgia and playing consistently against the best of the best. And when we got to see it last year,
and hanging out with Gorma.
Well,
that's the prize in and of itself. It is.
Some
I
would
play
argue,
in this tournament.
And I'm one of those people.
No.
There are people that willingly hang out with me, and that blows my mind.
You're married.
Yeah,
someone
she
chose
that.
Someone chose it forever. It's wild. And the Valks, the Tanuki Gore, they're fighting for that opportunity right now. Tanuki in a more comfortable spot to advance through the upper bracket. The Valhalla Valkyries, they're going to need a miracle in game 2. You wonder if Rotwin has already made that miracle happen earlier to flip the game around. And then the fight in mid that just went a bit sideways. I want to point out for XD, alternate timeline picked up, one of my favorite items. Granted, it's like a 5 or 6 minute cooldown after you procced it, so you only get it every once in a while. But the Vulcan has just been getting jumped on constantly. That'll give XD another opportunity. Excavate! Oh, that was close yet again from Nil. Not a steal though. Fire Giant wears off, picked up, and a kill onto the solo laner. That just softens up the defense of the Valkyries. And only 1 Phoenix left to drop between the Tanuki and their first win of the weekend.
Very easy opportunity. Look, 40 seconds without Nil. You're not going to have to worry about him if you can get the fight going soon enough. You got the Fire Giant on 4 or on 5, and immediately you're running in. I think with Grave at 8 and 2, you have a lot of damage capabilities. I'm keeping my eyes specifically on Promise for a pull.
And you might not even need the right side, Phoenix. Just one more fight, and Ray Shadow on the other end of an Aegis is death. It's a killing spree for XD, and it's an Earthshaker down onto the Titan. The assistance from the Titan enough, and here's your alternate timeline as XD is back on the map and might actually get a kill on a double from Shinigami. And that'll give a game 2 and a set 1 win to the Yomi Tanuki.
I'd give that item a lot of hell last year because there were so many times where we saw an alternate timeline get procced and then they just killed you again. But seeing it come back, get more damage, I mean, they invested so much to kill a Vulcan that wasn't going to die in the moment. They jumped deep in there, tried to get rid of XD, maybe trying to get rid of some of the damage, but he'd already dropped the ult, had dropped a Magma Bomb already. He knew only, like, really at that point is a backfire left. And so a heavy investment into that. Unfortunately, he just comes back and does it again. And I think that feels really solid for them. The overarching theme I got from this is that, you know, as Mifflin was maybe talking on the desk, not having that ranged physical damage, depending on where your thoughts are on Hunters, definitely seemed like it was lacking a little bit there. They had to get really close in for all of their engagements. And while that one was way cleaner from the Valkyries, I do think that maybe you have to kind of bring that to the forefront of the light, look at the books, maybe watch the tape back before you play again, I believe, tomorrow, and see where you can go.
To get a little time. Speaking of books, I love at the end of this game, Promise immediately takes out the pen, the notebook comes out, and we're jotting down notes about something. Look, we've made predictions as far as who we expect to advance and where we would put our money if we were able to. There's teams who are in here with kind of a scrappy, something to prove, almost chip on their shoulder. I think that's where I'd put this Yomi Tanuki team, and that's a threatening team to play against. Grave, my MVP for game number 2 here, personally, had a hell of a set and a great way to start off the weekend. In the SPL promotional tournament, Yomi Tanuki, they get it done, 2-0. That's it for Gore and I on the desk. We'll break this one down.
For our first match of the weekend, or I should really say starting of the weekend, moving through, it is going to be the Yomi Tanuki 2-0 up against the Valhalla Valkyries. And what felt like an extreme roller coaster of a mid-game there, Mifflin, because you look at the start of that game, it's again, Yomi Tanuki finding themselves with a really powerful lead, getting things going. And then one single team fight, one massive play by Rotwin sets up the Valkyries for a potential immediate comeback. A 4-man taunt to the Gold Fury leads to a 4-man wipe after. And then the very next team fight after, they're chasing XD, who's already like 0-3 by that point, under Tier 1 Tower. And the Valkyries lose that fight for the Yomi Tanuki to climb themselves back in and then eventually carry that momentum back for themselves to take game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, take it all the way back, right? You got to talk about Ray Shadow's performance out of mid. Actually got the better end of XD a multitude of times. I believe it was 2 solo kills, tower diving this Vulcan. Very clean, especially considering the state of the game that he had decided to start making those plays in. Ray Shadow's duo lane was already starting to struggle. Yomi Tanuki, I believe, were off to a 2-0 start. You're thinking, oh no, is it happening again? Are we going to get outscaled and dominated in the early game? Ray Shadow says, absolutely not. I'm going to try and make something happen on my own. Actually established a pretty nice lead for his team through the mid lane. XD struggling to keep up in that regard. Otherwise, it was Yomi Tanuki getting back to their standards. Grave outmaneuvering, worst turtle on the map, getting involved on both side lanes consistently, getting active around that duo. But you're right to bring up that 4-man taunt. From there, I thought to myself, 4-man taunt, 4-man wipe, head back to base, grab some objectives, put your gold back to even. You're feeling pretty decent about it. But it was an overstay for the Valhalla Valkyries approaching that Tier 2 tower and giving Yomi Tanuki essentially manufactured 1v5s over and over, where they pick one, chase out, immediately afterward try and catch Warchi. Warchi uses his beads a little bit too early, not only losing his life, but his defensive relic, which opens the door for Yomi Tanuki to go ahead and move themselves over towards that Fire Giant. This one was just execution diff. I really did not like, in particular, the selections from Warchi. He is a ADC player and has been for an incredibly long time. This guy likes Hunters, at least so far as I could tell over the last decade of watching his stream, but wouldn't play them here today. And it felt like the Naja really struggled to get active. The Kamazats as well just wasn't quite able to be that threat in the back line. If you were going to let one Magical Hunter through regardless, and it seems like that was the strategy for the Vows, decided to ban 3 Magical Hunters in first and 3 on both second and first pick, why let the Chronos through? If you're going to put an Assassin in that lane, why not let the Magical Hunters through that are a little bit easier to kill? I'm not saying let Soul. Disapparate's hard to deal with, And Freya's got great late game scaling, but Oleron, much easier to dive. Freya, much easier to dive. If you're going to put emphasis on that lane, if you're going to put an assassin in that lane every time, I think you'd have been better suited putting a magical hunter against you that you actually had some sort of way to kill.
I mean, it also feels like if you're going to let one through, I mean, why give it to the enemy team at that point? Take the Chronos for your mid laner. I'm not sure maybe what the call was on there, but the Yomi Tanuki are able to find themselves the victory in set number 1 of the day, and we've got them standing by for a post-game interview with Dave.
That's right. It's Promise support for the Yomi Tanuki here with me. Big Mifflin, big fan of yours. Immediately after that game, too, I saw the pen come out, the notebook came out. What could you possibly have to take notes on after a game like that? Feels like you guys kind of steamrolled your opponents, or do you still feel like there's stuff to learn after a set like that?
No, like 100%. It's not just about this team, like, because I know we're 9th seeded, but we don't view ourselves that way. Like, I'm genuinely here to win, and we've been VOD reviewing every day for the past, like, 2 months. I've been doing a lot of alone VOD reviewing as well, working on my shot calling, and we're definitely going to watch this game back just to, because it's not about what they even do right or wrong. It's just about putting ourselves into their perspective and see how we could have played it from their position with their comp as well. And there's just a lot to learn from, and I can't wait to see the other sets that go on as well, because I know I'm going to learn a lot from like what they draft as well, because we're kind of in the dark in that we haven't scrimmed too many teams. So
that's maybe one of the best mindsets I've heard coming into an event like this. That's very impressive to hear. Grave standout performance, I think, in game number 2 there. Maybe you can speak to this for him personally, maybe the team in general. Do you feel like this team, you mentioned it, 9th seed, has something to prove? Do you think there's a chip on the shoulder and the mindset with the Yomi Tanuki, maybe Grave specifically, and the rest of the team?
I mean, we definitely have something to prove, but at the end, like, I don't know how much I care about the other people's opinions. Like, it's been like this for a lot, and we know who we can beat, and a lot of teams know that we've been beating them too. Not even with this roster, but the core of this roster. So I don't really care if I have to prove myself or not. And
it's a scary team. Promise, it was a great way for you guys to start off your week, I guess, technically. 2-0 start. Excited to see what you guys get done. Best of luck in your future matches. Back to the desk to wrap this one up.
Very different mindset than what we're used to seeing from some teams out here. They're like, you know, we're just coming out here. We're gonna play our game. We're gonna do our best. You know, if we win, we win. If we don't, we don't. But coming out here as the 9th seed, saying that, you know, from Promise, they don't see themselves the 9th seed, but also just we're still taking notes. You know, even if our wins are 24, 25-minute stomps, we still have stuff to improve on. All the personal VOD review he said he's been doing, the VOD review as a team. And again, to highlight with this squad, Mifflin, this was not the mid laner they had signed up to come to this event with. This is a sub mid laner coming in, XD, in place of Spreen. And this team is looking pretty strong for the quote-unquote 9th seed team.
Yeah, I am a massive Promise fan now. I mean, legitimately. I will speak earnestly for a moment. One of my least favorite things to hear from competitors when they come out to events like this is, yeah, we're just having fun. We just showed up, you know, free trip, little vacation. We're gonna go out there. We're gonna have a good time. No, I don't. Why? Why would you ever say that? Promise came up and said, look, we may not be a favorite, but we are going to be trying to win regardless. That is our entire goal. Try and win and improve. That is a true competitor's mindset, and honestly, a great look for the guy.
Well, with that one, the Yomi Tanuki do get to continue moving on in the winner's bracket. We got our second match of the day coming up next. It's going to be the Aru Scorpions and the Athenian Sages. So stick around. We'll be back in just a few.
get suited up. I'ma take you out. Girl, get suited up. I'ma take you out. We can ride around, just the two of us. You my twin flame, ain't no doubt about it. We be two in love. From me, your club, I ain't pulling out. I'ma shoot it up. Cause you the one. Shawty, you the one. Yeah, you the one that's working for it. You the one that curved them for me. You the one that's searching for me. You the one that's hurting for me. You the one that deserve it from me. You the one that's perfect for me. Yeah, she a little freak. Yeah, she only do it for me. Yeah, yeah. What you don't know, girl? You know that I'm willing to teach. Yeah, yeah. Reaching your peak. Yeah, you know I'm the one with that reach. You know that. Yeah, loving your body. Yeah, loving your body.
Baby,
yeah,
let's get suited up. Got you some money, got you marine. She giving me streams, I dive in the stream. With a king, then you riding with me. Two-door coupe, red guts for the seats. Move like a sleaze man, racking up peas. She on a wine and dine and ting. She on a pristine jewel diamond ring. I'm on a big man flex, no arm out. Hermes bracelet, bringing the charms out. She got a fresh blowout with the part out. This type shit make you eat your heart out. So eat it up. After this bill, I'ma beat it up. You was suited up, now you suited down. When that ass move around, yeah, it's heating up. My twin flame. I can't picture you with nobody else, that slim frame. Girl, you my Savannah, yeah, I'll be a King James. Let's get it. And you been down so long, we gon' buy nicknames. So get suited up like we courtside at the next game.
Yeah, you the one that's working for it. You the one that curved them for me. You the one that's searching for me. You the one that's hurting for me. You the one that deserve it from me. You the one that's perfect for me. Yeah, she a little freak. Yeah, she only do it for me. Yeah, yeah. What you don't know, girl? You know that I'm willing to teach. Yeah, yeah. Reaching your peak. Yeah, you know I'm the one with that reach. You know that. Yeah, loving your body. Yeah, loving your body. Yeah, yeah. Loving your body. Yeah, yeah. You know you got it. Yeah, yeah. Getting excited, feeling erotic. She a little thotty for me. Ay. She only do it for me. Told her this ain't for free. Look what you did to the sheets. She said I'm going too deep. Girl, I'ma put you to sleep, make you addicted. Me, know I'm a king when I'm in the east. Made you my queen, I'm playing for keeps. Ay, we used to in the G, that's when the was cheap. And took you to Telly's, eating at delis. We used to ride out to Philly. I'ma take you out, we can ride around, just the two of us. You my twin flame, ain't no doubt about it. We be so in love. From me, your club, I ain't pulling out, I'ma shoot it up. Cause you the one, shawty, you the one. Yeah, you the one that's working for it. You the one that curved them for me. You the one that's searching for me. You the one that's hurting for me. You the one that deserve it from me. You the one that's perfect for me. Yeah, she a little freak. Yeah, she only do it for me. Yeah, yeah. What you don't know, girl? You know that I'm willing to teach. Yeah, yeah. Reaching your peak. Yeah, you know I'm the one with that reach. You know that. Yeah, loving your body. Yeah, loving your body. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, wondering how much Surtur we're going to get to see this year here in Season 10 of the SPL during Year 10 of Smite. As mentioned earlier, we've got 6 teams already guaranteed in the Smite Pro League. And at the end of the Smite Promotional Tournament, over the course of the rest of this week/weekend, we will add 2 more. 1 game already in the books. It's the Yomi Tanuki with a 2-0 start to their event. And a very impressive interview from Promise there about the mindset of that team. The Callan Wardens versus the Shivalba Storm, that'll be played a bit later on. And so up next, we're going to get to look at the Aru Scorpions versus the Athenian Sages. And a lot of great matchups early in the upper portion of this bracket, Gore. Yeah. Because, you know, as we've mentioned, Wargs, I think, the favorites, right, to advance. A lot of teams in the mix, really, for both spots. No spot guaranteed. Anything can happen. Tanuki versus Warg, suddenly a very, very exciting matchup. But everyone battling it out for those 2 spots, and everyone's got a shot.
And it's the same conversation we were having a couple of weeks ago where even the teams here that, let's say, don't qualify, right? Because even if we look at it and say, well, this is who we think, even if you ignore that, 2 teams of those 10 are going to qualify. The other 8 are all capable of playing upset and ruining somebody's tournament.
Yep.
And that's really, I think, the biggest strength. This is a very stacked bracket. And there's a lot of moments, I mean, you mentioned it when you look at some of the matchups tomorrow, when you look at some of the matchups even that we're about to see, suddenly it becomes this conversation, like, even losing 1 set, yes, it's double elim, but also kind of puts you on the cusp of elimination all of a sudden. Now you're having a different conversation about where you're going. And so I think that what we are looking at, like if I'm looking at the Tanuki, I didn't predict them when we predicted them, but I could see them very easily knocking out a lot of the top contenders, not just to give themselves a chance, but really to ruin some others.
Well, Gore, so much of this event is, again, as we've talked about, not only teams coming in who already have synergy built with one another, that's half the building blocks, teams that got and have and maintain a good grasp on the tournament meta here in year 10 of Smite. So important and such an advantage to find. Now, the Aru Scorpions, a team that only one of us, I think it was Trelly, who predicted them as the second team to go through. Maybe it was Mifflin. Mifflin may have had the Gladiators. At any rate, for a lot of us, Gore, I think that kind of next team in to one of the two SPL spots outside of our initial two predictions. This is a very, very talented roster who I think has a very realistic shot of making it into the SPL this year. It's Davey, it's Preds, Streak Up, Sarpe, Kana, and Kara McHale as their coach. Gore, I think Kana draws a lot of praise from this team. We saw Kana on the world stage.
Yep.
We saw Kana do some great things on that stage and might spearhead the efforts here for the Aru Scorpions.
Kana had a fantastic year last year, and while the Ravens themselves didn't maybe have the best, I want to say like win-loss throughout the entirety of the year, Kana almost always had phenomenal performances. When you start to stack that up, then with the fact that Kana had a great performance as Worlds, as you had mentioned, but even more so, was being talked about. When you were looking and seeing some of these teams that are looking for a solo laner in the SPL now that are guaranteed in the top 6, Kana was in that conversation. Again, I mentioned it a couple weeks ago, but Hazer's video specifically, interviewing, talking to Vin, talking to Barra, kind of getting the ideas like where the team was. And they were very happy to have Haddix back. They were saying that if they hadn't had Haddix, they were talking a lot about Kana because of the performance that he was able to have. So you have that level of talent. Not just in Kana, I think you also have that in Sarpe. I think you also have that, as he had mentioned, in Preds, Davey, and Streak Up. You have a team that, in my mind, is very capable of pushing themselves above and beyond. And I think they're going to end up giving the Sages here a run for their money. Just because of the talent that this team brings into it as individual players, but also just as a team and as a unit. The amount that they have played together, I think, is going to really help out.
This is, yet again, an incredibly talented duo lane. I talked on our cast, Gore, about how excited I am to watch the duo lanes unfold over the course of this weekend, because there are some of the most talented pairings in a lot of the roles that we're going to watch here this weekend. Of course, very talented players across the board, but I'm excited to see how the duos unfold, especially with how important early levels are. We see a lot of level 3 ganks from junglers over on that side of the map. So how Davey and Preds do under the pressure that short fuse of the Athenian Sages is going to apply to them, wildly important. But agreed, I think Kana draws the spotlight here, and Kana's got something to say about how this Aru Scorpions team progresses forward. A very realistic shot at making it into the SPL.
It does bring up a lot of interesting points, because I think we highlighted a lot of duo lane, not just because of the talent that they have, but also I think the presence on the map that they provide right now. But Mifflin keeps saying jungle carry meta. I think Sarpe is going to be a big talking point. You had mentioned short fuse as well. Both of them, I think, a really, really big contentious matchup for them. Kana is in one of those awkward positions where you can do a lot as a solo laner. You can provide so much for your team, but you do still need some others to step up. I think Sarpe and Davey are the ones that, appropriately to keep your eyes on.
We'll go on the flip side. Remikami then has a difficult matchup over in solo lane. That's the Athenian Sages solo laner. And the Sages, Gore, I'm excited. We got to ban the word excited, because it's how I feel about every team here this weekend.
It's up there with curious.
Curious, right. I'm invested in this Athenian Sages team, not only for an SPL spot, because I think that's within reach for this team, but how they do over the course of the year. Because this is a team, again, Remikami over in solo. It's short fuse out of the jungle. Jengaru over in mid. Incredibly talented player. Say it once, I'll say it again. A duo lane that should draw a lot of attention. Privative, one of my favorite SEC supports to watch. Alongside Wowie, who's a veteran talent from SPL years of past, including last year. A prove-it year, as we've talked about for Wowie. A prove-it tournament for Wowie. And a prove-it tournament for the rest of the Sages team as well.
I think, and the way you approach it, because if you look at Remikami, you look at Short Fuse, you look at Jengaru, all three of them have actually had some really stellar performances. In fact, Jengaru has had some really stellar land performances as well throughout the last year. Good moments for these players. Short Fuse has a lot of pressure on them just because of the way the meta and the map is played right now. But I think all three of them are not necessarily, you know, the immediate leaders of this team. They're important players, but they are not the immediate leaders. You look at Privative, who, as you had mentioned, not only one of your favorites to watch in the SCC, but I think one of the most experienced SCC supports that you're going to be able to have. Also, just a really nice person, so I always enjoy seeing Priv and things like that. But I really do think that as a play, and as play styles go, Priv's going to be really helpful for a lot of this team, keeping the Sage's name. Found a lot of success last year after a very rough start. But when you mention Wowie, I mean, you got to talk about it, right? Because you mentioned the fact that it is a year-long veteran of the SPL, has been in it for several seasons, and then spent a season in Season 7, I believe. Not there, Season 8, sorry. And then Season 9 had to join up with a roster and in the play-ins, again, qualify, showcase that he deserved to be there. And I remember the interview afterward when we were asking everybody, hey, how does it feel? You're going to the SPL. And for him, it's how do you feel you're going back? He goes, I don't even know I was gone in the first place. And then, unfortunately for him, that statement maybe didn't age that well, considering the year that they ended up having. Right. Now you find yourself in the same position. You have to prove it for yourself. And I think for kind of your tenure, what you've been able to bring. But I think when it comes down to it, Short Fuse is an important player. Wowie and Privative are going to be the big leaders in my eyes. One from veteranship, both maybe from veteranship, but different perspectives. And one, of course, is like an in-game leader, kind of guiding light for them. I think that they're going to be very important for this game and for this team's success.
Got to be, especially through the course of a weekend where the likelihood of having some ups and some downs, right, is pretty high. I'm hard-pressed to see a team that fully sweeps every single set they play all weekend long. You're going to have some best-of-5s for those qualification matches. I mean, it's a grueling weekend of Smite, and that's where you need the cooler heads to prevail and propel your team forward in some of those moments. Luckily for, maybe not luckily, actually the opposite of luckily for Wowie, you know, the conversation around the Hunter role has been, there's some room for it to grow.
Yeah.
And so the weight then starts to shift to some of the other roles, Gore, and of course the jungle matchup is one we're going to talk about all week long. Grave, stellar performance in our first set of the day, goes 7-1 on Pele early. That just rolls the Tanuki into the mid game in our first set. Short Fuse versus Sarpe, some names that you should be familiar with if you've been following along with the SEC. These are two very talented players, Gore, and it's, I don't think, such a clear divide in the jungle. I think this could be a battle throughout the second set.
Yeah, I actually think this might be one of the closer jungle matchups. Honestly, I was thinking something similar. You know, when you looked at Grave and Worst Turtle in the last matchup, Worst Turtle didn't really get to get a lot of hands-on experience in game number 1. Game 2 was a lot more impactful. I think we're expecting something, or at least I'm expecting these junglers to try and get hands-on as early as possible, right? We're talking early ganks to solo lane, early ganks in duo, which have been very popular, and honestly for good reason. Getting the shield buff being important, that extra farm from the neutral camp that's over on that side of the map, potentially getting kills if you're able to find the pressure. When you talk about the carries, when we've seen a lot of these magical carries at really the forefront of the meta so far, a few of them have a lot of safety mechanisms. Some of them are much easier to kill sub-level 5, though, than they are post-level 5. So if I'm looking at, if I'm Short Fuse or Sarpe, depending on how this, you know, initial picks and bans go, if I see like a Soul over there, an Olarun over there, a Chronos over there, like anybody that's going to feel pretty easy to gank sub-level 5, I'm starting to think, okay, how can I make Davey or Wowie's life just a living hell for the first few minutes? How can I set them back, whether it's 1 kill, 2 kills, things like that, or just stripping away their farm? I think that left side focus of the map in the first 5 minutes is probably going to be really important.
Yeah, of course, coaching battles, I've mentioned Kerr McHale for the Scorpions, Teepers, head coach of the Athenian Sages. And the coaches, Gore, I mean, you know, they'll have an interesting role over the course of this weekend insofar as the sense, if you're doing a lot of the theorizing and the strategizing with picks and bans for your team, right, and you're super early into the year here in year 10 of Smite, season 10 of the SPL. One set in, we already have 2 completely different identities between the Valhalla Valkyries and the Yomi Tanuki as far as priority. We saw crazy ADC priority for the Valks and their AD carry and War G there in our first set. And so you almost see a little personality from these teams roll through in a couple of these first matchups. Of course, we talk about tournament meta, right, and what unfolds over the course of the weekend as new theories and new strategies begin to emerge. And that's something maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday will be just a bit more apparent. Let's roll into P's and B's for game number 1 of our second best of 3 of the day. It's the Sages and the Scorpions, 2 teams. Remember, these are higher seeded matchups in kind of that next tier of the bracket between the Scorpions and the Sages, and a massive advantage as far as shortening your road to the SPL if you're able to grab a win here. Support-centric bans for the Aru Scorpions. Do not want Privative being comfortable. Priv, one of the best support players we'll see here this weekend, won't be able to get it done on the Ymir, nor the Maui in game 1, nor the Emoja. Athena comes to mind. Something Priv and Pred's both very solid on. Only one of the teams, though, has first pick, and there's a lot to prioritize throughout the rest of the draft.
It was fun. Yesterday, Mike was actually doing, PBM specifically, was doing predictions and like tier lists based on what he thought the meta this weekend was going to be. And watching a lot of the support talk was very interesting to me. But I think Athena, specifically for Privative, it deserves to be high up on that list. And it's honestly not going to be a surprise if it gets locked in. Might not need to be locked in the top 2, though. But it is someone that I think the Sages have looked good with in the past. Also, it's just straight up their namesake, right, when it comes down to it. I think there's also a lot of opportunities. It's really interesting because we saw a lot of last set we got Yemoja, we got Maui, we got Athena. Those were the only 3 we got to see. I think Ymir, granted banned, but still a really important factor. Terra,
we will overrun our
I think in this map and the way that things are played right now, I think is a huge bonus, just because very similar strengths to what we've seen for her in the past, right? Really good team fight, good stuns, good sustain, things like that. But in the middle of this jungle where there's a lot of narrow corridors, it's very easy to catch people with those stuns. I really like that pickup for the Sages. Also has some flexibility. We've seen it technically in the past go towards the solo lane. Is more than capable of doing that, but wherever she goes, she's going to bring a lot of strength to this.
Yeah, she's not terrible for the Athenian Sages in game number 1.
It wasn't until you gave me the smile and wink that I was like, I was just highlighting why she was good. That's really, it's maybe not how I would have carried on the conversation. Then I got you. I picked it up.
We're getting it. We're in mid-season form, Gorm. We're 2 sets in. We assume then the duo lane of the Athenian Sages locked in as Ishtar and Terra. That's right. I've got you now. I've got you on the hook. Privative and Wowie getting early priority in their pick ban phase. Freya Gore continues the conversation around magical AD carries. You've got Kepri to maybe stabilize things for you, especially at level 5. Get a couple of those rings online. And then Tiamat. We saw 2 games of Tiamat in our first set. Running it back, apparently pretty high on the priority list for the teams hoping to qualify into the SPL.
What I really like, and what I'm excited to watch here for the Sages, is bringing in the Ishtar, right? We were talking about it a little bit last time. We saw a lot of Chronos, a lot of bans focused on those magical carries. With Oleron already gone, Freya picked up. There were actually still other options for the Sages to go to maybe match that pace, but Freya, the early game as of late, there was a buff, halfway through last year that really picked up her pace early on. Since then has kind of become a cold-blooded killer very, very early. I think Ishtar, no matter where your thoughts are on the Hunters right now in this meta, still has really good clear, right, with the lob autos. Still has a really nice fighting ultimate, whether it's in one-on-ones or in a team fight. And so I think that the Sages picking something up that gives them the opportunity to fight is going to be great. The downside is that with Kepri over there, it's become a lot more difficult for any of your carries to have that level of performance, especially against someone like a Freya who's already pretty safe, Tiamat who's already pretty safe, Guan Yu who's now providing healing, Thor who's pretty safe. Like, they're going to survive a lot of these fights for the Scorpions. So you have to apply even more pressure if you're the Sages to make sure someone stays down.
Indeed. Guan Yu, I love it for Kana. Should feel fine in lane, but what we've seen Guan Yu's do in team fights feels like it funnels right into Kana's play style. And that is the conversation we've had, not only on the Smite promotion tournament waiting room, the one-stop shop for all things Smite promotion tournament, but now already on the desk here today.
I'm going to have to figure out a new tagline.
No, we're not. We're not really. It's a perfect tagline because it really is your one-stop shop for everything Smite Pro League.
Except for the website and anything else like the Twitter.
Yeah, see, that's where you add in your own special flair. But with Kana specifically, we know what Kana's capable of, and that's why we've talked about it so much. But do not sleep on the rest of this Aru Scorpions team between Davey, Pred, Streak Up, and Sarpei.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talent that feels like it's ready to take that next step up into the SPL. This is going to be a very telling set because the Scorpions have drawn a lot of attention, right? The caster predictions go out. Only one of us have predicted them in one of the top 2 spots, and then conversation starts to brew. You know, Scorpions should have been in, and I love that type of conversation and discourse. And so the Scorpions, a team where not only they, but a lot of fans feel like have a really, really good shot at making it through.
And I think it has to be said, even like retroactively, but like with the way that the EU SCC teams and those players performed in the run-up to Worlds, not only in their own tournament, but then in the qualifiers for Worlds, and then actually at the World stage. I mean, you were talking about a bunch of players, a bunch of talent that has a lot of opportunity to prove itself, and I think this is the best proving grounds. I mean, that's literally what this is, but with the way the promo tournament has gone, again, with the way that their team is shaped, it feels like a very solid late game carry Scorpions here. I think even early on, you're going to be able to get into the fray, get into the mix, but I think that you're starting off okay and growing into fantastic as the game goes on. The longer it goes, the harder you hit.
I think in Sarpei's Thor always impresses
Good
me.
Thor.
Great Thor for the RU Scorpions. Yeah, but the Sages team also really, really good as well. These are the types of matchups that you get later into the tournament, even though we're literally in day 1. But these are the types of matchups you expect, you know, for the chance to go to a qualifying game, right? These are the 2 teams you expect to be about that spot or about that far into the tournament a bit later on. Unfortunately, one's going to drop down to the lower bracket after this best of 3. But Gore, Wowie, and Priv, they draw priority in this draft. They get Terra, they get Ishtar for themselves. Have to imagine that's a dual lane that they've scrimmed on a lot together and they've strategized. Should be able to get pressure and precedence early on around those buffs.
I think that those two, and you know, mentioned going into this, they're a huge deal, I think, for this team's success, period. But I think they get themselves on solid picks. It's going to be, you know, fun to watch how they really shake out, right? Ishtar, what are you going to be able to do? We've already seen one team completely forego a lot of these physical carries, so will this Ishtar be able to live up to it?
Right.
Personally, already thinking yes. I think Terra, in this meta, Terra with her abilities in this jungle are going to be able to really eat well, right? I think there's a lot of narrow corridors that you're going to catch people out. You're going to be able to get a 2-man stun, and then suddenly with a Yu Huang behind you, with an Ishtar behind you, I mean, you're talking deaths, and it's just going to create an alleyway of demise for the Scorpions. And you also, this one's something that you can't glance over, have the execute from the Achilles, a multi-execute if you can do it right, to stop that Khepri, to go through that ultimate and cause some trouble. I think the Sages are definitely looking for a fight.
Gore, it's a matchup that's anticipated and could, in theory, be later on in the tournament, but it's happening right now. It's the Scorpions, it's the Sage, and it's game 1 with J-Mac in Trelly.
Thank you so much. Our second game of the promotional tournament for the Smite Pro League, and it's the Scorpions and the Sages facing off. J-Mac joined by Trelly and Doug will be observing for us in this game as we jump right in. And I think going back, Trelly, all the way towards our talk about these teams, a couple of weeks ago when we were sitting around at the round table discussing them, feels like a lot of weight for these teams were kind of put maybe over towards the dual lane. Privative and Wowie. Privative has always kind of been an innovator in that support role for the squads that he has been on. Wowie, some SPL talent for this Athenian Sages team. Going against some of the best over from the EU SCC. I mean, Preds and Davey, definitely no slouches in their own regard.
Yeah, we've had a lot of conversation, I mean, about the dual lane. Considering matchups like this, I put a lot of stock in the RU Scorpions. I think a team, notably, that understood the meta of last season very well. Now, how much of that carries over to this season is the question, right? They could have done zero homework, have no idea what's going on, and just look foolish. Looking at their draft so far, that's not what I'm seeing. The Tiamat, extremely powerful right now in the mid lane. I think the itemization that you can go towards on a mage with this many abilities suits very well. The magical ADCs, Freya, has a great time right now in this current meta. The one thing I'm looking at the moment is the fact that Khepri's not going to bring too much pressure to this Freya early on, but you're playing for anyways, so it should be just fine.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, I think, feisty duo lane, at least to see. Once we see maybe if these junglers start coming around as well, because in our first set, it was the junglers making their rotations over. Grave was going over to the dual lane almost by level 2, level 3, to try and get things going. So we'll see if maybe Sarpei or Short Fuse make a rotation towards that side of the map as well, and really try and get the ball rolling early for either of these teams out there. But I think more important for these two teams specifically compared to maybe even all of the other teams that are competing out this weekend, is that these are players that have been playing together for a while. I mean, you look at Primitive, Jangaru, Short Fuse, that squad of the stage has been sticking together for quite some time. Wowie slotting in for Renjar, who was the hunter of that Sage's team. And the Aru Scorpions on the opposite end. Streak Up, Sarpei, Preds. I mean, these are all players that have been together for a good bit of time, even in Season 8, Season 9, compared to some of these other teams out here who are kind of just hodgepodging their squad together this year.
That's a good word. I like the hodgepodge.
Hodgepodging.
Yeah, that's a nice one. And I think because of the fact that they've been playing together so long, you've got to look towards the jungler. We've talked to Mifflin a lot about jungle-centric meta. Sarpei has a lot of weight on those shoulders, right? You got to make sure those ults are landing. I think Season 10 brings a lot of that pressure because you don't know, hey, jungler's gone for a second. Are they at their second speed buff? Are they going for a cringe gank at duo? Are they looking to try and pull something cheeky over in solo lane? There's a ton of options to be had, and it really just depends on where you're allocating that pressure. Yu Huang is going to bring that same level of early pressure, so you got to watch out to make sure those roots are connecting. I think Dow Cultivation, one of the strongest pre-ultimate abilities you can really get if you're looking for a fight in that mid lane. So I imagine Sarpei sitting around to level 5. Same sort of plan with Streak Up, though. I mean, if you're going towards that tablet, you want that true damage online. You're not looking to scrap too early.
Yeah, I think once we see that Tablet of Destinies really slot itself for some of these mid laners, we'll really see that damage start to fly through, especially depending on what some of the build pathing goes. We've been seeing a lot of Book of Thoth into the tablet. Maybe you get a Soul Reaver, but then it feels like you kind of push yourself away from maybe some more essential stats, things like Pen or maybe even Sustain in that regard. So I'm curious to see where those mage builds will start to develop over the course of this weekend, kind of how the meta of the weekend will develop. Because look back in game number 1, or set number 1 of our day, there's a lot of magical hunter bans. I mean, the Valkyries banned away 3, only let the Chronos through. This time, we only see 1 band, and it's the Freya who gets through. So far for the dual lane, hasn't worked out well for the Freya, but we know how Freya typically struggles at least until that first item comes online.
Yeah, and the Conduit Gem is going to help with the clear. It looks like Freya trying to go for a bit of a steal here, possibly pulling it even in a tower, just to make sure some extra damage comes through, and that will be the call. So Davy's going to get access to that purple buff. But again, I'm waiting for 5. I mean, once Short Fuse and Sarpei get active, and they get those ultimates, you think there could be some sparks flying on those side lanes in particular. Not too much opportunity to kill a Tiamat or a Yu Huang. I think, you know, the mid lane is so short. You can really be clearing halfway up the lane and then use one escape ability and you're already under tower. Doesn't seem like too much burst damage is going to be coming through just yet. Looking at starter items as well, I was curious if the Sigil was going to be sort of flavor of the month, or is it going to be something that both solo laners sort of lean to, but at the moment it just seems like Kana wants to go towards that Sigil, whereas Ramakami's fine with just that axe, trying to go probably just sundering later on, get some extra damage online. The poke to start the fights really does start to add up, and you're dealing with Guan Yu in lane, you're going to need some extra sustain in your kit.
Well, 5s are on the board for a few players. Sarpei probably the most notable of them, with that Anvil of Dawn having access to it, but feels like we might be waiting until he goes back to base, maybe picks up that first full item. Jotun's Wrath typically has been that call for the junglers in that first slot. We do see it for Short Fuse already, who can make his rotation back through the jungle and try and get things going for his team. But unlike our first set, where it was dual lane ganks by level 2, level 3, and getting first blood in those first couple of minutes, it's been a quiet 4 minutes of play so far. No real scrapping. Closest that we've seen to it was over by those left side mid camps where Short Fuse walked over and took him away from Sarpei, but haven't seen anything else since, aside from just, well, typical solo lane boxing up against each other and accomplishing nothing.
Yeah, and this is sort of what I expected, again, when you're going towards these later stacking mid lane builds. And I like what Streakup did because, as you said, usually it's been Book of Thoth into the tablet, but I think if you're playing passive, you get the Book of Thoth stacked up regardless. Tablet is really the item you want to try to get online a little bit earlier, especially if you're not going to fight. If you do want to fight, the flat pen is going to help you out a bit more if you stack up that Book of Thoth. But I think just starting to poke out, it is so difficult as a mid laner to juke out Tiamat's 2 every single time it's off cooldown. So you're going to be getting hit by that pretty much every single time. Maybe not the stun, but just the tick damage is all you really need to get those stacks rolling. Good invade attempt there by Ramakami. Does not want Kana spamming those abilities with extra mana in hand, and it looks like will be successful. Already level 7 in that solo lane, so we already mentioned the fact that the Khepri ult can be shut down by that execute, that fatal strike. Getting an Achilles ahead in lane is going to make that even easier.
He's really been bullying out Kana, stealing away that blue buff, as you mentioned there. Picking up the breastplate of regrowth. First item, a little bit of adjustments have come that way to the item in year 10. It's no longer just, you know, the extra movement speed that you used to get by healing yourself. Now, you get a little bit of extra damage with it on top of that. So it just feels like it's that much better. And plus having the extra defense on it now compared to what it did have, which was, I believe, just health and HP 5 and then the burst of speed. So really just a big buff over towards this item here in year 10.
Yeah, and now just completely useless information to this current matchup, but because Bacchus Chug now heals, you can go regrowth Bacchus support, and it's the most fun.
It's so silly.
It's the most fun you can have, just running around the map quickly, just chugging and then just flopping on carry, stacking up your cloaks, that sort of thing. Speaking of the cloaks, not going to see that from the supports just yet. We're just going to be the Gauntlet of Thebes start as per usual. That hasn't changed from the seasons of past, as well as the meditation, sustain. Still very powerful. The longer you can stay in lane and actually get your farm going, the more you'll get. Kana will use the ult there to confirm that cooldown buff. You're spamming heals, you're dashing through your target, you're going to be getting that horse back up pretty soon.
Yeah, it is a regrowth for both soul laners, so both with some extra mobility when those heals do come through, some extra damage as well. And Streak Up, we started up that tablet, hasn't been able to get the most stacks on it just yet, only a few to his name, but that's the level of poke that Thor combined with the Tiamat can now bring. Jangaru poked to about 40% HP from one ability from Streak Up and one combo from Sarpei afterwards. But 7 minutes in, we might see our first real fight. Wowie ults down for Dave. He's up in the sky as Sarpei dunks in, but misses Wowie. And the dash no good either. Now it's a 3v3 as Priv is rotated over. Sarpei revived by Preds, and that'll get him out of danger. But how long will it last? It seems that the Athenian Sages do not want to chase in. No blood spill, but quite a lot thrown out.
Yeah, a little bit off the mark there with the Anvil of Dawn. If that ult connects, you're probably getting beads from Wowie, but Wowie, good positioning, was able to stay a little bit further back, and also good pathing. You can see the telegraph of the gang as well. Davey goes into the Valkyrie's ult, just tries to get as much damage as possible. Wowie's like, I got a feeling people are showing up here, so I'm going to turn tail and run. Definitely the smart call. Take a look at the gold, relatively even, as you would expect. Not too much aggression throughout. Just going to be trying to get some relics down, ultimates flying, that sort of thing. But even damage numbers, you can tell. It was really just Rebekami who's poking out at the moment. Everyone else sort of sitting back, just fine, clearing their waves, stacking up their items, that sort of thing. And this has kind of been how most of your games are going to be going if you're not finding an early death. You know, if you find an early gank, hey, maybe we play through that lane. Maybe we go over towards duo side and say, hey, we got the first kill, we can play through it. But without that, you just keep sitting back until maybe Pyromancer spawns. That's really when you're starting to get aggressive.
I wonder if we'll see maybe some use out of the new shard relics that have been introduced into the game in some of these early fights. Still all of them off of cooldown aside from Wowie's, who used it during the previous fight in his little skirmish with Davey, but haven't seen really much use of them outside of that so far across the map. That Horn Shard feels like it's just such a potent one, giving you cooldown reduction. Every half second you get an additional half second off of all of your abilities except for your ultimate there. Feels like it could be impactful in one of these fights. Maybe a skirmish over these mid-Harpies. It seems they go the way of the Scorpions, but the Athenian Sages, they turn tail immediately.
Yeah, they're going to back it up. I think probably smart. Wowie, this is his play style. He always likes to stay back, doesn't really like to take these auto trades, especially up against a Telekind's Ring Freya. You're usually not winning that trade until you get crit online, and as soon as you say that, you look, Wowie's going towards crit immediately. Once that rage wants to get it stacked up, you assume rage. That's usually been the call here in Season 10. Trying to get as much crit online as quickly as possible. And that's exactly what rage brings, but we're starting to see the makings of a gank here. Beautiful wall catches out Davey. He could be in trouble.
He can't get past it. It does get broken by Priv, rooted in place. Short fuse has shown up, and that will force out the ult from Davey. He'll be able to get back to the Tier 1 tower, but losing out on his ultimate for that one, not the greatest feeling for a Freya, considering all ults are still up on the side of the Sages.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell Davey was very calm there, right? Noticed the wall, tried to walk through, goes, oh, I can't walk through this. Didn't panic, didn't beads, just went up into the ult, said, hey, I've got a Kepri here if I really need it. Not going to waste any relics, and unfortunately for short fuse, means it's a little bit hard to go for the gank, but here comes Sarpei, and he will get the beats. He blocked the dash too!
He teleported in with that one. Wowie will use the ultimate. It stuns two on the return fire pack. Sarpei having to use his beads, but what a great play by him. I mean, you highlighted it perfectly. Teleports in with the hammer to block the dash to get the wall, but unfortunately that's just not enough to take down Wowie on this Ishtar, a god that has been so prevalent in the meta. It feels like ever since her release in competitive play.
Yeah, if Brawler's beat stick is online, I'm saying Preds ult me, I'm diving this tower, but because the anti-heal wasn't there, a little bit too dangerous. Now Preds could be in a little bit of trouble here. Is getting body blocked, trying to find a way out the wall. Should be able to get this Khepri out of trouble, and it will. The Aru Scorpions get, I would say, the better of that trade. Wowie losing his beads is nice, but Sarpei had to use the beads there as well, so losing a little bit of safety on your jungler as well. To see if that does end up biting him, but at the moment, just going to be fine with making that Ishtar a little bit less safe in the duo lane.
We were talking about mids earlier, the introduction of Tablet and whatnot into their builds, and we saw Tablet into Book of Thought for Streak Up, as you were highlighting from that earlier on. Jangara seems to have foregone the Tablet maybe for the entirety of the game. Typically, if you pick it up, that's, what, first, second item. Well, now his second item is a Divine Ruin instead, going ahead and dealing with some of the healing and sustain on the side of the Scorpions between the Guan Yu and then what Davey is inevitably going to be having up into his kit for some of that lifesteal as well. So not going for the extra true damage, instead going for maybe some of the answer to this team fighting sustain.
Yeah, in Jangaru's favor, it is very difficult to slot in Tablet when you know you need Divine. I think that there's a lot of items you need right now in Season 10, and if you're getting anti-heal, you can always just replace that Tablet with a Soul Gem, and it looks like that's what Jangaru will do. And it just takes an early slot up, and you're like, hey, we're fighting a Guan Yu. We really need that anti-heal, so I'm just going to get it as soon as possible. So, looks like that's the call. Streak Up in a load of trouble. Uses the Aegis. Definitely going to fall down. First Blood going the way of Jangaru.
And in such a strange way. And now we might be seeing a returning Second Blood. Wowie on the better side of the wall. Sarpei cannot close out the kill. Instead, it might be Second Blood going the way of the Sages, but a revive brings him out, but it doesn't get him too far. Short Fuse walks up, pops the beads, and drops down the jungler. 2 kills for the Athenian Sages and a setup for the Gold Fury as well.
That's incredible that Wowie lived 100-0 ult from Thor with no beads, and now, as you said, the Fury is being looked at. Preds might try to go for a little bit of steal, but Davey is not even interested in that attempt. It's just going to...
And
he got it!
He did it. At this point,
you're not even surprised. You don't care.
It was another rising dawn.
You don't even care. The tick damage means nothing to you. You're so jaded by how many times we've seen that steal. You didn't even bat an eye.
I think that's the more surprising. It's not that it happened. It's that it keeps happening this consistently.
You can't fool me. You weren't surprised. I saw how chill you were.
With this god of all gods. Look, if it's like Terra, slamming the walls, that's 200 damage or something like that. This is Rising Dawn hitting for 20 damage, man.
You didn't even blink. You were like, yeah, of course.
I mean, another day in the office for Preds, man.
Preds walks up to the Gold Fury, 20 damage in hand. Of course he gets that Fury.
Why
wouldn't he? And that is going to help out the Aru Scorpions, because that was a couple bad omens in a row, right? Where Sarpei hits a beautiful ult onto Wowie, goes for the comp, hits it perfectly, hammer, stun, Berserker's Barrage, auto, and then he just gets out with 1 HP. Here comes Short Fuse to clean up. 2 kills right after Streak Up gets essentially 100-0 by Jangaru's Dueling Dragons. And then Pred says, stand back. I got this. And puts the Aru Scorpions back in the lead. And that is really going to help them out, trying to switch this into a late game build. Again, Streak Up not doing the most damage now. Check back in once that tablet's stacked up and the Book of Thoth is online.
And I wonder how this then translates once we start getting over to Fire Giant, because Fire Giant dances have passed. It's 3 small entry points. It's 1 at the top, 1 at the bottom, 1 in the middle. Well, now there's 4 entry points, and it's a full 360 around the Fire Giant that you can battle in. And when we were looking back at the Salt tournament that happened God, that feels like a month. Actually, I think it was about a month ago. Actually, that's how long it's been. My goodness. It felt like that was where a lot of problems arose, was these Fire Giant dances, teams being able to secure or leash the Fire Giant when the time comes. Well, the same thing has happened on the opposite side for the Gold Fury. It's a full 360 around this. A little bit harder to leash, maybe a little bit harder to zone out. So, curious how this now translates for the remainder of these teams as this tournament goes on.
Yep, Pyromancer will be started up, Streak Up, the only one keen to it at the moment, but Sarpei is in range, and here comes Kana. That's going to be the call for the Sages to immediately reset. and Preds will make sure that the Aru Scorpions have vision on this objective in the future. Sentry Ward down. But still some good poke. Jangaru doing plenty of damage here to Sarpé. You got to imagine the Scorpions want to run for the hills. But what the Sages do in the meantime, since they're not grouped, probably not another Pyromancer pull for the time being. Just playing this one safely. I do like that aggression though. They realize, hey, that's a Freya. We don't want to let that get online too quickly. Let's try and pull these objectives when we can. And right now, they're back towards that Pyro.
Davey taking a 1v1 on WoW in. Well, it's clear as day that Davey is going to be taking those once the autos actually do start to connect up against Wowie so far. Didn't go for the Rage, though, in that first slot for Wowie. Instead, went for that Demon Blade. Going to get a little bit of extra crit and attack, or a little bit of extra attack speed and movement speed once those crits do start landing through. I should say, pen and attack speed for him. My apologies there. Pyromancer, though, pick back up once more for the Aru Scorpions. Jangaru steps up first. He loses out on the beats instantly up in the sky to get himself away. But the Pyro pulled and immediately pulled away now as the Aru Scorpions, as too many have shown up from the Sages.
Yeah, you're going to be happy with getting the beads down, though. Jangaru's going to have to watch the skies. For now, anytime Sarpé goes up, could be trouble. Could be a beautiful ultimate trying to find an engage here, but because the Pyromancer is a little bit too dangerous for either one of these teams to try and pull, and that Oni Fury has not quite spawned back in, looks like they're going to be seeing a full-on reset for the time being. I talked about how it's hard to slot in Divine when you go for the tablet, and Shriek Up sees that as well, despite the fact that Priv has so much healing built into the Terra's kit. There's going to be a Soul Gem for Jangaru, and even the upgraded Meditation. We're not seeing that Divine, so I think a lot of anti-heal needs to be bought here for the Aru Scorpions. It's just Brawler's Beat Stick for now. They're going to have to really build into extra, and Pred sees that as well. That's why the Cursed Dog was upgraded immediately.
And you see it's highlighted there by Doug a moment ago. Lotus Sickle picked up by Privative. Has a little bit of a change from when it used to be the Lotus Crown, now moving over into the Ancient Blade Tree. Gives you some extra protection still, some health, CDR, and some movement speed now added in there. But you still get those protections whenever that heal does go through.
I thought it was that you couldn't wear it. That was the big change.
That you couldn't wear it?
Well, yeah, because you can wear the crown, but
right.
You can't wear the sickle.
I mean, you technically could wear it.
You wield it.
Well, you do wield it if you're using it as a weapon, but if you use it as an accessory piece, you're wearing it.
I suppose if it was like for cosplay.
Yeah, you're just having it. It's just a showpiece, is all it is.
Well, it's gonna bring a lot of different stats to the Athenian Sages team fight, no doubt about it. A battle of healing for sure. I mean, I think sustain is the name of the game for both of these teams, which then means anti-heal is something that's going to be very important. We already highlighted the Ankh. I assume Priv might be thinking about one as well for that Carapace Shard, but hasn't went back to base to get that second relic yet. Some good poke. Maybe the Whoop taking him out of the double tap, though.
Short Fuse will walk away. Pred's going to pull back Privative, and it's a fight over the shield buff that has gone over towards the Scorpions. Pull of the Oni Fury is 5 players on one team are here. The 5th of the Sages on his way. Privative in danger, blown up by Davey, but now it's Davey and Preds in danger. The execute connects Remakami. Strikes for the Athenian Sages, and now wants to get a little bit more, but Davey is batting away at Jangaru's health bar. He needs some help, and Short Fuse is there to deliver, but it's a double. Make that more for Sarpé, and a double even for the Soul Laner. Remakami, the only one standing for the Athenian Sages, but Shriga and Kana are going to be done with this battle, recognizing they cannot kill this Achilles.
I mean, Short Fuse and Remakami go massive there for the Athenian Sages. By all means, that should have been a free fight for the Aru Scorpions. Priv gets picked a little bit early, a little bit tankier than he maybe thought, and then the wraparound. Short Fuse comes around the Gold Fury, as well as Remakami says, hey, we don't care about Scarab's Blessing. I have an Execute. I have Fatal Strike. I'm going to make sure to put your team down. And you could tell that was the call. Davey's like, I'm going to go up into the Valkyrie's discretion. When I land, I'm going to be rezzed. He looks down, sees that his Kepri's dead. It's like, well, might as well do as much damage to Wowie as I can before I die. And by the way, it was a ton. That Freya got way too much damage off for how little HP he actually had to his name. So great fight there for the Aru Scorpions. They're not going to be able to grab that Oni Fury, but they get the better end of that trade. Still, though, Remakami goes massive for the team. Could have been a lot worse.
Athenian Sages lose 4 for 3 during the fight. Again, Streak Up and Kana the only ones to live at the end of that, but nothing else done beyond there. Oni Fury wasn't taken. Pyromancer, Fire Giant out of the question for the Scorpions after that team fight, so maybe not as bad as it could have been for the Sages because of the people they were able to take out during that fight. We see that just a little under a 2,000 gold lead for the Aru Scorpions 20 minutes in the game. And I mean, we look back at set number 1, and 20 minutes is about the time where we were seeing the teams kind of run it down at that point. You know, Fire Giant almost on their waist, or, you know, taking down towers. But it's been a much slower paced game here for game 1 of our second set of the day. And it really does kind of feel like that maybe clashing of the minds and kind of the play styles of these two regions. European style of play from the Aru Scorpions, maybe kind of forcing the Athenian Sages to answer to that same style.
It does seem to be the call. Wowie has spent a lot of time underneath that tier 1 tower. Can't really box up against the Freya. I mean, the Demon Blade helps, getting some extra crit chance, but really, you're not able to match that damage just yet. But the Pyromancer seems to be the call here for the Sages at least. Kana shows up with some extra movement speed and decides to put an end to that one. The Prophetic Cloak picked up in 3rd slot, I guess 2nd slot technically, but the tier 1 earring counts. So 3rd slot there for Kana. Already has 16 stacks. I'm curious how long it's going to take to find those magical stacks because you're just up against an Achilles. So I imagine Kana's going to be spamming heal and chasing down Jengaru and Priv pretty much for the rest of the game until you can get that evolved cloak and get even tankier on this Guan Yu. It's going to take a bit though. Until then, going to get that Oni Hunter's Guard for some more mitigations, that sort of thing. But both objectives are up. I mean, Oni Fury still ready to be grabbed at any point. Keep your eye on teleport. Kana doesn't have it, but Remakami can show up at any moment. So you got to imagine, wants to, you know, keep your eye on that Achilles. If Remakami's gone for a couple seconds, guys, could be towards that Fury. I'm on the way. That's got to be the mindset there for Kana.
I think Kana's actually already at max fizz stacks. I just watched him box up against Remakami for about 15 seconds.
He's got a lot of trying to find Jengaru and Priv.
Bro, he's got a lot of physical stacks, has that nice physical aura for his team, but unfortunately he hasn't been able to get too much of the magical in these team fights. Trying to get to Jengaru Privative to get those stacks. Maybe an option for Kana as we move back over towards the Oni Fury. Again, Remakami, the only one of his team not on this side of the map just yet. Does have teleport to be able to get towards the tower at least. Try and rejoin his team. Will do so, but the Oni Fury, pulled by the Scorpions, may just be a bait. Streak up. Lose out on the beads and a lot of damage to Dueling Dragons though. Don't fight anybody. It's Remakami to the backline to see if he can get this fight sparked up for his squad. Starpay in the sky, but the execute is on Preds. 1 down, but Starpay dunks on top of 2. But that's just to bail out himself and the rest of his team.
Streak Up took a lot of damage there at the front. I mean, Preds really died for his sins, and unfortunately with Fatal Strike, with Remakami present, that Scarab's Blessing is not going to matter. Beautiful fight, beautifully played by the Athenian Sages, and they will be able to grab this Oni Fury because Preds is not around to steal it once again. This Achilles has been showing up in a big way. Pretty much AFK farmed since the last Gold Fury fight, hit level 20, got that upgraded starter, and said, hey, I'm following around Khepri. You let me know who they're gonna try and res, and I'll be there for the execute. And now playing zone duty while the Pyromancer gets looked at, but actually it was Kana forcing out the ultimate from short fuse there, and still has the cavalry charge. Pyromancer's picked back up by the Scorpions.
Pyro taken by the Scorpions. So all that poking and prodding,
they didn't pick up the bomb,
has gone. Look, somebody's got to walk by and pick it up. You got to make sure you have an empty inventory slot, considering it was Davey on there.
Sarpay's got plenty of slots.
He didn't, so Sarpay or Kana is going to have to be the one to go pick up the runic bomb. Even Preds can't do it. Oh, wait, no, he can drop a ward and pick it up in place. So.
Smart call.
Smart on support. We'll pick that one up. A lot of damage towards these structures. Or even just, as mentioned earlier, you can use it in the middle of a team fight. Get a little bit of damage towards those enemy gods. Get that knockback. Be a real disruptive factor in these fights.
I used it. I Herc pulled into a stun and then just put it down for fun. It didn't.
That's just raw.
It didn't do much, but it was cool.
But it was funny.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
And then you get a knockback med with it.
Okay, well I didn't do that, but maybe I should. Much more useful to use for confirming structures, but there are some plays to be had, some self-peel options if you don't really notice the bomb that's ticking at your feet and you're just gonna stand on it. Now Preds has that option. Is going to blink in trying to grab the Magi. Is not going to be able to. Teleport, I should say, from Kana. Not a blink. Is going to run it down here. Uses that movement speed. Trying to get some magical stacks on that Prophetic. Where's the rest of the team? They're over in solo lane. So this tower is going to go down for free.
Tier 1.
Or it's not.
Never mind. To the Scorpions. Needs a little bit extra help. And this is always the downside we talk about with Freya as your magic ADC is not the best. at pushing down towers. Jangaru whooped in.
Whoa,
well,
my goodness!
Whooped immediately as soon as he drops down to the floor as well. Back in the sky with Sarpei dunking on top of Wowie. But the Aegis gets rid of so much of the damage in that one. The turnaround fight. Massive stun by Wowie. But that is just peel for the team as it's only Remakami charging forward into the 5 strong of the Scorpions.
Yeah, but did you see Remakami's health go down? Because I sure didn't. It didn't seem like Davies' auto attacks were doing much, but now Fire Giant is going to be the call. Definitely more confirmation on the side of the Aru Scorpions. Remember, they have that Runic Bomb and just plenty of DPS, but here comes Remakami. Fatal Strike still available, but where'd Priv go?
To the grave. He is gone from the fight. Remakami is back in, full HP, and so is Short Fuse. Well, Short Fuse had full health, and then Streak Up just nearly full comboed him on his own. Fatal Strike from Remakami to get out. And the Scorpions, with this Guan Yu, with the sustain from their solo, have gone right back to the fire. A pull onto Remakami, but not a lot of damage thrown his way. Fire, half HP. Wowie is nearby, but doesn't have ult for the range damage. Remakami pulled back, but still not taking the damage that you would expect. Up towards his Achilles, Fire is still being pushed at. And with Sarpei up in the sky, this could still be a very easy coin toss. The Scorpions grab the Fire Giant. Short Fuse has dove in, but as he dove too far, good stun from Remakami in the backline. He is still alive through all of this.
And that's going to be a big dueling Dragon to Kana still in the back trying to peel for the team. This has to be the call. Full on retreat. You get the Fire Giant, and you're going to get out. That will be the play. Full on retreat here for the Aru Scorpions, putting themselves about 2.5k gold in lead, but getting the actual Fire Giant buff. That's going to be the big change here for the next team fight. And now they've got plenty of time. Smart call by the Sages. Look where they are already, towards that Primal Fury. They want to try and make a pull before the Aru Scorpions get here. They're just begging that it spawns in soon, and it doesn't look like it's going to make it in time. So now they're just set up to try and defend, but Short Fuse hasn't went back to base yet. That's a very weak Lancelot. If you're going for a fight here, yeah, probably not the call, and it looks like we'll just continue farming. And the Aru Scorpions can play this about as slow as they want. Remember, they've got the heals, they've got plenty of sustain, and they're going to be using this Fire Giant buff to take all these objectives off the map. In this case, Primal Fury, left tier 1, right tier 1 is still standing tall. This has been a relatively slow game, 28 minutes in, and still plenty of tier 1s to go through.
I mean, not just 28-minute game, but the first substantial lead of the game at 4,000 gold for the Scorpions. Some of that attempted to be mitigated by the Sages. They go for the Pyromancer, but it's tier 1 and will be a tier 2 on the left side of the map. The Athenian Sages are going to have to back up quickly in order to be able to defend up against that one. But they do trade the Pyromancer, so Runic Bomb now up for Short Fuse. But it's a push towards the Phoenix right away. Not a lot of damage thrown onto it just yet. Instead, the stun on Preds enough to force him back. But Kana on this Guan Yu will be able to sustain the team back up.
Yeah, I like the call. Short Fuse was still in mid, so go for it slowly. But now I'm thinking retreat and go for tier 2 should be the play. I'm wondering when the Aru Scorpions will figure that one out, but it looks like they want to try their luck with some sustain and just see how much they can poke out this Phoenix before they decide to retreat. And maybe the Sages are just going to let it happen. They haven't went in for an engage just yet.
I mean, this Phoenix is not going quick. Dueling Dragons pulls in Kana, but doesn't do a whole lot of damage to him. He's able to reposition and re-heal the squad back
They're
up.
still going.
This Phoenix is getting a little bit of its HP, and again, this comes down to the Freya not having the best push up on these objectives. Pred stun, and that's a lot of poke towards the Khepri, but between the Fire Giant, between the Guan Yu,
there we go.
The team will be just fine. And the Scorpions, realizing that they don't have enough to push in left, Phoenix will back up and maybe take towards tier 2 instead.
I'm baffled that took so long. I mean, the first two, they need minions. This is going to take so long with a Freya. This is not a call that can be made. They're realizing it slowly. They need minions. They need to look for a fight. Just all in tanking these towers, these Phoenixes, is not going to net the best idea. Look where Short Fuse is, riding against the wall. Wants to go in for a flank here and might decide to go for the engagement. That's a lot of damage to Priv.
Oh, Remakami goes in, almost enough damage with he and Short Fuse. If Short Fuse could get into the backline of this fight, has ultimate. Stun on Kana, but the poke from Streak Up on this Tiamat, that long range damage of that Primordial Onslaught is really doing a number to Short Fuse's HP. It really feels like that has been preventing him from diving into the backline for some of these team fights.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to have that opportunity to just blink to the backline, but as you said, the tablet procs, the Soul Gem procs, the Soul Reaver procs, really do a number. I'm not even going to stop talking because Remakami, unless he's getting hit by that ability, is one of the tankiest characters in the game currently. So you got to watch out. If Streak Up's charged up, yeah, you can probably kill Achilles. But if we're just trusting Davey, unfortunately not quite enough itemization, not quite enough pen online, and there's plenty of it. Just needs that Rod of Tahuti maybe, and then you could probably burn through with that amount of damage. But it looks like the Fire Giant buff will finally peter out here. And it's going to be a full-on bait. Trying to see who's going to walk up in the jungle. Good ward there by Remakami. Catches that one out immediately, and Fire Giant's already going to be here to play. Will the Athenian Sages be able to walk up? Once again, trying to get picked onto Remakami.
But Confirm could go towards the Sages. Remember, the Runic Bomb is still in Short Fuse's pocket. If he can get there during one of these fights, could potentially steal that one away. The problem is, the Scorpions are not willing to commit to the fire. Instead, they're trying to bait out a fight, especially if they can get a pick on a Remakami, who, again, feels nigh unkillable until Streak Up can land that first ability on him.
Oh, that's good.
That shield goes up. The heroism proc from Privative and immunes out most of the damage thrown towards Remakami. Fire started up again, but feels like once more this is just a bait from the Scorpions.
Yeah, Shriek Up is just frontlining, trying to get any bit of poke. Once again, Remakami picked up. Where's the damage? This time, a little bit will go, and Kana goes in for the double stun.
The Dragons do hit one, but it's not enough damage. Privative down to a quarter HP. Remakami slowed down by the pull from Streak Up. Short Fuse has to dash out. Sarpay in the sky. Will he go? No, he will not go for the fight after. Instead, use it to immediately disengage this team. Lot of damage thrown to the Athenian Sages backliners in this fight. But the Scorpion's still not going to commit to fire. Instead, it'll be a reset for both teams.
Unfortunate for Kana. I mean, both magical characters just go back to base, so there's nothing this Guan can do. Can't even stack up the cloak. Might as well just spam your abilities until you see Priv again. What, 7 more stacks on that cloak before Kana gets the truly unkillable build online at the moment. Actually takes a little bit of damage tried. Was not able to catch Priv. Looks like the Pyromancer will go down, evening the Runic Bomb score at the very least. This one goes in the pocket of Kana. Keep your eyes on the Guan Yu when this Fire Giant starts to get low. But as you said, Short Fuse has realized pretty early on here that if you're getting anywhere near Streak Up, you better hope someone else can face tank that Primordial Onslaught.
Man, the fact that Runic Bomb does so much to these objectives, that it does so much to these, it feels like we're almost back in the OG Hog days of Smite.
I love the Hog days.
Where it's 1,000 damage plus that it's doing towards these objectives, that it really does kind of feel like the old school, almost execute style of Hog that you used to play on Fires, on Gold Furies. But for now, Fire Giant started once more by the Scorpions. Only one doing damage to it is Davey. Everybody else is dealing damage to Remakami and the rest of the Sages. Remakami is going to get some help from the dueling Dragons. It hits 4 people, and immediately the Aru Scorpions are out of this team fight. Sustain up for Kana, but another shield on top of Remakami, who is diving to the backline. Preds is low. Preds is not down just yet. Sarpay saves his life, but it's a 2-for-1 trade. Sarpay goes out, but he takes out the unkillable Solo and his counterpart in the jungle.
Wow, Remakami, I guess, wanted to go for 2 different execute targets there. I thought that Preds was the obvious choice. Preds also thought he was the obvious choice, so he used the ult on someone else. And in this case now, Fire Giant could be started back up here. Kana, incredibly tanky and does have the sustain. You're missing that stun, though, that linear stun there from Sarpay. And Shriek Up, that Fire Giant is going to do a lot of damage. It looks like he's going to be out just fine, but that was close.
I thought maybe the Ring of Fire damage was going to be enough, but just tanky enough in that quadrupedal stance to stay alive during it. Privative does manage to get back to base before the root from Preds lands. A dance, a tango around this Fire Giant has gone back and forth between these squads. The 2-for-1 from Sarpay just a moment ago has kept the Scorpions alive, and in this game, a 5K gold lead still up for the Order side team. And as we approach 35 minutes, another push towards the fire. Streak Up has returned, full HP on the Tiamat, but we've seen that Streak Up is not here to do damage to the fire. He's here to do damage to one person and one person only, and that's Remakami.
Yep, and that is going to be the call. Looks like Short Fuse is still deciding whether or not to go into this fight. Actually going to push up the minions probably in mid lane for now. I haven't seen the Lizards used. I mean, Streak Up's been using that Tornado for poke, or I guess in this case the Ox form trying to get some CC, but the Lizards really could be annoying. If you put 2 of those down, you're looking at Phoenix pressure over on the left side of the map. Magi's will go down, and actually Sarpei to the sky. Wants to take the 1v1 with Short Fuse, jumps over it, still hits plenty of damage.
Sarpei waiting for the wall to come back online, finds it,
Whoa!
and catches out Short Fuse, but he's able to jump over the edge of the wall.
Wow.
It is a back and forth mind game between Sarpei and Short Fuse, but Short Fuse is able to get out, saves his beads,
Sarpei is so
doesn't
clean.
lose out on his life. That was honestly clean by both of those players.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm amazed that Short Fuse lived, because once you get walled there, I'm calling GG. I'm like, all right, I can't get out. It's
Game over for me, boys.
Yeah.
I'll see y'all in 60 seconds.
But use the jumps perfectly. Let's see how much Remakami takes from a whoop here. Not much. Where's the anti-heal, by the way? This every time I've seen Remakami pop his 2 and just use abilities, back to full health. I mean, this is why you need Divine. It's unfortunate. I'm thinking Soul Gem needs to go, but it's one of those things where Shriek Up likes the damage numbers and is just going to accept it. And that's probably why Remakami gets hit by the Tornado and a little bit of damage from Sarpei. And once again, EFG being looked at. Is it a bait? Is it not? Remakami's going to have to teleport back in.
Streak up.
Doesn't even have it.
Still focusing damage onto the front line. Primitive grab. Primitive solo, but another Dueling Dragons to push them away. But Davey will drop down the support of the Athenian Sages. Duncan about Sarpei slams into 3, takes out Short Fuse. Wowie. Short to follow after from the dot. Immediately afterwards, Sarpei finds the double. Remakami able to dash away, but Kana and Sarpei are here. The Thor is slamming the wall. We'll find Remakami up in the sky as Jangar, but it only delays the inevitable. It is a wipe by the Aru Scorpions. Who needs the Fire Giant? They can instead push up the lanes, but they gotta get one of these towers or go to the left side
go
for the
this
Phoenix.
One. They gotta go all the way over to left lane. They will have plenty of damage, but watch how slowly this is gonna go because of Freya. It's gonna take, I'd say,
this takes ages.
it's gonna be another like 25 seconds before they can burn through that Titan. But what a beautifully played game by Sarpei. I mean, just so much damage. Of course, Streak Up dishing out plenty as well on the Tiamat. And I think Preds, after realizing how impactful Remakami was going to be on the Achilles, stopped getting executed pretty much towards the late game. Realized exactly how he had to position, how he had to play to make sure that he could get the max value out of those Scarab's blessings. Just a perfectly played game towards the end there by the Scorpions. Had a couple falls, but really well executed.
I mean, this is just the ultimate tug of war by this Fire Giant for the last 8, 9 or so minutes of gameplay, where Aru Scorpions say, okay, we're going to start this objective up. You're going to walk up to try and stop us, otherwise we're going to take it. Every single time, they said, okay, we'll walk up and we'll try and stop you. But it was that one player, that one mid laner, every single time we see Streak Up getting that damage on Remakami, poking out this Achilles, keeping him out of those team fights.
Yep.
And all it takes is one little slip for the Aru Scorpions to be able to find their opening at the end of that game. Beautiful dunk by Sarpei to close that one out, though. Finds that 3-man. Unbelievable play.
And that's what I'm saying. Like last season, this Thor was being banned away. Thor just got better with this new map, giving it to Sarpei consistently. Maybe some teams might want to take note of that, looking into the rest of this tournament.
I mean, there are definitely a few players you don't want to be giving Thor over to, and Sarpei right now is topping the list amongst the teams and the players that we have seen so far. We'll see if the Sages can bounce back in game number 2 right after this.
Body, that's a Gora linen. I came through tripping Aquafina. I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love.
versus NA, and it's EU that strikes first blood, and the Aru Scorpions off to a 1-0 start here in this best of 3. My goodness, though, I mean, North America was looking strong there. It was the Athenian Sages with a couple kills early in that game. I thought the Yu Huang push, the 4-man, was going to get it done. The rest of the team fight, though, fell a bit apart there later on in this game. The Aru Scorpions, they show us why one of the tournament favorites here, Gore, and why they're one of the teams that are kind of that next in to those top 2 for some of us. And then I think it was Trelly, mentally. I'm trying to remember who had them in as their second team. You know, a bit shaky on the start, maybe expected, but Scorpions find a way to get it done.
The team fights that we saw later on were really a lot of the big important ones. And there were a lot of like good Thor plays, good dunks. Again, it's just the setup that the Scorpions had as the game went on. Because like, as you had mentioned early on, it feels like you're seeing some good success from the Sages. The game goes on long enough that honestly a lot of the first 10, 15 minutes, like that initial lane phase, isn't as big a deal. It is this translation into the later game, and unfortunately there were a couple trades like that last one, right? We're just a few too many die on the Sages in an otherwise winning scenario or really good circumstance for them. And it shifts the game pace back in favor of the Scorpions. Then you get a little longer, you start seeing these 1-for-1s, 1-for-2s. And when it comes down to it, it's just the way that last team fight shakes out. It was a very good trade. I believe instantly a double kill. The Scorpions were able to pick up a third just to kind of make sure they root things forward. And then the chase down, Thor wall, pick up the last 2. When you get a full-on deicide that late in the game, it's going to guarantee things for you. And so it was a really, really well-played engage. You've got healing, you've got reses. Those have to be mentioned because of what they are able to bring. But I think Davey has a really solid game. You get really good play, 5, 3, and 8. When you have 13 affected kills from your jungler, Sarpei's just getting hands-on. We had talked about that Thor going into this game. And I think we got to see a good bit of what that Thor was able to do. A lot of good dunks, good engages, again, good stuns, good damage, good control. And when you've got that with a Freya backing you up, man, usually it writes itself.
That's right. and look, I love those new graphics. And your eyes still get drawn to those big damage numbers. It's like 51,000 for Streak Up on the Tiamat.
That's only a little bit.
Yeah, it's a teeny bit of damage. Worth noting, Jankaru on the Yu Huang on the other side had like 43,000 damage. So clearly mid laners also strong in this current meta. Eventually got to a point on the Tiamat though where Streak Up was just melting through. Priv in one of those highlights, you saw the full volley of damage connect and I don't know, half the health of a later game support effectively melts away. As such, Score, Athenian Sages ban out that Tiamat. First and foremost, take it off the table.
Just thinking, how much longer does that game and a pace like that, or I guess maybe for a Tiamat to and this seems blasphemous after the number you just said, but to do more damage in that time. I feel like that is the setup. I would not be surprised if at some point this year the single game damage record can get
set,
like,
you
broken.
think? Yeah.
Which, admittedly, that was what you said, 51,000. So it's still 30,000 short of what it needs to be.
Is it 81,000?
I think 81. I think it's high at 81s. I'd have to double check the exact number. If you hit like 82, I'm pretty sure you are done and dusted on it. But like, I mean, you get if you can get a 60-ish minute game with a Tiamat that's doing a lot of damage throughout the entirety of it, I could see it happening.
Well, carries. Name of the game here in picks and bans for game number 2 between the Aru Scorpion and the Athenian Sages. Remember, double elimination tournament here in the Smite Pro League promotion tournament in Season 10. And 4 of the bans so far centered around carries. 2 of them centered around supports. I think that's obviously the Scorpions. You know, they take away the Freya, who had a really good game for Davey, realizing that such a strong pick. Don't want to let the Sages get it over on the other side. Ishtar, though Wowie played it,
elegant
gonna get banned out against the Scorpions on the other side. That leaves open Mercury Gore, which in the past has been what felt like Sanford soccer only, right? That style of pick. I think now in this current meta, scales really nicely out of the jungle. bit more open. So I like what the Sages start with, but
Yeah.
love what the Aru Scorpions get in trade.
I do. I will touch on the Mercury, though, because Short Fuse, I think, has played this in the SEC, has looked really good on this in the SEC. So I think if you're looking at that kind of matchup, like you said, it's a really good kickoff. And when you start to factor in, like, crit, things like that, it's not necessarily that bad of a starter. But when you then, much like you said, look at the Emoja and the Soul that gets answered back in response, it's actually interesting with the way things have shifted. In just 2 months, I mean, you know, towards the end of the year, we were lucky if we got Yamoja in any of the 20 illustrations that are on the Pix and Ban screen, let alone, you know, someone who had been first ban, first pick for so long. I think that she still has a lot of merits to her, right? A lot of good healing. On top of that healing, you've got good control. We saw in set number 1 some really good Rivers Rebukes. Set that up with a Soul, you get like a Supernova in place, or even just throwing out your 2, right? It's a lot of burst damage that you're going to have in a small area. And that's just in the 2 picks. That's not to factor in what they could probably throw. Since we've been seeing Soul more in the Hunter lane, or in the long lane, I anticipate something more likely to be, you know, another Mage pickup maybe for mid, things like that. And when you start to stack those together, creating a giant rectangle that organizes everyone into one single spot, it feels like the Scorpions have a pretty good start to this one. Plus, they get to go back to their Thor. That just feels good.
Got good follow-up, Gore. It's a great way of looking at it. Between Soul damage, Thor reinitiation, Thor stuns, you want those targets to be funneled into an area. So Preds, after what was a really good game 1 from the Aru Scorpion support.
Yeah.
Another look at it here. Yu Huang, Gore was in that damage conversation.
it did a good job, too.
Yeah, you know, was 43,000 or so. Still somehow 8,000 or 9,000 behind what Shriek Up did on the flip side, but still scary enough in the hands of Jangaru that I think it's actually a pretty smart ban here from the Aru Scorpions. Let's talk a bit about the first 3 from the Sages, though. Mercury touched on a little bit, but now you get Rom and a Fafnir, so that team Coerce suddenly feels a bit better. You get that on potentially crit Mercury later.
Yeah.
Get those crits a bit more often. Then, of course, Rom, traditional AD carry, you want more attack speed.
We've seen a lot of good Fafnir plays linked up with just a single carry. But when you are able to get a hyper carry like Mercury, another auto attacker on that list, have a minimum of 2 with the Fafnir, it already immediately, in my mind, feels better. Because, like you said, that team-wide Coerce feels like it gets a lot more value. You also get someone in Fafnir that can apply a lot of pressure, can lose a lot of pressure, right? Only has a single target stun, so you're relying pretty heavily on the team around you. I think that's why that Yu Huang feels even better, right? You get rid of a root, the push, a lot of control in a team fight that Fafnir isn't going to be able to bring as heavily. Rom doesn't necessarily have it. Mercury has a little bit of CC in there. So you have some balancing acts for it. And I wouldn't mind seeing the Sages in the bottom 2 maybe pick up at least a Warrior or somebody for their solo lane. It could be another Guardian that has a little extra CC to throw out there just to help alleviate some of that pressure from the Fafnir's performance. Otherwise, I mean, if you really wanted to, you could probably pick up another auto attacker. I don't know, especially with the conversation that's going on around Hunters right now. Double Hunter doesn't necessarily scream the go-to for me. With Freya already gone, Oleron gone, like you don't really have a lot. You could Chronos
is it, yeah.
if you throw him in mid, and we've seen that, right? A lot of EU SCC teams last year, you know, specifically Zeros liked playing it. So there is a world where that's a possibility. And the Sages might be able to run something like that. But I mean, even a standard Mage with what they've already picked up, I think blends in really well with their comp. And it really gives them the all-roundedness. Again, because the Mages could also bring some of the CC that's necessary to help, you know, the carries like Mercury and Rom really step forward.
Aru Scorpions grouped up with one another over in the player booth. It's a really small note, probably not even really anything worth gleaning information from, but a lot of the winning teams at Worlds tended to group up around one another and do their picks and bans. Granted, teams that were losing at Worlds were doing that also, but
yeah, but we look at the winners here.
That's right, we don't look at the winners. That's against my point, and I'll choose to ignore it because of that. But the Scorpions, clear game plan. Gory wondered if we would see one of the magical carries roll through. Potentially some of the itemization that we've talked about with the Hunters, of course, does not apply to the Souls, the Freyas, the Olerons, the Chronoses of the world. And so you've got Odin to wrangle everyone, and then in theory a Mercury, a Rom, a Chronos, and then An AoE coerce from a Fafnir to shred them down. Game plan feels pretty clear here from the Sages.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see what they're going to bring. I mean, like you said, most of what they're bringing is pretty much straightforward, right? It is auto attackers, late game. Admittedly, they do still have some early game presence, but if I see this team last long enough to make it into anywhere near the length of the last game, actually, like it doesn't have to be the same length, but if it gets into the 30s,
yeah,
the Sages have like an inherent, I don't even want to say inherent buff, because that is maybe a little more misleading. As much as it is that it's just, they're stronger, right? They're going to have more items, their autos are going to hit harder, you still have the coerce, like, it is going to do better. On the other side, you still have a lot, I think, that is good team fight orientation. You have really good engage. Hercules, good control. Thor, good control. Umoja, good control, along with some really good follow-up in the Soul and the Discordia. I still personally like Strife as one of my favorite just CC abilities that
really
you can
good.
hit in the game at all.
Really good.
Plus the Discordia passive maybe being talked about and at least applied here. I think that the Scorpions have a lot that can work. It's maybe a little more well-rounded and has a little more opportunities throughout every phase of the game to find a lead, find success, push themselves forward. But the Sages have a team that if it gets ahead, it steamrolls you, right? Yeah. It is one that runs right over you, runs through you if it goes fast enough. And so if they can get off to a good start, whether that's Mercury getting active, maybe helping out the Odin a little bit, trying to get the Rom, the Kronos a little more comfortable.
Sure.
I think that there's a lot of room for growth on the Sages that is going to be devastating, whereas the Scorpions can maybe start it a little faster.
Yeah, I'm wondering how hard of a time this Mercury is going to have. You ult into the back line, and you found potentially Umoja there for some peel. Soul, of course, can disapparate and disengage. Takes a bit of time to wind that up, and so you're talking about what could be instant damage from the Merc. That's something I'll follow along with throughout the game. I think this Discordia, though, big Discordia fan. Yeah. I think after what the damage numbers we saw from Mages in Game 1, we know Discordia can do that, and you got the passive. Having that on your side, I think, still a really good look here for this.
And it is worth noting that they are playing on 10-1 bonus, not 10-2. So, like, this is before the buff that she received technically on Tuesday, right? So you're still having maybe some growing room. Like, this pick could be even more prominent in a couple weeks.
Big changes to be had here in this set. Do the Scorpions take it 2-0, or do we head to a game number 3? We'll find out with J-Mac and Trelly in Game 2.
Yeah, thank you so much. The Sages have got to find their bounce back to keep their winner's bracket lives at least intact. Otherwise, we're going to have a very difficult battle on the lower end of the bracket to fight back through. It's J-Mac, Trelly, and Doug back one more time for game number 2. And after a long-winded game number 1, I mean, 35 to nearly 40 minutes of gameplay in that first game, Trelly. Nearly 13 minutes before we saw First Blood actually strike. And to me, this is the Athenian Sages going, okay, well, if you want to play for the depths of late game, feels like the Athenian Sages have drafted according to that mentality.
They certainly tried, but I would like, if you would.
Okay.
I would like to go on a bit of a tangent here about how Mercury was nerfed just by the inclusion of this map, all right? Because I've figured this out myself. When you think of Mercury, you think of these long ganks from tier 2 tower onward, right? That's what you picture. But if you will, walk with me to solo lane. Where's the straight line? You know how close you have to get to actually hit that mark with Sonic Boom? Dual lane, it's a little bit better. You can go from behind tier 1. That's certainly possible. But it is very difficult. I mean, I remember I was just sitting in solo lane and I was like, here it comes. Here it comes. The gank's almost here. As Preds actually goes for an invade here. Tries to steal away the purple buff. Looks like it might be close. I'm kind of curious what happens here. Won't happen in that case. And now it might take a little bit of damage, but we have a level 2 Soul showing up to the party as well.
Also, can we talk for a moment of where they pulled those buffs? It wasn't to the Harpy camp like we're used to seeing. They pulled those up and above the camp to fight it, so they didn't get the Harpy experience. Instead, they left it there for, I assume, Short Fuse to come grab later.
Yeah, and that does seem to be the call here. You can tell that because of that play, Davey hits level 2, and of course, Wowie and Priv do not. They're sitting at level 1 for the time being. They're in a little bit of trouble for just trying to step up to the clear, but nothing really comes from it, so it should be just fine. Soul almost impossible to box in the early game, but here comes Short Fuse, that Mercury, looking over towards left lane, wanting to see what he can find. And it looks like before level 5, not going to be going for anything over on that side of the map. Maybe looking towards middle lane for the time being. But as I was saying, I think it's just very difficult to actually play Merc the same way that you used to. You have to switch up your play style a bit, especially with a physical hunter on your team. If Wowie wants to go into crit, new Spectral, I mean, it still, you know, fulfills the same role, but is now an aura item. It makes it so much easier to get value from that item, especially if Wowie wants to go towards crit, much like he did last game. You're double dipping in that value. So I think Short Fuse is going to have to show me something that I have not seen yet in Season 10, which is a different style of Mercury, something different than the way that we've seen him played in the seasons of past.
No, I think you're actually very right in bringing up the fact that, you know, you can't make those same ganks anymore on really either of those side lanes. But I think it also includes even towards the mid lane. Think about it. You would see Mercury's going from one side of a lower mid camp to the other near, you know, almost Gold Fury to Fire Giant style of pit, and that's also a place that's kind of been cut off as a potential gank opportunity. So.
And the other thing about mid lane is you have the Bastions. You could just like chill behind the Bastion and be like, go ahead, bro, ult me. You can't. So I just think it's much more difficult to pilot Merc on this current map. Short Fuse clearly has practiced it, so I'm excited. I want to see this like new level of Merc play. You still have the option of going towards duo lane and going for those ganks. You just have to step up much further and just look at the curve. You see the curve? You have to be real far to the... If I'm Davey, I have to be hugging the wall on the left side of the map to even be in danger from that same style of gank.
So we'll have to see how Short Fuse has adjusted to the new map on the pick. We'll have to see if he brings out a new style of play, as mentioned, in order to really prove that this Mercury can still be played to a high degree on this map. That's going to take a little bit of time, though. Typically, Mercuries take at least a couple items to ramp up. You want to get that first item, that Golden Blade, so you have your clear. And then it's usually not until we see the Rage finished up and start to get those stacks online that we see Short Fuse make his rotation over. I keep seeing you make the hand.
It looks like a racetrack. I love it. To be
like
clear,
a little banana on
the
the
map
side.
looks incredible. It's just you don't realize how much it puts off a Merc ult until you're back there with Merc lining it up, and you're like, huh. I can't find the geometry, you know, to actually get myself into this game.
Here's how we buff him. He becomes like a Ricochet, and he can bounce off the walls. It becomes a pinball instead.
He just gets Discordia old targeter where he can just bounce up as far as
That'd
he
be
wants.
so comical to watch a Mercury just pinballing off of walls to be able to find a sonic boom.
And it would also be terrifying.
It would be.
You juke the first three, but he just comes back one more time with the stun.
He gets that unexpected bounce where it just like 180s him backwards.
J-Mac, I hope that you never get hired to the balance team. And
This-
I mean that in the nicest way.
That's why I'm sitting in this chair and not one at the other office right now.
There you go.
I come up with the things that would be funny to see, but also absolutely terrifying to play against, such as Wowie up against this dual lane, able to roll right out. Other's Rebuke gonna dive in by Sarpé, but the beads are gone, and so is Wowie's health bar. Quick rotation over by Sarpé. No 13 minutes of waiting this time. Sarpé gets his team on the board early.
Unfortunate for WoW. He just steps up a little bit too far, but the cage is going to be able to confirm the ult for now. Kana doesn't seem too pressed about the matter. Looks like holding the driving strike. Ain't going to get good damage, but a little bit of healing. Maybe has the juke shoes. Not going to be enough, and Remakami lives to see another day. Beautiful ult combo there. I was curious if Herc was even going to be able to die to that gank, but plenty of health shield to be had there for the Odin, tanking that one up for quite some time. Ooh.
Short Fuse walks up with basically no mana
Horn
to
Shard.
contest Sarpé, but Horn Shard goes through, hits the hammer, gets the spin, needs the wall, another second for the stun,
One more
finds
hammer.
it, but
Nope.
just doesn't have it this time around. Sarpé unable to seal out the kill. Maybe he could have been able to get one if Kana was still alive to maybe help the chase out, but Short Fuse able to make it back to base. Sarpé will come up empty-handed.
Yep, and now you got to watch out for Wowie because those beads are going to be down for another 100 seconds or so. Short Fuse just lost the beads to Sarpé in this case, so keep your eye on Anvil of Dawn. That Thor always does have that execute opportunity. Is going to steal away the blue, but can you get out afterwards? One special delivery from Merc might be the end, and jukes it out. Maybe the hammer comes back up at this point. Where's Kana? Can Kana come and help? Looks like Herc might be able to, and gets up into the sky.
Barely.
Wow. I held my
Just
breath.
Barely there. And you even saw Remakami popped his own Horn Shard to try and get the cooldowns back for that one, but was just a split second away from being able to land that jump that could have very well secured that kill. And instead, Kana grabbed his blue buff and pulled it into the tower just because he knew that Remakami and Short Fuse were lurking in the jungle, securing out his blue. But I'm interested to see where the mid lane goes for this one. We talked a lot about Jangaru versus Streak Up last game, how their builds might change up and once again streak up on this Discordia. Going for the tablet very early. And it feels like this is one that will get a lot of very sneaky tablet procs. You see the obvious, the Strife and Unruly Magic. Sometimes you forget about the little pinballs that come out after and bounce around through to maybe get one of those extra procs there. Wow, it's a lather, rinse, repeat of what we saw just a moment ago. The only problem is that there's no Sarpé for the Scorpions this time through. So wow, we'll be able to walk out. Beads still down, but life still intact.
Yep. Able to juke that out. If you're not looking towards the sky, should be just fine. And unfortunately for Preds, beautiful Rivers of Buke, but couldn't quite connect those stuns there until it was too late, until the gank was already given up on. Streak Up will lose the beads, but looks like the apple will be able to get him out of trouble. So good ultimate there from Short Fuse. Gets both options for CC immunity, but here comes a beautiful wall and Jay Garu. Goodbye. Short Fuse maybe wants to fight this. No beads on Sarpé, remember. Juke shoes are needed and will be able to back up for now. Short Fuse, once the major look, will not find it.
Wall just off the mark this time. Maybe Streak Up Sarpé to keep that fight going through. So good turnaround by Sarpé after a lot of pressure was put onto Streak Up. Now beads and ult away from the mid of the Scorpions. Preds will meet Short Fuse at the jungle. Will box him out for these Harpies. I believe gets the two smaller ones for himself. Only the big one going to Short Fuse this time around. Once Preds and Priv start getting active in these fights, in some of these bigger skirmishes, I imagine is where we'll see maybe some more breakouts through. So far, these last couple Rivers Rebuke, I haven't been too impressed by Preds because, wow, he's just rolled out the entrance and walked away.
Yeah, well, he hasn't had to use too many relics on that ability just yet, but does have to watch the positioning, and as you can tell, has been staying underneath that tower. Unfortunately for Davey, the Bastions are gone, which means you can't stack your heat for free off of just an immobile object sitting in front of the tower. But it looks like because of Wowie playing so safely and passively underneath the tower, you're not going to need that heat anyways. You're not looking to brawl. Sarpé knows exactly where Short Fuse is because of that well-placed ward on the mid camps. And both junglers are hanging around mid for the time being, and Preds is still being a nuisance towards these purple buffs. Is going to give it over, but unfortunately, Priv picks that one up. So not going to be able to give that over to Wowie. He gets the farm, but not going to get the buff.
How strange is it that I say it's a breath of fresh air, Trelly, that I don't see a Golden Blade on a Hercules? It feels weird that I have to say that, but we were going through like the entire Worlds qualifier tournament where every Hercules was going Golden Blade in that first slot. We even saw it a little bit earlier today where it was picked up. So seeing Kana not go for that is nice, but how long can he survive this gank? Not taking a lot of damage between the two physicals. Use the driving strike to push Short Fuse away. Jump does some damage, but now Sarpé is here. This time the backup of the jungle is enough to keep Kana alive.
Yep, stepped up a little bit too far, but that anti-heal didn't seem to bother Kana. Just held the heal until after. Used that driving strike just to stall. Sarpé shows up, so the dive is going to be no good. Remember, Jingaru has no beads for another 27 seconds or so isn't going to be able to step up too far out of this tower. But a decent gank here from Priv, maybe trying to pull some relics on a Streak Up. We haven't seen that Draconic transformation yet, so we've been waiting to see if we can find it. Good pull in, but Remakami doesn't seem to be in any trouble because there's no mana on that Thor.
Yeah, as soon as I said I looked up and saw a big old nothing in the blue bar for Sarpé. So he'll be good there, but Remakami has been putting a lot of pressure towards Kana. We've seen two cages go through, one successfully helping him get a kill, one unsuccessful. Good rotation from Sarpé that time around. Jingaru eating a lot of poke on this Chronos, but this is just the ticking time bomb of mid lane. We talked all about it at the end of Season 9.
Nice.
Whereas the game keeps going on, he just keeps getting that damage, but just feels like with the itemization for mages now, makes it so much more potent for him as we see rotation in, and there's the damage to the Magical ADC. Hammer off the mark. Wall is good, but Short Fuse will beads away instantly. Privative transforms, and Wowie goes to the skies. Needs the snipes on all three, but only hits 2 of the 3 this time through. Privative gets away. Wowie in danger by Streak Up, but the apple misses. No, it doesn't! It ricochets right back to him! And Sarpé on a killing spree so far for the Scorpions.
And now Jingaru, does he want to run or does he want to fight? Hasn't quite decided. Priv transforms back and is going to fall in the meantime. And now it's up to Jingaru to get as much poke as possible to make sure this Gold Fury isn't looked at. But maybe the Aru Scorpions realize their health is already too low to be even looking for an objective like that. Great fight. I'm going to call it a great apple. Didn't seem like the plan was for it to bounce on back, but if you throw it against the wall, the possibility is always there. and that is going to confirm the second kill onto Wowie. I mean, didn't actually end up getting the last hit. Sarpei gets credit for that one, but still, so much damage. And the Supernova as well. I mean, we saw Davey use that Supernova just to confirm a shield buff. Also takes like 80% of Short Fuse's HP. Merc finally gets the Rage online, so maybe we'll get to see a change in the playstyle as well as some extra damage with those auto attacks.
So far in Game 2, all but one of the kills have gone over towards the junglers of these two teams. Davey able to sneak one in at the very end of that last skirmish. The Sages, despite being down 3,000 gold, they pull the Fury first. They got 4 players on the side of the map. Preds is here, Davey on the way. Rivers Rebuke will catch all 4 inside. The Fury has got to go down. It will go to the Sages, but Sarpei in the sky finds Priv, finds the spin, and that's a double instantly for the jungler of the Aru Scorpions, and make it a triple as the hammer annihilates the only remaining health bar of Jengaru. Fury to the Sages, but a triple to the jungler.
Might be a hot take. I'll take the triple kill on my Sarpei Thor rather than a Gold Fury. I mean, I think he can just do more with it.
That's lukewarm.
He's waiting for Wowie. Does he have the 100-0 potential? Let's find out. It looks like he's going to do plenty, but needed a little bit of extra auto attack damage. Is just going to run away there. Doesn't quite have those Hydras procs. You know, it's just red items, so he's going to have to run. Snipes, not going to kill. He can try, but he needs a little bit more damage. That's a level 10 Rama, so it doesn't quite have the pack-a-punch there to actually finish with the snipes. But still, 3 kills onto Sarpei. I'm thinking the Aru Scorpions are happy with that one.
Especially since Sarpei is now 6-0-1 on the Thor, been a part of all 7 kills for his team. Streak up, and Preds will go ahead and take the Pyromancer. Scorpions just a little late on the response there, but nobody picked up the okay, there we go. Preds walk back and went ahead and pick up that objective, or I should say that consumable. It's a weird way to say that, because you actually technically can't sell it to the shop. 33 gold, but I don't think that 33 gold is as valuable as the immense amount of damage you can do to one of these structures or one of these objectives.
I didn't really realize that it's a consumable until you said it. Does that mean you can, like, drink the bomb? I don't know. Because everything else in the consumable slot.
Do you drink a ward?
I mean, yeah, but no. But still, it's what it's called. Either way, Kana is getting rotated on here. Priv and Jengaru on the way, but they're not going to make the full-on rotation. More so focused on the left side of the map because there is a purple buff invade here. Short Fuse wants to try to confirm that one for Wowie, and will. So Wowie gets the purple buff. There's going to be some farm needing to go into this Rama. 3 levels behind. You can't box into the soul. And because you have a Mercury, you can't really build in a crit either. It is going to be a long while before Wowie is able to do really anything but snipe in these team fights.
And even Short Fuse has fallen behind Sarpei. Should be in that regard. I mean, it's 6 kills versus the 1 for Short Fuse. He wants to get something done. That Thorwall is blocking off his only path towards Kana. Remikami will back away from this fight. It's just back to farming for the Athenian Sages. They are falling behind drastically. 5,000 gold at only 14 and a half minutes in the game. 8,000 XP, a lot of that coming from the jungle and, as you highlighted earlier, from the dual lane. 3.5, nearly 4 full levels for Davey versus Wowie in this regard, who Wowie only was just able to buy his second relic on that last back to base. But Sarpei to the sky, jump down now for Rimikami. The dunk a little bit shy. It's going to be a cage dropped out, but maybe Preds can lock down Rimikami while the cage fades away. Rimikami gets his jump, but it's a blink push. Triple sonic boom, not enough to save Rimikami, and that might just be the end of the road for Short Fuse. Locked inside the Roost Rebuke, but Beads is the hammer, not enough. It'll be the teleport in, the double for Sarpei to give him 8 in a row.
I mean, shouts out to Short Fuse. He's a real one. Like, if I'm Remikami, I'm like, thanks, bro. You died with me. But I don't think that Sonic Boom's ever saving his life. Unfortunate plays, but great and well played by the Aru Scorpions. This is a 4-level deficit here for Wowie over in the left side. It's just a slow burn that, again, I don't think it's going to be getting much better. I mean, Short Fuse does not really come online for some time here. The Rage is not stacked up. He doesn't do much damage. He's level 12. And again, Wowie's forced into just full shred build. There's not going to see that much damage, whereas the Aru Scorpions, they are online. They are here to fight, and they are W keying, trying to find a pull here. Can Kana look for it? Possibly Priv, the first one to go, but who else is going to fall?
Well, probably just Priv. Boulder immuned away by the ultimate. Priv jumps out. Sarpei doesn't want to have to use dunk just to get Priv, but will do so. Keep your eyes on short fuse to the backside of the fight, though. Never mind. He will say, well, now that Privative is gone, now the rest of my team is out. No chance. He's going in for this Primal Fury. That one will fall to the Aru Scorpions and extend their lead to 6,000 gold and climbing. Sarpei up 2 levels. Davey 4 still up against the opposition. This is trending downward fast for Athenian Sage's stock.
Yeah, they're going to have to just sit back and try and farm as much farm as they can. Grab the Bastion, grab the tier 1 over and right. That will give them a small boost of some extra gold, you know, trying to get online in that regard. But I'm thinking Davey sits for maybe 1 to 2 more waves, and then I'm needing rotations towards Pyro and Fire. That's the kind of pace this game is at so far. It is something to note that there's a lot of kills on Sarpei. If this Thor falls, that'd be massive. A 9-0 shutdown would really put the Athenian Sages back in this game, depending on who gets that kill. Besides that, we're seeing relatively even throughout. Besides, of course, WoWy, we already mentioned. You know, Jangaru actually has a level lead over Streak up here, and Remakami only falls a level behind to Kana. So keep your eyes on anyone that's near Thor if he gets low. But so far, Sarpei's got 9-0, about 3.5 items, working on 4, and a Discordia passive. It's going to be difficult to survive that ult.
Sarpei level 17 on the Thor. Quarter HP on Priv. Kana will pick him up and push him right back against the very same wall that Sarpei had stunned him with. Pyromancer goes to the Aru Scorpions. That'll be 2 runic charges, both on Preds. He's got over 2,000 damage in his pocket right now to deal to this Fire Giant. He might just use all of it. Sarpei will force Privative out of the fight. Might not even need to use them for the Fire Giant. Instead, it is no answer back. Remakami in the area might want to use one of the runic bombs just to take down the fire, but Sarpei will zone them out. In fact, both bombs used. The Fire Giant down, the Aru Scorpions up massive.
I love this play from the Sages, though. Get as much farm as you can. Use that Polynomicon from Kronos, tier 2 in mid, possibly tier 2 in left. Just take as much gold off the map as you can. It looks like we've got some speedy gamers trying to run away. Someone is going to get caught. Who's it going to be? Unfortunately, it's looking like WoWy, just because of how fast Jangaru is and the fact that Rewind's still up. I'm keeping my eyes on the cooldown. Sarpei, are you going to go in? Jangaru is actually the one who gets caught out for now, but not going to use the Relic and actually return some good damage. No more return fight here. It's just the Thor. No one else is going to be able to make it.
You were thinking maybe WoWy caught, but for a moment it was looking like it was going to be Jangaru if he stuck around too long. But now, all 5 once Davey leaves the jungle and rejoins the team for the Aru Scorpions to push down the tier 2 on left lane. Tier 1 was taken a moment ago by the Sages. Will be a slow push on the tower until this soul arrives to start melting it away. 118 a shot by the soul. That will drop the tier 2 down. Fire Giant still on all 5. Kana about 2/3 HP on this Hercules. Needs to sustain a little bit with help of maybe Preds from the Fire Giant, his own healing, and the Soul Gem procs. Remakami able to jump away before that pull comes through from Kana.
Yeah, this Phoenix, once again, is going to go down slowly here. It does seem like a bit of grouping. You got to watch out for that Odin Cage. Remakami does have access to it at any point, and the Draconic Transformation could boost these auto attackers. This is going to be a slow siege, so I mean, Soul doesn't have any Polynomicon online. It will take a bit. Pull in for Priv, but the jump out will be good, and there's the cage.
Remakami did find 5. Preds is down. And that's 1, but Sarpei up in the sky, dunks on top of 2. Davey takes down Privative, and that's both the supports out of the fight. But the Aru Scorpions are unwilling to continue with their commit. The only person with an ultimate was Preds, but he is gone. Meanwhile, 3 up for the Sage. The Scorpions will take their 1-for-1, and they will back away instantly, back up towards the Oni Fury.
Yeah, I think you know, you're definitely getting some good value out of the Demonic Grip, but I think a Poly would have really helped the Siege here. Maybe Davey goes into it last item, or a Rod of Tahuti, something to buff these auto attacks. These magical ADCs, if you're not getting that Polynomicon, it really does slow your Siege a bit. Despite the massive gold lead you may have, you can't just walk into a Phoenix when Ramakami gets a massive ult like that. And I think Priv actually stalled out his life as well, long enough to make sure that the Sages got some good DPS off and were able to keep their bird alive, #1, but also get a pick for themselves. Second of the Sages' whole game here. In the meantime, though, probably looking to grab the last tier 2s, right, and mid still available as the Aru Scorpions group up and sort of slowly push towards the opposite side of the map. I imagine some more confidence, though, in the Sage's team fight. You know, recognizing, hey, if we're underneath a structure, we can still find some big value here. It's not like the Phantom Shell is going to be end-all, be-all. Preds has it up in about 45 seconds, but maybe if they can find any sort of engage here off the back of Remakami, they could look to try and put a stop to the snowball that's been building up in favor of the Aru Scorpions. But now they're grouping towards mid, and all I see is a Mercury, a lone Mercury, trying to stop this tier 2 from falling, and he's going to run away. Short Fuse wants nothing to do with that.
Minute and a half left on the Fire Giant. Scorpions may just use that to take away the remaining towers on the map. But there is still Scorpion, or the Phoenixes, to deal with here for the Aru Scorpions. I should say Fire Giant's only there for another 30 seconds. That one's about to actually wear off here in just a few. Not much time left to play with, so the Scorpions will instead just kind of keep the Sages at bay, at their own Phoenix line, not allow them to push up, and will now back away as the Fire Giant respawns onto the map. That was actually cool seeing that from the overhead perspective, seeing him kind of pop back into the world.
He's an absolute unit.
Oh, he is. That is it. I would not want to mess with this Fire Giant.
I wouldn't mess with any of them, but especially not this guy. Like he just seems like he would throw hands and not have a care in the world, as you can see. And it looks like, for once, the Athenian Sages will walk up. Last time it was Remakami, doing exactly what he's doing now, but probably realized once again, time to give this one up. Preds once again has the bomb for the confirmation, and that's going to be the call. Split push, running down mid. Athenian Sages possibly looking to go for a Phoenix in the meantime, but they're not going to be able to get too far. It's a chance Short Fuse grabs this tower and can ult out safely. That seems to be the call. Let's see if it works out for him.
Well, everybody on the Scorpions do return to base and buy up some items for themselves to push up for their next potential siege. Where will Kana go with the remainder of his ability? Still has that earring in his pocket. So I wonder whenever he'll be able to finally sell that one away and get something maybe a little bit more valuable than just an MP5 stat is really all that one's giving over to him for now. But he does pick up that Sigil of the Old Guard. Not quite up there with the prophetic stack, so doesn't have the unkillable build back up just yet, but certainly feels like it in some of these team fights.
Yeah, I know social media may make you believe that this item is a catch-all on pretty much everyone, but imagine how hard it is to hit individual gods with Herc abilities 30 times ever since that item has been built. I mean, Herc poke is slim to none. You're throwing the boulder and that's about it. Everyone is trying to juke your pole. Everyone's trying to juke driving strike. It's not easy. So Kana really is just going to try and scrap as much as possible. Tier 2 and right is still available, but Short Fuse isn't even here. The Aru Scorpions are going to walk in, see how much they can get in the meantime. That's a lot of... Wow, he's gone?
That was...
You've got relics, bro!
That was Boulder and Apple hitting at the exact same time to remove Wowie from the map. That is 40 seconds down without a hunter for the Sages. And their frenzy was used once the fight was done. The Sages now don't have that frenzy for the next team fight. The Scorpions can just keep pushing up as they've already taken one bird out.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, they don't have too much to worry about here. Jengaru doesn't have the beads on the Chronos, so keep your eye on Sarpei. You can find a wall into a double tap, probably just deletes, or might as well use Anvil of Dawn. It is still available.
Almost all ults are up. Privative barely jumps out. Remakami drops the cage, and up to the Draconic form for Privative, but there's just too much damage to these frontliners. The Rivers will not lock in Privative, but a Duncan by Sarpei. He finds two, takes down one, makes it nearly a second with Short Fuse, but Short Fuse ages us out. Wowie has returned, but the snipes are just not powerful enough. There's too much sustain, too much healing from the Aru Scorpions. They will march into the throne room, but Short Fuse and Remakami doing a lot in the back line. Remakami pushed against the wall. Apple locks him in. It spreads over to Privative. A lot of damage to the frontliners. And Wowie, just as soon as he comes back, is nearly sent into the grave. The Aru Scorpions with half damage on the Titan. Short Fuse finding a big crit on Sarpei, but it's just not enough. The Aru Scorpions, they find the 2-0.
The 10-0 shutdown goes the way of Short Fuse, but too little, too late. That was the question throughout the entirety of that game. Who's going to kill Sarpei? Unfortunately, when it's in the Titan room, it really does not matter. And that Thor was a problem. When I saw Sarpei go to the sky, I was thinking maybe he finishes off one of these low health targets. Turns out he 100 to zeros the Chronos, and then also does half damage, gets some relics out of Short Fuse, just too much. I said it last game, but I'm thinking that could be something to take away from this team, as well as just great play throughout. Kana was getting the majority of the focus, we'll call it, from the Mercury, but was still able to show up big in those team fights. A lot of CC, a lot of pulls. We've seen him do it on World Stage, and we got to see him do it here as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels like if you dial the clock back 40 minutes, the exact analysis we were giving was probably don't give Sarpei Thor, because he kind of popped off on it in game number 1. And, well, then they gave it back to him again in game 2, and, well, he kind of popped off on it. So for the teams out there watching and waiting for their matchup against the Aru Scorpions, don't give Sarpei Thor. I think that's my final analysis of this one, Trelly.
Yeah, and I tend to agree, as well as just how much damage that they actually had in the back pocket. You know, I think that Sarpei could have actually missed an ult and still won that fight because of how ahead the team was. They had great objective play.
That was great play from the Aru Scorpions. They're able to bring this one back, hold out, and take the 2-0 over their opposition. They're going to move forward in the losers bracket. That's it for me and Charlie on the cast. We'll throw it over to the desk to break it down.
It's the Aru Scorpions on top here after a 2-0 win, and it's expected, right? This is the Scorpions team that's battling for one of those 2 spots in the SPL, and there was hope, still is hope for this Athenian Sages squad. I think game 1 is really where they need to look back and feel some confidence. Game 2 is where the Sages team needs to look back for some notes and some adaptations, right? This is the Streak Up show in game number 2. Ends at 10-1. Was 10-0 up until the literal last moment of this game. Sarpei is good at Thor. We mentioned it in Picks and Bans. This is another example of it. And so now you're looking at the Scorpions team who's built up a bit of momentum. You're looking at a Scorpions team who's playing with a bit of confidence score going into their next round.
You're looking at a Scorpions team that has been mentioned in the same breath as the other top 4 seeds, right? And the top 2 be one of those teams that could make it to the SPL. That's the kind of performance that you have to be able to do so, right? From game 1, where I don't even want to say it's close, right? That's the best way to describe it. It's not like they play sloppy or anything like that. They play really well. So do the Sages. They still come out on top because you get a lot of really good play. Sarpei, like you had mentioned on Thor in the first game, looks really good. Looks even better in game number 2. Streak Up with a ton of damage in game 1 than in game 2. Kana, of course, having the performance that he has had. What you really get from this team, I think, is improvements. You get to see them from game 1 to game 2 make the adjustments that they need to go from a close game to a winning game. And if you are in that conversation of, hey, we're going to be one of the teams that can win and will win, especially for this tournament, making it to the top 2, that's the kind of performance I think you need to have.
Yeah, I think if you think about just the Scorpions brand in general, right, I know it's a bit of a different roster from OG bottom of the SEC Scorpions to better SEC Scorpions to now this. Been a crazy transformation for the, I guess, big guy, little guy on the screen behind us. But some momentum now building up early in the Smite Pro League promotional tournament. It's the Aru Scorpions starting off with a 2-0 win. They're standing by with us for the winner's interview.
Yeah, thank you so much. I got Pred's support for the Aru Scorpions. Congratulations first on your 2-0 win above your opposition. Tell me how it feels for your team to come out here. You're an EU representative trying to battle into the SPL to get one of those slots. How's your team feel coming out off of a 2-0 for your first set of the weekend?
Well, after the scrims we've been having, it was very rough. We had to scrim on NA ping, so every team fight is like, oh, we lost that because of ping. And then, oh, we lost that because of ping. Now we're at LAN, nerves have settled down after game 1, and it felt good.
Yeah, I mean, you guys look good out there. And one thing that, Trell and I were really dialing in at the end of game number 1 and going to game number 2 is the fact that Sarpei got Thor, popped off in game number 1. How did it feel for Sarpei when he was able to get it back for a second game in a row?
Yeah, he was shocked. He was like, wait, guys, Thor's open. just give me Thor. And game 1, he said, oh, I'm a bit shaky. I'm missing some walls, but then he just popped off. I don't know what happened to him. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you guys look good in your set out there. One final one over for you. Your team is one of the ones that's kind of slated up at the top end of the bracket, maybe one of those teams to maybe qualify after a win like this one. Do you think your chances of making it to the SPL are maybe a little bit more in favor of some of the other players out there?
Definitely. I definitely think we'll be top 2, for sure.
Maybe top 2 here for Preds and the Aru Scorpions. Congrats on your 2-0. Let's get back with the team. We'll throw back up to the desk. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, after a set like that, I'm not sure how you're feeling any less than confident, right? If you're the Aru Scorpions, again, against a very talented team that was the Athenian Sages. That is the Athenian Sages, who will still have a chance to make a run here in the lower bracket. Let's talk about some of what the Scorpions did well here, Gore, because the Sages, we know they have a lot of talent in the duo lane. That's a Wowie Priv duo lane. The Scorpions slowed that down wonderfully. They were able to not only mitigate some of the advantages that the Sages had.
Yep.
Short fuse, very talented jungler, had the Mercury, high carry potential on a jungler like that. Mitigated that while also allowing Sarpei to play their game. And you heard it there in the post-game interview. Pred's just Sarpei rather, just disgusting on this pick and really propelled the team forward.
There's a lot of moments in Smite where sometimes you'll get multi-kills out of nowhere. That was the most ridiculous, just kind of created for them triple kill that I've gotten to see in a long time. I mean, hey, it's just one of those opportunities that really kind of knocks the door down and showcases, I think, what the Scorpions had to offer.
Hammer.
And again, you know, you have this Mercury for short fuse that was locked in early on. The fact that the Thor gets to go back into Sarpei's hands, that they get to have this level of performance with it again. You're just dunking down on people for free. You're going 10-1 at the very end of it all.
I figured they'd have top damage in this game, and they sure do.
And it's just, I don't even know how to describe it other than it's just a really good Thor game. Everybody else had a good game, but like Sarpei was just above and beyond. Everybody else played the way they needed to play.
Yeah, it's a steamrolly type game. That's what Thor gives you, right? It's the Anvil of Dawn. It's the up and over instead of the through that the Mercury has to play around. Really, I think, because we talked about it during picks and bans, we figured the Mercury, the Kronos, the Ram with the Fafnir, that needs time to scale up, right? And get to a point where eventually that coer's just going to melt targets. That's got to be something the Scorpions were aware of, drafted a composition that simply ended the game before those later game carries were able to get there. The low damage numbers from the Kronos and the carries that were just not really able to get there. So the Aru Scorpions, they'll take a 2-0 win in our second best of 3 of the day. We're only halfway done. We've got 2 more best of 3s for you. Our third set of the day coming up right after this.
We gotta ride away, but you're running away. You just gon' throw it away. Where's the roadway? Baby, just come home tonight. All night. We gotta ride away, but you're running away. You just gon' throw it away. Where's the roadway? Baby, just come home tonight. All night. I am beat for vibe, moving to my light. I attract what's mine. On that QGTM type of time now. I'm not sorry, this drove a Rari. Big energy, his bling was really blinding. Then be my type, scheme with him all through the night. He hits me up and give me pain, and then we catch a flight. From time to time, I know it's wrong, but it feels so right. I know that it feels so right. What's done is done, the devil steady testing me. Tease me gently like expensive trees, like it's your expertise. Touched by V, you know it's blessed. And baby, I need you. We gotta ride away, but you're running away. You just gon' throw it away. Where's the roadway? Baby, just come home tonight. All night. We gotta ride away, but you're running away. You just gon' throw it away. Where's the roadway? Baby, just come home tonight. All night. I need you back. You give me peace of mind, with you I never lack. I want you back. You hold it down just like the piece that's on your back. We argue, we fuck up, we argue, that's love. Them petty games that you play put you through the same thing. Them petty games that you play put you through the same thing. But you running away, you just gon' throw it away. Where's the roadway? Baby, just come home tonight. All night. I need you back. I need you back.
I want to. Look. I-35 top down, quick to tell a hater they should get like me. Seem like everybody wanna be the boss, but it costs and these lames ain't like me. Drop a couple bands on the crypto fans, no way go. I ain't gotta tell them what it is. Tell them I'm a grown man, so you'll never fool me with the cap you be selling to the kids. Shorty, we the lords of the land, we wavy. Bad little mama tryna have a baby. In a coupe seat color like gravy. Children of the sun, why these so shady? Boss talk with the wolf pack, I ain't never looked back. Got a couple bands and I flipped that. I be chillin' with my shorty, got the crib on karate. Keep up, little baby, that's a kickback. Can't flex on that living hate free. But he say real, but I know that can't be. Paying for the late fee. Hit her from the side till I get home safely. Got 3 chains on me, neck strong, and a check long, and I'm up now. And I make little baby feel good in the hood around you. Shorty can't put her cup down. Glide through your hood like soap on a runway. No sleep, check a bag on a Sunday. Get it in a moment, I don't gotta say one day. Be cool, he don't really want gunplay. Slide through your side like a spoon on ice cream. Say I'm falling off, baby, that's a pipe dream. Everybody win when they ball for the right team. Gotta shine like a star on a light beam. Get into the cash, stop playing with me. You be in the DM, but she laying with me. Ain't really much you could say to a G. I'm on the road, I'll be everywhere they pay me to be. These ballin' on the internet, stop them. I take some words and I turn them into profit. Retro 3 jersey, I'm the answer. Please stop hating on the king, that's cancer. About to sling an iPhone for the quick flip. Making magic in the mix like Bisquick. Turn it to a slip and slide on a slick. Showing love to the fans, get a quick flick. And my granny pick cotton, I'ma pick her a mansion. Scaling up the company, we thinking expansion. Everything homegrown, cool on the chemicals. Small town fly, got a neck full of minerals. Glide through your hood like soap on a runway. No sleep, check a bag on a Sunday. Get it in a moment, I don't gotta say one day. Be cool, he don't really want gunplay. Slide through your side like a spoon on ice cream. Say I'm falling off, baby, that's a pipe dream. Everybody win when they ball for the right team. Gotta shine like a star, I'm a light beam.
If it's love, I want everything. Touch my soul, touch my heart, don't judge my mental. They told me that life is simple, been real since Papa Pimple. I started out in the rental, Sonata, the presidential. Speak once and listen twice. They told me that less is simple. I'm observing in the room, I be flying all on the wall. Open mouth conversations, I leave you all in some awe. Cutting through the noise, I'm hoping I leave a scar. If you don't know where you been, how you knowin' where you are?
Let's cruise in the night, I'm groovy. Thought you said you was my type, I'm moving too slow. Text back like shit, I'm cool with it. I can match energies, babe, I'm moving your flow.
Some throughout the time, check my notifications. It wasn't love we was prepping for, but was something adjacent. I can't be wasting lines. I'm in for something to say in a time where everything vague and the in-between is not what it made out to seem. Everything is intention, but still I tend to do it wrong. Can you fault me for wanting you? Was you let alone? Both hurt, but I wasn't taunting you. I just thought it all to be what I was supposed to do, else I wasn't approaching you. I put my heart on your sleeve, wore like a brooch to you, and all in all the outcome would be what it would be. You took a chance, I took the lead. We shook as sheets, advanced and did the deed. Don't blame it on me, we grown, it's a natural thing.
Cruise in the night, I'm grooving. Thought you said you was my type, I'm moving too slow. Text back like shit, I'm cool with it. I can match energies, babe, I'm moving your flow.
I'm only talking flash, then deposits. I maneuver on some comms in the South Street. Run the clock and tell me nothing. This is everything I wanted. I'm only talking flash, then deposits. I maneuver on some comms in the South Street. Run the clock and tell me nothing. This is everything I wanted. She ain't know it, but I'm everything she wanted. She ain't know it, but I'm everything I wanted. manifested where I'm at. The credit card just up the max, and everything I do, I tax. It's hard to buy my time. They see me shining, my paint dripping, I'm acting different. I keep it modest till I turn up, I've been champagne sipping. They clock watch while I big boss and a flossing proper. I'm quick to slide like a slip, not ducking cops and robbers. Been on the wave, you can't tame, they press and play to play me. And I'm out of body, my vibration high, I'm levitating. I feel amazing, I'm keeping space away from them toxins. I'm going places, I'm gassed up, ain't no limitation. Headed where that tree in that weather, got my melanin popping. Whip with the leather, the softest, motherfucker humble brag. I'm bad boy with that cash, ready to spaz. I splash the dash, digital rap. They mad, cause try and bite too hot to handle. I ghost ride it, I pilot phantom. My mind ain't yet hit its prime. They ask me when I'm quitting. Decline to answer, I'm unbothered, I'm kind-mannered.
And welcome back to the Smite Pro League promotional tournament for Season 10 of the Smite Pro League. My goodness, we've been at this for 10 years. That's wild. We've got 10 teams here this weekend vying for a couple of spots in this year's Smite Pro League. 6 teams already in, 2 teams by the end of this weekend will join them to round out a total of 8. You've joined Dolson for quick and easy math. And I've got a quick and easy equation for you. If you want any skin in Smite, a chance to win any skin in Smite, to be clear, make sure to use !Temple in chat for a link where you can enter the giveaway. And any skin means any skin. Archon Thanatos, Poseidon, the DJ Ganesh skin, certainly up there. That's just as cool and exclusive as all of those other ones. Maybe base skin Geb if you haven't unlocked the god yet. I'm sure that's possible. !Temple in chat, a link where you can enter. And yes, any skin in Smite up for grabs in the giveaway. Some really good ones out there, and a really good matchup we've got just around the corner. What's your favorite skin, Trelly? Say you don't own it yet, or
right.
if you do own it, you can tell me your favorite one that you do own. What would you get if you were to win?
If I won !Temple in chat and click the link and then won I would get barely buzzed Bacchus. It's the B one where he puts honey on his head.
That's right.
And it's just goofy. It's my favorite.
Well, you're obligated to never use your one, right? If you're barely buzzed, you got to keep it the meters all the way down by obligation.
Makes sense.
That's a good skin choice. That's a great skin choice. I'm really excited. Oh, we banned the word excited. I am heavily invested in our third best of 3 of the day because it's the Titans going up against the Eldritch Hounds because, my goodness, these two teams absolutely loaded with talent. And if you look at this Tartarus Titans roster, Trelly, and what the Titans are capable of as a team, it's largely centered around what we know that they have done with one another in the past. And you can say a lot of the same about the Eldritch Hounds. That's a team of very talented players. And really changes the face of the upper side of this bracket. If the Hounds move on, Aru Scorpions potentially another favorite. But Hounds versus Gladiators would be that potential match 12 a bit later on. We got to work through some of the lower bracket matchups as well. And we'll figure out Callan Warden's Shabalba Storm. That'll be our 4th and final best of 3 of the day. So we're in match 4 technically on this graphic, but it's our 3rd of the day in that middle column. And so, Trelly, you look at a matchup like this. Could be one of the heaviest weight matchups we've had so far here today, just based on rosters and expectations. A lot of the casters picking the Hounds to go through, but the Titans, it's in my Zen, Dashboard, Nehu, Dame, Delney, Coach Tom, a team that could find some upsets this weekend.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think the difficulty in us picking our predictions was the fact that there is just so much talent throughout the entirety of this tournament. This is definitely one of those teams that could play upset super easily. I think that with how much we have harped on the fact that jungle is such a pivotal role right now in this meta, Dame is that jungler. He's that guy that can really, make a stamp in the early game. He can play these hard carries that use these current meta builds very well, like the Ratatoskers, for example, the Thors. These are all very strong gods in the current meta. Even his Pele could pop off. And I think if you can get your jungle off to a good start, you can then facilitate any single one of these players in their own right. So, hey, I'm going to go over to solo lane, make sure Delaney gets ahead. Nehu, we're going to play through mid, or even Zen, who's had his own pop-off performances in that carry role. So they've got plenty of options here. I'm just hoping that Dame does get one of those junglers that he can make a big impact on, because if not, this team might start to struggle a bit.
Yeah, I'm starting to think back to the Dame performance that we got during Worlds qualifiers, right, from that SEC tournament. And this is a team that made it pretty far in. It was under the storm at the time, but it's a team that was able to find plays, be really competitive against the top of the SEC, and had a good look at qualifying to the World's group stages, and Dame was a lot of it. Now we're talking about, you know, the Storm team has kind of changed up a bit. Dashboard now joins this team, and so the duo lane a bit different, where MIZen is a very strong player. But Trelly, where mid is as good as it is in the current meta, you need to have a talented player there, and I think Nehu has proven that talent over the course of his career.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that current mid meta brings a couple different like mid picks that we've seen out of the woodwork. Like Tiamat, for example, is very strong right now with those tablet builds, and I think Nehu certainly has that in the back pocket. I'm excited to see exactly how these different style of picks change up, but I tend to agree with what you're saying. Nehu could really bring that extra edge as well. I think this team, if they get off to a good start on the right day, which could be today, they really could play upside to a lot of these different squads.
Yeah, I took like 1,700 damage from a Raw snipe the other day through the ranked game for my team. Had Aegis and everything and just couldn't avoid it. So I think mid is really strong right now. Their opponents, Trelly, a team that a few of the casters picked to go through to the SPL, the Eldritch Hounds, and there's a reason this team has been picked. And even for those, I think you picked the Scorpions, right, as your second team in.
Yep.
I assume you still have the Hounds, like, right in the mix there behind the Scorpions. This is Coast, Quig, Benny Q, Oath, Ducky, and Coach Chuck. L Chuckles for long.
Feels good to have him back.
That's right. It was super weird for me to have him walking around without the Oni Warriors.
Yep.
Like that was such a little family unit to me, with that roster. It was so weird seeing him back in the booth with this gang. This has got to be, I think, a statement game from the Eldritch Hounds. They're going to be happy if they win it, whether it's 2-0, 2-1, whatever. If they win, they're going to be happy, right? They don't care about what we think. But I think in my brain, we have heaped so much praise and expectation on this roster. If I want to back up my own opinions, I need to see something convincing here from this Hounds team.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I think that a lot of the conversation has been, we think they're a team that can easily make it if they play to their strengths, but do they play to their strengths? With that being said, I would like to see them come out the gate swinging. I mean, I think that Coast alone carries a lot of the weight of this team. We've been talking about Coast since he was like 15.
Since he pented Mifflin.
Since he pented Mifflin, which we are contractually obligated to bring up every single time he's here, right? And I think that...
Imagine if he makes it to the Okay. There is a...
If he makes it, we'll cut it back a bit.
What's the legal term when it's been so long since something's happened? Like you know what I'm talking about?
Statute of limitations.
Yeah, there's a statute of limitations on...
on bringing up his pent on Mifflin.
That's right.
If he makes it to the league and we have to say
That's a really good point, though, because we have talked so often, and even behind the scenes, after Coast's performance during the SEC qualifiers, SWC group stages, and on the Smite World Championship stage, had some really good moments and games. Took a 2v1 against the Kings, won that one. There were a lot of questions. Why isn't Coast just straight up on an SPL team, right? That level of talent. Coast plus Quig, if I'm continuing my conversation around duo lanes, might just be one of the best in this tournament.
Yeah, no doubt. I think that, to answer our speculation, why isn't he on an SPL team yet? He's got to show us right now, right? If he just absolutely pops off, then all of those questions were warranted. If he doesn't, then But usually, he seems pretty confident whenever he sits down in that chair. He has his game face on. I want to see a lot of Benny Q. I know that we've said it before. Towards the tail end of Season 9, we did not see enough out of the Valks. I think that some of their players really picked up, but I want to see more from Benny Q. We know he's got it in him, so I'm excited to see what he has to do.
Cannot wait to see what the Hounds and what the Tartarus Titans are able to get done here. Third best of 3 of the day, kicking off now in picks and bans. And Trelly, I know you're a ranked grinder. I know that you're in there, you're mixing it up. Have picks and bans today so far matched up with what you expected to see? Have there been gods that you feel like you would have expected more of, less of, or do you think it's been just about up to par?
It's been pretty much what I expected. I saw some gods that I didn't expect to see do very poorly, so that, kind of made sense to me. You know, like the Mercury, for example, I just think is a terrible time in the current meta.
Right.
The fact that Rundus played Jormungandr full damage solo.
Yeah.
I've seen him do that so many times in ranked, and it always works, which I keep hoping someone finds an answer to it, but so far hasn't. So that has all made sense to me. And actually, the Titans are going to take away the Mercury. This is a pick that, again, I've been saying just cannot work, and people are still worried about it. So maybe I would like to be proven wrong. I can't wait to see a Merc pop-off game, but haven't been shown it yet.
Man, Oath v Dame. That's a fun jungle matchup to follow along with. And it looks like Dame is going to get his Thor here. That was a pick where towards qualifiers, group stages, Smite World Championship, that's where Dame really made his money. The rotation, the aggressive potential picks looked fantastic for Dame. And I love the start here for the Tartarus Titans. However, that has left open a lot of power for the Eldritch Hounds. 2 magical carries banned out, both by the Hounds. And BennyQ traditionally leaving his pick later in the draft. That's been on different teams of past. Going to pick the Merlin early in game 1.
Ishtar.
And the carry locked in as well. Trelly, does this tell you anything about the mindset of this Hounds team?
Yeah, it seems like they want to try to get some extra pressure in that duo lane. They're not going to fall bait to the magical ADC, the magical ADCs that are open in this case, because Sol and Freya are taken away. And the fact that BennyQ just likes Merlin. I mean, I've seen so much of his Merlin, and I've seen so much of this tablet build with characters that can proc it very well. Merlin seems like one of those gods. We'll have to see if that's the kind of play we do see. However, whenever I see that Thor on this current map, that does worry me. I mean, Dame has a fantastic Thor, and getting it this early on shows confidence. So I'd like to see around level 5 where he decides to get active.
Go forth, my children, and take over this land.
Tiamat, Trelly, that just earlier today did 51,000 damage.
And will continue to
and
do
will,
so.
and will continue to do so. Not banned. And so, if you're the Titans, you get your 3 carry-esque picks, 2 literal carries, 1 carry-esque in the jungle. I think you're on top of the world. I mean, Rom is sort of tried and true. I don't think the top of the tier list right now, but in a very strong spot to contend with the Ishtar. Sylvanas the pick though for the Eldritch Hounds. So Quig feeling good, feeling ready to roll in their first game of this event. Pairing up an Ishtar with the Sylvanas. Do you feel like that's a lane, Trelly, regardless of what support gets picked up for the Titans, should feel okay?
I think that healing is clearly so prevalent at the moment. I mean, we've seen Terra, Guan, so many different soul gems. Like, sustain is the name of the game here, so maybe Sylvanas just gets an inherent buff because of that. Itemization-wise, definitely looks better. I think the sickle is really great for these team fights, the buffed sickle, I should say. I'm excited to see how that will actually play out in the duo lane in particular, because you have those double lob autos. You should be just getting pressure.
Are you that
assuming
impatient
that
for
junglers
your
don't decide to
death?
get active early. And this has been a pick that has been absolutely terrorizing the rank scenes. No pun intended, because she's a spooky ghost. Kleena is nuts at the moment with the Bluestone build. If you can get it online, 2-3 items, you can just solo a carry from the wall if they're not paying attention, which I'm assuming in this high-stakes matchup, you're going to get a little bit more paying attention to when you see that indicator that Kleena's in a wall, but still, it's very annoying to deal with. And if you're able to pilot this pick, as well as I know, if it's in solo, you know, maybe going over to Ducky, but more often than not, in jungle, in Oath's hands, can be very scary towards the later stage of the game.
Oath absolutely talented on this pick. Different style, though, from what Dame has. Automatic rotation with the Anvil of Dawn. Kleena takes a bit longer to initiate those ganks, not quite as sudden as what Dame is going to be able to do. So if that's jungle, pathing utmost importance for Oath. However, a lot of conversations that we've had about Coast recently, we've been having about Oath for the last year or so, with next up into the SPL in that specific role. And you know what, I actually think this is a culmination of a lot of those conversations where so often the answer has been, well, Oath is waiting to do it with a certain team at the right time, and this is really that team and that time for Oath, it feels like. And a really, really good shot at qualifying into the Smite Pro League. Bacchus for the duo lane, and Guan Yu for solo. You now get a look at the full 5 for the Tartarus Titans. Thor, Rom, Tiamat, Bacchus, Guan. What are some keys to win here in your mind, Shelly, for the Titans?
Wow. Well, I'll answer your question first before I discuss whatever the heck that is. I do like the team fight engage a lot. The fact that they've matched some of that sustain there with the Guan Yu also helps out. You're not going to be just getting out pressured by the Sylvanas heals. And it puts a lot of weight on, number one, the Rama snipes, which we know that Dame is able to hit pretty, or not Dame, and my Zen is able to hit pretty consistently. And then, I was going to say Dame on the Thor. These Anvil of Dawns have to be connecting. If so, they've got some great engage. However, Vamana just got locked in. And that raises some eyebrows for me. I mean, there was, again, some changes to Vamana's ult. Much less healing, much more shielding, meaning that anti-heal doesn't hurt it as much, as well as the cursed Ankh does not hurt it as much. So I'm curious to see what Vamana can do in a meta like this. Usually it's picked into immobile gods that he can just run down. We don't see too many of those here if Tiamat is able to hold on to that leap and Rama able to hold on to that dash. But it looks like the Hounds are seeing something I don't, so I'm hyped to see it. I would like to see Vamana pop off. It could happen.
If you used !temple in chat,
right,
and won the giveaway,
yes,
any skin in Smite,
of course,
would you use it on Lil Mana?
Well, I already have Lil Mana, but
so you didn't.
If I didn't have it, yes, because that is just the best Vamana skill, of course.
Is it just undoubtedly the best?
Well, actually, now that I think about it, the Aang one is pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty neat. All right, so Vamana finalizes the draft here for the Eldritch Hounds. I think if you actually just look at the story between these two teams individually as rosters, this is a Hounds team with expectations heaped upon them. With Coast, it's been the expectations of being the next into the SPL. With Oath, it's been the expectations of being next in to the SPL. With Benny Q, it's the hyper-mechanical talent. Really, it's a team that's formed around expectations of being at that next level anyway. And then you look at the story surrounding this Titans team, Trelly, and it's the story of a team that are all very mechanically talented, but in the past have just sort of surrounded themselves with playing upset, with having some fun at these tournaments. But you get an air about this Titans team as they walk into the studio here today that they're competitive. They're here to compete. This is a team that knows they've got the skill to stand up against the Eldritch Hounds. Ultimately, you know, we've had some mid-length games here today, Trelly, early 20 minutes and some really quick cases. We've gone 30 plus. Say we're smack dab in the middle. We're starting to get into the late game a bit. Does one of these two teams scale a bit better in your mind?
I think the Vamana is going to get a little worse with time, so you'd imagine the Hounds want to get active early.
They want to get active early. Expectations for both of these teams. We'll see who is able to find the advantage in game number one with Gormizer and Mifflin.
Thanks so much, Dave and Trelly. And yeah, Miff, I'm really excited for this one. The Hounds, a team that I don't think yourself had. I can't remember if you had gone Gladiators. I think Trelly was Scorpions. But the rest of us had a little faith in them to make it to the SPL. The Titans, one of the teams I think that I had said if they aren't going to qualify, then they are going to ruin other people's runs, which means we're in the exact spot that maybe they want to be going up against one of the top teams. This is a really interesting matchup. I want to touch on what the desk was talking about towards the very end there, though. How do you feel about the Vamana?
Look, I think Vamana is in a much better spot now than he is currently. Trelly touches on it lightly. It's no longer just the healing infusion when you're in Colossal Fury, and instead now it's an HP shield. But if I'm understanding it correctly, and forgive me, I haven't played a whole lot of Vamana in Season 10.
Well, he's not your go-to.
He's not my go-to solo laner. But as I understand it, now it is a ticking up HP shield, which is very, very strong as opposed to the raw HP shield infusion that something like a Nike gets, right?
Yeah.
So because his shield is constantly ticking upwards, things like Sunder, which have been the standard answer to massive HP shields, don't necessarily work as well. You can wait for him to fully stack his shield and then Sunder him, but he's already stomped on your backline 4, 5, 6, 7 times. It actually has pretty decent damage output, especially with that wing shard in the first slot, giving you over 40% more attack speed. So there is no longer a direct answer to Vamana. It used to be, all right, we bought Ankh, and now this god can't function. His ultimate is actually just a nerf.
Yeah.
Now you can pick up a Sunder and maybe deal with it a little bit, but he is blanket statement much stronger now.
Much stronger, better, potentially in this matchup, Ducky. Someone I expect to do really well with it. Quig already starting off with a really close but not quite pull. And I think that's something the duo lane needs to worry about. That's kind of been this balancing point, I think, right now. You know, we can talk about the players a lot, and I'm sure we will throughout this game, but just God-wise, it feels like some of the engage, you know, from Quig is going to be the root, the pull, and then what kind of follow-up you can have, whereas Dashboard showcased what he has to offer, the belly flop, that jump in, the belch to find the stun, all of that kind of stuff, just from the supports themselves, ignoring maybe the junglers for now. It's going to be really impactful as the game goes on. But do you think that it maybe scales better? Like, I feel like a Bacchus, especially with as tanky as he can get, as wide as the stun can get, maybe does he have more to offer, or is it just something that's visually more appealing?
You know, the conversation around Bacchus, or the narrative that I would always push, is in the latest portions of the game, Season 9, Season 8, he is the tankiest Guardian on the map. He scales incredibly well thanks to Chug. But with Prophetic Shield giving over essentially full stack defense to every Guardian in the game, I think maybe Bacchus loses a little bit of value. Difference being, I would think that Bacchus has an easier time stacking Prophetic Cloak. We won't see it in first slot from either of these guys, likely Gauntlet of Thieves there. But if Dashboard decides to pick it up, leap in, find one tick of Belch, and then get out, you've essentially got your stacks coming to you very, very easily, whereas it's a little bit more committal from Quig on the other side. This Sylvanas has to dedicate a little bit more of his spacing, doesn't have the standard escape tools, his best self-peel is that ultimate. Dashboard can just stun you and then walk away, or leap out if he doesn't decide to leap in.
A lot of options for him. Zen did have to burn the beads early, though, so that does give maybe an edge up to Quig, outside of maybe cloak conversations, just in general CC conversations. Could create some opportunities for him. You know what, let's go to your bread and butter. It's the junglers, right? We've looked at him, we've seen Thor a lot today. He's been doing real well, to say the least. Kleena, I had made the joke during the Salt tournament that there's a lot more walls, so maybe she's doing better, but do you have a preference between these two? Obviously, Thor's been favored by the players. Is that where your preference falls to?
I think Thor is in a very good spot right now. He really has been just in general, but especially the Bluestone start, having Tectonic Shift essentially be another way to proc that Bluestone passive.
Yeah, good point.
Feels pretty decent. The global presence, the fact that Thor scales quickly as well. I'd like to see like a Jotun's Hydra's rush from Dame that really boosts your burst potential. I think both picks have got really strong potential in the mid game. I'm talking tier 1, or first item rather, finished up. Then Thor probably has a slight edge, but once you get in towards second item, should equalize a bit. And then in the latest portions of the game, you're probably just favoring Oath for his ability to shut down these objectives or control space in team fights with that ultimate. But it really does come down to, and I think this is going to be something we have as a through line in Season 10 in its entirety until Jungle gets some changes. Whichever jungler strikes first will just likely continue to strike.
Well, when you have something like the Anvil of Dawn,
that HP shield.
That is absolutely insane. Yeah, he's going to be a little bit of a monster to deal with later. I've not, much like you, I'm usually on the opposite side of the map. You're usually in the jungle. I'm just on the other side. If I'm in solo lane, something's gone catastrophically wrong, and I apologize to any teammates that have had to deal with that, but I'm not usually going to the Vimana, even to test out the changes. But seeing it in action right there makes me feel a little more confident in what Ducky's going to be bringing to the table. And I think that's the other thing about this. When you look at it maybe beyond what just the gods, like we've been talking about a lot, the Titans have a ton of players here. First off, a good brand behind them, considering it's made it to the finals 2 years in a row.
Yep.
But on top of that, you've got players that have been around the scene, just on the cusp of that greatness, right? I mean, in this kind of tournament, this is exactly where you'd expect them to do well, where they're trying to qualify into the SPL, but they've always fallen just a little shy of doing so. But on the other side, Ducky, who's been in the SPL, Benny Q, who's been in the SPL, Oath, who was in talks last year to potentially get brought up, and Coast, who I'm still admittedly a little flabbergasted that he's not just in it after the performance he had. I mean, you've got a lot of player specifics here on the Hounds that feels like they give them that advantage. And based on what you've said, especially with Oath scaling maybe better into the late game, it kind of feels like the Titans maybe need to get their hands on the ball to get something going in their favor sooner.
Well, that's not to say that the Tartarus Titans haven't got themselves pretty decent late game scaling. It's not the same, oh, this guy's just going to one-shot, or Oath's going to, he's just going to do it all on his own in the late game. But it's team fight, I think, looks very good for the Tartarus Titans. They're going to have very consistent initiation between Delny and Dashboard. Nehu on this Tiamat, of course, needs some time to spool up. I'll be keeping my eyes on Zen's build. I've seen the physical power stack up with penetration from Roms. I've seen the crit builds as well, depending on which way he goes. Could change how some of these late game team fights look. And there used to be a massive conversation, seasons 4 through 6, around Thor, which is super great early, falls off and becomes a non-factor in the late game because he loses that one-shot potential. Doesn't happen anymore.
Nope.
Thor is just good in the late game as well.
Saw what he could do last
part
set.
of that initiator. So I trust the Tartarus Titans draft in a late game team fight, but the difficulty of the Tartarus Titans to actually find those fights, I think, is going to start ringing if we don't see much action before the 15-minute mark. Because looking at the Eldritch Hounds draft, these guys are just so slippery. Oath will walk into the wall, the flicker from Benny, even Coast with these large ultimates and these more narrow jungle paths in Season X can make it very easy to apply that stun. We already talked about the HP shield from Vimana, but even with Sunder, you're probably feeling pretty all right just walking into some of these fights. So actually securing kills, I think, going to be the primary issue the Tartarus Titans run into 15, 20 minutes in.
We won't know. I mean, for a while now, if they're even going to pick up a Sunder. And like you said, it's one of the, like, it's such an awkward interaction to try and get rid of all of it and have it be effective, or as effective as possible. And so there's definitely options for them, but I could also see them just foregoing it entirely. It has been a otherwise quiet solo lane up till this point. Good knock up from Ducky. Oath has come over, and the damage is there. Delny dashes straight through, but there is the Umbrella Ring, and sometimes that's all you need. First blood going over to the Hounds.
Yeah, those Bastions, a double-edged sword. You want the 75 gold early on, but also playing on tower lines, super dangerous.
Ooh, Coast low, snipe 1 miss, snipe 2 hit, 3 just off the mark. Zin gonna have to fall back from that one. Almost a pluck from Quig, but Coast does what he needs to in that kind of scenario. He stays alive.
Yeah, Meditation puts in some work. Let's see if he can do it twice. He's taking a lot of damage.
Still has the beads, doesn't need them. Nobody has a more level head than this guy holding on to his relics. Coast low, but Oath is in the jungle. Quig's still right here. Some good CC, maybe a little bit of an overzealous dive.
Dame.
That's maybe all they need. Dame, as you point out, is going to meet Oath, stun him out, and give a little bit of clarity to the duo lane about what could be going on here. It looks like that's going to be the retreat. And so otherwise, steadies out to just the 1 kill for Ducky.
Yeah, I wonder. Dame's got to be maxing out the hammer, right? That was so much damage just off the double tap onto Oath. Get a look at it. Yep, it is hammer in the first slot. So this is going to be a poke-focused Thor, at least for the next 3 or so levels until he gets some more points in the Berserker's Barrage. Doesn't necessarily want to stick around in the engagement. If anybody on the side of the Eldritch Hounds uses beads, you better believe Dame is going to be gunning straight for them. That Anvil of Dawn and a hammer combo, just so powerful, especially if you've maxed it first slot. Does look to me like he will be going towards the Hydras as well, so even further boosting that burst damage. Whereas on the other side, maybe a Titan's Bane for Oath in second slot. It's a strong pickup. Synergizes pretty well if you want to use the second ability. I believe that's Flickering Lights or something like that for cleanup.
Sure.
So if that's how you initiate your fight, you're going to get the full value of the Titan's Bane passive. But instead, maxes out the Claw. Flickering Vision, excuse me.
You were pretty close, though.
Hey, synonyms.
Maybe a spot. Well, there's Dame.
It's walled off.
To do something. Yeah, good wall, good hammer. The damage isn't maybe as impactful on a tree as it was anybody else, so Quig can shrug that one off. But it is kind of along the vein, at least, of what you were asking for earlier, right? Like the Bluestone immediately into a Jotuns to have some more damage up. Now the Hydra's Star. And so definitely a lot of growing room for already some really solid damage. But hasn't been able to have the same impact so far as Oath. And yeah, it's only 1 kill, but showing up, having that 1 kill on board, putting Delny down, getting a little bit of a lead here for Ducky. Feels like it's been nice and impactful. Meanwhile, you see the Kleena already hanging out on the left-hand side. Dame slowly making his way over there alongside Nehu.
Jumps
in.
in.
Knock-up. There's going to be the Intoxicate as well, but the knock-up's going to be on dashboard now. He might be isolated. There's not a lot of help. Stun from Coast, not going to connect. The ult goes a little wide. Seems like everyone's just going to go ahead and call that one as a wash. It didn't seem like they were all on the same page yet for the Titans. Oath is still hanging around, goes in for Zin, has decent damage, not enough to get the kill though. Half health for Zin, turns it around, and the engage is back here. Wall from Dame, all you need is a little more. The snipes should clean this up. One more, Zin finds it, puts themselves on the board.
Oath nearly escapes that situation, applies the stealth to Dame, so had that last snipe missed, pretty unlikely Dame secures that kill, and Oath would have been able to walk his way into the jungle. So great play from the ROM. Make sure that one turns around, and an overstay from Oath buys time for Dame to rotate his way through that team fight, and even comes back in.
Wow. And he's eating good so far. Coast isn't getting anywhere with that, the backflip. Oh, unfortunate for him. Leans up against the wall. Sometimes, Mifflin, all you need is a dunk in a wall, and you're set. You don't even need the rest of it. Granted, the rest of the damage was still pretty nice. And Zin's going to be able to find a second in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, catches back up to Oath as well, who had a nearly an entire level lead over his direct opposition. That said, there's been a slight difference in solo lane pressure. I want to bring up the fact that Ducky has just been ulting on cooldown, it feels like.
Yeah.
Securing that cooldown buff, grabbing the Totems of Skulls, hasn't really been too concerned. The one time we've seen Delny use his ultimate, Oath was there, made him pay for it, rotates through, turns it around. That said, Dame not exactly showing the same propensity to rotate in towards the soul lane has allowed Ducky essentially to free cast his entire time, play wherever he wants, start putting pressure onto these bastions. That could start to add up. We talked about it earlier. This Mana now with the HP shield is going to be a pretty big menace in the late game team fight, and being allowed to free farm and slowly develop his lead make it pretty difficult for Delny to keep up with those rotations.
And speaking of team fight, we're getting to the point where we're seeing larger and larger groupings each time, right? Oath rotating over, Dame rotating in. You'll see groups of 4 instead of just the 3. Ducky going on a tour of the world right now. It looks like he's going to proxy between the Phoenix and the Tier 2. Dame, though, is looking for a little bit more than that. Just off the mark. Sometimes the walls just don't hit. And that one don't hit. So he's going to have to go back to base empty-handed for a kill. But if that lands, I mean, even with beads up for Coast, it's not a lot of disengage potential for an Ishtar.
No, it's so difficult for Ishtar to deal with the wall. There is a fun interaction where if Thor's barrel stuffing you on top of his wall, you can actually use that dash to get over it with the lead portion. Instead, Gold Fury pulled, big knockout.
Wow. Goes for the Intoxicate super early. Hounds able to secure it this time. The shots, the snipes coming through. Dashboard goes down.
Whoa.
Walls good from Dame. There's just not any follow-up, unfortunately, for the Titans. A little too scattered to the winds. And a good grouping from the Hounds gets him a nice early Fury.
The Titans got to realize that's the play. Once Ducky's actually proxying at your Phoenix, I mean, that's the tried and true solo telegraph. We're going to make a play for Gold Fury. Eldritch Hounds do actually activate on it very quickly. The Ducky, I believe, doesn't even make the full rotation over before that objective had fallen down. Delny tries to match the rotation, loses an entire wave to tower at that, so even further pushing Ducky ahead in the soul lane. It's going to be super difficult to deal with him. He's gone unchecked so far. Hasn't even necessarily gone in towards the tankiest build on the planet. I know Berserker Shield, 60 defense and fusion, as opposed to the Bruiser item that it used to be. But with that said, you still have really good pen options for Dame. I'd love to see some presence from the Thor over here, especially considering how often Delny has been able to force out the Colossal Fury.
Just a little bit of pressure. Maybe sometimes that's all you need. Colossal Fury's up right now, though, so maybe it's a patient game. Maybe it shouldn't be. When I see Ducky getting this aggressive, you want some of that help. Successfully steals away the blue. Maybe one of the first few invades, true invades that we've seen. We've seen a lot of dominations so far today that have led into control of that part of the jungle. But Ducky going in maybe a little deeper than normal, making it work out for him. And so well played, only 4 kills on the board so far, but 14 minutes in, you've got a 2,000 gold lead for the Hounds, most of that being in that last Fury, so you're feeling pretty confident about it. Pyromancer is going to be in the conversation relatively soon, and I think alongside that, you have to start talking about, in the next 5-6 minutes, propensities to do to any of the objectives. Maybe Fire Giant's a pipe dream right now, but like the burn that the Hounds just illustrated, something that the Titans are going to have to respond to quickly.
Yeah, I think Fire Giant is not so far off, where it's not on the horizon. You've got Benny Q on Merlin in the Fire stance and the Ice stance, massive burn potential. Oath with his ultimate, if he's willing to dedicate both charges, will just shred objectives on his own as well. You've got an auto attacker Soul Laner, so Ducky should be able to boost some of that DPS around these objectives too. The Tartarus Titans, they're just hoping the gold free spawns soon. They want to keep the map split. If they can at least threaten gold in response to a Pyro to keep the Eldritch Hounds in check.
Well, there's a Thor tongue, catches out Coast immediately, beads used, and there's the wall afterward. It's going to be a clean pickup for Dame, but can they escape? Oath is on the chase, looking for more, but the crits are ringing true the other way. The damage is not there for Oath, and instead Zen picks up a second for his team, and the Titans come out on top.
Zen needs to pick up a lottery ticket too, man. 30% crit chance, hits all 3 in a row. If I'm Oath, that's just got to be one of the most frustrating situations you have to deal with. Unfortunate. Goes in, does burn off the Aegis from both Dame and Zen, so subsequent rotations could go a little bit better for him, but for now, going to be really mitigated in their efficacy, especially around the duo lane. Vaporish Coast sitting at a 2-level deficit, 3-0 start for In My Zen on a Hunter that scales incredibly well into the late game. Generally, you're talking about, all right, Ishtar is a lane bully. She's just going to dominate the laning phase, and it just goes by rote. Not this time, not with the build difference either. I don't think Vaporish Coast can ever look to 1v1 Zen ever again. One stray crit is just the difference. I mean, you've got the Executioner to match Coast as well. 2 stacks on your Rage, don't walk out.
Hounds get the Pyromancer. They don't pick up the Runic Bomb this time around, though. Maybe out of safety mechanisms, just because of the fact that the Titans were looking for a little more. Unfortunate scenario to maybe find themselves in after burning objectives incredibly well. Admittedly, getting that one still feels nice, but the Fury's about to come back up. It feels like positioning favors the Titans, damage favors the Titans. And based on the fact that Zen is not going anywhere else, the eyes are on the Fury.
It'll go quick.
And I don't think anybody's looking to respond to this. Maybe Benny Q, but I don't think he's going to be there in time. So the Hounds, after picking up a few in a row, go ahead and decide to let that one drop. And Mifflin, they were starting to cultivate a pretty good lead, but now it's a lot more even than maybe they would have anticipated.
Yeah, 1,000 gold cut by the Tartarus Titans, but the Eldritch Hounds, we haven't even seen them truly group up or try and force fights. Benny Q has not been involved. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like sub 2,000 player damage. All his damage is just coming from poke and lane. And this Merlin's been spooling up slowly. Book of Thoth fully stacked, the new Divine Ruin with the Chain Lightning passive finished up. Soul Gem a little bit more sustained there as well. 4,000 damage, bottom of the charts for Benny. But you got to think that's going to turn around in one team fight. If Quig can initiate with his ultimate and just have that arcane stance Merlin at his heels, could really shake up some of these fights. The Tartarus Titans, on the other hand, their entire strategy is keep Zen involved. If you can fight on the left side of the map, great. Or if Zen can get over to the right side, great. But if he's not in the engagement, you're still probably pretty heavily favoring the Eldritch Hounds. The Hounds have a decent avenue of forcing fights with Zen absent. Wait for him to show up on the map, pull the Fire Giant, and see if there's a response.
There's open opportunity. Especially with the way that Dame has been setting things up for Zen. It feels like the 1-2 punch between the jungler and the carry here is maybe just too difficult to deal with. Plus, you're at a 2-level deficit right now if you're Coast. A lot to play into. We've seen him do it in the past, so it's not necessarily far-fetched. Or maybe a lot more work to do. A lot of left-hand side focus. I guess with Pyromancer down, it's maybe not as easy. Not as lucrative on the right, especially when you get an HP shield buff over here. But nothing too crazy happening. Honestly, Mifflin, I think that we're looking at a point where the Titans can really start to ramp up their presence on the map. Maybe look for some invades, maybe force some fights. They've got the tier 1, but only 1 tower has fallen on each side. And so maybe a little bit more work to do to get a map state that's in your favor. But we were talking about it not too long ago. Now, about 5 minutes later, that Fire Giant's starting to look pretty tasty if you think you can win a fight or if you think you have the better secure. And right now, at least when it comes to winning fights, the Titans have been able to do so.
Yeah, the Titans doing very well in the actual PvP, and farm on map has slowly been favoring them as well. The Eldritch Hounds, the entirety of their lead has got to be coming from Ducky at this point. Has cleared out his tower, 2-level lead here. Just ignoring Delny in the lane doesn't necessarily matter. Delny does not pose a threat to him, and Ducky similarly does not pose a threat to Delny, so it's just about finding pressure on map and who's allowed to rotate first. Vamana likely getting the better end of that trade. Otherwise, just waiting for the first hat to drop. Just waiting for the first team to move in towards this Fire Giant or the Pyromancer on respawn. A couple of seconds till that one's back up. I don't believe anyone actually had the opportunity to pick up that Runic Bomb. Would be incredibly nice to have 2 in your pocket. But instead, they were forced back, the Eldritch Hounds that is, by the Tartarus Titans. It's 1,000 true damage on structures as well as jungle bosses, so having that additional secure, so powerful. And actually, I saw Flare Boot had tested it out. It applies the physical damage to jungle bosses as well as the 1,000 true damage. So in late game with mitigations, Runic Bomb does upwards of like 1,100 to 1,200 damage.
Wow.
Have 2 of them, that's 24. I don't think anyone on the map is matching anything like that. Even just 1 Runic Bomb might be the highest individual damage ability in the game. Benny Q maybe with like a transformation could match a bit of that DPS, but otherwise that's your best secure bet. So Runic Bomb in this matchup in particular going to be heavily valued.
It does help in the future. I mean, if you're talking about like any meta where something like a Kukulkan or a Vulcan or a Scylla can exist in it.
Yeah, Scylla and Kukulkan and Ra, they'll still beat a Runic Bomb.
They're still going, but like it gives you
them.
maybe more of an opportunity though if like you have a draft that wouldn't have matched it otherwise. It creates, I think, a fun conversation whenever that ends up happening. Right now we haven't gotten to see any of those big bursty mages. I guess the Vulcan a little bit earlier today. Otherwise it's fallen to the side. There's a Runic Bomb pickup. Quig's going to grab that, and then it's immediate rotation onto the Fire Giant. Gold Fury goes down for the Titans, so they are able to secure that. Ducky's looking caught in mid. Delny sniffs this one out, so they have to make their way there fast. Delny goes for the stun, finds it, but the Hounds, they're going to pick up the Fire Giant. They're going to pick up a little bit more than just that. They get Delny as he retreats as well. And they are looking to continue this onslaught. They're rushing
Good
towards
stun.
mid, immediately
He's
on
stuck.
the dashboard. They find some good CC in the back. There's only so much Abacus can do, and that's all he needs, a nice little belly flop. Oh, but right into the waiting arms here of Oath. Clean kill, and that's going to be 2 down. Nehu TKO'd. This tier 2's looking a lot easier to kill off. You had mentioned Oath and Dame earlier. It's gotten to the late game. And Dame recognizes that isn't a fight he can take anymore.
And those staggered deaths, 20 seconds on dashboard, 15 on Delny. It's a Phoenix push from the Elgin Towns.
Looks like they're going to have to play it carefully. Actually get pushed back here.
Reset.
Thanks to Nehu and Zin. They're going to reset, as you said. Dame, if he had been killed off, staggered out, maybe could have been the final straw for that Phoenix. 3 towers left standing, tier 1, tier 2, and left. Tier 2 and right here for the Titans. Otherwise, exposed Phoenix in mid. And another few minutes. You can play with the Fire Giant power play here for the Hounds. A lot of wiggle room, Mifflin. They back, they spin. They're coming into this next engagement with a pretty big power spike. So it feels like there's a little bit of pressure on the Titans. Do you even like tier 2 defenses here, or do you start to fall back towards Phoenix's?
Base defense, tier 2 defense, I think you can at least throw up soft. Have Nehu poke from a range. Dame, very good for poke as well, but I think committing to a tier 2 at this point, probably unlikely for the Tartarus Titans. They've done a really good job of mitigating the gold lead up until this point, so you're allowed to let some of these structures fall down and still want to buy as much time as humanly possible. I don't love the call from the Tartarus Titans around those objectives going down, though, Gore. I mean, going towards the Gold Fury in a situation like that, realizing the Elder Towns were going for Pyro, it was a clear decision. We'll just trade those neutrals. But the second you look at the compositions truthfully, I mean, the Eldritch Hounds just decimate objectives. That Fire Giant was down to 50% in less than 5 seconds.
Yeah.
It takes an incredibly long time in Season X as well, just to traverse the map. It's so much larger, so much wider now that if you commit to Gold Fury, you're essentially just giving up the Fire Giant, as we saw. Downey does a great job buying time for his team, even forces Vaporish Coast out of the Fire Giant pit, but still not enough. Didn't quite get Dame in range to go for the Anvil of Dawn, and with that Runic Bomb that we talked about a little bit earlier, just able to secure that objective with ease.
We take out tier 1 and tier 2 on left for the Hounds. Push their gold lead, Mifflin, up to just shy of 5,000. And admittedly, part of me wants to just round it up for them, give them the extra 200 gold.
Sure, why not?
5K in the pockets. I mean, you split it up, that's 1,000 per. And when you see the damage, or at least when I saw the damage that Coast was dealing to the towers, it is going to be a hard-pressed defense for the Titans to try and block it. I mean, you have to make sure Coast isn't hitting those shots. Also looks absolutely wild with 3 belts of buffs around his waist there. I think just playing well. And from a deficit at this point, I mean, 0-2 and 3, like the slash line doesn't say it, but the value has been beyond the kills and has been strictly in the map.
Yeah, Oath very good at killing Dashboard, and Delny has decent 1v1 potential into Dame so long as he isn't eating the full combo, but if In My Zen is within range of Coast, you're still favoring the ROM just by nature of having that crit already stacked up a bit in the build. It is now starting to line up for Coast as well. Demon Blade finished up. Actually ends up selling that starter item, so a little bit of crit chance, a little bit more penetration. Means he's got a little bit of threat towards the actual backliners of the Tartarus Titans. Regardless, though, with Dominance, Kin Size, and Executioner, it's the front line that really needs to be concerned when Coast is on the field. And for now, it's only been 2 deaths for him. And those deaths have been few and far between.
Dame.
See ya.
Wow, I'm going to be honest. I was going to say caught out in the jungle and expected to maybe see more of a fight, how that was going to go. And then Oath just one-shot the rest of his health bar. Spins. Another 40 seconds here in timeout. And the Fire Giant comes back as the buff wears off. Makes it pretty easy here for the Hounds to just step up and take that, not wanting the 4v5. The Titans go back to base immediately. Buff on the side. And the Hounds find themselves in another power play.
Look, Dame dying there, not great. You lose Fire Giant with your life every single time. You're not taking a 4v5 on the Tartarus Titans. Dame dying and using both relics, though, that's stifling. You can no longer just dunk and say, all right, I'll Aegis immediately, so I'll find the stun, but the return damage I'll immune it, or I can walk up and use my pre-beads to finish off a Berserker's Barrage. You don't have those options anymore. This has now simplified the siege for the Eldritch Hounds. get onto Dame, make sure he's not allowed to channel that ultimate. Keep your eyes on Coast. Likely that he'll be trying to sink some of those snipe auto attacks into Dame, or even Oath might try and reprise that exact same performance, take that 1v1 in the jungle. Dame, on the other hand, I think on Phoenix defense now, until those relics are back up, essentially has to sit in his own base. Play off of your ultimate, play off of when the Eldritch Hounds want to initiate, and make sure you aren't taking too much poke beforehand. 90 seconds left on that power play available. So the Eldritch Hounds not pressed for time. We'll head back to base, spend up a good deal of gold. Ducky becoming much more threatening now, having finished up his Thorns as well. Should be able to separate Zen a bit in these fights. We had talked about maybe there'd be a Sunder pickup. Instead, it is actually an Ankh for Dashboard in the second slot. Healing, pretty significant from the Sylvanas. Quig can't be choosy with his target, so that Ankh should find value. Won't slow down Ducky, though.
Won't be slowing him down whatsoever. And like you said, with the power spike, specifically, you had mentioned the Thorns. I like looking as well towards the heroic teleport available. Going to be a real simple get to the back line and maybe dive once that is up, if necessary. Also gives the opportunity, especially around these Phoenix sieges, which so far have been going pretty slow. In fact, actually had to back off, go for a Fury here if they're the Hounds. Now you can maybe start to get aggressive, but if Ducky takes too much poke, he can just back and teleport right back in.
Look at the pocket. Benny Q's holding the Runic Bomb for the Eldritch Hounds now. Not easy for a Merlin to hit a structure with that. Would have preferred to have that on a frontliner, or someone who's like actually burning the objective. Could be that Benny tries to save it, use it for the actual knock-up, the self-peel. But having that 1,000 true damage on a Phoenix and slowing its attack speed, very valuable, essentially. An Emperor's armor built in. Gets in there, applies it. He whiffed it?
It didn't seem to connect fully. Maybe it looked like it was on the very edge, and maybe
it's a new mechanic. It's a new mechanic.
Well, I was also going to say to what you were saying, which is getting that close when you're a mage. I mean, look how much damage he's taking just in the process of trying to get there. Zen, though, up in the sky, so low, but is not dead just yet. Dashboard does go down into the ground and makes it a lot easier for the Hounds to keep getting aggressive. Dame dunks, and Dame dies. Not much you can do about that one. Now the chase is on. Delny and Nehu, both low, managed to make it out of there. The heals from the Guan, keeping them going. Left side Phoenix gone. Mid looks like it's going to join shortly thereafter.
And mid Phoenix will fall. The Eldritch Hounds now need to make a decision. Is it chase? And Oath seems to say yes. Zen, one shot, just a little bit more damage, but makes his way back to the fountain.
Yeah, if Oath is doing that kind of damage, I'm agreeing with the go button. But it doesn't seem like the lack of kills there. If he had almost picked up Zen. And if he had, I think that would have been the end of the game here. Hounds instead back off. Fire Giant's going to wear off in about 30 seconds anyway. So they're going to have to pick up a renewed version of the buff. But at this point, Mifflin, you're looking at 11,000, approaching 12,000 gold. Get another Runic Bomb in your pockets. Plus, what I'm assuming is about to be another lucrative back, which at this point is either going to be upgraded relics, which you can see there for Benny Q. Or if you're Quig, maybe you can get a couple more prots, make yourself a little extra tanky. Something maybe, actually, honestly, maybe the Titans need a little bit more than the Hounds do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Quig's in such a good position now. I mean, it is seldom we see supports get this deep into their build this quickly. Quig has just been farming very, very well. Massive power spike for Oath, finished up that Blood Forge to an HP shield on kill, and hasn't been struggling to find those kills so far. 7 out of 7 effective kills from the Eldritch Hounds jungler. This is a Hail Mary from the Tartarus Titans. They don't want this fire going down.
Something you need to be able to make Zen up into the air. Dashboard has not much to work with. Taken down, Zen's going to come crashing down. So does Dame. And this time he lives a little longer, but he does not live through. And the damage is just too much to deal with. They go for the Hail Mary, but it's an interception from the Hounds. They pick up a full-on deicide, and without patience, they run straight to the Titan room. And they're going to take game number 1.
The Tartarus Titans played this game very well in the laning phase. Delny sure doesn't really have a great time up against Ducky in that 1v1, but you got to highlight Zen's performance directly up against Koz. Dame as well getting involved early on. It was a tale of 2 games. Duo lane for the Tartarus Titan looks very good. Everywhere else on the map just fine for the Eldritch Hounds. The unfortunate truth is that the everywhere else on the map has got the more valuable objectives.
Yeah.
Sure, you could shred the Gold Fury because you've stacked your Rage early. Fire Giants on the other side. Runic Bombs do a whole lot right now. So those solo side objectives, I think, just have a little bit more value. had the Tartarus Titans been able to transition the lead that Zen had to the rest of the map, had they been able to rotate towards that Pyromancer a little bit sooner, get involved around that Fire Giant, we could be talking about a very different game. But that trade of they went to Pyro, we went to Gold, and then the immediate rotation of Fire, I think was the final nail in the coffin. I didn't see much way back yet.
I mean, what they got, like the Fire plus a kill on top of it. Like it was like not just okay, haha, we got the buff. It was like,
2 kills.
Man, now we're even further ahead. Like we can start taking these objectives immediately. And once that starts to happen, it feels like it's starting to slide through your hands. So I think the Hounds giving a good showcase as to why we've been looking at them, why a lot of these players have been looked at overall for this tournament, but also giving a really good example of what you had highlighted going into that game, which is their late game potential coming to fruition.
Yeah, and it's not as if one individual god was the issue. Sure, you could say Oath has a standout performance, and he absolutely does. Am I banning Kleena? No. I'm not so certain that that's the case right now. Ducky has a great time in lane. Are you dealing with the Vamana directly? What is the direct answer to Vamana? They had, what, about 30 minutes to figure it out. Hopefully they've got something cooked up for P's and P's in Game 2. I don't expect the Tartarus Titans to go down easily.
Well, that's exactly what we're waiting to see. Game number 1 goes the way of the Hounds. Game number 2, we'll find out right after this.
All this love's hitting me. Baby Jesus, talk to me. For the smoking no more. Please don't know that I can see. All this love is hitting me. Baby Jesus, talk to me. For the smoking no more. I feel myself. Feeling myself. I feel myself. Faith on love. Faith on love. Faith on all that I can see. All this love's hitting me. Baby Jesus, talk to me. For the smoking no more. Faith on all that I can see. All this love is hitting me. Baby, he's the talk to me. For the smoking on.
Trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, for the record, yeah. For the record, yeah. For the record, yeah. For the record, for the record, yeah. For the record. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price for y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. Frozen. A6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and age. I'm flipping the bars and flipping the. On record, off record, I still count wins when they doubt it. On record, off record, I let them take advantage. I was wildin'. On record, off record deals. Tell them talk to Colin for the quote. On record, off record, I still want the act, not the ghost. Running through it with the young influence, adolescent presence, also coming to it. I've been giving yeses when I shouldn't do it. I complete ejected with the moves elusive, and I'm barely moving, but I'm still gon' boost 'em. I can't work on winnings when I know you're losing, so I wait the winners and they show reduces. Guess I have to pivot, shooting their bazookas for the facts. I need racks, paper, cash, good tax. That's a joke. Tell them laugh. Uncle Sam got the bag. Brody plot, we'll get a whack. Contract, give me the max. I got lab on my back. You ain't that, then it's raps. Whoa, 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 whoa. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you.
like you're feeling wavy. Way too early to be easy. Start a 10 job cause you crazy. Yeah, you back in the game and you don't feel ashamed. Always want me at your parties. Like me next to a Bacardi. Cause you know I'm spinning faster than a Harley. Yeah, you still in the game but you don't feel ashamed. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up your tall in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I'll probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9-to-5 job, you work for me.
Well, it's anything but an easy road for the Eldritch Hounds, but the outcome's still the same. They're able to grab a win in game number 1 over the Tartarus Titans. Very competitive early. Felt like a game where the Titans started off with some confidence on their side, and then mid-game, a bit later on, things just started to fall short, fall apart a bit, especially around those objective fights. So the Eldritch Hounds make their money. It's exactly what happens towards the end of game number 1. That's where you see some of the confidence that we put into the corner of the Eldritch Hounds maybe feel a bit more real. And so Trelly, I think we got to see a good angle of the Titans here early in game 1, in an area where they might be able to capitalize, find a win, push us to a game 3. But then there's the cool, calm, and collected nature of the Eldritch Hounds, where even in sort of a slower burn, 4-4 type game, able to find advantages.
Yeah, it seemed to me like fighting on the left side of the map, trying to play through In My Zen worked out for the Tartarus Titans, but translating that into actual team fights, and more specifically trying to deal with Ducky, who Oath was focused on that right side of the map, really found an issue there. The team fights around the Somana, it just seemed like they didn't have many answers for it. I saw the Thorns get built. I mean, when you see a Rama with crit get ahead, and then the Vamana on the other side of the map just picks up a Thorns and also decides to W get everyone besides, you know, that Rama. It does seem to work out here on the side of the Eldritch Hounds, and like I said, the objective play certainly goes in favor of the Hounds. I think Oath had a standout performance, as Mifflin highlighted. Just plenty of damage, as well as just, you know, that one-shot capability through the walls that everyone, you know, likes to complain about. It was there, as you would expect from this Cleanus. So I would say pretty clinical, you know, falls down behind in kills, but they were definitely never out of it, and the objective play always in favor of the Hounds.
I'm wondering, you know, so Crusher changed sides of that tree, right, is in the Warrior's Bane side of things. So it gets a little percent pen. I mean, still get the attack speed, you still get the physical power. Crusher still carries similar weight in your mind, despite being percentage pen instead of the other side of that tree.
I mean, same sort of style
right, same
of play,
vibe,
but
right?
just,
Same idea.
just better. Yeah,
right.
Just better. I mean, your percentage pen is just better, especially if you're going to get that flat pen elsewhere, which you almost always do when you're going through that mage tree. So, yeah, I think rushing its second item after Jotuns is always going to be an option, especially if you don't need the brawlers that early on. And we saw how much damage Oath was able to do with it.
Yeah, top in the game. 26,000, 23,000 for Benny Q. And we talked about Benny a good bit during picks and bans, as we should. I think this is a great game for him. Puts out a lot of good damage, not the flashiest as far as kills go. A lot of those being cleaned up by Oath. A couple from Coast, a couple from Ducky there as well. Did Merlin things, though. Controlled space and showed us why this might be a first pick priority for Benny Q. I wonder now, if you're the Tartarus Titans, how you adapt after a game like this. Picks and bans is, especially this early in the year, sort of hard to dissect and predict, right? But I think you got to go back to a lot of what was working. I think in your mind, you were fighting around In My Zen, which was very successful. What's tough, though, I think, is what you end up doing with Dame and his God pick. He'll admit, first and foremost, that probably wasn't his best game on the Thor, that the pacing of that game wasn't super favorable to Dame. You can't just go away from that style of pick, though, because I feel like that's what's made Dame super successful in the past. So I wonder, jungle-wise, Trelly, do you stick with the Thor if it's open to you? Ratatoskr is something that Dame has played a bit of in the past. I don't think you can completely abandon that playstyle.
No, I don't think so. I'm a big fan of the Pele right now, and I think that
Pele's
Dame
good.
certainly has that in the front pocket. The only thing I could see switching up is either A, leaning more towards duo lane, as we would have wanted to see in that game 1, or trying to stop the camping of Ducky, trying to stop Ducky getting ahead. We'll have to see if they do change up that playstyle.
Picks and bans for game 2. We'll reveal all sorts of answers for us. Now, Charlie, I do have a question. You said in the front pocket.
Right.
Is that different from having it in the back pocket?
Well, front pocket is ready and accessible.
Right, it's a bit more available,
you
right?
can see Dame is sitting right now, so he couldn't get into his back pocket unless he leaned up a bit, which would mean that it's not front and ready, that Pele. But I still
So
Pele's front pocket. That's front and ready. You won't have to change up your
Right, a
strat
back
too
pocket
much.
pick is something that...
Yeah, that's like, you'd have to lean
a bit
forward.
more effort
Exactly.
to get it going.
Exactly.
Fair enough. I think that tracks every bit of the way. Freya still taken off the board alongside the Ymir, the Yemoja, and the Maui. Where Maui, despite receiving some changes, a couple nerfs, still feeling like it's in a really, really strong spot. It'll actually be the Thor ban by the Tartarus Titans. So neither of the junglers for either of these two teams will be able to pick that one up. And then a soul ban, where Olaron has taken a ban or two. We've sometimes seen Kronos slotted in to relative success so far. But clearly Freya and Soul sort of stand apart from the other two magical AD carries. Now Titans with their first pick will pick the physical ADC that really truly seems like it's standing on its own in the Ishtar.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Ishtar's going anywhere. Despite the fact that, there's some talk of Hunters being bad, we've seen a fair bit of them picked throughout this tournament, and I think they've done well when played through pressure, as well as this Ishtar has not gone anywhere just because of the nature of her clear, her team fight ultimate, the safety that you can bring with the kit. You can actually engage while you're disengaging and still get a little bit of extra damage off. But because you picked that Ishtar, that means Ducky's going to go right back to the Vamana.
Yeah, what kind of data did you collect in game 1 on the Vamana? I know it was a bit unexpected, but clearly strong.
Yep, seems unkillable when given the right circumstance.
Yep.
And also when you're playing through a lead, which, I guess Vamana's always done that, right? If you're able to camp a Vamana and get him ahead, he's going to just W key. And the Thorns pickup surprised me, but it ended up working out.
Do you think solo lane itemization right now leans into how Vamana wants to play, or maybe just itemization in general?
Yeah, it seemed like the mitigations build there
Still
from
works,
Ducky
right?
worked out just fine. And not enough damage to really burn through him at all that game.
Yeah, difficult. Well, Merlin will still be there for the Eldritch Hounds at Benny Q out of mid. He put up second highest damage there in game number 1 after Oath on the Kleena. Really took it to the Tartarus Titans. Sobek has been banned out a few times today, maybe just the once, out of, I think now 6 games that we've played so far today, counting the one we're about to go into. Ishtar, Sobek, Tiamat. Carry's still strong for the Titans, Trelly, but initiation already feeling a bit different.
I will be shocked if Nehu doesn't go towards Tablet this game. I mean, in game number 1,
so strong, right?
Book of Thoth and a Divine. Benny Q did the same, but the difference is Benny Q wasn't getting run down by a mitigations build Vamana.
Right.
I think Nehu, if trying to help out with the DPS on this tank, that true damage would go a long way. I understand it takes a while to stack up, but I think if you're playing through your lead and you're just sitting back, Tiamat does stack him quite well. So I would be shocked, but there is a lot of healing on the other side, so maybe it's just Book of Thoth into the Divine Ruin once again. You gotta have answers though. There's a lot of questions this Vamana is asking that I saw 0 answers for in game number 1. The only switch up so far is Sobek into Bacchus, and they both have anti-heal inherently built into the kit, so that's not gonna change much for my liking. I'll have to see maybe if the jungle pick is what really changes, as well as the solo changes the game plan here for the Tartarus Titans.
Do you think there's a world where this is Sobek in the solo lane? Do you think that the tablet style of build that we've seen from some of the magical solo laners could lend itself to a Sobek, or are you dead certain this is a port pick?
It's possible. I don't think the Sobek would be the call. Like, Yorm solo is very strong right now. Ardio solo.
Got it, so I should feel bad about being owned by a Sobek tablet build solo.
I'm not saying you should feel sad about it. I'm just saying
I'm sad about it, but should I feel bad about it?
You shouldn't. But if it was Ducky, yes.
Okay.
I'm saying if Ducky got owned by Sobek solo, he should feel sad. Yes.
We'll see if that ends up being where the Titans end up going. That would be Downey, of course. who will get to choose his pick a bit later on. Terra provides a bit of healing to the Ultra Challenge. You're going to have Vamana healing as well, and that's why you bring up the anti-heal conversation. It's a good one at that, Trelly. Tyr and Mercury. With Mercury, you know, being a front pocket pick for a couple of our SPL players, back pocket for some others.
Yeah.
Now maybe needing to be a bit more accessible in the current meta. We get taken away by the Ultra Challenge in the second wave of bans. After how well Kleena did late in that game, it'll survive until the second wave of bans, but the Titans will still take that one away. So still needing something for Oath here, Trelly. Any apparent needs for this Hounds team?
I think just anything that can facilitate Ducky. In this case, you don't need too much. I know that Oath does have the Wheelix pick in his back pocket. You know, you could look to go for some knockups off the Vamana, but Susanoo also comes to mind. That Pele is still available. There's plenty of junglers you can play in the current meta, so I'm not really too zoned in on what Oath's going to be doing. I'm really curious about what Delny picks to try and deal with this Vamana. I mean, it was, you know, the Guan Yu to try and deal with some of that healing. It didn't work out too well after a couple ganks, so maybe trying to get a little bit of extra engage, some safety. There's a couple options. It's just been the tier taken away, so I think that Delny should have his pick of the litter.
Yeah,
you know,
you get a lot of options.
Yeah, if there was something he was really wanting to lean to that wasn't this tier, now would be the time to show us.
Assuming he didn't want to play Vamana. And
well, that's a good point.
Right. He's got literally everything else at his disposal, or Terra or Sobek over in solo, which would be a bit harder to imagine. Got to think about this, though, because while it is a double elim tournament, the weight of each of these games so heavy. I mean, 2 teams of these 10 make it to the SPL, which is, you know, job, salary, a year of your life, building up a career in Smite. It's a hyper important tournament for these players, and I know a lot of the SPL teams and their players, the current ones, sitting and watching this tournament, hoping to see some competitive Smite and learning, taking notes on their own right as well. Cucullin hovered,
Don't make me angry.
and it'll be a Cucullin lock-in for Delny out of the solo lane. So all but confirmed anyway for the Sobek support, but now definitely confirmed. And then Susanoo after that for Dame. Do you feel like there's some needs met from the Titans with their final 2 picks?
Definitely some great team fight there. I mean, you got plenty of initiation with Susanoo and the Cucullin. I think both have very strong showings in the current meta. Susanoo takes a little bit longer to get online, but I'd say 1 to 2 items, and you're pretty much ready to 100 to 0 these squishies. And it's going to be the Loki there, which unfortunately deals with Susanoo quite well. I mean, you pretty much just follow him around the jungle. When you're playing Loki, you either decide to camp a specific carry, or you just diff the jungler. And I think that's a very easy way to play jungle in this case, is say, hey, I'm going to find the guy I can kill who's going to start blink and not get beads. I'm going to immune his knockup with my 3, and I'm going to try and solo him whichever way I get. But there's also the playstyle of, hey, camp Ducky, which we saw in game number 1 seemed to work out pretty well.
Man, now you have to reimagine potentially a lot of your game plan here if you're the Titans. At least you're pathing early on in this game. Loki feels like an Oath pick, right? I mean, obviously can team fight effectively later in the game, as any jungle can, but style of pick, to your words there, Trelly, that can take over certain lanes and take over jungle matchups. What a Hounds composition that they've built here for themselves. If you're the Titans, is there an apparent lane that you feel like you need to play through in this case? So you've got the Loki. It's added some potential difficulty to your mindset. Wrecks my brain every time I have to play against a Loki.
Yep.
There are apparent advantages for the Titans on the other side of the map.
I mean, I think they got to roll with what was working, right? Playing through Zen on the Ishtar and doing it so a little bit more, right? Giving him the kills is fine. Playing through him is fine, but translate that to objectives. Go to Gold Fury pretty much immediately after you find some fights. You have plenty of burn. The burst is also pretty much in your favor as long as you're keeping tracks of where Benny Q is on the Merlin. So I'm thinking the Titans need to look at the left side of the map. Unfortunately for Delny, probably ignore that right side of the map. It seems to be the call anyways, and it's very difficult for a Susanoo to actually burn through and just burst this Vamana unless you're getting magical damage over there as well. So I'm thinking just, focus on that dual lane could be the call, but it's not going to be the easy, and the Hounds never make it easy.
No, and the Hounds dual lane is incredibly strong as well. It's not always simple to build up an advantage against Vaporish Coast, against Squig, because Coast had a pretty quiet game until later on around those objectives. eventually started to build up some of that pressure. Really good opportunity here with the CERN Terra on the other side for both Coast and Quig to maybe have a statement laning phase. These are the types of compositions where you've got individual opportunities for all the members of the Hounds that when we talk so highly of them, they're able to make things like this work. Will we go to our first Game 3 of the tournament, or will we get another 2-0 in favor of the Hounds? We'll go down one more time to the casters to find out.
To answer your question, the Titans will have to step up to make sure it happens. We won a game number 3. They're the yes or no. It's all on them, Mifflin. Score, Mifflin, and Doug. And you know, Mifflin, I've been thinking about this, and before we dive into this game, it's because, you know, Dave kind of asked Trelly about it at the desk for game number 1. And it's about that giveaway that's going on with the exclamation point temple. If you could choose any, like, assuming you had no skins in Smite, and you got to choose, like, your dream skin, which one are you going for?
I have 1,586 Smite skins.
Yeah.
I get skins and I don't even realize it. That said, my one white whale,
just brag about
my major regret is that I didn't purchase Archon Thanatos.
Yeah.
So I think I'd just go there, but that's a real basic answer.
I will say it's a good one, right? I actually
would never use it.
Yeah, because
I'm using gender bent Thanatos literally every time. I want it for the prestige of my account.
For the prestige of owning it. I dropped a lot of birthday money that year on getting Archon Thanatos because I really wanted it. That was a decision I made in 2014.
2014?
Was it 2014? Yeah, it was at the end of 2014, going into Worlds January 2015.
9 years?
Damn, I'm old.
Me too, I guess.
I was going to also highlight, I always like the option of poolsiding. I still think I got a lot of bang for my buck. I got that for $15 before the launch tournament. I think it's another good choice. Also, because the quacking is still very funny. Rubber duckies will never stop being, I guess, hilarious to me in essence of a video game. And speaking of duckies, we got Ducky in this game. There's some sort of a segue. He's going to be going back to the Vimana. But it is the Loki that maybe accompanies it that catches my attention a little bit more, Mifflin. And I'm kind of curious as to your thoughts around the Loki pick in general. Most of these others are pretty tame. That one's the one that really seems a little more out there on a branch.
I'm a major Loki fan. I've messed with
we were playing
a bit.
What was it, a couple weeks ago, and you were like permanently invisible almost.
Yeah, Shadow Drinker Loki might just be the most fun thing you can do in Smite right now. Just stealth, roll up, murk a dude, just ice him, and you're already invisible again. And by the time that invisibility ends, your actual invisibility comes back up. But having experimented with it, I've found that I've had the most success on Loki personally when that first ability, the Vanish, gets maxed out first. Because it's pretty unlikely that you'll be able to fully channel the third ability, get the full value of that, especially with how mobile maybe some of the targets on the Tartarus Titans are. So I'll be keeping my eyes on Oath, whether or not Vanish is going to be his level priority. With Bluestone in first slot, your damage output's pretty decent as well. The only real concern is your mana sustain. You get a bit of it on map, especially if you're able to control that totem, but otherwise might be a bit difficult for Loki to actually stay involved. But with Bluestone for Dame as well, you're not really too concerned about that direct mana matchup.
I'm going to keep my eyes on him. On Oath specifically, that is. See what they're able to do. Also on Dame, the Thor play early on last game was very fun. Unfortunately, late game it transformed into if Dame goes in, Dame dies. And so there's maybe a little more wiggle room. We've seen a little bit of this, though, in game number 1. Knockup's good. There's some damage just off the mark from Oath. And a little off the mark from Ducky. That wide shot's going to cost him. Instead, Dame with a gank on the duo lane. That's all you need to get first blood here, this time for the Titans.
A clean play for the Tartarus Titans and a distinction between the two junglers. Going for side lane ganks on the opposite side of the map. Had Delny just even had 2 more seconds in that rage transformation, he's dead to rights. But de-transforming when he did, gaining access to the Salmon Leap, the only thing that separates Delny from first blood and being first blooded. Instead, survives, and so the Tartarus Titans find the value elsewhere on the map. Kill does land on Dame, and Susano a pick that could just run with the lead. I know that Charlie says it's taking a little bit longer, maybe 1 or 2 items to really start dealing that damage, but Susano right now, his burst potential, I know it's a meme in the Smite community, this guy's not meant to 100-0 you. He 100-0s you and then some.
Yeah.
People are taking cleave damage for standing near him, like he's getting collat damage. This god is just so incredibly powerful right now and scales so fast as well. Slight difference from the standard, though. It's not going to be Jotuns in the first slot for Dame. Instead, trying to stack up that damage as early as possible. A curious pickup. This is really going to slow down his CDR. Love seeing the Hi-Rez pick up on gods like Susano, being able to leverage a lot of those auto attack cancels. Wonder if he still decides to go down that path. And good eyes dug. It won't be the Vanish backs out for Oath. Instead, just getting that flurry strikes available.
Can be good damage early on, right?
It's great.
I was wondering if there was a fight maybe going to break out. Dame's hanging out on the left-hand side. It's a lot of good damage. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see as much of it maybe in that first fight on right. And I hope that, and very sincerely, that doesn't necessarily ward off Oath from going for ganks. I don't think it will.
Oh, no.
But I definitely want to see more of them and just being more active in general. Dame, as you said, more watching the build right now and the positioning, maybe returning over to duo. It's been, I mean, tier 1 tower line, like Zen and Dashboard have made a home here. I'm surprised they don't have like a campfire that they can just set up, relax at. They have not been releasing or relinquishing any of that pressure just yet. Maybe going for a little bit more. No Salmon Leap just yet. The damage is there this time. Ducky gonna pick up the kill they wanted just a few minutes ago. They put down Delny, but Dame's made his way over. There's gonna be the pullback. Invis from Loki, and now the damage is there.
Dame's
good knockup,
low.
and Ducky's doing a lot. Dame's low, throws out the ult, and is at least able to go 1-for-1.
Does get the 1-for-1, but that's a high-value trade. Dame picks up the kill before he dies, so it's a 2-kill bounty over towards Ducky on the other side, who has already been benefiting from the pressure released by Oath, the 2 rotations over towards Soul Lane already. I'm curious. I wonder if that is really valuable for Dame. Considering map state, I mean, it's not worst-case scenario. At least finding your trade feels pretty decent, but it was incredibly expensive. Cost you the blink as well as the ultimate. A lot of Dame's money's been made over towards that dual lane. Won't be as effective in the gank there for about 90 to 100 seconds until your blink is back up.
Yeah.
But had the kill been on Ducky, you probably feel a little bit better about it, I think. Finding Oath, of the 2, probably the lower value.
And admittedly, it's a 1-for-1 in terms of jungles. Grand scheme, that was a 2-for-1, right? Like, they kill off Delny, then they kill off Dame, and they lose Oath in the process. And so, maybe favoring the Hounds out. Not much of a gold lead at this point in the game, and normally, you know, early on, the most you can ever truly talk about is maybe that first blood bounty. Maybe some really good farming, but nothing crazy has been going on. Zen maybe throws an ability out a little too soon there, but that's neither here nor there. Not a lot is leaning in towards crazy massive leads. Experience-wise, he got a small lead for Zen versus a small lead for Ducky. And so that's how that chart kind of balances out. We saw gold was bouncing at the time about 50, maybe 100 to 200. That's really separating these two teams. So the Hounds, not quite as ahead. I mean, admittedly, it's only 6 minutes in, but last time around there was a lot more. What a good chase. What a good kill from Dame. Teleports on to Oath. And then with just a small, well, I say small, big ultimate knockup. Finds the kill as well. Finds himself at 3-1.
Classic Susano play there. Just wait for the teleport with the slipstream. Chase out immediately afterward. Oath's going to have to play wary of that going forward. If the pool connects from Susano, you cannot ult away immediately. You have to wait out a couple of seconds to make sure that teleport won't chase you down. Zen now in a bit of trouble. Should be able to escape with the help of Dashboard.
Yeah, finds the dash. Polymorph going to get immuned out this time. Good ult.
Here comes Dame.
And they have a little bit of damage. Zen's low. Do not recommend going into this. The pluck is going to be good, though. Ghost has nowhere to run, and with Dame coming in, it's going to be a clean pickup. The Titans now put 4 on the board. Quig desperately wants something to happen. Oath is rotating in. They're not going to be able to make up for any pressure unless Dashboard has overstayed his own welcome. But it doesn't seem like that's the goal. So the Hounds have to eat that loss and fall back.
Yeah, Dame doing a very good job of dictating the pace so far this game. It's been early rotations over towards the duo lane. That's his bread and butter. We saw it in Game 1. That's where the Taurus Titans saw their success. Now in Game 2, has done the exact same thing, except add one more rotation over towards the Soul lane to help out Delny, who's been ganked a couple of times now. Level leads, neither here nor there for either team. Maybe about a half level for Zen, about a half level for Dame as well. Could lend yourself towards some early gold Furies. Keep your eyes on Zen's build. It will be crit in second slot, which means you've got great burn potential. The Typhoon from Dame, one of the, if not the best secure on map as of right now, could keep the Eldritch Hounds guessing. The Hounds, though, have at least got the high mobility composition to lean back on. You don't necessarily need to be at the gold for you the second it's pulled. Oath is incredibly fast. Ducky access to the teleport. Benny, of course, very disruptive in some of those fights as well. We'll have to see which one of these two squads feels more confident in their ability to look towards that objective first. In Season 10, though, and I've noticed this, it seems like there's a lot less invade attempts. Not often are we seeing teams just walk into the enemy purple buff. Blue buff's very difficult to invade as well. I think it might be the winding nature of the jungle and how easy it is for mid laners to start getting active in the side lanes, dissuading these teams from overextending. The elongated map means you've got a little bit more time to chase out as well. So just keep it safe and keep it clean for now. But these large stretches of time between engagements are really favoring the Tartarus Titans. Oath has elected to pick up a full CDR build. Jotun's Wrath immediately into the Hi-Rez. Gives you great burst, really strong. But if you have this much of a CDR disparity against the enemy jungler, you'd like to see Oath forcing these fights more often.
Yeah.
Assassinate is just really good to get on cooldown, especially if Dame has to respond with Typhoon or something along those lines, because Assassinate's just going to be available more often. But because it's been the Tartarus Titans choosing the engagements every single time, even without CDR, they've always had their resources.
Maybe a lot to work toward at this point. Oath, I was watching, it looked like after the mid camps was maybe going to go towards left. Instead, it's just a back. And so, unfortunate for a reset. Nothing crazy happening. And you know, actually looking at it, and this is something else that's interesting. I guess I've noticed this amount the bat passively, but never thought about it. After you mentioned how difficult it is to invade on them, almost all of the buffs are much more directionally down, right? Like to get to them or get out of them.
Yep.
Like you said, it's a lot more of a windy path, and just having that small change in walls changes where you can feel aggressive. Speaking of aggression, Goldfear gets pulled by the Hounds.
Psycho.
They drop it and just murder Dashboard. Really good ult from Zen, but not much you can do on that point. They just made Dashboard into I guess, crocodile purse.
Truthfully, the most psychotic pluck I've ever seen. Plucks them away from Zen to pull one off of the Fury. I gotta imagine with line of sight, Dashboard really only saw one, maybe two targets there. Wasn't quite ready for all that damage from Benny Q over the wall. But in a situation like that, with the Gold Fury as healthy as it was, I don't think you necessarily need to start with a pluck there. You can walk up with a tail whip or even pre-channel the ultimate, try and force off the Eldritch Hounds instead. Without that mobility available, it was so simple for the Hounds to just punish him and pick up that kill early on. I'm looking at the support builds as well, and this is something Hurrywin, who was on the desk at Worlds recently, had said. It's support should still be looking towards Prophetic Cloak. I know it takes a long time for these Guardians to stack it up, but the amount of protections you get, even as it starts to slack slightly, is ridiculous. Just an incredibly strong item that helps your scaling on evolution very, very well. But so far this tournament, supports for the most part have foregone it. The only Prophetic Cloak I believe I've seen picked up so far was by Ducky in the previous game. He might elect to go towards it again here. Just helps out that Vamana a good deal, and Vamana passive double dipping on defense for power could just synergize well.
Which is interesting. I think a lot of the conversation, at least that I heard coming into this, was
going for it.
Like you said, not if you get Prophetic Cloak. It was just, when do you get it? Should you be getting it before your Thebes?
Second?
Do you get it second?
Yep.
And it was in conjunction almost always with Thebes, and it was, well, it takes a little longer to stack depending on which god you are. Maybe you pick it up earlier to try and get those online faster.
Well, these are two gods that would stack it easily, though. Both Sobek and Terra have ways to just get in your face, apply your damage, and immediately disengage. Sobek will walk up with a Sickening Strike, or Terra with her massive AoE. You'd think they'd have a much easier time. Instead, though, just looking elsewhere in the build.
It's been quiet for a few minutes here. Kind of surprised Oath hasn't been able to do too much. I mean, outside of just absolutely demolishing Dashboard in the jungle. It was a Gold Fury pull for the Hounds that didn't actually result in the Fury itself. Maybe putting some pressure on them to be the team to get aggressive. Maybe not feeling any pressure at all as of right now. And so if we're at this pace of game, you had highlighted it earlier, it's been favoring the Titans in terms of farm, and you can see that 500-ish gold in their favor. Not a lot of kills that have attributed to that, not a lot of objectives that have attributed to that. It is just play on map. But it also feels like and this is always what gets me. lulls you into like a false sense of security. I don't know how fast I'm dying because I haven't died in 10 minutes. Like, you know, where are you going with it? And so in my mind, is this a pace that outside of farm, beyond that, like in terms of, hey, we'll group up and go for a team fight in the next 3 minutes, does that favor either of these teams? Like, did the Titans just pop off and have an insane team fight, or do you think that that's something that the Hounds are going to be able to capitalize on?
It's really hard to say which one of these I would blanket favor in a late game 5-on-5. I think it's going to come down to jungle play in the 5-on-5 because when every other individual member, I think, has got a bit of parity in their power spikes and their strengths in these late game team fights. Delny and Ducky, both really strong backline disruptors. Ducky does it by just dedicating his body and forcing out with damage. Delny with that massive initiation if he decides to pick up the blink. You've got high initiation Guardians on both sides. Sustain, I suppose, favoring Quig a bit, so if the fights go long enough, maybe you get a little bit of value from the healing there. Hunters both going to scale very well into the late game. Ishtar already starting to stack up some of that crit. Means you've got an advantage as of right now, especially looking towards objectives, Gold Furies, and Pyromancers. That would go much more easily to the Tartarus Titans. And then both mages just long-range artillery damage. But how these junglers interact with both of these compositions, I think is going to be very telling. Charlie brings up a great point on the desk, which is that Loki in the late game has a really good potential to just walk up on the Susano and kill him before he can respond.
Yeah.
But I think it goes both ways. It's who sees who first. If it's a pull-in from Dame onto Oath, we've seen that matchup already, and it's very difficult for Oath to return damage. The auto attack cancels, the first ability to chase out of the slipstream just make it very difficult for Loki to maneuver the map. But if Loki sees him first, it's the exact same thing. So that jungle matchup, I think, going to be very telling in the late game 5-on-5, or whichever one of their dives is more successful. If they forego the 1v1 against each other and instead start focusing the enemy mid laners, which junglers are so apt to do, I would argue Oath has got an easier time closing gap onto Nehu than Dame would onto Benny. But Nehu is going to be tankier than Benny by nature of Tiamat's quadrupedal stance. So blanket answer, cop-out answer, long-winded answer, I don't know.
I like that, though. You gave the appropriate viewpoints, right? We got a taste of what to expect. I'm still keeping my eyes on relic choices. Granted, for the last few minutes, we've seen most of the second choices come through. It's still just the supports waiting to tick over to level 12 to pick those up. A lot of the early game shards we've been seeing lately have been the cooldown shards. And so it's not too surprising to see, you know, your meditations getting upgraded there, like for Quig. Get a similar passive that everybody's been going for, just spread throughout the team. And maybe it is a little surprising after minutes of silence. The Titans finally getting active. They go up, get themselves a Pyromancer. Did not pick up the bomb.
Someone's probably going to do that, right? Like, it's super good. It's
And
1,000
super
damage on
helpful.
Gold Fury. It slows down towers. It does a third of a tower's HP. The Runic Bomb is just straight up good. Worst case, you're using it on an enemy god, and that's 300 damage and a knock-up, and knock-up's the best CC in the game.
300 damage is pretty good, too.
I'll take or leave it. That's before mitigations, you
True.
know.
True.
But yeah, just a slight blunder from both teams. The Hounds in that they weren't able to defend the Pyromancer, and the Tartarus Titans in that they don't pick up the thing you kill the Pyromancer for.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, you still get the movement speed out of base. You still get some golden experience. It's not bad. Could have been better, though.
And as it was, at least recently, coming into this, you know, I think it was at the start of year 10, was that it technically scales up less than like a Fury does. It's not a bad pickup, though, like you said, right? Still experience, still gold. Maybe a little more worthwhile to get this other side, especially
So
17
fast.
minutes in, picked up, burned down. Oh my god, instantly by the Hounds. Delny should be fine. And so it is objective with no bomb for the Titans into objective, admittedly with no bomb still for the Hounds, but that's because it doesn't spawn it.
There would be an argument to be made, though, that had the Tartarus Titans picked up the bomb, I might even value it over a Gold Fury at this portion of the game, which is completely unheard of, especially coming from Season 9. Gold Fury just worth more resources, golden experience, but what that bomb would have afforded you in an early structure siege, or the potential to dive a tower and try and chase out kills by removing its attack speed, essentially just a in-pocket Emperor's armor, could have been so valuable, but instead, going to go ignored this time around, and both easy neutral objectives taken off the map. means that we will likely see ourselves in a stalemate for the next couple of moments. It was 22 minutes in where we saw the fire go down. Could be Benny at 18.
Gets
so
the
early.
knock up, but finds it just well timed by the ult from Dame. The beats, the Aegis on an equal timer there for Benny, and punish for both of them. Dame finds a kill on the mid laner. Has affected 5 out of 5, but 4 of them sitting under his kill column. Feeling real good about the Susanoo right now.
Yeah, Benny's just calling out, Dame's going to insta-pop the ultimate. It's enough damage to kill me. Dame, I suppose, reads it, holds on to that ultimate, goes all the way through that Aegis from Benny, who has now lost both of his relics. Not going to be easy for Merlin to survive these ganks from Susanoo for the next 2 minutes while you wait on those defensive relics to come back up. Ways to mitigate it would be a pick onto Zen, prevent the Tartarus Titans from forcing the issue. Zen privy to it, and with the help of Dashboard spotting out Oath, should be able to find a bit of safety here. Nothing to fight over on this side of the map. So Dashboard just going for a bit of vision on the left-hand side. Massive pickup by Dame. I'd love to see him try and reprise that. Just head on back. Should be easy with the Merlin. Really nothing left in the tank.
Yeah, if you know the beads and the Aegis are down, that's
knows.
The go button, right? I mean, you should be there. Plus, that tier 1's gone already. Beniku becomes a much more appetizing target on the board than some of the others. Coast, decent getaway. Ducky, decent getaway. Oath, it depends on who finds who first. Now, at this point, a small level lead. Actually, a 2-level lead now. Let's call it 1.5 for Dame, as Oath does tick up to 17 shortly thereafter. And so, good in the jungle. Those kills paying off. And has gone, a similar build, different order in terms of what Oath has picked up and Dame has picked up. But we've been seeing, I mean, the punch coming from the Susanoo feels like it's hitting harder. Maybe it's just because of recency bias. I've gotten to see what Dame can do, whereas Oath has been a little more quiet in gameplay. Has to use the ult just to disengage there. Otherwise, Zen and Dame as a twofold in the jungle would have just absolutely annihilated him.
Take back through. No assassinate available. Means the Tartarus Titans can play with confidence here. Pyromancer burning slowly with Quig nearby, but should go down nonetheless.
And they get the bomb this time.
Yeah, Dashboard was around for this one.
Ready for it. It's just the question of where they'll end up throwing it. You had mentioned it, though, tier 1s, tier 2s. A lot of options for you if you're looking for Siege. Fire Giants is nice. A lot of open opportunity. 21 minutes into the game. 1,000 gold separating them, which is not a lot to write home on. The 2,700 experience maybe feels a little bit better, especially as we're starting to see some level 20s come through. Only for the mid laners as of right now. There's the solo laners joining them. And so the Titans still having a pretty hefty lead. A lot of that in the support role. Level 14 picked up for Dashboard. Went for the Oni Hunter's Garb early in the build as well. We haven't seen a lot of that, period. I think just even over the last year. Like, it gets picked up every now and then. But for the Sobek, it kind of feels and makes sense, right? If you're going to be plucking somebody, we've talked about it in the past, you are just actively putting yourself in a position where things can go very wrong. We saw it around the Fury. Feels like that can help mitigate some of that.
Yeah, just a massive infusion of survivability for Dashboard and support. Could even look towards the Prophetic Cloak next if he so chooses. Magi's as well, a very strong option to avoid some of that CC, but I think the defensive nature of Sobek's passive and the rest of his build would lend itself to Prophetic Cloak very well. Dame forced back and to use the beads early means the Eldritch Hounds have got themselves a target. Oath in particular now will likely be trying to make his way towards Dame. The second that Assassinate becomes available again, he's got a clear target.
Maybe that clear target isn't too happy about their position right now. I want to see more out of Oath, and I just haven't gotten to see it yet. On the right-hand side of the map, and is alone as of right now. Everybody else, Quig, Coast, Ducky, and all 5 of the Titans, now joined by Beniku, will be on the left-hand side, dancing around the Oni Fury, but not too certain about if they're going to fully commit to not just the objective, the fight afterward. And Myth Oath is still just hanging out on the right-hand side. I was wondering if we were going to see a rotation, full 5-on-5. Waits it out, should have the ult back relatively soon.
Shows himself on map.
Maybe that's exactly what they need right now. Fury halfway down. Delny taking this one. Ducky goes to the back line. Pressure on to Nehu. And that's a good opening kill. Coast kills off Dashboard. Delny now alone gets a 2-man knockup. Has a little bit of help from Dame. The pull is strong. He's going for Benny, and Benny is trying to survive. Has a little bit of help from the alternate timeline, and he finds an alternate timeline. Gets the kill instead of getting killed, and makes it worth their while. 4 down on the Titans. Not a single gone from the Hounds.
Dashboard just plays way too far up. Was able to close gap on a Vaporous Coast by a little bit of time, but when it's a support staring down an ADC, even with the ADCs not loving where they're at right now in the meta, you just got to favor the Hunter in that matchup. Great space created by Ducky, just walks his way into the back line, and from there, even without Oath, who was essentially absent for the entire that engagement, is the Eldritch Hounds to come out ahead, and Ducky's just too tanky. That was a full charge Primordial.
Does nothing.
He's okay.
And I thought honestly, I thought he was going to kill off Nehu. I was really wondering and expecting it.
Prophetic is so good.
Instead, he just gets the Fire Giant buff, thanks to his team that hung back. I will say I saw a shout-out from Finoke to Ducky and how he was playing in game number 1. I think he said, build up mitigations, power farm until 20, then play the game afterward. And so far, Ducky's been doing great, power farming to 20. And has been able to do so much for his squad. Now with Fire Giant Myth, I mean, there's tier 2's up. You've got pressure, actually, minions in every single lane. Where do you start to go?
Anywhere you want, man.
The world is
the
your
light
oyster.
touches, you know, that belongs to the Eldritch Hounds now. Oh, chases out onto Dame, and it's just so simple.
Well, still takes a lot of damage in the process, though. Dame has the ult out when he goes down. Deals about a third of the HP that Oath needed, and then Nehu waiting for him. Cleans it up. So that's one buff off the side of the Hounds gone.
A major value trade. Oath has had a quiet game, and Dame has done the exact opposite. Essentially, Oath says, I'll take the high value trade, me for your hyper carry, any day of the week. The Tartarus Titans now in the 4-on-4 should feel confident in their ability to move in towards these tier 2 towers. Dame, that Typhoon, that massive AoE knockup, one of the best defensive tools the Tartarus Titans have got. Now, for the next 20 seconds, have to play without. The same can be said of Oath on the other side, but I'm not so concerned. This Loki will struggle in base sieges. Finding the 1-for-1, exactly what you're looking for, because it's committal damage every time. Has to trade his life there. Does so beautifully.
Now set up. Oath is respawned. Dame is respawned. Fire Giant for another 2 minutes here.
Dame's already back. Gotta play safe.
They gotta figure out where they're gonna go for it. Ducky actually spots and isolates, chases down, wants the fight with Dame. And whether or not it's allowed, he's doing it. It's cyberbullying in action. Ducky is not going to take any damage. And in the meantime, is distracting a little bit. Poke onto the tier 2 tower in mid for the Hounds. And it's finally helping separate them, the goal that they've gotten over the last couple objectives. And now with this tier 2, it's finally going to sit them up to the 7,000 mark. Maybe push 8K if they can get this tier 2 on left as well.
Man, Ducky's not playing Smite. Ducky's making sure that any one of the Tartarus Titans is also not playing Smite, though. It is just gross. Watch him in the fight. He doesn't care. Walk forward.
And the amount of damage he's not taking is absolutely wild. Dashboard, on the other hand, is taking all the damage that Ducky is not. Finally, someone is able to scar him. But it does not stop him. That health, that regen from the ult working wonders for Ducky. Keeps him alive. They've got Terra heals as well if they need to stick around. Could be some power spikes. Meanwhile, Oath got mid Phoenix.
Oath split pushing, man.
He's just hanging out. He's doing the standard Loki thing.
I feel like I'm watching an auto speed game right now, man. That is crazy. Oath, when you think of Oath and how he's played historically, it's get active early and stay active, triple-double guy in the SCC. Oath has completely flipped the script and said, yeah, my fights aren't looking so good, guys. I die every time. Maybe I split push, and has done so well. I think, again, facilitated by Ducky, though, who keeps vision on everybody, prevents the counter rotations over towards Oath, creates the space to walk into the tier 2 tower. Ducky W-keyed until he couldn't, and then he S-keyed until he was out, and there was nothing the Tartarus Titans could have done in response, losing every single one of their structures, permanent structures, and the mid-Phoenix just in time for the Eldritch Hounds to lose their Fire Giant buff, head back to base, find every single power spike they could possibly ask for, and get ready for the next Fire Giant.
Set up around this FG. Spawns in. The Titans are there first. They're going to start the damage. Have the DPS going slightly in their favor. They are not burning it as fast as the Hounds have. So this is going to start a fight. Dashboard has been the initial target, not necessarily for anything other than they can just burn him down. Ghost has been looking for damage. Zin gets taken out, but Dame trades it 1-for-1. Carry's gone. Fortunately, you're losing a little bit more duo lane for the Titans. Underground at this point. The Hounds continuing to look for more. Oath is looking for Nehu. Has to play it safe. 4-3-2 for the Loki. Backs away, stealths up, looks for some damage on to Delny, and now, I mean, it is just everyone on the solo laner pile down, eventually get the kill. 3 of them on the Titans are out of here. And if you're looking for an end, you might be able to push it, but you can definitely get this Fire Giant, and that's going to be the call.
Very desperate call from the Tartarus Titans to go ahead and pull the Fire Giant as Ducky does what he's been doing, and it's just whatever he wants. Dame attempts to step up, put some pressure onto the Fire Giant pit, and Ducky, the immovable object and absolutely tanky behemoth, just walks him down.
I mean,
he's not going to kill him, right?
And I was wondering, yeah, if he's able to get a little bit more done there. Maybe it ends up going down. Fire Giant, they're waiting, and they're going to make sure Coast gets that buff as well. Costs a little bit of Quig's health, but it's going to be worthwhile. Pyromancer gets the bomb over towards the Hounds. Delny will be back in just over 10. So the reset period for the Titans should be solid, but they've got 2 exposed Phoenixes, 1 completely gone. And a lot of damage on the other side, 2 runic bombs. Just land and wait for them.
It's just 2 games in a row now where the Tartarus Titans have a phenomenal laning phase. They hold their own with the Ultra Challenge, which is one of the favorites in this tournament. Make it very far in the game at an even state, and then 1 or 2 blunders around these objectives just cost them so heavily. And now it's the Ultra Challenge once more with Fire Giant on all 5 in a composition that I would have normally have said would struggle on Siege. I don't think will now, considering how tanky Ducky is. Just willing to walk in and create as much space as possible. Should make it pretty easy for the Ultra Challenge to execute on this one. Oath off the mark with the ultimate. Unconcerned. It'll be back up by the time the rest of his team starts to group up around these birds. So a wishful ult, but one that generally won't cost him.
Like you said, it'll be back fast. The Hounds are in a spot. Again, it's kind of the world is their oyster. Where do they go? Mid Phoenix is going to respawn soon.
Oath will take care of it.
So maybe, yeah, that's
or just like set up a runic
Oath
bomb.
Can just walk in.
Do you think runic bomb one-shots Phoenix immediately on respawn? Can you like frame one it? I think
honestly,
so.
I think you could. I don't think they don't
certain.
respawn with a lot of health.
Could be.
Oh, now I almost want to see that. So somebody's got to go over there. Who's got him? Benny Q. Maybe not send him alone. Maybe Ducky goes alone.
What's the fixation with giving Benny the bomb? I don't understand it at all. Maybe it's just like another self-peel tool. Like, I'll drop the bomb on my feet. They can't chase me. But it'd just be so much easier for these frontliners to actually apply it to the birds.
I wish I had an answer for you. Maybe we can ask him after the game. Mid Phoenix respawns, goes down instantly. Both bombs are gone. They're trying to get aggressive. Benny's losing a lot of health over on left. Nehu, though, loses more. And Benny lives through that one. Sin is the next target taken out. And cleanly at that, now the chase is on. Alternate timeline brings him back one more time. And with a little bit of shielding, a little bit of damage, they should be able to close this game, close this set out as the winners. The Hounds looking good, even in the face of adversity. The Titans not out yet. Maybe a little bit of work to do as the Hounds move forward in the winners bracket.
I think the Titans in VOD review will have a lot to learn from this set because, again, I'll reiterate it. The early game is just fine. The laning phase, great. The ability to actually trade objectives throughout that 10 to 15 minute mark, clean as well. It's just choosing when to group up around that Fire Giant when it's time to stack up his 5 that it looked like the Tartarus Titans were struggling with. Whereas the Elder Towns, on the early laning phase, they did generally okay. Game 1 a little bit worse than Game 2, but weren't struggling there. And by the time it was time to group up around that 20-minute mark, they were always together, roaming the map well, pressuring these structures, allowing the space for Oath to do whatever he wants. Ducky gets a standout performance as well. This is a favorite one in this tournament for a reason. And I think the Hounds, they're going to be in the winner's bracket for a good while.
And if they can continue playing like that, I'm with you, right? They are playing well. They're playing clean. Ducky, at a certain point, seemed like he was untouchable, even when they threw everything they had at him. It's just health bars galore. The Hounds end up winning this one. The Titans, though, not out, not done just yet, but you don't have to take it from me. You can hear all about it from the desk.
That's right, one of the tournament favorites to qualify into the SPL. It's the Ultra Challenge, and they'll get a statement 2-0 win in their first set of this weekend. And a lot of what we talked about going into this set was we are heaping these expectations on this Hounds team.
Yep.
We need to see some type of statement from them. Here's why, right? Kind of that the first team, the Scorpions, made that statement earlier on. They were able to justify a lot of their praise. I think the Hounds were able to justify some of the praise we've given them after this set.
Yep, I agree. And I think Mifflin chalks it up very well. Once again, the Tartarus Titans had a very nice start to the early game. I feel like their laning phase where Dame was choosing to get active all worked out. It was just later on, the questionable Fire Giant pull. I understand the one to just go for it, but in this case, it just seemed like Loki was getting to the backline pretty consistently.
Yeah.
Once again, Ducky is unkillable. I didn't see Tablet built from either one of these mid laners, but in this case, I mean, I guess Delny was also pretty unkillable. We saw a dog pile of like 4 characters around that Kakul, and finally he went down. But point is,
They are Hounds,
They
so
are.
a dog pile would make sense.
Yep, a wolf pack, if you will.
I'm
And
on
they
it
just need
today.
a little bit more. You are. I want to reiterate that. You've been all smiles and all.
I did terrible with Terra earlier on and Gore, and I thought that one was pretty solid. Also, some good coast moments here in this game, Trelly. You know, not the Penta Kid, I'm taking this game over type set. I don't think we needed that from Vaporish Coast, but still had some good moments here in game number 2. It was the eclectic Loki pick that raised our eyebrows during picks and bans. And do you think it did its job, Trelly? You talked a lot about disrupting the Susano, potentially camping out lanes. If the goal is to make life uncomfortable, would you say that Oath checked that box?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think there was a couple questionable plays. I saw him dash in at Fire Giant once, but besides that,
Yeah.
I think that, you know, he plays a clean brand of ADC
Where's
this time
mitigated?
around. Got his kills where he needed to, and hey, at the bottom,
That's tame. 79,000, almost 80K.
he did what he had to do, and that's what you want to see.
People talking about 200,000, though that is possible. We just not this one.
Yeah, these games are a little too quick.
Yeah, a little too quick
for that kind of those.
Yeah,
kind
they're not my hour-long like 45 to 55 per team kills, like those types of games. No, those games you're getting up there in the mitigated numbers. On the other side, though, Delny had some good mitigation numbers. You're talking about the Kukulkan. And I agree with what we talked about with Myth, or what Myth talked about at the end of that cast. There is good from minute 0 to mid game for the Titans to take away from this set, and some growing for them to do over the course of this weekend. But it is the Eldritch Hounds finding the 2-0 win and advancing themselves on the winner's side of the bracket. And I know one man I would love to have back in the SPL this year. Head coach of the Hounds, Chuck, standing by with Gore for the postgame.
Yeah, that's you, as you say so eloquently there. I do have a question, because last year you found yourself in a similar position, kind of pushing through, but it felt like you had the team that was above all favored to make it in. Well, what are you feeling this year with the Hounds and the way that this week and this event's going to be going?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely different, right? Like, you know, obviously, I think everyone looked at, you know, the old Warriors and was like, oh, okay, they're in. But, like, I mean, you know, I think you look at our team and it's, you know, less, like, you know, history behind it, obviously, but, like, there's the players that we've got, I think, you know, I think the way that we're playing together and the way that we want to play the map is, it's meshing really well right now, so I'm happy.
That's a good way to start it, right? I mean, we were talking about that actually as we got into this, but you start off, you hit a 2-0, feels like a great way to kick things off, and I think we had even said that you were looking a little further in the tournament for when true adversity was going to strike. But for this set, you know, the early games maybe a little slower to start, especially there in game 2 than maybe you would have liked, a definite like tug of war for the lead. What was it that got the team to jump ahead for them? Like, what is it about that? Is there something that you can do to maybe improve that early game as well?
Yeah, I mean, like, right now we're obviously pretty confident in our late games. Like, I think, you know, over the past couple weeks that we've been scrimming, we've, you know, been, you know, really finding our identity, I feel. So, I mean, there's obviously still growing pains. You can't be good at everything instantly as a team. And I mean, like, the stuff that we're getting wrong, it's minor. It ends up being big, but it stems from something minor, right? So I mean, it's just something you work on, and I mean, we're pretty confident that we'll iron it out. Yeah.
You've got a lot of Smite left to play. And of course, there's a lot of good teams. We were actually, again, talking about that a little bit before the camera came over here. We had talked about it a couple weeks ago. We saw there were like 4 teams that were like, okay, any of these could make it into the top 2, and then 6 teams that any of them could ruin those top 4 chances. Going forward, you know, do you have your eyes on a specific team? Is there someone that is like your arch enemy, and why is it Neil Ma?
I mean, it's it's definitely Neil Ma, that god dang rat. I'm gonna get him real good. But I mean, like, obviously Wargs, I think, are the front runners for this tournament, right? So, I mean, I think we're pretty well prepared. We're definitely looking forward to, I mean, them obviously. Me personally, I want to give it to Boom Boom, left, right, good night to Neil Ma. But I mean, there's also, you know, they're the front runners, but obviously Glad's, you know, Sarpe looked a little bit good today. So I mean, that team's pretty good too. So I mean, there's a lot of rosters that are worth playing this tourney, I think.
A lot of good competition out there. A lot of Smite still to be played to determine who's going to be there. I'm excited to watch more of what the Hounds have to offer. Of course, what you guys have to offer. Congratulations on the 2-0 win. We're going to kick it back to the desk.
A year more of that, please. I love Chuck with my entire heart. I'm not sure I'm mentally prepped for Wargs coached by Neil Ma versus a Hounds coached by Chuck. It'd be a clashing of worlds in my brain.
Oh, yeah.
For the last 2 years, it's been Chuck coaching Neil and the dynamic that they have with one another. That'd be a lot of fun to watch those teams go up against one another. It's been 2-0s all day today. We've got one more best of 3 right around the corner. You don't want to miss it. The SPL promotional tournament continues right after this break.
Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them, I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause check out problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them, I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it.
ISO to the NDs, Jeray, and we cruising through. In that 97 Cutlass, rolling through the air. Bass booming, it's a party inside the slab. It's whatever, baby, you could put it on a tab. Blessings in the wind, shall I see it, then I grab, ay, ay. Probably with the set, making bangers. Spare time, we be riding swingers. Pushing on them gears, pushing on them gears. Out here, and we swinging. Watch for the scanners, watch for the scammers. We be setting standards, we be setting standards. Only going forward, ain't no going backwards. Anytime we in the booth, it's a fire hazard. Put some daters on it, now they hating on it. Supreme clientele, they was waiting on it. Pontiac, Firebird flying on them. I got a need for speed, I'm a Florida on them. Gran Turismo, running game on them. This is custom kitted, whip the pain on them. Forza Motorsport, change lanes on them. Twisted Metal Gang, throw the flame on them. Hey, probably with the set, making bangers. Spare time, we be riding swingers. Pushing on them gears, pushing on them gears. Out here, and we swinging. Watch for the scanners, watch for the scammers. We be setting standards, we be setting standards.
Only going forward, they no going backwards. Anytime we in the booth, it's a fire hazard. Woke up feeling blessed, I ain't dealing with no stress today. Staying to myself, cause I won't let them get the best of me. We been pushing forward, we ain't focused on what's yesterday. They wanna know the formula, can let them know the recipe. Whoa. Metal to the floor, head the engine roar. Pull the top down on a two-door. You can't push no buttons in this new car. Can't let them push our buttons, we came too far. Sometimes you gotta remind them what you do it for. We done came up, we was too poor. Got the butters on the feet, we from New York. They can feel it in our body, know we too pure. We was too mature, way before 24. I got kicks up in my closet that I never wore. We was down bad, now check the new score. They know it's ISO to the indie, we the new norm.
97 cutlass, strolling through the aisle. Bass booming, it's a party inside the slab. It's whatever, baby, you could put it on the tab. Blessings in the wind, shall I see it, then I grab, ayy. Blessings in the wind, shall I see it, then I grab, ayy. Blessings in the wind, shall I see it, then I grab.
Ay, probably with the set, making bangers. Spare time, we be rhyme swingers. Pushing on them gears, pushing on them gears. Out here, and we swinging. Watch for the scanners, watch for the scammers. We be setting standards, we be setting standards. Only going forward, they no going backwards. Anytime we in the booth, it's a fire hazard.
I've been wasting my time. I don't know why I can't get you out my mind. And if I find a way to get it, when I do it, I can live it and forget it. Cause I hate how much I love you, or I hate how you just put me in my feelings. I just wish you understood the gravity, but you got low sinners. I guess it's better just to live it and forget it than to live it and remember. I've been wasting my time. I don't know why I can't get you out my mind. Yeah, now I'm so lost, where do I go? I was in the chase, caught a flat on road. It was all love, X no O. I was feeling rich, but we turned out broke. North Pole, life so cold. Lukewarm love, should've took it to the stove. You were bad news, all kind, no pro. We grew apart fast. I guess we was reaping what we sowed in. I guess we was unequally yoked in. Guess if we was putting on the show, then guess we should've tried to take it slow, then. Guess I let my feelings take control. Guess I let my demon take the wheel. Used to think that we be growing old. Now I can't believe that it was real. It was back in late December when I did it. I just wish I could forget it. Cause I hate how much I love it, or I hate how I just love to catch a feeling. Yeah. And you told me that you understood the gravity, but now I know you didn't. I guess it's better just to live it and forget it than to live it and remember.
Welcome back, Smite fans, to the fourth and final set of today. And maybe the last showcase, at least of some of, well, no, not of some of these teams. We have a whole double elimination. I don't know where I was going with that. I like derailed my own.
Last showcase of a Wednesday.
Last showcase of the Wednesday. First day here at Scoremizer. I got Mifflin on the desk with me. And we are going to be jumping into, I think, a very interesting matchup here. Again, a lot of these topics, conversations so far this week for the first 3 days is going to be 4 best-of-3s who can survive. And try to make it towards Saturday, towards Sunday, where these qualifications are going to be. We take a look at the bracket. It's a thick one, so make sure you are used to it. If you were looking at it earlier, it was rescheduled from set number 2 now to this last one, the Kowloon Wardens taking on the Shabalba Storm. A bunch of 2-0s so far, and a few teams finding success. Whoever wins here will find themselves going up against the Gilded Gladiators, the 2nd seed of the tournament. Not an easy team to make their way by. Loser will find themselves taking on the Sages down there in the bottom as the Titans and the Valkyries have a matchup. That's a weird thing to be saying, I think, so early in the year just because of the brands. Very exciting, I think, for me to watch. But Mifflin, this is one that has my eye because if you're looking at it, a couple of teams that have not been at least as high ranked as some of the others, and you know when you're looking at life expectancy in the tournament, for some of these, maybe not as far as you would place other teams. But then you also look at some of the players and you think, well, that guy's got a little extra factor in there. That maybe things can change it up. I think the Storm, I don't want to call it an unknown factor because we have seen these players before and we have seen what they're capable of. But this is a team that, especially as a unit, has a little more wiggle room, I think, to surprise everybody, right? Manda Warrior's been around, but he's been playing a different role. Dingo Dial's been around and has definitely been someone who has set things up. But when you look at, I believe, Globe/Vi, depending on which name you knew them under, Valo, Malachi as well. A lot of strengths, hidden strengths, I think, that could exist in this team.
Yeah, for those of you that aren't familiar with some of the lesser-known names on this team, I would say that those are cusp of SOC, SEC lifers, the guys that are nearly breaking the SEC, and once they get there can start to grind up a little bit more so. Otherwise, the Manda Warriors, the Dingo Dives, the guys that have been around a little bit longer, even their coach, Guy J, names that you should recognize and have likely seen a fair bit. But I think you're right to say that this team, maybe more so than any other in this tournament right now, is likely here to play spoiler. These guys have a lot of unknown factors. It's a team that, to my knowledge, is relatively new as a unified front, haven't quite been playing together for an incredibly long amount of time, but have certainly got potential and have certainly torn up the rank scene individually. A conversation point that I've had consistently throughout this week and about this event is this is an event for a lot of these teams that aren't considered favorites to try and make the best showing as possible for their individual performances and prove that they can be talent scouted by these other teams that are a little bit more well-developed and well-established. I think that's necessarily where I would put Shabalba Storm. I think that's exactly the qualification I would laud upon them. That said, this could be a very close matchup. Sure, against the direct opposition, there's a lot more names that have got a bit more recognition behind them, but as far as direct matchup or even how long they've been playing together, I think this is a team that could really, really play spoiler here. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is the first set to go 3 today.
With the way that they could play and specifically the way that they could be upset, as you said, it could cause a lot. It is interesting, again, Vi, now, Globe is what they're going to be playing under. Someone who I think was actually very impressive in these exact sets, right? Being able to see them alongside Valo kind of caught me off guard, guys that I'd never heard of showing up. You could see, actually, very interesting to me, Malachi on a team that had one of his now current opponents on it, Leon, who was playing in mid at the time, but also in there with people like Zen, like a lot of names that we've seen today playing on different teams. So you have to think, again, what are the sum of the pieces of the Storm right now is really maybe the question on my mind. We'll get to see that just a little bit. The team that is going to look to try and pick those pieces apart is the Wardens on the other side, the Kowloon Wardens. A team that, admittedly, I'll highlight the players that I think are going to need more of the limelight because one guy does steal it a little bit. Tuba there, Oceans on there as well. Joshi, Slash, all phenomenal players, been around the scene for a long time, a lot of history. But then that guy in the second seat there, Leon, who has been a force to be reckoned with in the jungle, shows up, plays well, streams well, and you have to think that even though we've seen moments where some of the shot calls maybe aren't exactly what you want, he is going to bring a lot to this team.
Yeah, we've seen Leon in brief stints in the SPL, has had a very established career in the SCL, that's the Smite Console League, doesn't exist anymore. The SCC has spent a lot of time there as well. And a player that I think has just got a massive amount of talent behind him. Had he played his cards even slightly differently throughout his career, I mean, he could be in the SPL right now, as far as I'm concerned. A phenomenal in-game leader, and one that really does flourish in a meta that emphasizes individual jungle play, and I think that's exactly where we are in Season 10, so I've got high expectations of him and the team built around him. You're right to bring up Oceans and Joshi in particular. That core 2 was playing under the Shibalba Storm banner previously. They had spent an entire year together and had played very well, had made it to the majority of the LAN events that the SEC were allowed to participate in, and had, I suppose, here or there performances depending on the week. Went under the name the Fun Havers for a little while there because that was their prerogative, was to go out there and put on a good show. So I know for a fact, having had the opportunity to speak with Leon in the past, what kind of guy he is, my man is not here to have fun, and he will not abide teammates having fun either. A very vocal player who has come with one thing on his mind, and it's to qualify into the SPL. So I'm excited to see it. Historically, Leon teams have all played very similarly because he is just a taskmaster in the shot calling. Will essentially micromanage just about everybody on the map, and that play style that has tended to develop is high action early game for the first 10 or so minutes into a very, very steep dive into objective play. It's let's fight, 10-minute mark hit, let's go group up on the Gold Fury, and that generally tends to be the pace that he has set in the past. So I'm excited to see whether or not he has adapted to his team or if his team has adapted to him. This is a much older Leon than the one that I had to play with back in the day.
Yeah.
So could have developed that style a good deal since then. Otherwise, Magic Feet in the back used to be the jungler for the Fun Havers, now sitting in that coach role. Just a great personality to have on your team, a very level-headed individual, and I think probably could rein in some of those more eclectic, high-intensity calls from Leon.
And I think that's always kind of been that part of the conversation, right? Which is when you pick up Leon, you're going to get a fantastic player, a jungler who knows what he's doing, someone who's going to help elevate the team, but you're probably playing his brand of Smite, and some of those shot calls, as we've seen in the past, while half of them are going to be fantastic, maybe even a little over half, maybe 60, 65, 70%, the other portion of that, whether it's 30 up to 50, is going to sometimes cost you a game. And we've seen it. I think actually last year's play-ins, I feel like we saw a jungle call, I want to say a Fire Giant call, that felt like it was a coin toss and just went awry. And that's why either they'll win it or it'll lose them a set. And sometimes that's what happens. And so maybe reining in some of those calls, right, the calls that are shakier, and instead building it on this foundation that the rest of this team has, it feels like you get the best of both worlds. You get a bunch of veterans that are coming together. They're going to play maybe a more aggressive style of Smite, but they're going to do it incredibly well. And so I'm excited to see what the Wardens have to offer, and again, what the Storm have in store for us. Also interesting just because Oceans, Joshi, Magic Feet, and not going with the Storm brand, instead changing their branding up. Becoming the Wardens here, I'm excited to see what those three, I guess Magic Feet maybe a little more behind the scenes, are going to have to offer for us here. Slash, though, we haven't really talked much about Slash or Tuba on the other side, the two side lanes here. I think Tuba versus Mando is one that I'm very intrigued by, and that's just because I think that Mando, again, kind of jumping into maybe a fresher role, especially with all the God changes that we've seen over in the carry role right now. It feels like there's a lot of unknown that could happen over in the duo lane.
And I don't want to gloss over that either, because every time we've seen Mando Warrior within the last 2 to 3 years, it was in the Soul lane. Mando Warrior, you put the Warrior in his name. So now in ADC, certainly not a role that he doesn't have experience with, has played it here or there throughout his competitive career, now trying to do so once more here in Season 10. I'm excited to see that matchup. Tuba has been very successful in the Smite Console League, has also had a very good success in the ranked scene, has been playing ADC almost exclusively for as long as I've been following his career. I would say probably has a slight matchup advantage, considering Mando Warrior will still be having those growing pains trying to adjust to a new role.
Picks and bans for game number 1, Storm v Wardens. And I'm not going to be surprised if we see maybe more of this. Mercury banned out. And while it has been valued by some of these other teams, that feels like that is a Leon call-out up front. I'm wondering if there are any other junglers maybe that stand out as the must ban, but Ymir, Yamoja are going to ban that. At this point, we haven't seen any magical carries. Do you think we need to go in that direction? Do you think you can let them through?
I think now with how many bans have already been expended, you probably just let through the magical hunters. So you can grab one or the other. You'll get second pick, essentially, assuming that the Storm want to take theirs first overall. As for other LA-owned picks, he's generally had 4 picks that I've associated with him very closely throughout his career. Mercury, Thor, Fenrir, and a Wheelish have been his bread and butter for a very long time, and when Ao Kuang is meta, he'll throw that into the pool as well. I wouldn't say that this is an Ao Kuang meta right now. Very slow scaling throughout the early game, where every other assassin has just got flat pen built into their kit. You don't want to play something that can't exactly fight up early. This is interesting, though. I wasn't expecting to see a Magical Hunter ban, but if you were to ban out one, I think it would be Freya. As far as PvP is concerned, I think she is bar none the best Magical Hunter on the field right now. Damage output, survivability, very difficult to deal with, and we even saw from Zapman at the previous Worlds run in Season 8, the ability to initiate those fights with Banish are just so difficult to deal with. So the Storm, take that off the table. Having seen them ban out a Magical Hunter, though, that could indicate one of two things. If they don't pick a Magical Hunter here, it tells me that they just really didn't want to deal with the Freya, and that's the primary concern. They just value it very highly. If they do take a Magical Hunter in this first slot, that could indicate that the Storm just haven't got a Freya player on their team.
Definitely something that's maybe dangerous to have actually coming into this.
Showtime!
Thor banned out. Maui first picked, and maybe not too surprising given the last time we saw Oceans play. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, was locking in pretty much exclusively Maui if given the opportunity. And so stripping that away from the Wardens, picking it up instead for the Storm. And kind of acting as maybe a fourth ban for the Storm in a way. Also just a damn good pick as of right now. I mean, he has been at the top of the meta, I think, up there with the emojis lately. Because he can bring so much to the team fight. Really does depend on some of the stuff you have around him, though.
It does. What are you pulling them into? What are you CCing for? Who are you facilitating? Maui can do a whole lot on his own, but the one thing he generally struggles with is that damage output, so you want to draft something pretty strong around him. That said, Maui, one of Ocean's bread and butter as of recent. So the Storm, essentially, as you said, utilizing their first pick as just another ban up against the Wardens. It hasn't slowed down Oceans whatsoever, though, so it's likely going to be Bacchus out of that support role, with a Magical Hunter picked up immediately afterward. With Kronos and Oleron available, we do get some info on how the Wardens really value that tier list, and it seems Sol and Freya probably pretty high up on it. Sol, as close to a standard mage as the Magical Hunters come, has got great ranged initiation, or not initiation, excuse me, burst. With the Stellar Burst or even the Ultimate. Also very, very survivable with Disapparate and doesn't struggle with the same things that Freya does in that you can't deal with structures. If you've got the heat built up, you're a certified objective shredder.
Really interested in the Storm. You had mentioned it with the Freya ban, whether or not it was like, do they not have a Freya player, or where do they value some of these magical carries? With the Sol locked in, I was wondering if they'd get an answer back, because the second phase of bans could very easily knock 2 of those out. And instead, they go for the Kleena, they go for the Tiamat, answered by a Najah by the Wardens. And then the bans start to roll through Odin, and now the Ishtar for the Wardens. Storm, ban out the Merlin. And TBD. Oleron has been banned a lot today. And so I was a little surprised to see Sol go above him. But on top of that, it feels maybe surprising after seeing him banned out so much to not have him get scooped up super fast. Do you think he belongs up there, or do you think that that's maybe a little bit of an overvalue?
I always hesitate to answer questions about Oleron and Cthulhu in particular because of how those two gods affect your draft. If Oleron Ultimate feels overtuned right now, if Sanctified Fields absolutely decimates, then you feel really good about taking that pick. But we've seen teams devise answers to Sanctified Fields and things like Descent into Madness, because those are 2 picks that I think are really dictated by their ultimate. As far as my own personal power rankings go, as a jungler right now, seeing an Oleron on the other side is one of my happiest moments. The joyful glee in my soul when I'm playing ranked and I've got my Fenrir locked in and I see an Oleron on the other side cannot be understated. And that could be weighing on the mind of the Storm here. You don't want to worry about El Leon rolling through the duo lane and just really putting his pressure there. We saw what Dame was able to accomplish, putting his team into very good positions by just camping out the duo. Oleron very easy to shut down in the early phases. So could be that the Storm just go ahead and forego this one. That's not to say that Oleron isn't incredibly strong and his ultimate isn't a phenomenal team fight tool. He is strong. The itemization fits him very well. Cyclopean Ring in particular, giving an attack speed option that has also got CDR, just in my mind facilitates Oleron incredibly well, maybe more so than some of these other magical hunters. But you still just have to be so concerned about these early rotations from junglers that can really slow down some of those picks.
Well, healing has been a very high priority thing so far today.
Don't make me angry.
Guan Yu gets locked in for the Wardens, brings that in. Of course, Naja with some self-heal, Soul with a lot of self-heal. It feels like the Wardens are going to have sustain going on their side. Not that much on the side of the Storm as they roll out their bottom two. Cucullin and Rom locked in. And this is not the first game of Rom we've seen. And even towards the end of last year, it was starting to be a pretty highlight pick. We can maybe ignore the pretty well-rounded, I dare to say generic, but that feels mean. Of the,
Very
I mean, it's just a solid, standard. That's the more neutral term for what their draft is. Thoth gets locked in at the very end there. Not a pick I'm used to seeing, Mifflin.
No, Thoth's been in and out of the meta for a good while now. Will always bring that massive long-range damage, will always be a really good poker, especially around these Fire Giant dances or Gold Furies. Is deceptively survivable with Evade and Punish and the Hieroglyphic Wall, giving you that extended range. But I think maybe now more than ever, Thoth is picked because of his follow-up potential. Have the Windfire Wheels connect and just have it land into Soul's ultimate or Thoth's ultimate, or even potentially both, depending on who you've taken up there. So I think Thoth fits into this composition very well. And it's not as if it's just got to be the Naja facilitating the Thoth. That's not the only setup you've got. Bacchus knockup, guaranteed Thoth ultimate. Guan Yu stun, not exactly guaranteed because you could actually beads out of a stun, can't beads out of the air, but still certainly another phenomenal setup tool there. I really do like what the Wardens have put themselves together, but it is so difficult to find a weakness in the Storm composition. We use the term standard, we use generic, but we see it so often because it works so often. There is no one pick where you can say, okay, that's the one we want to exploit early on. Maybe you could make an argument for Tiamat because their early game is a bit lacking, but even then, largely mobile, has access to some defense, some CC immunity in the kit as well, means that you're going to struggle a little bit to actually burn through all of her defensive capacities and find the value of a Windfire Wheels or a knockup or a stun or something along those lines. So if I were to say one way or the other, it's very difficult, but I would probably just favor the Wardens because when I look at some of these picks, I so closely associate them with the players. Oceans have been going towards the Bacchus very consistently. They've got great late game scaling, and I feel like the meta probably does fit this draft very well. Specialized to Season 10, I think is how I would describe it, whereas the Storm have got themselves a Smite composition that could have been locked in at any point throughout any of the seasons.
And it feels like one that can find success given what we've seen some of these picks do today. A lot of pressure, I think, on the Cucullin, on the Maui, for them to be able to step up. The real thing I think that I'm zooming in on, and as you mentioned, something that the Wardens can play that's maybe a hyper-stylized to Season 10, but you had mentioned like the Soul has Disapparate, a little bit of safety there, but it takes a little bit of time to go off. Naja, most of the time if you have to get out, it's Windfire Wheels and you don't feel that great about it. Thoth can get bullied. It feels like Maui has a hook that can really bully him. Is this going to be a combo that you expect to see happening a lot? Do you think that Thoth, especially since his dash can get him pretty far, is going to be in a little trouble? In fact, you know what? You don't even have to answer it. We'll just find out the good old-fashioned way as we jump into game number 1 with J-Mac and Charlie.
Yeah, thank you so much. Our final match of the day, the Xibalba Storm and the Callan Wardens in a final best of 3 to see, if I'm not mistaken, who goes up against the Gilded Gladiators in their following matchup after that. It's J-Mac and Trelly, and then Doug joining us for game number 1. A lot of familiar names really on both sides. Have been following the SCC for some time. You're probably familiar with players like Malachi, with Mando Warrior, with Valo and Vi as well. Dingo Dial's a little bit, I don't want to say new on the scene, but it's been a while since we've seen Dingo Dial jump up on the side of the Storm. Look over at the Callan Wardens, and these are players who have been slamming the SCC for quite some time, Trelly.
Dingo's got the tech, though. He
does.
Brought the bracer and already set it down as early as possible so we can get it back off cooldown, helping with that DPS on the back camps and the green buff, that sort of thing. Maybe just helps out their clear a little bit more. But I do want to go off on a bit of a tangent.
Go for it.
And it's that I think Thoth is one of the best last picks you can really get in this current meta. If you're holding on to your mid laner and you know the the jungle picks that absolutely dumpster Thoth are not being locked in. Fenrir comes to mind, just being able to chase him down with his dash, that sort of thing. And you know, you're like, wait, I can actually pick Thoth safely here. I think this pick can be insane in the current meta if you're able to get your Book of Thoth stacked up, the tablet online as well. It can be very deadly. His biggest issue has always been, how hard are you getting Nove? So I'm looking towards Malachi. I'm looking towards Dingo. Can they get to the backline? Will Valo be able to go as well? If not, Joshi is going to have a free game. The desk already touched on it. Look at how much setup is here for this Thoth ultimate. And Leon, with the Windfire wheels, should just be free game. And then if Slash rotates in, and of course Oceans comes with plenty of CC, I imagine Josh is going to be having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, Naja into big burst mage ultimate on the bottom end. I mean, that's just what you call a classic Smite there. I mean, throwing back to even the OG seasons of Smite, it was Naja into a Ra, Naja into Kukulkan, just some big 1,000+ damage ult when mid-late game hits. You just absolutely obliterate whoever ends up landing back on the ground with this Naja. So we'll see where Elion and Valo maybe try and put some pressure on these assassins. A couple of our sets today, we've been seeing these junglers get very active on some of these side lanes, maybe try and get into mid and kind of getting that early pick up there. So I wonder where Elion and Valo put some of that pressure. For Elion, you're going up against this Rom and this Maui over on the side lane. CC immunity not existent for Dingo Dial outside of beads if he picks that up, or maybe like a Magi's. Mando Warrior grabbing those ones early. As is Naja, do you maybe try and put a little bit of pressure over there in that duo?
If I'm Naja, honestly, I'm probably looking towards solo just because of the way that Malachi has opted to build. The Sigil early game is not going to give you that same amount of value as level 20 upgraded Sigil does. And you can already tell Slash is winning the trades, doing plenty of damage and just getting better value early. Level 5, I'm thinking an opportunity to find a kill if you've got HP, and Valo's trying to make sure that Elion does not have that HP to make those plays. But you're right, there is still some opportunity to look towards the dual lane as well, but it's very much contingent on getting beads down. Malachi does not have the beads. He's got CC immunity, of course, but cannot just beads out of Windfire wheels as easily as you would look over towards dual lane, and you know Mando is going to be just primed and ready to click that one.
And speaking of Mando Warrior, this is not his traditional role that he plays in. When he was playing on the Anansi Weavers last season and in many seasons prior, this is a solo laner. I mean, Mando has mostly been on that right side of the map for the majority of his career.
He didn't play Warriors, though.
True. He was playing anything but Warriors. He was playing the Guardians, the Assassins. A couple times we saw the Hunters whenever those became meta. But it's been a while since I've personally seen Mando in the ADC. He did play it back in the AVGL a few seasons back. I say a few, I'm talking like 5 seasons back maybe, when like it was Medusa versus Cupid as a meta. That was kind of when Mando was essentially playing in that role. So seeing him back here at least has my eyebrow raised on how he might perform. Yeah,
he's definitely a ranked ADC player. He does like going towards it every once in a while, so not something he's unfamiliar with, and it looks like the Shabala Storm do have some confidence in him with that role. But unfortunately, he's up against a Soul. This is what I was predicting. Will they be able to find the kill, though? Malachi, I don't think he's going to be able to live through this one. Hits the ground with very little HP, and Slash gets credit for that one. That's going to be the first blood. And this is the issue with the Sigil start. You cannot clear the waves effectively. If you are left untouched and you get to 20, you're unkillable. But smart call by the Wardens. Make sure to put down Malachi before he gets to level 20, and he's a lot easier to kill.
I start giving you the script to start writing, man, because you called that one perfectly. The Sigil Tier 1 defense sure is nice early, but easy exploitation there by Slash and Ilion. That's first blood for the Callan Wardens, and it gets them off to a pretty roaring start immediately. 1,500 gold ahead for the Callan Wardens with only a single first blood kill. Some of that is coming down to those Bastions that did go the way of Callan Wardens on the duo lane. Mando and Dingo losing both of their Bastions early on just from the pressure of Tuba and Oceans. But I mean, this has just kind of been the name of the game for these Magic ADCs, especially for these Souls, man. So good at taking those down.
Yeah, Soul loves to just auto anything to keep her heat going, and turns out the Bastions work really well for that, especially up against a Rama who, what's he going to do, try and out-trade you? Like, you just do not have the amount of sustain to auto-attack a Soul with full heat. With Tier 1 Light Blade, like even Tier 2 Balance Blade's not going to make a difference. Full Aussie, whatever. You're not going to be boxing up against Tuba, and probably for good reason. You know, you're trying to get some itemization online and look towards late game. Book of Thoth for both of the mid laners. I really would like to see a Tier 1 book for both of them next. I understand anti-heal might be more on the priority here for Vi, but if Slash doesn't rotate out, you're not going to have to worry too much. But Valo beats is real early.
does. Belly flop in, and then an ultimate right after the Intoxicated. Valo not going to be dead on landing unless Joshi is there to put in the final judgment and a second kill for the Callan Wardens, this time on the mid laner.
Yeah, and that's just going to be easy clockwork. You get those beads down early, you know that Valo's too healthy, or I guess not healthy enough to actually escape into the wall. So you just look for that opportunity. Now Malachi could be in some trouble. Cavalry charge here, trying to find the stun, and actually finds it. I'm thinking that's a pretty easy kill.
Well, jump away is not going to get Malachi very far. Ring toss off the mark, but Slash has the final auto to deal the last bit of damage to the opposing solo laner, and now 2-0-1 for the Guan Yu solo. Slash, part of everything for the Callan Wardens so far.
Yep, and now you got to worry about that tanky Guan Yu. Who's going to be providing the damage to kill him? No one at the moment, but I do think that Valo still online just fine. You know, sitting at level 7, actually does have a level lead in the jungle. Leon, who's been spending a lot of time helping out his team trying to find ganks, whereas Valo's been looking for that farm. It's been paying off so far. And Kleena, I think at the moment, with the Claw Shard, can do some great amounts of burst damage. So does have that opportunity to look for some possible ganks, maybe even towards the duo lane, because Tupa's been stepping up freely and starving the wave, like actually just not caring about clear, knowing that Mando can't fight back. So maybe looking over towards duo could be the call.
Oh, Valo did stay in the wall for a little bit, got some poke over towards Leon, but Leon able to heal that up, and now makes a rotation over towards duo. We'll just drop the shield buff, give that one over either to himself or to Ocean. Not sure which one will want to pick that one up. Seems it might just be Leon, but does he go for a gank up against this Rama? Mando is sitting at the tower line, would be a difficult one, so instead Leon and Oceans will rotate through the jungle and try and strip out anything that's still left standing within the jungle.
And Malachi finally gets some space over here in solo lane because Slash is completely out of mana. I'm curious when the objective play gets started. You know, they do have plenty of pressure throughout the map, the Callan Wardens that is, throughout over in duo lane, even in solo. But Gold Fury could be burned down extremely quick. We know how much Supernova can do. Dingo uses that landfall ultimate. More is just a tool to show what it could have done if it would have connected, but it didn't. So not going to get any relics down. Just going to be, you know, wasting the cooldown for the moment. But hey, you got safety. And also, no one dies at the moment, so that's going to be a plus. Blink in from Helion, also off the mark.
Well, does find the ultimate, but Final Judgment was thrown early by Joshi. So there's not a lot on landing, but Joshi still had the hieroglyphic shots after to take down Vi. Second kill now for the mid laner. A little miscommunication there between the two on the Callan Wardens, but they still get the job done. And maybe a little bit more as Leon finds Valo in the jungle. Valo trying to fight back. It has a lot of damage to do so. But once that veil is opened up, that is a retreat from Leon.
I would guess that Joshi predicted that Vi's beads were up because they were, and that Vi was going to beads because he could, and sent the ult anyways to, you know, say, hey, you're not going to be able to take him up, but I'll hit the ult off it. And then Vi said, joke's on you. I'm not going to beads, and I'm going to make you miss your ultimate. Still died, so great hieroglyphic assault there by Joshi, and at the very least, holds on to the beads for next time. But my heart grew two sizes as we get to see Vi and Joshi both going into what you can assume is going to be an early stack tablet. Trying to get that extra damage online. I think both of these mages proc it extremely well. They've got so much range, and these tankier targets, you can see Slash and Malachi, really will be feeling it later on.
Tanky might be the right thing for Slash to at least be called right now.
Well,
2 items into
later
the build. 2 levels up over Malachi, so some of even just those base stats that come through, the base prots and the base HP, in favor of Slash for now. But you are right, it is a slow start for Malachi. I imagine will be quite a bit of defense built into the kit up against for him. But now it will the Shibalba Storm to do to somewhat answer back here, because Callan Wardens have been dictating the pace of this game so far. 3,000 gold lead up for them just about for the Chaos side team. And it feels like all this aggression has just been played around the mid and the right side of the map where most of those leads have been occurred at least. Joshi up 2, Slash up about a level and a half. A pick on Oceans would be great for the Shibalba Storm, but Landfall not going to be thrown out by Dingo.
Yeah, the burp was channeled. Oceans knew he couldn't get knocked up as long as that was happening, and I think what really happened was once Vi hit the full Primordial Onslaught and no damage occurred, they're like, okay, this is a dead kill. We're not going to be able to go in. Looks like a possible chill on to Dingo, and some good CC being popped. This could be a nice scrap, but where's the kill going to fall?
Oh, the Valo went invisible to a few. He's able to squeak out. Dingo doesn't have that same luxury. He grabs one with the ultimate, But it's a killing spree for Joshi. Vi on the run. Valo only escaping because of the stealth that connected to 2 different players. Joshi missing out on that route means that Vi should get to live through. But unfortunately for Dingo, he is the one who pays the price.
Yeah, but beads down there for Valo. This Kleena could be under some fire if Leon decides to use that ult offensively, but actually uses it defensively, ults out, and Vi still goes down because this is a 4-0 Thoth. And yeah, Joshi's pumping out some serious numbers. You got to watch out for this damage. And this is what I was talking about. Last pick Thoth can be so deadly because you're not drafting for it. Thoth is a god that if left to free cast, will hard carry a game. If no one looks at this character, Joshi will just carry the game. And it doesn't seem like they have too much immediate dive until much later on once this Kakolin starts to rotate in. And the Kowlin Wardens are definitely benefiting from it.
The Kowlin Wardens to start out this hot in game number 1. At least going to put some question marks now for the Shibalba Storm as the rest of this game goes through. I mean, we're 11 minutes in. It's a 4,000 gold lead for the Wardens and still growing at the pace that they're making. I mean, look at what Elion and Oceans are doing. They've foregone standing in a lane for farm. They are traversing the jungle to find any of these. Maybe the roaming harpies, a red buff, or even potentially just a fight. Flop on a Dingo dial just to buy some space for Oceans and Elion to get out. Both Veils at least used by Valo during that skirmish, but look at the health of the tier 1 tower. Vi doesn't have much of a lifeline left in this T1.
Doesn't. I saw Slash started to rotate over. Didn't decide to complete that rotation, just gonna go back for the wave, but I'm thinking it's about time we see a Gold Fury pull here. I mean, you have uncontested confirm with Supernova or Final Judgment, take your pick. The snipes from Mando could be troubling if you don't time it right, but again, you can time all of your DPS and just make sure to go for it. You got some time before you got to worry about Pyro, so I'm thinking that should be what's being had here, but maybe just wanting Slash to get some magic defense online could be the call so far. Went for the breastplate of regrowth into the Glad Shield. Doesn't quite have that next item, the Oni Hunters or the Genjis, whichever one you really want on the Guan Yu. After that, maybe then you're feeling a little bit more confident about the rotation in from the Guan Yu over to objective and actually make the pull. But still, the Wardens have been pushing their lead so far at this point. The only thing they have to do now is to actually make a pull on an objective.
An objective not to be had just yet. We will see a small skirmish, at least over by the shield buff. Joshi, level 14. Up until just now when Slash procced over to the same level, Joshi was sitting top farm on the map, is back there with the confirmation of the camps to put him over to level 15 now on the Thoth. And at 4-0, Tablet started up. Only has what looks to be about 7 stacks on it for now. Hasn't really gotten too much extra poke with it just yet, but even still, the fact that he's 3 levels up and has felt like he's just gone unfazed the entirety of this game. Only one moment where he really took any serious damage in an early 2v2, but since then, it has been all Joshi all day.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my eyes on the relics as Mando takes a ton of damage, and here comes that Naja. Both relics available. Mando plays it well. Dash, he actually doesn't even have to beads, but you're dropping down into a kill, surely.
Who's you going to give the kill to is going to be Elion and Tuba. They both won, and Elion doesn't get the dash. The lifesteal is going through. Mando's stunned, and he lives through for a moment, but Oceans has come back through, needs to use the damage to take him down, and Valo not able to find the kill onto Tuba or Elion, so it's a double kill for Oceans. The support of the Kowlin Wardens gets to feast the benefits for what the rest of his team had started.
And now tier 1 tower in left is starting to be looked at. I am absolutely amazed that how long Mando actually lived there. Beautiful relic timing. Unfortunately for Elion, a little bit too early there. And now tier 2 starting to be looked at. Where's the rest of the team? Malachi pushing right. And it looks like Vi will be able to grab the tier 1. It's going to be close. Another wave will come through. But finally, Gold Fury gets to be looked at as well. Trying to deal with some of that gold, but losing a tier 2 on top of a Fury. Unless, of course, yeah, no, there's no one that's getting here in time. Before 15 minutes, that's going to be some big spikes in your favor. Smart call here by the Storm, though. Grab the consolation prize, the Pyromancer, and that Runic Bomb could stop a bit of the aggression here from the Wardens if they look towards a Fire Giant.
Could also maybe assist if you want to go for a split push. That extra damage to the towers going to be very potent if you decide to make a play for that. But unfortunately for the Shibalba Storm, not many towers they can really go for at the moment. They've lost both of theirs in the dual lane. They've lost their mid tier 1 as well. I'm not sure you want to solo push up a mid tier 2. even if you are Malachi at this point on the Cullen. In the right lane, might feel to be a little out of the question. So then, they pose the question for the Shibalba Storm, where do they make their stand, Joe? I mean, they lost the fight in left. Because of that, they lost the Gold Fury. They took a Pyromancer. Do you step up to the Fire Giant should the Callan Wardens try and make a pull towards it?
It's very early, so I would say the first one you definitely don't have to. With Blink, though, Malachi could blink in, drop the bomb, ult, and try and run away. It's a possibility. Definitely getting chased down with the amount of CC that the Wardens have. And now Valo in some big trouble here. He's trying to use the Aegis. Goodbye. You are not using that Mystical Allure to get out. Unfortunate, but like I said, so much lockdown in CC. Take a look at Tuba, not on the left side of the map, over on the right, trying to grab tower. The aggression will not cease.
Yeah, it looks like it's a four-man collapse towards Malachi, but Malachi will be able to get himself out. Loses out on his tier 1 tower for even rotating towards that fight, because Tuba decided not to be a part of the jungle. Instead, went for the tower himself, and will now group up. And man, with that glyph, so much extra damage to the tower. Ultimate from Dingo. Not going to pull Tuba. It's a quick beads from the soul to get himself out of danger. But a 9-0 start for the Callan Wardens. A 7,500 gold lead so far, and maybe escalating even more so. Valo is in the wall, but surrounded on nearly all sides. Where is his escape path even at this point? I think it's, you just got to go away if you can. We'll drop 2 of the Veils, get some damage out, and we'll use 1 to dash away. But Slash up on the horse will charge right in, finds the double stun, and gets the beads off the jungler.
Yeah, but the fight is still going on here underneath this tower. The Wardens want a little bit more. Beautiful double knockup, but not too much follow-up as the snipes rain true, but not doing enough damage as well. This tier 2 should fall down. And Malachi transforms again. That's the second time this fight.
But he's going away as far as he can. Elion takes him up into the sky, and on landing, this should be a dead Kakulin. The credit goes to Tuba for the kill, but the setup by the rest of the team and Elion to find the pick and make it 10-0 for the Callan Wardens. And what seems to be on their mind next, with mostly healthy HP bars, Fire Giant on the mind of the Wardens.
At some point, you gotta say, I think this one is looking rough, you know? And I think that fight may have been the actual stamp of maybe we can't do anything, because that was quite a long dance around a tier 2 tower, which, I mean, you get 2 Colon Rage transformations off from the Shibalba Storm. They just don't have enough damage to back up the CC here. Unfortunate, but now the Wardens are able to siege backwards, spend up some of that gold, because that was a long fight, and then look to see what they want to do next. I mean, at this point, it's going to be Oni Fury spawning in here shortly, and they've got plenty of time to play this one slowly. The Thoth still doing plenty of damage. I think this Najah has been extremely impactful, part of all but 2 kills so far in this game, and Oceans has been part of all but 1, so looking like a very good game, just support style here for the Wardens, getting their carries ahead. It doesn't seem like, besides, I guess, Mando in this case, everyone else is looking at quite the deficit. Mando's only down 1 level, which could be worse.
Definitely could be worse. About a level and a half for Slash over Malachi, but reflecting the builds, the full item up for this Guan Yu. And for now, the Callan Wardens, with their Fire Giant, going to move over towards the Oni Fury. They'll still have the Fire Giant buff for about 3 minutes. How much more can they go with? Slash is going to keep Dingo and Vi from just taking this Pyromancer, something where at least the Runic Bomb in the last team fight was used by Malachi. Would have fooled me if it actually was, because it felt like it did absolutely nothing to the Callan Wardens, even in terms of potential disruption. So instead, Fury on the left side of the map for the Wardens, and they'll start marching up the left lane as well. It's Slash and Elion who have deviated away from their team, and instead will be the ones to take the Pyromancer, unless Valo decides to sneak up, but Valo immediately backs himself back towards the rest of the team.
It was the 2 sets ago where me and you were casting, and I brought up how fun Breastplate of Regrowth Bacchus is.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad Oceans gets to have that fun.
He heard you saying, he goes, you know what, that does sound cool,
like,
Trelly.
That does sound pretty nifty. Maybe I can just slam second item Regrowth, just pop my chug and run around the map, CCing everyone. He did have the Horn Shard and the Cloak of the Ascetic as well, so had plenty of cooldown resets. Unfortunately, at level 12, you're supposed to sell it, and it was picked up for the whole Bracer, so plenty of support, plenty of damage, plenty of CC coming the way of this Bacchus. Keep your eyes on Oceans. Usually is a pretty solid engage, and of course Slash is there just in case that poke starts to add up.
Elion even going for defense second slot. A regrowth for him, a regrowth for Oceans, and one for Slash as well. There's a lot in that team. Ultimate from Dingo pulls back Elion, but that's probably exactly where Elion wants to be. He's taken Malachi to the sky, but there's not a lot of damage to the Naja just yet. Elion still in the Phoenix. Will be dropped down as he's stuck around for way too long under the turret. But it's just going to be too much damage from the Shivalba Storm. The Callan Wardens will have to back away after losing their first body.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they wanted to use too many ultimates there onto Malachi, which makes sense. This Kakolan is getting much tankier as the game continues. So unfortunately, they will just have to back off after that one. But all towers on the map are gone there for the Wardens. They get the mid-Phoenix a little bit weak. I would say just fine for them. It still is very early on. We're only 20 minutes into the game, and they are about to get a second opportunity out of Fire Giant. So I would say if the first one doesn't net a Phoenix, you're not too upset about that. Giving the first death of the game away is a little unfortunate, but the good news is there was no kill streak on Elion. He was 0-0.
He was all assists.
Yeah, he was all assists, so you're getting no shutdown gold in that regard. And just waiting for your teammate to spawn back in, and the Wardens can look once again towards that Fire Giant. What do the Shivalba Storm do in the meantime? Commando Warrior, prioritizing some farm on the left side of the map, is going to have to head over soon if he wants to defend. It looks like might just decide to farm. I mean, letting your Rama go and say, hey, you guys can go for the steal or not, it still is a 22-minute Fire Giant. We're not looking at EFG territory just yet.
Not quite. Be a little while, about 8 minutes before those are available. Well, now that Mano's got the crit, he can go ahead and take those Bastions. Clear up some additional gold for his team before working at the Tier 1 tower, but the Callan Warden's answer to that is send Elion by himself to the right side Phoenix, while the rest of the Callan Wardens go ahead and take the Fire Giant for themselves. Elion not needed there for the damage at the objective. Instead, it'll be the second fire of the game for the Callan Wardens, and they can start their push once more. Mid-Phoenix at half HP. The Callan Wardens spreading themselves out, and even a few of them going back to base. I assume to pick up a couple of big power spikes. Tuba, in fact, has gone back. Polynomicon now online for the Soul.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about early on as well. When you have these magical ADCs and they're not Chronos, you usually want to get something like the Poly or incredible amounts of attack speed to make your sieges a bit easier. And in this case, I think Soul with Polynomicon and the Diamond Arrow is going to make these Phoenixes die much, much faster. You can't really count on these, you can't count on Elion getting all the way towards the Phoenix for auto attack damage, and we know Joshi won't be doing too much unless he's got the glyph down to get those enhanced autos. And that's probably why the Shivalba Storm feel at least a little bit confident, because they know how the last siege went. Their Phoenix is already healing up, and they were never really under any fire for losing that bird. But now, one more attempt. The Wardens are going to push down left. I'm looking at relics. We're going to have Naja beads up at about 5. The only one they're missing on the side of the Storm is that blink initiation from the Kakolan, but Malachi will do just fine. He's already got his rage stacked up. One ult should get him a transform.
You start to see some of these extra damage procs come through from the Callan Wardens mid. Dingo goes with the ult, but this time doesn't pull anybody back. Immunities across the board to keep themselves from being yanked back by the Maui. And he pushed still towards the left side. Without minions there, it's going to take the Callan Wardens a moment before they can push in. Elion separating himself once more, 4 levels up over Valo. Going towards mid. Veil will clear out one of those waves. Malachi goes in. Ocean's being pulled back by Dingo, down a lot of damage on this Bacchus. And a call back in for Dingo, but stops his dash a little bit shy. And Joshi still full HP on this Thoth, undeterred, continues the poke.
Yeah, that Phoenix is getting real low, though. The Thoth does go through, but a beautiful knockup from Malachi. Will they try to chase him out once again, taking up to the sky?
Elion grabs him. Malachi should be definitely one more hit on landing. It's Tuba to drop him down, and the left side bird to follow alongside it. Now with a weakened mid-Phoenix from their siege earlier on, the Callan Wardens can move over towards mid. Valo, with a quarter of his HP missing, not in any real position to go for a full defense yet.
Yeah, and it looks like spreading out. You know the cleanup beads are down, so Elion's fine with trying to take that 1v1 as the 4v3 is happening in mid lane. Good crit as well, big damage, and it looks like the egg is going to have to be used.
But with no Aegis now, that is easy targets for Slash. He will charge right in and take out the jungler. Dingo finds a stun only on Oceans. Midbird gone, much like the health bars of Dingo and Vi. Just not enough damage from the Supernova from Tuba to take either of them out. It'll be a 3 Phoenix wipe. 2 down.
They're going in.
Malachi back up in a second, though. Health bar starting to get a little bit low. Oceans goes in but finds the kill on Divide. Dingo barely swings out. Elion wants that kill, finds the sass, takes him down, and Mando Warrior back into the fountain. And the Callan Wardens in just 25 minutes will walk up. They may get one extra kill just for the extra benefit, but they will take out the Titan for game number 1.
Clean play throughout. They had a very clear initiative. They knew, hey, we've got a ton of CC. Let's group up together in the jungle, build an early lead. Took a little bit longer than I would have liked to actually pull that Gold Fury, but confidence throughout, right? They're like, hey, we have Slash. He can rotate through when we need him. He's already 2-0. We don't have to make any pulls that we don't necessarily need. And they just kept building that gold lead more and more. I would argue from like minute 4, it was very clear who had the reins in that game, and it didn't seem like the Storm were pulling back anytime soon.
I mean, you look out through the entire course of that early game from the Callan Wardens. By the time they got the first blood, that was in a 1,500 gold lead for the Callan Wardens. It wasn't like, okay, now we got first blood, now we can build our gold up. It was already starting to trend their way to kind of start this game out. And unfortunately for the Xibalba Storm, they weren't able to pump the brakes on the Callan Wardens even really one time this game, except for a single kill onto Elion. We'll see if the Callan Wardens keep this momentum in game number 2 right after this break.
For the energy, I ain't worried, give a fuck about the enemy. Beat it, got them thinking it was 10 of me. That's why tonight I'm on the weed, not the Hennessy. Lying, but I tell you how it really be. Drop a game, I can sprinkle for infinity. I'm the player of the year if I do say, cause I treat a Saturday like a Tuesday. Came through with the sauce for the soul food. Eat good, smoke great, that's a whole move. Whole time, half time for the smoke break. In the mission, from the mission for the long cake. Laced up, rope chain, got my tongue tied. Top down, out, let them sun dry. I'm that and I said it before I had proof. Can't believe it till they see it, that's a sad truth. Hey, I be out of town, out of time, out of blood rush. You be out of line, out of bounds, out of comeback. I be out of town, out of time, what it does at. You be telling lies in your rhymes, where your funds at. Made about money in my real name. 30 years old and they still lame. Tryna kick it in the H like a field goal. Touchdown with finesse, that's a heel toe. Look, what you thought? Think better. Sundress, no drawers, got the seat with her. Got my suede jumpsuit for the wind chill. Hot girl, but she blowing like a windmill. Truly, I ain't got a flex for the routine. Too clean with a plate full of poutine. Worry about me, can't help you. Way better when it's heard and it's felt too. Get my weed from the west, gold from the south. Show 'em how to make them triple O's from the couch. Counting on luck ain't a life plan. I'ma have the last laugh for a lifespan. Hey, I be out of town, out of time, out of blood rush. You be out of line, out of bounds, out of comeback. I be out of town, out of time, what it does at. You be telling lies in your rhymes, where your funds at. Really been going back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Like the neighborhood warriors.
I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks, tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good, tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot, and she pack the bags, she shot till we drop. I just wake up, I don't say nothing, I'm on go, I don't stay long. I've been up now, that's a case wine. I've been down too, like this day strong. I got summer toys for the summer boy. I keep drummer boys in the summer boy. I keep making noise, I've been paranoid. This is God body, you can never void. I don't miss, I don't play none. I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop. These beats are up and beat 'em. These bags you can't believe 'em. I never saw the country but the money comes from Sweden. I meet 'em then I leave 'em. I wake up fight my demons. I never grew my circle. I can't trust you with my freedom. Give me locked down. Keep you locked out. Only when it's here. You look pop now. I get drops now. On the top now. In the wintertime, still go top down. I get free. I don't go bust and I go plain Jane, watch me ski. Yeah, I see you now, I could tell you watching me. I go ghost, but tell me I'm more like his Lee. Rockstar, baby, turn pop star. I don't miss, I don't play none. I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop.
Well, welcome back, Smite fans. The Wardens have a pretty clean run through game number 1. They look good doing it. Score, it's Miff back on the desk to break this one down. And Mifflin, this one, again, kind of feels like it comes out maybe a little more cut and dry as compared to some of the middle sets there. Very similar to actually one of the first games we saw today, where the Wardens just got off to a really good start, and that really good start rolled into an even better middle game, which rolled into an even greater late game for them. It feels like they just got everything under their feet that they needed to.
Yeah, I just think this one really comes down to jungle getting active a little bit earlier on one side. Leon facilitating the entirety of the map, just plays through him, allows Joshi to essentially just be the, hey, I'll sit in the back and cast spells, and if they get close, I'll dash away a guy. He didn't really have to think about it, and often was actually dashing in, because the fights were going so one-sided. So in games like this where it's so hard to break down because it goes poorly so quickly, I think instead probably valuable to maybe address some of the issues that Storm should look to fix up. And I think that starts out around pressure. If you can't keep up with Leon's jungle pathing, I think finding maybe a semi-global or global jungler could help you at least alleviate some pressure that way. Just be on the right side of the map and you can try and stop some of these ganks that did tend to go a bit long. So often the Kaladin Wardens were actually chasing these kills all the way to tower, or chasing it even into tower at times, and it just felt like it wasn't really answered by Valo properly. Otherwise, you could try and find hyper-aggression. That's the answer we had seen in the first set of the day, where they had lost essentially in the first 5 minutes. So in game 2, they say, okay, what do? Let's just draft pressure everywhere and try and make sure that we give ourselves a fighting chance as we start to approach that mid-game.
Yeah.
Generally, how you do that is you get some more warriors on your map, or maybe you go for a double assassin composition. The trade-off being that you're probably either going to lose a mage or you're going to lose a hunter in that situation, and then your siege becomes a bit worse. But if you think that's the only way you can stand up in the early game, I think that would be a viable option for the Storm going forward. The only thing I don't want to see is a repeat. You cannot allow the Kaladin Wardens to just have their own game, their own game plan, choose every single engagement, choose when the team fights happen and where they happen. Because if you allow them to make every decision, they're going to make the decisions that best suit them.
And as we saw, those decisions are aggression and winning. So it works out well for them. And you know, you got to talk about it because, you know, you had mentioned specifically matching like Leon's jungle pathing. And you've got a guy who's really vocal in-game. He's really vocal when you're chatting with him. He's also vocal online. And one thing he's been talking about is how much he has been loving Season 10. Year 10 specifically, I guess, for Smite. Season 10, if he makes it into the SPL, I'm sure is going to be something he loves as well. But just playing throughout this year has been something he has been a huge fan of, a lot of the changes, things like that. And when you get that kind of renewed interest, especially for someone who's been playing as long as he has,
decade,
suddenly you're you know the map like the back of your hand. You know where you want to be. You know your timers, like everything. And so suddenly you're in a conversation where you are just making plays because you're playing the game more because you love the game more, things like that. And so definitely something the Storm are going to have to try and balance out, match up, and figure out here. Storm start out picks and bans for game number 2. Their first pick one more time. And Mifflin, it's a Mercury Yamoja start for the Storm, which is very similar to last time around. Sobek, followed by Athena this time for the Wardens. I believe Vomana was high on this list as well. But so far they're ignoring some of those picks and just taking the support pool and dwindling it down.
Yeah, maybe you decide to either ban out the Maui or Storm so choose, could even take it in the first slot again, as it is unlikely that the Wardens will dedicate a ban in that direction. As of now, essentially just a run back of the previous match. I don't see anything that's going to really drastically change play on field from here. Maybe the Storm considering taking away that Naja, which was such an active facilitator for the Wardens in game 1, would make it a little bit more difficult to line up all those massive mage ultimates that the Wardens had. Soul and Thoth both just made it so easy for them to line up those ults, and when Leon has a performance like he did, it generally just feels right as a momentum move to take away the hot hand. That said, Leon has got a lot of picks that are very viable right now.
I mean, 3 of the 4 you mentioned going into game 1 are still available.
Yeah,
the Naja wasn't on that list then.
Yeah, you still got the Thor, the Awilish, the Fenrir, all very, very powerful as of right now. Could be that he looks to go towards one of those, or could even flex his God pool a bit going forward. Storm, on the other hand, though, I think don't get swept up in the Warden's game plan and instead try and establish what it is that you want to play. That's what I'm looking at in this P's and V's. Do the Warden, or the Storm rather, have a composition that has an identity? Is it going to be a King Protection comp? Are you going for a sustained draft? Is it a late game composition? Are you trying to lean in towards the early? Is it a camp solo type thing? As of now, Thor plug and play, but a very aggressive jungle pick, and exactly what I had called for as an adaptation during the replay, something that can match up that jungle pace that we had seen from Leon, something that can maneuver the map with some ease. And Anvil of Dawn really does simplify the jungle pathing. One of the things I always say as you start to get into competitives, to make it as easy as possible for yourself to be at the right place at the right time. Globals do exactly that.
Makes it very easy to have presence anywhere you need it. Plus, we've seen he does a lot of damage early, so much. He can really hard carry a game if you give him the opportunity. The Warden's going to have to answer back here. Earlier in some of these sets, we've seen high priority. Not just supports, although support belongs up there. We've seen high priority in carries, occasional jungle picks up high. The Thoth was saved towards the end last time around. Wouldn't be surprised if they're going for something more eclectic in the mid lane as the Wardens did last time. They're going to wait for it. Instead, they're going to, let's call it, upgrade their support to the Maui and grab a soul alongside it. So while the Thor is a good start, feels like the Wardens answer back in a pretty convincing way, Mifflin.
Yeah, it's a scary duo lane for the Wardens locked in immediately. With a bit of flex potential, Soul could head over towards mid. If you so choose, I think likely will be the duo lane, though. On the other hand, the Storm, I think probably should at least try and grab themselves a Guardian here. It will be very telling what type of composition it will be if they do select a Guardian. If it's a Capri or something that hovers in the back line, a facilitator, you're thinking about a late game composition. If it's a hyper-aggressive, get your face style pick, I think that will also speak volumes to what type of draft we're looking at. Instead, it's the Vomana and the Tiamat. Vomana and Thor, both picks that can create a lot of space, both picks that find their home in the enemy backline, so a dive composition already. Tiamat actually can join in that. I think what we had seen from Paul on Tiamat is one of my favorite ways to play that pick, which is, hey, I applied my damage from a range, I'm not going to sit back here and wait. Let me actually just jump in and become tanky and be with my front line and play that aggressive style. Because if you can't peel for yourself, and Tiamat at times can struggle peeling for herself, your allies can do it so long as you're nearby. And the only way to be near your allies for now, having seen the draft for the Storm, is to join them in that backline dive. Similarly, on the other hand, though, the Wardens, they've got non-committal initiation thanks to that Maui. Landfall, just one of the best ultimates in the game right now, with a multitude of CC behind it, and then the chase down potential of this Guan Yu. It's not the complete standard, just, hey, we're going to set it up with Windfire Wheels, but, I mean, pretty similar in execution. A pull into Soul's combo, or a Guan Yu stun into Soul combo. both incredibly powerful, but will struggle a little bit more so against the 3 picks that the Storm have got already.
Well, they start to ban things out as the second phase rolls through. Wardens take care of even more supports. 4 out of 5 of their bans are shots there. Sobek, Athena earlier, the Freya joining that as the 3, but then Ymir and Terra jumping in alongside those. Merlin and Yu Huang banned out here by the Storm, so trying to limit maybe a little more of what they have. I mean, expecting a physical, probably hyper carry, and now maybe towards the end of what the Wardens are going to be locking in, presumably for Leon. Scylla gets locked in, Mifflin, which admittedly, while I was talking about her ults with you earlier, I was not actually expecting to see.
I'm actually a massive Scylla fan right now.
Oh, yeah.
If you go down the Tablet of Destiny tree and just go like full burst Scylla, her damage output in the late game might just be bar none one of the best. Scylla's passives, giving her additional penetration power, all that really does add up as well. So I think she's in a very decent spot right now. With the mid lane being as small as it is, Scylla's Sentinel, that third ability, her dash, I think very strong. It is actually legitimately very difficult to gank a Scylla, and she is a late game time bomb. Has the setup that we had talked about previously for the Soul. Works for Scylla too. It's all CC regardless, so I'm a Monster has got some pretty decent targets here and pretty decent setup for her. But looking at the comp, I'm not certain where Leon would want to go out of the jungle. Maybe you want to lean down that facilitator tree, pick something that could be pretty high in the CC department, so you're burning beads for your Maui and your Guan Yu, or making use of the burnt beads. Hun Bots has been one that has served him well, would synergize very well with this composition, and I think Hun Bots also in a very good spot with some of the itemization change here in Season X. So we'll see. On the other hand, that's more dive. You've got ranged initiation now with the Dharmic Pillars, Loki with the Assassinate, great gap close, Thor, Vamana, they're already in that back line too. This is a comp from the Storm that is unorthodox when you look at it as a 5-piece, but each one of those individual picks, I think, align in their decision making, which is get into the enemy backline.
Admittedly, last time around we were saying it was very standard, and it obviously didn't work, so I think unorthodox is maybe exactly where I like to see them go and try to shift things up. You called it though, Hunbats locked in, and that's going to seal the deal for the Wardens as the top 5. Feels a little more. I don't even want to call it standard, but like you've got your mage, you've got a carry, you've got very very easy to see pieces. Do you think that changing from the Najah to the Hunbats, like, does it feel good here still? Does it lock in with the Scylla well? Does it match up? I mean, you had mentioned it as the setup that maybe could go with them, but does it lock in the way that you really want it to as a jungler?
Yeah, I think so. This is probably, if I'm in Leon's position, this is probably the pick that I would have gone towards, especially having seen this Loki now. Because Trelly brings up a really good point in the previous set, which is Loki is very good at bullying the enemy jungler.
Yeah.
But if you're initiating with Assassinate, well, you're not able to leap out of it, but you just drop Fear No Evil on your feet, and you're either forcing an immediate beads, or you're peeling for yourself very well before that dot damage from Vanish applies, before you can channel that Flurry Strikes. You're making use of those burnt beads or burning beads like I had called for from the jungle as well. And this is a game now, looking at the composition from the Wardens, where Leon might not like it, but he doesn't need to be the hyper carry. You've got 2 picks that could do it all in the late game, Soul and Scylla. So have this Hunbots be just another piece of facilitation for this team, and I think the Wardens have put together a very strong composition.
And it's something that they're going to need if they want to continue on this route. Again, one of the teams that there was a lot of conversation around the Wardens as to whether or not are they a top 2 team, are they a team that's capable of making it into the SPL, are they just a team playing upset. I think a 2-0 start here, much like a lot of the compatriots that we've seen already do so, could be a very good stamp and step in the right direction. Whereas for the Storm, Mifflin, is this enough to change things up? I mean, you're looking at the Thor, you were talking about the Vamana, the Loki dive, ranged engage from the Ganesh. While it's unorthodox, is it the right kind of unorthodox, or is it just unorthodox?
My primary concern for the Storm is which one of these picks is going into the duo lane. Because it's got to be one of the weird ones,
oh,
right?
Yeah, wait. Huh?
I would assume you're looking at Vamana
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I would assume we're looking at Vamana solo. Flex potential between Thor and Vamana could take Vamana in the jungle. Probably wouldn't want to see that, especially considering the build really does work well, stacking that physical defense much better in the soul lane. So I think we're probably looking at Thor jungle, Loki
like
ADC.
carry,
If that's the case, I'm not in love with it. You know, it's not great clear, but it's good chase down potential. If that is the case, though, and you want him for his kill pressure in the long lane, why pair it with a Ganesh?
Yeah.
That's my only question mark.
Well, maybe we can find out some answers here as we jump into game number 2 between the Storm and the Wardens with J-Mac and Trelly.
Well, I sure hope that we can answer at least the question. It'll take us a moment once we jump into the game to figure out what is going to the duo. And it is going to be Mando Warrior on the Loki carry for the Shibalba Storm. Valo piloting the Thor, and then Malachi on the Vamana solo, as predicted by Mifflin, at least in that regard. So I'm not super privy on the Loki carry very much. I know that we had one point in time a few years back where Assassins were in the duo lane, but Loki was never really one that made his way over there, Trelly. How do you kind of give me your thoughts on this pick for the carry role?
You want me to say good things about it?
I said your thoughts. I didn't say your good thoughts or your bad thoughts.
I think
your
it's
thoughts.
bad, but like any one of these assassins, and don't get me wrong, there are some assassins that can be played in the duo lane. The issue with Loki is that he doesn't clear very quickly. He has to step up to actually, use that flurry in which Soul's going to be able to get some damage online. But with any one of these picks, getting off to a lead means that you're just going to be able to be a late game assassin, right? That's the plan. That's why you pick gods like this. We've seen how strong these Bluestone assassins can be if they get to level 20 full build. So the plan now becomes, how much do we put to duo lane that doesn't bleed us dry elsewhere, that makes sure Mando can get online? And I would argue you don't want to give too much, because Dingo is going to need to help out elsewhere. So you're probably just leaving Mando on an island and hoping that he doesn't get starved like he did last game on Rama, right? It was just Tuba stepping up saying, hey, I'm not going to clear. And look what's happening right now. They're not clearing. They are just standing there looking to poke as much as possible. I imagine that will continue unless Mando somehow gets a pick.
Yeah, it feels like it could be a while before Mando's able to maybe safely step up. Maybe once that level 5 hits, we can see some aggression between Dingo Dial and Mando Warrior over in this duo lane. But I think Mifflin kind of raised a good question of, if you're picking an assassin for kill pressure, I mean, why throw it with that Ganesh over in the lane? Feels like that's kind of opposite, where Ganesh wants to be there to peel for you, wants to be there to deter people from going in. Where it was a Loki, I'm thinking, I want to hit W key, I want to dive in, press that assassinate, go for the kill. But maybe Dingo here to prove me wrong as he goes in aggressive, Tuba down to a quarter HP.
Yeah, man, pulls the beads. Not going to be too apparent early on, but if some rotations come through, some good damage onto Joshi as well. I was going to say from Valo could warrant a kill over because of Tuba losing the beats early on, but just some scrapping here and through, trying to get some of that farm online. I tend to agree. I think that if you want to kill lane, Ganesh is not the call, but great initiation. You've got some good peel as well. That could be the only reason, as we do see a bit of a rotation here from Oceans. Is he going to look towards no one here, because they already used their escape, trying to chase down Vi? Looks like everyone's going over the wall.
Well, beads gone from the Tiamat. A little more damage is needed, but now it's Elion with no mana and barely any HP. He doesn't have even enough to get over the wall. Instead, it's Valo to punch him down with the hammer, and first blood goes to the Shibalba Storm.
Yeah, that was a bit overzealous. I mean, everyone being able to go over the wall is great, but if one support comes over, you got to imagine the other one could have an opportunity too, and that's exactly what happens. So first blood going over towards the Thor, which is very deadly. I mean, this map is so impactful with Anvil of Dawn. If you can make your presence known and you look over and you see a soul that doesn't have beads for another 98 seconds, I'd be trying to hit level 5 as quickly as possible and maybe heading over towards Mando and saying, hey, let's get this Loki online.
No, it would be Mando Warrior to play the Loki like a solo laner, but over in the duo lane. I mean,
yep.
I think if I think of Loki, anything outside the jungle, it's the solo Loki who's going to walk in the jungle, he'll run up, throw decoy, and he'll come back when that decoy's faded and it's back up online, throw it again, and it's basically like the non-committal, just like, I'm just there to clear the wave and that's it. Power farm my way to the late game. Maybe pokey if I get an opportunity to do so. So seeing Mando Warrior from his solo lane roots coming back over into the lane on this kind of pick, feels like it fits the bill for him.
Yep, but still not playing a warrior.
That still fits the bill for him, though. He doesn't play warriors.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like he'll go over to a new role, but he's still not going to play a warrior.
No.
He will never do that. Even if it makes much less sense. Still, if you're not going to pick a hunter or a magical ADC, I would have liked you to stay true to your namesake. But once again, keep my eye on Valo. He has that ultimate now, takes over level 5. He's going to go for the ult here on a Tuba. Mando is, but hasn't went back, hasn't spent any gold, and Tuba just uses the Supernova, uses that CC immunity to get out of the stun. Going to be just fine. But here comes a rotation. Leon does have the ultimate as well. Got his pick of the litter if he wants to go for a kill, but actually just cares about the shield buff. And here comes the ult from Valo.
Ducks down in, silence. Will keep Leon from dropping his own ult in response. That might be the only reason that Dingo Dial goes for the silence there instead of a further play, but also low on mana for both him and Mando. And so, a little skirmish over the left side of the map. No blood spilled because of it, but still a couple ultimates thrown out during such.
I'm curious to see if there are any ganks come to solo lane, because
there's chilling, bro.
We all got to watch what Ducky was able to do with this exact build. Are we gonna let Malachi get it online, or is there gonna be some pressure over towards solo lane? Again, it's a little bit differently if your carries can actually blow up a Vamana. That's kind of the issue, though, is if you let this sigil get upgraded, you let level 20 come through, it becomes much harder to actually do damage towards that Vamana. I'm curious to see how the Wardens decide to handle it. So far, it has been not much aggression really in any of these lanes. That was just a shield buff attempt that turned into a bit of a scrap. We saw one chase over a green buff, but besides that, just farming. Chivalva Storm ahead, about 200 gold. That's all they got.
Oceans will walk up towards Vi, just swing in the hook. Not going to actually throw it out just yet, but it's that intimidation. It's like Sonic Booms in Mercury. You just got to charge it up, just see the responses. So far, response is to get a landfall towards 3, only pulls 1 back in, but that is just enough to at least force the hand, or I should say at least the beads from Vi's. Those were expended, so he wasn't the one yanked back.
Yep, good engage. Once again, you want to keep your eye on those beats timers, especially when there's a Hunbats on map. Valo does have the ultimate to try and re-engage if possible, but you know, this Tiamat has been playing so passively. Not even just this game, just all games really. I mean, this is from earlier on. You just want to sit back and farm up. It's just the mid-lane play style now is to play, you know, stacking, whichever item that may be in this case. You want to try and stack it up as quickly as possible and stay away from aggression whenever that can be. Malachi, though, out of the solo lane, stepping up here, trying to follow Slash, and here's the ultimate.
Dingo Dial, the one hit by the Fear No Evil. Dingo Dial low, drops his own ult and has some backup from Malachi, but it's first blood of the fight. Going over to the ward, it's an immediate 1-for-1 trade, but Malachi is unfazed during this. He is just running through 3 players, and not a single bit of damage thrown back his way. And at the end of the day, it's 1-for-1, but Valo wants a little bit more. Leon doesn't realize he's being chased out. A spin is good by Valo. Hammer is good enough as well. The double tap connects, and it's a killing spree for the jungler.
Did he really not see? I thought he saw and was just stepped up to the buff confidently, but I guess he turned around and was either didn't know or just thought he could live that. But now 3-0 on the Thor and 2 levels ahead. Valo having a heck of a start here to game number 2. I mean, this Thor was the pick that I thought could be pivotal here for the Chivalva Storm, but getting off to this good of a start with very little ultimates, by the way. I mean, these have just been 2 kills of just 1 overstaying, and in this case, 1 chasing down. So good with the way out. I'm curious where that aggression tends to be now, because you can't really look towards this soul unless you're waiting for Mando to go in. Mando finally goes back, was sitting on that full transcendence for quite some time, and now that you have that item, maybe you're able to poke out to it. Maybe you're able to put some pressure onto this soul so that Valo can come over here and use that Anvil of Dawn.
Dingo Dial using his on the last fight. Oceans didn't have his from the previous skirmish that happened over on the left side mid-camp, so maybe that could have been something that could have changed the tides of that fight for the Callan Wardens. We'll have to see maybe on the next fight, though. It's a 4-man grouping for the Storm to just confirm themselves a shield buff. Give that one over to Valo, and he can make his rotations across the map. Only 3 grouped up from the Callan Wardens. Joshi a little late to try and go over towards that side. But I kind of want to go back to maybe the discussion of Malachi, at least in that last team fight. I mean, that wasn't even a tanky Vamana yet. That wasn't, I've got a defense and a half item for a Vamana. That was a tier 1 sigil and golden blade Vamana that nobody even looked at and nobody did any damage to in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, early Vamana ults you usually ignore, right? Like, if you see a Vamana make an early rotation, you say, okay, that guy's scary. That's usually the call here. Slash is going to use that ultimate aggressively, not pull any relics. And it doesn't seem like the Hunbats is going to be able to find anything off that, so A little bit of a wasted opportunity. As an ult in this time around, actually onto Tuba. And here comes Oceans, and they've got a Loki they want to kill.
Tuba held on to the beads the entire way through. The hook connects, and Tuba, with the help of Oceans, will take down Mando Warrior. Put a second kill up now for the Callan Wardens, and nearly evens out the gold as well. Only about 100 up for the Shivalba Storm at this point in time. Same with XP, just bouncing around that 300 mark. The Callan Wardens have fought their way back in, and what was a slight time to goal could go the other way. Tuba doing some damage, but a couple of steps in between for Dingodile means the tier 1 tower does get to hold out for a little while longer.
Yep, and that's going to help out because Mando not being able to step up past the tier 2 tower, that's dangerous. You want to be able to have that bastion of safety, and that is what has been kept alive there by the rotation from Dingo. At least no beads down from the Loki, just using the ultimate to try and force something out of Tuba. Unfortunately didn't know that there was a Maui sitting right around the corner. He gets a bit baited in that regard, but still trying to get online, trying to force out something onto Soul is the name of the game, apparently here for the Shivalba Storm. But still a quiet one. I mean, it seemed to me like Mando just forgot he was playing Loki or thought he was much safer. Valo wasn't around, this Thor was not here, so probably going to sit even further back in lane now that that mistake has come through.
With Vi going back, he's in a couple of lizards, at least down the lane. Rotates over to split the Harpies with El Leon. Now we'll be having a Pyromancer to spawn in that pit in its place. The Callan Warden's been able to fight back, but the fact that Mando even held on to his beads during that fight, as soon as that stun hit him in lane, thought that would have been a call for this Loki to pop his beads, maybe go for a retreat, but Mando Warrior stuck it out. We'll hold on to him for the next team fight. Joshy's been the one under a lot of pressure, more than anything, from the Shivalba Storm. It has been constant eyeing from Vi on the Tiamat to keep Joshy at bay under this tower.
Yeah, this mid lane is where the groupings have been. Can I just say, it'll never look right to me that a magical ADC can build Berserker Shield. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't look right.
That still doesn't compute with me.
Yeah, like I understand it, and I've built it myself at times, but it still doesn't make sense in my brain. As we do see an ult, double ult this time around, getting the beats from Elion. Where's that Thor not gonna come through though?
Right to the back line, Elion low. One more hit from Valo does it. The Fury getting active in the fight as well. Valo is low, and I'm a monster from Joshy, but Vi and Mando have collapsed on the mid laner. It's a 2 for 1, as Valo's the only one of his team who has gone down so far. But Tuba, full HP, throws out the damage, but it only hits Dingodile, who's using the Fury to his advantage to kite Oceans and Tuba around to make it only with Valo going down.
That was a sick hook there by Oceans to make sure Valo couldn't hammer out. By all means, that should have been a clean in and out from the Shivalba Storm, but a little bit of a trade there. And this time you lose your beads in the process. So that might open up some doors here for Leon, unfortunately for him as well. Beads down for about a minute 20. Or should I say 2 minutes at this, 120 seconds. And Valo a little bit more with the beats down. So both junglers have been taking some very aggressive turns when they need to help out their squad, but also losing relics in the process. Makes the team fight around objectives a little bit more difficult. Gold Fury is still available, of course. That's where that fight took place, not really what it was over. So I'm curious to see if there is a bit of a grouping on the left side of the map once these Soul laners come out. But Soul is going right, and Slash is going left.
Look, Tuba's the one with the Berserkers. He's got the defense to
That's
go over that
thing.
way now. He can be the one. You know what also doesn't look right? On the same vein of magical ADCs or just magical gods in general building that, I got ran up by a Glad Shield Artio the other day, and I felt like something was just illegal with that.
And it should be, but
and
it's not.
It hurt.
It does.
It was not fun, let me tell you.
It isn't fun. And they're going to stick with this. Actually, Valo going to the sky to look for, if he can find the Hunbats with no beads, maybe, but no one's stepping up close enough. It looks like they're going to stick with this role swap, and you want to know why? Because Maokai has 0 magical defense, and in this case, Tuba has physical defense, so pretty good idea. There's no tower to be grabbed either. Use this soul pressure where you can. It's one of the rare opportunities for a role swap to make complete sense, because what's a Guan Yu going to do to a Loki? Just bully him as much as you can. Use that movement speed, try and chase him down. You're completely safe. You're not putting yourself out of position to step up where there is no tower.
Oh, you know what else it really was? Bastions. Tuba said, man, there's no more bastions for me to farm. I need my free gold,
heat,
man. So he kicked Slash out of lane so he could go get an extra 150 gold off of Malakai's bastions. That's probably what it really was. But that roll swap could cost Tuba something, or maybe even Valo instead. No chance to get to the sky. Hook line and sinker as the Callan Wardens take down the Thor. And maybe a little bit more. Malachi could be in danger. Stun no good. Malachi getting a little bit of shielding, but it's not quite enough just yet. Tuba doesn't have the damage to take him out. Instead, it'll be Elion and Oceans forcing the Vamana away as far as he can go.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you want to chase this one down, you need Tuba to connect with that magical damage. Too much Fizz Prod, and it doesn't look like that's going to be the call. Tier 1 tower and right will drop. And the worst part is, the Shivalba Storm don't even have an avenue to go for Gold Fury because they don't have an ADC. They have a Loki who is looking at a Guan Yu with plenty of defense to be looked at. So that was a great call. Use 3 members of your team to run down the right lane. You know you don't have to worry about anything happening on the left side. And
that was...
Wait, the Storm got the Pyro.
What damage?
Vi got pulled.
What damage even took? What did Vi steal it while he was mid-air or something? Valo turns the fight around. Joshy's dead. Oceans is dead. It's a double for Thor. A Pyro for the Shivalba Storm. Maybe off a minor misplay from Oceans by pulling him towards the objective. I don't know what stole it there, but props to him for taking it and finding the double. Plus now a Gold Fury. Likely uncontested at all, as Shivalba Storm have turned a bad situation into an amazing one.
Yeah, as I said, it's a terrible call to put 3 over on right because you're gonna think you've got more secure than you do. You're gonna go for Pyromancer, and then the Storm are just gonna come up in a big way. In this case, huge ult from Valo, and Vi getting pulled in ends up being a net positive there for the squad.
Man, I gotta see what this was. Luckily for us, we do have a replay of that Pyromancer. So Vi goes
Tornado?
in.
Oh,
he threw the 2. The second hit of the 2 is what steals it away. I cannot believe it. And immediately after, Vi and Valo just completely run over the Callan Wardens there. What a great play for the Tiamat. Slightly too late from Oceans to stop the damage that steals that one out. But good on Vi to turn that situation to a great one for his team. Pyromancer, 2 kills, and a Fury for the Storm, bringing it to about a 1,500 gold lead.
I mean, they just had so much confirm as well. Crush was sitting there.
I'm a Monster?
I'm a Monster was channeled. There's so much burst damage. Just being able to weasel their way in. And Leon thinks he's the one going for a gank, but behind you is a Thor. Only going to get half health. Not going to go too far on the commit, but Mando Warrior also is here. Looks like a chase down coming from the Storm. They want to fight.
Oceans over the wall. Supernova to zone out inside the jungle. Slash is rotated back to join the rest of the team. Where will Tuba and Slash go now? Do they keep their role swap up, or do they just stay grouped up here towards mid? Landfall splits the uprights between Dingo Dial and Vi, so no pull there from Oceans. Instead, it will now be a push in.
Valo.
But up in the sky is Valo. Where will he land? Is right on top of Joshi. Aegis is not even able to go off for the mid laner. He is gone, but Slash goes back in, teams up with Elion and Tuba to make it a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, Slash still's got some legs in this fight. Does have the regen as well. Malachi has no mana. There's no way that he can stick around. Can't even go into the Colossal Fury. Does have just enough mana to get out in this case. And the Hunbat's a split pushing over on left, trying to get as much farm as possible. I like this play here, trying to stop backs if you can. And now you've got a Soul with full heat looking at tier 2 tower.
Elion blinks away from Mando. Still a slight push from the Wardens, but with Vi back and healthy, that should be the end of the fight for the Callan Wardens. A tier 1 tower and a 1-for-1 trade there. Josh didn't even get the opportunity to Aegis his beads. I believe we're still down as that fight had kicked off. So no chance for him to fight back, but still, Callan Wardens fighting back through.
Yeah, it's one of the most tilting combos to get landed on. You don't have your beads, and you're immediately silenced by a Ganesh as well. You just know there's nothing. You don't get to play the game for the rest of the fight. Would have had to have been a pre-ult there from Joshi, but no one had any idea Valo was going up. That was a full-on retreat call from the Callan Wardens. Ends up working out a little bit by able to push that tower down. So now all tier 1s are gone for the Callan Wardens, thanks to some good rotations from Tuba, the 2-0 Soul. And now you got to imagine Pyromancer or the Oni Fury are on the minds of both of these teams. Both going to be spawning in here shortly, grouping up towards the mid lane. I'm keeping my eye on the relics, though, as you said. I mean, Valo's got none for another 70 seconds or so, and Mando sitting about the same. I'm thinking Shivalba Storm want to sit back and stall this for as long as possible. If they cannot fight, they will, but in this case, Vi cannot refuse. He has to jump away, get away from the landfall ultimate.
Feels like it's the ultimate battle of mind games between Oceans and Vi there. Oceans, I think, predicting that Vi was going to jump over the wall before and landfalled where he thought it would be. Instead, comes up empty-handed, and Vi is able to jump out. Still both relics available to the mid laner, the Shibalba Storm. But Tuba will go back to his respective lane, start getting a little bit of pressure there. Vi will spot him out and will stop the back with the Bull. The Callan Wardens will grab the Pyromancer while all the distraction had been taking place over on the left side of the map. The Callan Wardens continue to fight back and try and reclaim their lead.
Yep, and now you see the Vi has went left and Manta Warrior is in mid. I cannot stress. I had this blow up a bit ago about the Morgan ADC. I can't stand it either. The only buff currently in the game with an aura effect is on the Invis character. I mean, now Mando's got a purple buff. Anytime he goes Invis, everyone's gonna know exactly where he is. I know that it's just, I'm just yelling into the nothingness, but luckily the purple buff wore off, and now Vi could be in some trouble, forced into the dash early on, and here comes the cavalry charge.
Flash will go in immediately. Vi does not have ultimate until now, just uses it, but Joshi dunked on again, barely. Will Ascilla make it out, and they've used all their commitment to dive onto Joshi, but now do they have the div to get out? Elion drops the Fear No Evil, jumps over the wall. Health bar is very nice on the side of the Shibalba Storm, not so much for the Callan Wardens as beads have been expended, and look at the relic graveyard for the Callan Wardens.
And they've got pretty much nothing less except for Tuba. This soul is the only opportunity they have if they want to stay in this fight, but Tuba has no mana. Now the Fury should be starting to get looked at here. Here comes a full health Joshi, but will he get here in time? Good stall by the tanks of the Wardens, and they're looking to scrap a bit.
Oceans has ult, just came back up. Slash has regained his. This could be a reinitiation for the Wardens. Slash goes back in, but it's a back out again. The Bracer dropped down by Dingodile in the back line. Gives some assistance to the Shibalba Storm. The Wardens are sticking around for a while, but this is a lot of free poke that Mando can throw against the opposition. Landfall will grab Valo, but Valo's got the beads and the hammer to get out, and the Landfall is blocking. Slash is pathed out, but he finds Mando Warrior all by himself. The double Sikkim Crush combo nearly kills Vi, but it's just not quite enough damage.
Yeah, but now Malachi's back with full HP. Colossal Fury not quite up, and now the Callan Wardens are going to have to full-on retreat here. It looks like just no health bars, no mana, and neither team wants to leave this Fury unchecked. But it looks like both teams will agree. All right, we're going to go back. We're going to meet back up here in about 30, 45 seconds or so.
Do it all over.
And we're going to do this again. But take a look at the relics. No one is going to have anything except for Tuba. This soul is the only one who feels confident standing anywhere near the opposition.
Yeah, Malachi's got Thorns actually picked up for his second relic, trying to immune some of that damage
through.
through.
He wants to be Ducky so bad.
Picks the Vamana, goes the Thorns, goes the same build path and everything. I don't know, Trelly.
You know what?
Maybe he's a big Ducky fan.
I'm gonna give Malachi the benefit of the doubt. I haven't seen Vamana in my ranked games, but you know, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to put all the mitigations items together and play Vamana. So I'm not gonna say that Ducky's the first one to do it, but it is the same build. So we know what it's going to look like late game. You're popping Thorns, you're running down these carries. So far has not died, sitting 0-0-2, and wants to just stand at the forefront of this fight and collect prophetic cloak stacks. That's what I'd be doing. And so far, only has 9, but he's got plenty of time when this Fury gets pulled.
We'll see what Leon does in this fight, but it's a double stun by the mid laner onto Oceans and Slash. Leon's got Fear No Evil and has the Runic Bomb. That's a lot of extra CC that Leon could provide towards this team fight, but not able to find a path in. It's spotted out by Vi and Valo, rotating back towards mid. And the Callan Wardens are slow playing this Oni Fury. The damage from Vi is starting to stack up, but the sustain from Slash seems to be countering out a lot of that damage thrown their way.
Yeah, I was wondering, you could tell Elion was looking to see if there would be a hammer throw in mid, because remember, Valo's relics are down for 45 seconds. The 1v1 from junglers could be the call, but it looks like Vi actually gets aggressed on by Slash, forcing out Valo back to base as well. But no one's went for the pull yet. We were joking about doing the same thing, but they really are doing the same thing once again, just 2-3 minutes later.
We're on a record, Trellian. The record always spins in one direction. Unfortunately, this is a broken record at the moment. The Oni Fury pulled by the Wardens. In goes Malachi to the ultimate. Fear No Evil is there. The Oni Fury will go to the Callan Wardens. Malachi is undeterred in the backline. He is just walking at Tuba and Elion. But that's all that he's able to do is just walk at them, not deal any damage back, and not have any returned his way. The Callan Wardens, they will grab the objective. How will the Storm respond to group up in mid so far?
Yeah, tier 1 tower, Pyromancer, both could be options here. Without a traditional ADC to actually break down the tower, Mando Warrior is not getting all the way towards tier 1. Is going to start damaging the Pyromancer. It's going down quick. Here comes Slash, but it will go the way of the Storm, and Dingo is able to pick up that bomb. Maybe some body blocks in the meantime as Vi was able to juke out or just immune that pull back in from Oceans. That landfall gets no value, and Slash is just here in no man's land for fun.
This is not to be rude to Oceans, but I think I've only seen him maybe hit 2 landfalls so far this game that have actually pulled somebody back.
You are just analyzing what has happened. That is not you are not being rude. That is
thing,
true.
Matt, when we look back to when Maui came to competitive, Oceans was one of the first ones of the SCC bring him in during the World Championship run, you know, the play-ins towards Worlds. And it wasn't looking so hot the first few games that he played him.
Right.
It feels like I'm kind of seeing that same Maui, but at the same time, Oceans has been trying to get set for the team. His hooks have been on point so far.
The hooks have been
clean.
clean.
Have been good. The solar swings have been good. Just got to see those landfalls tech these next couple.
And you know what? Just to balance it out, Valo has to use the beads there. 1v1 with El Leon. It's going to be a possible chase down, but here comes in Malachi to make sure that Hunbats can't chase on. That's all the call, though. You can tell. Just watch the positioning here. El Leon has just been hiding in the jungle, waiting for Valo. He's saying, hey, I'm not letting this Thor go up unchecked. I'm going to make sure either A, I'm pulling a relic, or B, you guys know exactly where this Thor is if he does go online. He's been trying to find Valo pretty much all game. Mando Warrior finally does show himself over on left, but the Callan Wardens show no promise in just immediately burning down an objective. They're just going to keep on clearing waves. Even though they're up 4v5, they don't seem to immediately care, probably because they want to look for Valo in a couple 30 seconds or so once that Fear No Evil gets back online.
Okay, so I know that 2 of the fights that Joshi has been a part of in this game have been him being dunked on by a Thor and I gotta run out. But he has not been putting up the damage numbers you would expect for a Scylla. The ults have been for objectives that one was stolen away by Tiamat 2, and the other one was over on the Fury in that last team fight. We have not really seen much at all from Joshi so far on this Scylla. And as this game goes, I mean, this is a god who, throughout the course of her history, we talk about Scylla being the one god besides maybe Kali that one ult can single-handedly turn an entire team fight around. We just haven't seen it so far from Joshi.
Well, that's the good news then. You just got to hit one. I mean,
True.
you got all you got all the time in the world to find that one, Joshi, because it doesn't seem like either
one
team
is going to double his damage that he's at now. He's only at like 5K.
Yeah, and that's fine.
26 minutes.
Once he finds it, just absolutely deletes someone off the map, the Callan Wardens will be happy. Or Shababa Storm are going to keep saying, hey, Joshi, you keep using those ults defensively, and we're going to keep, enjoying that. Gold lead is slightly in the Storm's favor, but positioning-wise, the Wardens have plenty of vision deep in the jungle and are grouped. It does not seem like Valo has been stepping up too much. Currently in base, but has been very weary of wherever this Hunbats is hiding. Does not want to get a blink ult anytime soon. And actually stepping up is the Wardens towards a tier 2 tower. Primal Fury might be pulled here before Fire Giant is even looked at.
27 minutes in.
I mean, because the Storm can't pull it. Like, you're going to have Mando DPS it? It's going to take half an hour, so they're just looking to fight. Yeah, the bomb for the confirm, not to actually do it.
Fair. Shababa Storm, though, pushing up against the Wardens. Elion and Oceans both being poked out by Vi. And Malachi as well stepping up. Another 10-man grouping around the Fury once more. We saw this earlier 10 minutes ago. We saw it earlier 5 minutes ago. And we'll see it once more here. But now the Callan Wardens collapsing in. Oceans pulls one with landfall. It's only Vi. But in the sky and on the ground is Valo. Tubo has taken out one during all of it. Joshi finds the ultimate. Just not enough damage. Fear No Evil from Elion. Breaks some time, but Joshi able to get one through there. It is a 2-for-2 trade. Whoa. But the health bars are awful on the side of the Callan Wardens. Valo is able to make it back, and the Shababa Storm can weather through.
I was wondering if Joshi and Valo both knew where each other were. Like, they both had one-shot potential there, but in this case, Valo definitely smart to just channel that back fully. Joshi maybe figured it out, or was just spamming, waiting for Crush to come up and never got it. But Primal Fury will finally go down. And this certainly helps out the Storm, right? I already said, they don't have that DPS to actually be able to tank up Fire Giant and just do it in a 5v5. But if they keep taking these fights in the jungle and winning, eventually the Wardens are going to be so fearful of even walking into the jungle that they can actually just go for the Fire Giant. So that seems to be the call here. Primal Fury does go down, and the gold continues to climb there for the Storm, but not so overwhelming that we're going to see an immediate rotation over the right side of the map where Fire Giant or Pyromancer gets picked on. Doesn't seem to be the immediate call. And still a Runic Bomb in favor of Leon. The other one was used at Primal just for some extra DPS, so you got to watch out for that burst. All of it in the world on the side of Joshi, Tuba, and in this case, a Hunbats.
This is the closest game we've had at this stage of the game, at the very least. 29 minutes in. The Callan Wardens start at the Pyromancer trying to grab a second Runic Bomb for themselves. But it's stopped by the Storm. Sick him off the mark by Joshi. Keep your eyes on Mando and Valo during these fights, because Leon uses the Fear No Evil, thinking there might be a chase, and Valo goes right into the backline. Tuba's ult stops Malachi from dashing in, but the two assassins of the Shabalba Storm are putting in the work.
Yep, this is why you pick that Loki ADC. You're going to be able to find that 100-0 if the beads are down, and in this case they were. Now the very slow Fire Giant pull will begin. Keep your eyes on Joshi. Ultimate's available. Malachi actually forced in immediately, and now the rest of the team's got to run.
Malachi is chasing down Tuba, and Slash. Slash is low, finds the stun on one, dashes out instantly. But Malachi will chase him out. Slash should go down, but gets just enough sustained back to live through the fight. The Fire Giant leashed by the Shabalba Storm, and will now go right back to Malachi. Can rejoin the fight with this teleport.
Leon's back in 10. Teleport comes through, and here comes the rest of the Wardens. They know this is going down slow. They know they can take their time if they do want to try to go for a steal. And Joshi still has that I'm a monster. So Shabalba Storm are going to have to call this one off. Their strength lies in these jungle fights, the ability to just 100-0 someone off the back of Mando or Valo. But now Leon's beads are back up, so you're going to be able to do that again. If you catch him in the jungle with your invis and immediately chase down after the jump, it's possible. But the Shabalba Storm have a plan, a playbook in this case, and they're going to stick to it. They're going to wait until someone gets poked out, or they can 100-0 someone before they go for a pull. That means the Wardens have their opportunity to get aggressive now.
But who does Oceans find the pull on to try and pull them out of position and maybe start with an advantage for the Callan Wardens? Because, I mean, Dingo Dial, he can pop that channel just like that with the Ohm. He'll immune the pull. Malachi, if he's quick on the reaction, can ult to get out of there. Same with Valo and Mando War, able to immune a lot of what he can do. Just feels like Oceans doesn't have a great target for these landfalls during these fights.
Yeah, it's not easy to be the sole initiator in this case. Slash has been able to find some impactful horses. Cavalry Charge can set up a lot if used effectively. Now we're seeing the once again, obviously fake bait of the Storm pretending like they can do Fire Giant. And again, they can. If left alone, yeah, they can kill it, but it just takes them so long that the Wardens know they don't have to immediately rush in once it starts to get DPS and it's been pulled again. I'm keeping my eyes on the junglers. It looks like Valo's stepping up pretty high, and the match ice goes down. There's the ult, and it beads immediately.
Not going to be able to get the Fear No Evil's value there. Malachi batting away in the pack line, though, has that Thorns popped, gets the extra shield to himself. Ocean's out, and it's not even going to be able to get up to the landfall. Mando and Valo dive to the pack line. 2 down, make it 3 with Tuba gone. Slash and Elion, the last one's alive, but Elion does not have an ult. Slash doesn't have anything either. Will be chased down to the speed buff. And a slow from Malachi and the damage from Valo. It is a double for the Thor, a near wipe for the Shabalba Storm. And who needs the fire? It's just Elion left up to defend.
Yeah, he already cleared the wave, though, so this is going to take a while to go through. They have plenty of damage, and no teammates are coming for 18 seconds. Elion has a simple goal, try and poke them out, and I think that's enough to make sure the end is going to be sketchy. Malachi's not even going to go for the teleport. He's going to stay here. The ultimate's not going to be up for a bit.
10 seconds for Elion to buy for Oceans
and
to get back, but there's nothing there for Oceans, no ultimate available. Elion has the Fear No Evil, that hits Mando out. Oceans is back, there's no minions, it's a triple stun in. Elion's a big damage, but that Ganesh ult is doing a lot. Valo shuts down Elion, and the Shabalba Storm surely take us to our first Game 3 of the day.
I mean, that's the perfect fight that you could ask for, right? You know Fire Giant is going to be difficult without a traditional hunter to tank it up. and they say, hey, we're going to keep finding picks until we have an overwhelming advantage. We're going to win fights off the back of one shots from Assassinate. And, of course, Vala with the Anvil of Dawn just absolutely deleting these backliners. And, unfortunately, not enough damage to keep that Titan alive. Elion went big there, and Oceans hit some big stuns. But 5v2 on the Titan, it's hard to keep that one alive.
So 2 sets ago, Charlie, we mentioned, don't let Sarpei have Thor.
Yes.
I think just the reoccurring thing is don't let any of these players have Thor, because the level of play that we have seen from this one pick in particular over the course of now 3 games has just felt like nobody's been able to find an answer for it yet.
Yeah, and we saw, Oceans did everything he could to get the Magi's down. Leon then uses the ult to get the beads down. And then Valo still makes a game-winning ultimate. If you're putting all of that to put the Thor down, you can just click a button and no one can play it.
Yeah, I think maybe a good call as we move into game number 3 that you possibly take this Thor away from whoever it may be, whether that be from Valo or whether that be Elion. Don't want to see it any longer. I mean, I like seeing the hype plays that the Thor brings out. It's cool to watch. But if you're going against it, might be a good idea to ban it. We'll see who can come out on top for game number 3. That's coming up right after this break.
You my twin flame, and no doubt about it, you be torn love. From me, your club, I ain't pulling out, I'ma shoot it up. Cause you the one, shawty, you the one. Yeah, you the one that's working for it. You the one that curved them for me. You the one that's searching for me. You the one that's hurting for me. You the one that deserve it from me. You the one that's perfect for me. Yeah, she a little freak. Yeah, she only do it for me. Yeah. What you don't know, girl? You know that I'm willing to teach. Yeah. Reaching your peak. Yeah, you know I'm the one with that reach. You know that. Yeah. Loving your body. Yeah. Loving your body.
Baby,
yeah,
let's
yeah.
get suited up. Got you some money, got you marine. She giving me streams, I dive in the stream. With a king, then you riding with me. 2-door coupe, red guts for the seats. Move like a sleaze man, racking up peas. She on a wine and dining ting. She on a pristine jewel diamond ring. I'm on a big man flex, no arm out. Hermes bracelet, bringing the charms out. She got a fresh blowout with the part out. This type shit make you eat your heart out. So eat it up. After this bill, I'ma beat it up. You was suited up, now you suited down. When that ass move around, yeah, it's heating up. My twin flame. I can't picture you with nobody else, that slim frame. Girl, you my Savannah, yeah, I'll be a King James. Let's get it. And you been down so long, we gon' buy nicknames. So get suited up like we courtside at the next game.
Yeah, you the one that's working for it. You the one that curved them for me. You the one that's searching for me. You the one that's hurting for me. You the one that deserve it from me. You the one that's perfect for me. Yeah, she a little freak. Yeah, she only do it for me. Yeah. What you don't know, girl? You know that I'm willing to teach. Yeah. Reaching your peak. Yeah, you know I'm the one with that reach. You know that. Yeah. Loving your body. Yeah. Loving your body. Yeah. Loving your body. Yeah. You know you got it. Yeah. Getting excited, feeling erotic. She a little thotty for me. She only do it for me. Told her this ain't for free. Look what you did to the sheets. She said I'm going too deep. Girl, I'ma put you to sleep, make you addicted. Me, know I'm a king when I'm in the east. Made you my queen, I'm playing for keeps. Ay, we used to in the G, that's when the was cheap. And took you to Telly's, eating at delis. We used to ride out to Philly. I'ma take you out, we could ride around, just the 2 of us. You my twin flame, ain't no doubt about it, we be torn love. From me, your club, I ain't pulling out, I'ma shoot it up. Cause you the one, shawty, you the one. Yeah, you the one that's working for it. You the one that curved them for me. You the one that's searching for me. You the one that's hurting for me. You the one that deserve it from me. You the one that's perfect for me. Yeah, she a little freak. Yeah, she only do it for me. Yeah. What you don't know, girl? You know that I'm willing to teach. Yeah. Reaching your peak. Yeah, you know I'm the one with that reach. You know that. Yeah. Loving your body. Yeah. Loving your body. Yeah.
money keeps falling, I need a room, I sweep. Straight off the humble, I don't tweet. Family around me don't say a peep. Got what you need, so what you need. I'm in the earth, plant my seeds, and I watch them grow till I say my piece.
Now we finally have it, a Game 3. Was wondering when we were going to get the first one of the tournament. We had lots of opportunities. Look, we had 4 best-of-3s today, 4 tomorrow, 4 on Friday. If we didn't have one that happened by Friday, that would have been absolutely ridiculous. And luckily, the Storm saved us this time around. The Wardens are able to show up really strong in game number 1, but a little murky there in game 2, Mifflin, as we start to break this one down. It was a lot more back and forth initially. In fact, we got to see, I think, a lot of presence from the Wardens that, depending on where you drop into that game, you think, oh, from this play, this is where we see the return to form, and they're going to win. But unfortunately, I think we had one of those moments, or at least I had one of those moments, and unfortunately for the Wardens, that was the last moment of that they had. From that point forward, we got a lot of bounce back, and it all kind of starts around that stolen Pyromancer. But from there, it starts to spiral, and, you still get fight back from them. It's not necessarily a turnover and absolutely disappear, but the Storm are able to claw their way up to the top.
Yeah, I would argue a couple miracle plays from the Storm keep them alive in the early game, namely that Pyromancer steal, I think, one of the biggest game-changing moments. Otherwise, though, even after that, I would argue it was still the Wardens playing proactively on the map, choosing where the engagements happened. They were doing everything that they could. They just couldn't quite secure these kills. And something that I had neglected to even realize during the P's and B's was just how slippery this Storm composition is. Sure, we talked about their dive potential, and they had plenty of it, and plenty of defense when they were there. But when it was time to retreat, you can't really deal with a mana easily. Loki's one of the most slippery picks in the game. Vi has multiple leaps, CCM Unity, Valo with that global presence as well. It just made it very difficult for the Kowloon Wardens to finish off their kills, and the Wardens at times just seemed unwilling to let the kills escape. They would continually chase out as far as they could and put themselves into pretty poor positions consistently. Otherwise, though, I think we got to sing the praises of the Wardens, or the Storm rather, being able to make those adjustments in Game 2. It's not exactly orthodox, but who would have thought? Getting Mando Warrior off of ADCs, off of these Magical Hunters, off of these standard dual lane picks, and putting him on things that he had been playing for so long in the Soul Lane would work out, and it's exactly what happens. A phenomenal performance from him on this Loki. 9 affected kills. Valo as well getting involved. I had said he had struggled to keep up with Leon on the map. He did that and then some in this game.
Yeah, the Thor pick definitely changes things up to the point where after the performances we've been seeing from Thors today, if I'm the Wardens, I'm not first pick. I might be banning that away. I might be scooping it up first if we have the opportunity, or if they have the opportunity to do so. And I am going to reiterate a Smite Pro tweet, which is, just because you saw Mando Warrior succeed with a Loki carry role does not mean that you're Mando Warrior from now on. Well, you specifically, Mivley. I realized I was looking you in the eye while I said it.
Hey, it's fine.
You can play whatever the hell you want.
Say
I
what
recognize.
you want to say. I can't play Loki. I get it. All right, whatever.
No, the last time you played Loki, you carried the hell out of me.
I'm telling you, bro. Shadow Drinker Loki is the way.
It was more fun. I'm trying to make Maui plays and feel like I can do something, and then every time I show up in a lane and I'm ready for a hook, you just kill them. And I'm like, fair enough, man. All right, I'll go do whatever I can. And I had to back off. And unfortunately for the Wardens, that's more or less what happens for them, or to them, this time around. We'll go into picks and bans game number 3. Wardens will be first pick. And now I'm curious where they go with some of their changes. I personally, and I'm kind of curious if you agree, is Thor, especially after what the Storm just did with him first pick, someone that you let through if you're the Wardens just so you can grab it?
Yeah, I wonder if the Wardens would even take it in that first slot. Leon, of course, a very storied Thor player, but
he does like to wait for his picks.
He's also steadfast in being stubborn. Leon, maybe more than anybody else, hates the idea of respect bans. He hates it because it gives respect over the enemy, and he doesn't want to do it. So I wouldn't be surprised if Thor gets just left available, and so far the Wardens have done exactly that. Grabbing themselves a Freya, though, feels pretty decent.
Yeah.
It's actually the Storm who take away the Thor. I thought for sure they'd be vying for that selection, but instead trying to limit Leon, keep him off of his favorites, and it's 3 bans tossed his way.
And this is the first Freya game I believe we're seeing all day. To catch you up on the bans, as you had mentioned, though, Vamana, Loki, 2 respect bans, I think, thrown towards the Storm. Ymir joining that list, then Mercury, Naja, Thor. You had mentioned it, 3 target bans. Right then, right there. Freya locked in. And you had been a very good course corrector for me last year, where Freya had received those changes to the pulse like early on that made her a lot stronger. And in my mind, it took me like 2 weeks to reformat in my brain that Freya was no longer just the late game carry.
And take over this land.
I have seen some really frightening early game Freya presences. I feel like the Wardens are going to be able to utilize that to a really, really effective point.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and make a hot take, as I'm apt to do. I think Freya is the best magical hunter in the game right now. Her damage output, her survivability, all of that incredibly strong. Best PvP magical hunter in the game. Hop on Twitter, you'll probably see plenty of people disagreeing with me, but I think that is legitimately what she brings, is a one-man army in the late game. If the Wardens so choose, they could build a 4 king protection composition and just have the king be Freya, and she would do it all for you if she's 6-slotted. So the Wardens already, with their top selection, draft themselves a very strong win condition. And maybe the best part of Freya is that mitigations builds, magical defense builds, they don't really concern her. Her damage output is that ridiculous in the late game that she's going to chew through just about anyone regardless. So far, the Warden's doing a great job of building a strong line of defensive gods just around her. The Achilles is going to create space. The Bach is very good at setting up and even creating space as well. So for now, it's a facilitate the Freya composition. Whereas on the other hand, the Storm, who in Game 1 went as bog standard as you could go with their draft, lose out. Game 2, move themselves a little bit more so towards the unorthodox and find themselves a well-fought win. Here in Game 3, have the potential to go for a similarly aggressive composition and have already done very well leaning into the dive, which was the best part of the Storm's previous composition. I'd like to see a little bit more tanky frontline from them, but already with their top 3, it indicates to me that they figured out what they were doing well, and they're looking to optimize on it now.
A lot of presence is what they were able to bring. I didn't know what we were going to be continuing when we got into the second ban phase. I mean, junglers, Achilles could fall on that list, but of course it is something we haven't seen as often. Meanwhile, Awelish takes a shot. Pele takes a shot. 5 bans, 1 mans. It's all Leon that they're trying to target out there. Other side, Ganesh was a pretty big problem. In fact, 3, I would say, of the big problems that they had last time the Wardens have dealt with here, with Tiamat still over there. Like you said, maybe some of the essence of the draft still existing, but at least limited. Maybe another support ban here to try and limit some of those Guardians. I've been surprised, and you know, you were talking about this earlier actually in our cast, how high up Bacchus has been prioritized, considering Yamoja and Maui are both available right now.
Yeah, surprised to see it, but Oceans just really likes to be different from everybody else. That is one of his highest prioritized, I suppose, gameplay avenues, is I want to do what other people aren't. So Bacchus, I think, fits that while still remaining within the realm of standard. It still is just a Guardian. It still is an Initiator, a Facilitator. So if he's got to be different, this is a good way to do it. That said, I mean, Maui's just real good. Yamoja's just really, really good. But not good enough, I suppose, to sway the mind of Oceans. I'm looking at the jungle selections still available. Leon in the past has fallen back towards things like Hubwa. I don't think I'd like to see that. A magical jungler, when you've already got a Freya and a Bacchus on your team, would just get them even more value for magical defense, which will likely get stacked up by the Storm just by nature of having a Freya on the side of the Wardens. Would like to see him on something physical. Could fall back towards the Ratatasker, one that he has got a good amount of time playing on competitively. Otherwise, I mean, you can't really go wrong with any of the assassins. Could even look towards things like the Hercules out of the jungle. That's something I've been a steadfast defender of. I'm a massive fan of what Hercules can bring there. His damage output in the early game, just incredibly high. But with 5 bans tossed Leon's way, we'll get an idea of his own personal priority list. And it seems like he's got to think real hard about it. We are dipping into the bank time pretty heavy.
It's something that you got to be pretty sure of. I also think, you know, even looking towards the mid lane matchup.
How do I forget about Lancelot?
It was going to be a fun one. Only picked once so far today. He gets locked in alongside the Agni. I'm going to be honest with you. While you were trying to puzzle that out, I've been looking at this Circuit and, like, trying to run simulations in my head, and it feels like...
No way.
Well, I'm glad I didn't get to finish my sentence. I was going to say it has to be support,
I was
right?
with
Like,
you.
there was no way it's anything else. Now I don't know what to expect. Over there with the Guan Yu, with the Ares. I mean, definitely a different style, but you have to give them credit. Unorthodox won them the last game. And while I might not be able to tell you who's going where, that's what worked out for him pretty well in game number 2.
As far as strategy is concerned, pretty similar here from the Storm in game 3. Run it down, get active, get in the back line, have Circuit dive, clean up.
Kill him dead.
Guan Yu, Tiamat, all of them just running it down. And they've even got the exact same facilitation style. Ganesh has the silence, sure, but also with that silence, the massive infusion of protections to everyone around him. Ares does largely the same thing with bolstered defense. So I think as far as execution is concerned, the Storm have got themselves something that plays exactly like they had in game 2.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'd like to see it be a bit cleaner than we did in game 2, requiring those miracle steals. I think not exactly a position you want to be put in,
Yeah.
but one that they could do the exact same way with a Tiamat reprising her performance here in game 3. I like this draft from both sides. I think not something I would want to see other teams running, but with the data of this set so far, I think certainly something the Storm are capable of executing on. Whereas on the other side, this Agni pick is not something we've seen a whole lot.
Nope.
But when I look at Reddit, when I look at all the Twitch streamers and all these mage power ranking tier lists, a lot of people have got Agni incredibly high up, which is why I was surprised to see him take so long to make appearance so far today. The damage output's incredibly strong. The new builds really do work well with him. Maybe not the best Tablet of Destiny guy, but could still utilize that item very, very well. Soul Gem, it all kind of lines up to it. Agni gets online a lot earlier than he once did, so it's a good Agni meta. Besides that, though, having so much of your damage through magical on this composition, a lot of your secure for kills coming from Freya and Agni means that the Storm will likely find some value early on. Heart wards, pestilences, things along those lines probably going to be looked at. So if that's the case, now you're looking at the jungler.
Yeah.
He's essentially got a runway now, El Leon that is, where it's, okay, well, they're probably not really worried about me. Everybody else is a lightning rod. This Agni is a priority pick that they have to deal with. This Freya is a priority pick they have to deal with. And that should facilitate Leon to have a pretty decent performance on this Lancelot.
The one thing I have noticed, though, that stands out to me is that while you still have a dive comp, you have a lot of people on the Wardens that can self-peel, as well as help each other out. We'll see if that's what puts them above and beyond. It's game number 3 here in set number 4, and of course, it's J-Mac and Trelly.
Well, we've talked about some of the strange things that the Storm players have had to do in the past to find some wins. I think back to the Anansi Weavers of last phase. It seems that we're getting a lot of similarities from game number 2 where they found their success. Now here in game number 3 as the Shibalba Storm try to fight back to make themselves a little bit easier of a path as we continue forward for potential winners bracket. It's J-Mac, Trelly, and Doug one final time today as we go into our first 3 game set fully through for these compositions out there. But the same double assassin style of play from the Shibalba Storm as we saw in game 2, Trelly.
It is the same style. It is a bit different, though, because you get more objective damage with Kleena. You get less, I'm invisible behind you, I'm going to 100-0 you because your beads are down type play, which Loki brings. I still think, the speed at which Mando can farm is great. And that, the biggest problem and the reason that Shibalba Storm didn't win that match, 5 minutes earlier, was because they couldn't just do Fire Giant. They do have a much better time trying to do Fire with this comp, but it's still not easy. It's still not quick. What I will say is I'm a big fan of Agni in this current meta. One of my favorite ranked gods at the moment, and I think you could build him a couple different ways. You can just go, Book of Thoth, Divine Soul Gem. That's always fine. You can go Tablet. You can still get tons of value out of that. But look at this. Valo not going mid, not going solo. Actually going to chill out in duo lane for a bit. Probably trying to pick off Oceans if he flops in or even get the beads down. But immediately just drops a ward very close to Valo. But clearly didn't show him off just yet.
Maybe they did, because look how far back Tuba is sitting right now. I think Valo has now been pinged on that ward, so good on Oceans for dropping that up there, maybe recognizing that Valo could get aggressive with this kind of a start. At least for now, it'll be safe over in the dual lane. Elion, though, hitting level 3. Could make a rotation to any of these lanes now. On a slant slot, Valo blinks in, misses the taunt on both shots against Josh, who has a quick 180 dash to get away from those ones. But where is Elion heading toward? Seems like could be the dual lane for a very high-end gank. Dingodile finds the chains onto 2, throws the third one onto Oceans. It's the stun there, and now Elion has made his way over, finds the slow onto Dingodile, gets the knockback, and has the dashes if needed for the extra damage. Silence goes through from Mando. It's a lot of damage from this Kleena, but not enough support for Dingodile. He will drop down, and it is first blood at 1.5 minutes for the Callan Wardens.
Yeah, it's a great start for the Lancelot there. I think that, you know, Valo tried to go for the cringe gank option where, hey, you don't know we're here. Ocean's great idea, just walks up, says, hey, maybe I'll ward just in case, and catches out. And now you got Frey off to a great start. You get the dual lane just in general off to a great start, and you give that kill over to Leon. And he can do a lot with a first blood, especially on a god like Lancelot. Slash definitely getting the better end of Malachi once again. We've been talking about these starter items. If you go Sigil, you're going to be getting out pressure, but also if you can get your Talu Assault stunned out, Slash is going to be able to do that pretty much every time. So Malachi's not going to have a fun time clearing wave for at least a little bit longer.
Yeah, it is unfortunate for at least the amount of things that can be canceled out by other channeling abilities there. You saw Mando able to stop the belch from Oceans. Could be the same, the opposite way if the silence is channeled a little too late for Mando Warrior, but you just get to see the constant. Who's going to get their full scream off? Will it be the belch of the Bacchus, or will it be the actual screaming from Mando on the Kleena? So far, Mando's been getting the better end of those trades.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get some poke damage off. It does look kind of goofy, though. A Bacchus just burping and then just Kleena just yelling.
It's like, stop doing that. That's what she's screaming for. She's like, stop.
Yep, and it's not going to work out. I guess for either of them in this case, because you're not going to get too much damage off. But purple buff is going to be fine. So Ket making a beeline for the purple buff. Walked over 2 wards, and it seems like does not care. Will Oceans be able to get there in time, or maybe a clutch whoop from Tuba over the wall, but Valo smart pulling it as far back as possible to make sure that one goes down. Doesn't seem like the Lancelot's going to make the full-on rotation just yet, but the whoop might be able to stall out Valo just long enough for the blink to come through. Nope, no blink even available. Just has the beads. The wing shard I thought was blink for a second, but it's not. It's just a wing shard.
Yeah, unfortunately it is just wing shard, but fortunate for Valo, did find that taunt. Vi in danger now. Knockback not there for Elion. Let's maybe punt the Tiamat back in place to set up for Joshi. Instead, it's a fight over the buff that
got it with the auto?
won.
I saw the auto, and I didn't even think he was close enough. This is what I'm talking about. When we saw the Maui play, what'd I say? This does not look like the Bacchus gameplay. This is the gameplay you want to see, where Oceans is just getting aggressive. Yeah, and you know, you can't miss any Bacchus abilities. You can try. The flop you can miss, but everything else, you're going to get value out of.
Let's say you haven't seen my Bacchus, clearly.
I mean, you can miss the flop. That's fine. But you're not missing anything else, surely.
No. Just the flops.
Okay.
Just missing the flops. Those are usually like going like a mile away from where I was actually intending to go.
Well, yeah. I mean, sometimes you got to have a little fun with it. But beats do go down, though. Tuba did not hit level 4, didn't get his own purple buff XP, which means that Dingo was able to find that ultimate, get the beats down early, and now you think Valo's got an opening. Where's that Circuit? Currently on the left side of the map. Wouldn't be surprised if a trip towards the duo lane would be on the jungler's mind.
We'll see where Valo and Elion head next. Jotun's Wrath for both, some extra CDR for the 2 junglers, a little bit of extra power as well. It seems that mid could be the call. It's level 7 Joshi on the Agni. Does find the bomb stun onto Vi. A lot of damage, but quick taunt by Valo will push Elion away from maybe being able to find that extra damage on the Tiamat. Now with Oceans here, should deter them from going too much further forward. Valo will get hit by the belly flop. Not really doing a whole lot of damage. Mostly just Oceans telling Valo to stay away from Elion so that Elion can make a rotation towards this blue buff, where Malachi has just been being bullied not only in lane, but apparently in jungle as well. There's no blue buff for him at the moment. Valo jumps out, dismount through, Elion dives in, but Vi is locked in place and executed by Slash. Dingodile just there to watch as his teammate falls.
Yeah, this Achilles pick has been pretty effective so far this tournament, especially if you're able to find those clutch executes in moments like that. It did seem like maybe Vi was able to use the beads and jump over the wall, but probably assumed he was dead regardless, and, you know, rightfully so. Very weak. The Tiamat is going to fall down. giving Slash the first kill of this Achilles' game thus far. He's going to help out in the lane as well as just an aggressive force throughout the entirety of this game. An XQ threshold, especially with an Ares on the map, there's not much juking to be done. You're pretty much just going to step up. You want to blink in, initiate, and if you can get that fatal strike off before the pull comes through, that helps the rest of your team hold on to their beads. I'm thinking pretty smart so far for Slash to get that, but now Tuba's in a position where he doesn't want to step up too far in this lane either. Kalina always has 100-0 potential if you're able to connect with your abilities. At the moment, it's just stacking Soul Eater, so isn't going to do too much damage. But you don't want the wave to be starved at tower line as a Freya. You don't want to put yourself that far out of position just to get some farm.
Yeah, there's a lot of distance that Mando can cover on that Kalina. I mean, you see how far back Tuba is standing from that wave, and just from Mando Warrior in general, paying a lot of respect to the Kalina. But because of that, because of the stolen buff earlier on, Tuba's been falling a bit behind, level 6 to level 8 of Mando Warrior, who's actually using the Veils to start tearing away at some of these Bastions HP, about half on the one on the left. Rotation from Valo. Seems that may have been spotted out or at least called off by the Shipalva Storm. Tuba just wants to clear anything he can, so he throws Mando in the sky so he can clear out a couple more archers. Collapsing by Oceans. Mando able to get into the wall just in time. Well, instead, fire some damage back on a Tuba. Half HP on the Freya, but a flop in just off the mark by Oceans. That should be the end of the fight between the two.
Yep, Valo is going to step over, grab that shield buff for himself. It's going to help out just a little bit of that tank stats. Make sure if you have a fight in the jungle, you'll be just fine. Horse off the mark, so the shield remains for now. As we do see a full-on rotation over to the left side of the map from just about everyone. Dingo is that target, but no execute over here, so that health is not going to do it. You're going to have to fully kill that Ares if you want to try to put him down. And it looks like that's going to be the end of it. No relics used, just a full-on scrap on the left side of the map. Maybe some relics used here, though. And actually, Joshy dashes in.
Pull is good, but maybe that's what Elion wanted, because he turns the fight around. Vi able to drop down Joshy, and now Valo has joined the way. Bead's gone from Elion. A dash in, and an ultimate does connect. But Elion will ult out, gets that shield, and that should be more than enough to keep him out for the last breath poison kill. A 1-for-1 trade, but that's support for mid.
Yeah, I get it. You know, when you're an Agni and you know you're getting Ares pulled, sometimes you just want to dash in and get aggressive off it. But in this case, I think Joshy didn't have to make that play. Probably could have dashed away and lived to see another day. And a good rotation in from Valo to at the very least get the beads down. But that is going to put the Wardens ahead even more so. 3-1 in their favor. Almost 1,000 gold. It's sort of jumping back and forth at this point. And so far, no real objective looks just yet. I know a lot in Season 9 we'd see an attempt at early Gold Fury with a lead like this, but not enough for either one of these teams to feel real confident around an objective. And now Dingo's got a very clear target. There's an Agni with no CC immune ult, who doesn't have beads for another 100 seconds. I'm thinking Joshy's going to be staying back, trying to keep this Ares in combat once that ult comes off cooldown.
Speaking of keeping people in combat, Slash has consistently been poking at Malachi to make sure he sticks to that tower as long as possible before he ends up going back. Teleport down for 10 seconds for Malachi, so he's going to make the long trek back to the tier 1 tower. That'll give Slash some free farm to push minions into the wave, or into the tower, I should say. Well, Oceans gets a little bit of poke towards Dingo and Vi. It's 2 levels down for Oceans, but 1 level up for Joshy. A fight between the mage and the assassin. Tuba up to the sky, needed more than just the Valkyrie's discretion damage. That sets Mando in danger. Same for Dingo, as he has got to back away with the rest of his squad to regenerate.
I think that at this point, I love the scrapping in duo lane, first of all. Tuba and Mando just going back and forth, trying to find relics, just using everything to try and force out some damage is nice. Because once Freya gets that second item online, that's when she is essentially unfightable. When you get Hasten Ring and Telekines, it's very difficult to try and trade with her unless you're catching her off guard or forcing out a relic or that ultimate. However, I'm loving the build from Dingo, you know, the prophetic cloak. It's hard to stack up, and now it might be even harder to try and live as Joshy makes the rotation over to try and put this Ares down.
Bomb stun is good. Whoop will lock Dingo down to the sky. Long enough for Elion to take the kill. Valo goes down as well, but Joshy is low. Mando trades out a 2-for-1, making it 2-for-2 as Elion walks into Vi and eats too much damage from the mid laner. And that is jungle mid for jungle support on the opposite side. Oceans not able to keep his teammates alive during that one, and Vi turning it back around.
Yep, the That is going to be a big play there from Vi. This Tiamat has been something he's been going to quite a lot so far in this entire set.
A lot of Tiamat today.
And lots of different builds as well. We saw the tablet first game. In the second game, it was immediately into a Soul Reaver. And now, Vi going back for the tablet, it would seem, to try and get those stacks online, try and help that damage late game. Realize the Slash is going to be W keying, and also Ocean's going to be very tanky. It just adds to the amount of poke that Tiamat could have. The point I was making earlier, though, is the fact that I think Prophetic Cloak fits Ocean's playstyle so well. How much have we seen this man just walk up, try and find a stun, flop onto someone when there's no one around? He seems like the kind of support player that could easily stack this item up, but is more focused on Gauntlet of Thieves for the team and that breastplate of regrowth so he can zoom around the map with Chug.
I would have imagined that would have been an item that does fit his playstyle so perfectly. I mean, so many support games that I've been playing, I grabbed the Prophetic Cloak, and me and the other support were like, yo, you need a stack, bro? Yeah, me too. You just want to hit it? Yeah, the mid laners are gone? Cool. We'll just have a little bit of fun, get a couple of free stacks for ourselves.
I'm the kind of support that'll bait you into that and then juke your ability at the last second. I'm like, yeah, man, free stack, I swear. Then I'll jump over and run away, and I'll get mine, and you don't get anything.
No, then you actually have like your jungler secretly behind another wall over here that they don't see, so you just ambush him instead.
Yep.
But will not be Prophetic for Oceans. Instead, it's the Gauntlet of Thebes into what I believe may be another one of those shield or a breastplate of regrowth. I got to get out of the habit of the shield of regrowth. It's gone. It's a breastplate now. Well, it looks like we may be seeing that for Oceans here in game number 3.
Should be the call. I mean, it's a lot of fun as well as it's just good. If you can catch up, try and chase some of these targets with multiple escapes down. In this case, Valo will be a great target. You pop that Chug. You look for the flop, see what you can find. Oceans, a little bit off the mark. Just wanted to stand there and
menacingly.
Yeah. He was standing menacingly, but also I think he was like, oh man, like I missed. I'm just gonna sit here and be sorry for myself for a bit. As Valo is pinged out on the ward, Tuba is all but aware that there is a Socket nearby and isn't gonna step up too far underneath this tower. I've been talking about Fury. With the way this entire set has been played, I don't think Fury's going to be the call, but Oceans maybe getting looked at here. Does have a nice stun, but his chain still for such a long time. And there's the ult back.
Valo?
Yep,
there he goes. He's got it. But dashing by Joshi, a lot of damage towards Valo. Whoop. Ought to be the 1-for-1 trade, but Oceans for a enemy Circuit, probably a pretty decent trade. Valo's been behind for the majority of this game. Level 14 on Elion, who has just helped to take down a tier 1 tower on the right side versus Oceans, who's been down pretty much the entire game himself. So maybe it just comes out to even between the two.
Yep, with Malachi dead off that gank as well, I figured we'd see something, but no objectives to be had. It looks like just going to accept that they can kill 2, and that's it. Tuba, you're standing in the veil, man. You can't take this fight and shouldn't be able to make it out of this one. One ability will do it.
And the taunt.
And you see Tuba's reaction. He's like, come on, man. But you got to watch out for that damage in the wall. I mean, if you're going to let this clean it escape into the wall and get her cooldowns back, you're not going to win those trades. And win those trades, Tuba did not. Going to fall down and give the second kill of the game. In this case, Mando's second kill of the game over to himself.
That's what I miss about competitive Smite, Charlie, is the classic taunts after the kills. Maybe another one up against Oceans. It's a repeat of the exact same skirmish we saw earlier, but this time Slash just joined the fray. Ocean's able to jump away from the ultimate, but there are 5 collapsing on this Achilles. That is enough to get the ultimate from both of them. Only Elion holding on to one. Joshi just a few seconds away from an extra bomb of his own, but not going to continue on the Gold Fury. The Shabalba Storm forced Slash's rotation over, and that seems to be just enough for them.
So far, but Elion is here and wants to get aggressive onto Dingo. Dingo's gone, and this fight's not over just yet. Malachi's trying to heal up his team, and it looks like without the execute, the fight should have been done, but Leon goes in again?
Vi has to use the beads just so he can jump away from Elion, but Elion finds the double kill in the fight. And Trelly, this fight started with Oceans at like a 3rd HP, waltzing up to 3 players on the Shabalba Storm, and just forced him to turn and actually fight him.
And you're telling me Cloak wouldn't be sick for this man? Like,
get it for him, buy it, man.
I want to. I might just go over there and make him do it. But Pyromancer is going to be started up, immediately burned through. No one from the Storm is going to be even close to stepping up to this objective. Gold Fury not looked at, just going to be the Pyro for now. Who's going to grab the bomb? In this case, it will be Slash, who has that runic bomb. So pay attention just in case you see some extra burst damage towards an objective or a tower. Could be used early on. I personally like to save them for late game when we're sieging, but if you're not 100% confident that you're going to be getting Fire Giant and just sieging, probably smart to just get value at it in the early, because there's plenty more chances to grab another one as the Pyromancer spawns back in.
You know what, thinking about it, wasn't a waltz by Oceans. It's more like a waddle. You're telling me if you put a penguin skin on Bacchus, he wouldn't look natural with that, just kind of waddle over towards him?
I would like a Bacchus penguin skin.
I want one.
What would it be called? You can't do half the work. You got to finish it.
Okay, well now you put me on the spot for trying to think of. I mean, God, like the only ones that come to mind are like Emperor penguins. So Emperor Bacchus, I don't know. No, that seems like it could be a royalty skin or something. I don't know. Now I want to see it.
I can't. Yeah, I got nothing. I was hoping
he's carrying like an ice block with him.
Yeah.
So instead,
it could be a fish, but he already has.
It could be a frozen fish, something like that.
Yeah,
we could do that. A little, like a frozen fish that he's carrying around for his weapon. I don't know what he's carrying in the other hand now. Maybe like a satchel that somebody left in the Antarctic.
There you go.
We got it. We've got the Bacchus.
You've done the work. Now we wait. we sit back.
Devs, it's on you now to get us a Bacchus.
The ball's in your court. We're gonna watch the Gold Fury. Mando Warrior is close enough to go for the steal through the wall. Will that be out the call? Vi is actually nearby as well. Might go for the tornado or even the 2. Could be the call. And here's the steal.
Veil is not enough damage, and neither is the tornado. Elion to the back line to find Vi once again, but Vi has backup from Valo. Elion dashes out as quick as he can. Ocean's locked down by the chain. Elion locked in place as well. Not enough damage to this Lancelot. Somebody has got to hit him. Dingo yank one, but Lancelot will not make it out. Mando Warrior drops down Elion. Ocean's alive for only a moment. That is 3, nearly 4 gone, but Slash able to dash out. Is that far enough for him to go? Malachi will lead the charge in Tier 1 tower falls, but Joshi and Slash have made it. Okay, never mind. Maybe just Slash is alive here. Mando Warrior not going to chase on the trail, but could still go for a dive.
I mean, how much mana does Mando really have here?
Not
One
much.
fully channeled ability is not going to be enough to get a kill here. It looks like just trying to stop backs was the call, because the Fire Giant could have been on the call, but also the Shibaba Storm are just going to leave because Slash is teleported back in full HP. Not enough damage, and with Mando over on left, I don't think the actual play call was ever to go for a Fire Giant there. Level 19, though. This Kleena has been unchecked, unscathed, and just doing tons of damage.
I thought you were going to go for the full commit on that one, Shelly.
No, I'm just he's been unchecked.
It really has been. So far, Slash on the Achilles has been able to get a couple of kills and assists to his name, but hasn't gone down just yet. There's been decent answers to him to really force these executes out early in the fights. Haven't really seen one connect for the actual kill just yet. It's mostly been used as an escape tool. The Shibaba Storm still fighting back through, even despite the 2K deficit. The Callan Wardens have at least put them down in 4 now, but seeing Malachi able to fight back despite how much bullying was thrown his way early. Remember, Slash was wrapping around Tier 1 tower to walk through just for poke. There were constant steals towards Malachi's blue buff as well, but still able to hold up in this one, even going for a pathetic 3rd item, just try and get some extra defense online for himself.
Yeah, if this game goes very late, which it does have the tendency to do, since we've seen these Fire Giant dances between this team, you will be getting value out of that cloak there. And still, I need answers to Mando Warrior. This Kleena sitting 4-0 is still just sitting in lane, has not moved. Very difficult to try and lock her down when there's a wall nearby. And I think the entirety of the Wardens have realized that. It seems like they're down. They are up in gold. I mean, Leon is still 5-2, has 2-level lead. Slash has had a level lead in the solo lane, and actually Tuba just decided, you know what, I'm going to be behind, but I'm going to rotate over to objectives anyway. And here's the aggression.
Malachi looping around the back of the fight. The Callan Wardens have spread themselves out. Elion to half HP. Malachi down to an 8th. The Valkyrie's discretion is enough. Tuba turns it back around and finds the first kill of the team fight for the Callan Wardens. All this starting up over a Pyromancer that the Wardens can go right back to.
They are going to go back to it. Mando's here, Vi's here. Both have plenty of burst damage. The blink in is going to claim the beads there from Vi. And it looks like Valo's in this fight as well, but Vi jumps in.
Mando loses out on the beads. A lot of damage could come from this cleanup, but it's not there just yet. Ocean's running away, but Mando wants to close in the gap. The silence damage is good, and the dot after is even better, but Slash finds Valo in the back. Mando gets the double kill onto Tuba. This could be a lot for the Cleana. Needs the dash to find Joshi, just out of range as Joshi dashes away. Vi is getting all the help that he can from Dingo and is even doing a lot of damage right back through. One more hit onto either of these two could do it, but Mando has rejoined the fray and Malachi grabs the kill.
Yeah, and who's going to be able to chase down Slash? Is he going to be able to hide and get his back off? I'm just going to let this one play out. I'm so glad I didn't say anything. I wanted to see that so bad. And
oh, man.
Malachi knew exactly where he was, but was not able to curve the Talu assault around that wall.
He just like takes and just throws it instead. Just like a boomerang almost trying to get him.
Yep, nope. That ability doesn't go through the wall there, so we'll be just fine. Still in the lead are the Wardens. Gold-wise, kills were even. And I think a few questions have been answered, but Mando is still going unchecked. Every time I see this clean in the fight, it seems like she's doing more damage. Finish Bluestone and Heartseeker there.
And Crusher.
I need some damage onto Cleana, and I'm not seeing who's got it just yet.
Maybe even some additional anti-heal to deal with it as well. That's Soul Eater. Gonna give Mando a lot of sustain. There is some answer to it, at least Divine Ruin for Joshi, but so far that's the only anti-heal to deal with the sustain that Mando has.
Just burp on her, man. She'll be
You know
fine.
what? That's fair. But unfortunate for Oceans, he's been yanked all over the place by Dingo Dial with this Ares. All these no escapes have been pulling him back around. Just hasn't been able to get back there and try and help deal with Mando.
Yeah, I would say at this point, it's very difficult to make this call because it seems like Tuba still can be effective in fights, but I would say send Freya over to duo lane, just hit level 20. If they go for fire, defend 5v4. I mean, the level 17 Freya is fine. 4 items is all right, but look at the opposition, man. There's just so much damage online from just about everyone else. I think you really need to get your carries online. I wouldn't be mad if Oceans got some extra farm. This is a level 13 Bacchus. Has some good, decent tank stats online, but now you can tell, despite the fact that the Wardens have been in control all game, they're too afraid to walk up to a Primal Fury without the help of their team. Now it's going to be a full grouping. Slash and Oceans leading the charge. But they're not going to commit unless that Primal Fury is half health or less.
Shivalba Storm. Start up the Primal. Full 10-man grouping towards the objective. Dingo Dog goes in. 2 with the ultimate. 2 pulled in and a lot of damage thrown towards Oceans. He gets hit by the last breath as well, and that will spread the poison to 2 more. Vi doing a lot, but Vi goes down. And Leon dashes through 4, but it's still not enough. Mando lives, but gets whooped by Tuba, who will take him down. It's now Tuba and Slash leading the charge for the Kowloon Wardens. And Dingo Doll on his last leg gets thrown down to the ground by Elion, who picks up the double.
And I love this call. Immediately channel those backs and head towards Fire Giant. That Tuba got the 6-0 shutdown. That's exactly what you want if you are the Wardens. If you could pick one member on your team who desperately needed that gold, you got it. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see this item in action, but Oceans gets the absolution to actually immune one of these Ares pulls. I'm excited to see it in action if we get to. But now you got plenty of Wardens rushing towards Fire Giant with just Malachi and Valo who are trying to defend. There is vision on this objective. It looks like that ward is going to stand here. Who's going to be able to go for the steal? I mean, you got some decent attempts, but the Runic Bomb is currently in Mando's pocket, and he is dead for at least 2 more seconds.
Malachi tries to disrupt this fire, so does Valo. Malachi's losing a lot of HP.
He got it!
And they steal it away, but on landing from the whoop, it will be an execute. Going the way, the Kowloon Wardens lose the fire. It was the dash from the Guan Yu, 182 damage.
I don't get it.
To steal it away.
You can just Agni Bomb in a Flame Wave, and you're never getting out-confirmed by that dash, but I guess the call was burst it down quick, the rest of the team is coming, and they were not able to get that call off. So now the Shibalba Storm are able to get that Fire Giant for themselves. They lose their Soul Laner's life. But I'm calling that worth every day of the week. You got 4 members of your squad with that Fire Giant, and they're able to now group up and push at their own pace.
Yeah, it seems the Shibalba Storm will take some time, and Maybe we can take a moment to look at that Fire Giant steal from Malachi. I thought the call was going to be kill Malachi while he's standing in the pit. I mean, he spread the team fight around. He's basically by himself. Valo is out of the pit that entire time. And I thought this was the call, just kill Malachi. He's half HP, but instead steals it away with the dash. Gets executed after, but Shivalva Storm, now it's the rest of the team besides Malachi who gets a benefit from the Fire Giant buff.
It's such a low percentage steal because you know there are members of the enemy team that are going to be funneling in if they take too long on Malachi. But the difference is, hey, we didn't get fire as opposed to, wait, they did get fire. So I'm thinking I'd rather just not get fire and stall on killing Malachi as opposed to this. Because now the Shivalva Storm have a little bit of pressure here. Good poke on to Slash, and actually a good little gank onto the Achilles. It's going to get him about half health, but no chase down. Try and put this Achilles even further behind. It looks like the Shivalva Storm aren't going to group and push with this objective. They are just going to try and catch up. Keep pushing Dingo even further ahead. He's 3 levels above Oceans. And get everyone else to level 20. Vi would love to upgrade that starter item, get some extra CDR online to continuously spam these abilities and finish stacking up that tablet. Whereas Joshy, he already has the upgraded starter. He just wanted to start pushing down tier 2 towers with Fire Giant, but they don't get to make that call.
Pyro is taken by the Storm. Nobody there to be able to pick up the Runic Bomb. That'll just probably fade away on the ground. It doesn't seem for anybody from the Storm going to have the opportunity to pick that one up. So mostly just there for the objective, for the extra gold and XP to the Shivalva Storm. And Charlie, this might be the first time today that we've actually seen a Prophetic Cloak fully stacked up. Dingo Dial managed to get the last stacks during that Fire Giant push earlier on. And that is a lot going on for them. 55 all prots for the Prophetic Cloak, but also the aura of 30 of each towards his team. Couple that along with the Gauntlet of Thieves, and that is a lot of free protections he's giving over to his squad.
Yeah, 85 all prots for himself, as well as the
that's insane.
Yeah, as well as the prots he's giving to his team. And now we see another dance around this Primal Fury. Slash is going to walk up with no fear in the world. He's got that Sundering proc that's consistently chunking out whoever he decides to hit. But Malachi, since he got some extra time to farm up between these last fights, did get his level 20, got that Sigil of the Old Guard, and Dingo's going in.
Dingo will pull Oceans. Oceans holds on to his ultimate for a little bit later. Uses it just now. Gives the cleanse to his team, but Oceans is low. Pulled back again by Valo. Tuba's ult used early in the fight. And Slash in the middle of 4. Mando is unscathed during this fight as he is continuing his push up with his counterpart Assassin Valo. And Mando doing so much damage during this fight. And nearly everybody on the Storm at full HP besides Malachi.
Yeah, Slash and Leon didn't decide to use their ultimates there. Didn't seem like the fight was that good or decided to go against it. I do like this call though. Look towards the right side of the map. Fire Giant's about to spawn in. Get as much presence as you can as quickly as you can. Drop your wards, you know, invade some jungle. See if anyone's lurking around, maybe a free relic. And this could be what Vi is giving up if Leon didn't just walk over 2 wards in the process. But not an easy chance to just to go for the burst. I mean, we know what's capable now. 181 damage steal last time around. I don't think the Wardens are just going to be going for the pull and trying to 50-50 when we're 50 seconds away from Enhanced Fire Giant.
Ooh, big bomb stun. But Ocean's seen a lot of damage from the Shivalva Storm. Tuba thrown back. He doesn't have Valkyrie's discretion. Mando has caught him out, and Vi has taken him out. And now Slash on the run. Ocean still in the middle of 3. Will be chained up by Dingo Dial, and that is 2 now gone from the Callan Ward, and Shivalva Storm have found their fight back in. Look, Mando's still holding on to a Runic Bomb from almost 10 minutes ago. And now the Shivalva Storm move into the fire.
Yeah, they get to go for their own Fire Giant. Slash is pretty far away here if he wanted to go for a steal. It does seem like he wants to walk in and will make a chance. Remember, you called it out, that Runic Bomb is available, but also some executes could be on the cards here. Maybe Joshy could step up and try and put some damage out. That Fire Giant's burning low, but not quite going for the burst, and Leon's here.
Mando's still holding on to the palm. Dingo Dial down. Elion finds some damage, but Malachi only gets the stun onto Slash, who's still charging forward. Will be pushed away by the tornado, but once again, it is 4 with fire. Last time, it cost Malachi's life to steal it away. This time, Dingo's life to secure it for his team.
And 2 red buffs, 1 going to Mando, 1 going to Vi. The strength of Tiamat this late in the game. And when you don't have a traditional ADC, no one wants purple buff. You could just both get those red buffs. And that's going to mean Mando is doing even more damage. If you've been paying attention to these fights, he's doing a lot already.
Well, I'm seeing that over on the left side.
Yeah, the Kalina has been able to just half held through the walls, and when you're getting power pots and red buffs online, it's going to be pretty much 100 to 0 if you're getting hit by all of that damage. Unfortunately, some good engage, but Oceans is not tanky enough. As simple as that. This Bacchus is flopping in and then just getting focused out. Of course, Dingo is also dying, but luckily the rest of his team is able to dish out enough damage that it doesn't really matter. A level 15 Bacchus cannot provide that much setup and peel throughout the entirety of these team fights.
Valo doesn't have an empty slot to be able to pick up the runic charge. Will do so. Drops down a ward so he can pick that one up for himself. So now, another 2,000 damage sitting in the pockets, at least for structures and some of these minions and objectives. For the Shibalba Storm, they could completely just drop one of these towers with Valo and Mando combined together, or a lot of disruption in the team fights if both of them get to either side of the fight. None used for the tier 2 tower, but all it takes is a moment, a single minion to walk into those Phoenixes. It could be the end of the road for a Phoenix with even one follow-up auto after. Callan Warden's on the back foot, down but not out. It's only 3,000 gold between them. And at this stage of the game, that is not quite the lead the Shibalba Storm need, but it's definitely one that they've been using very well so far. But look at the damage output that Joshi has on this Agni from such a range.
Yeah, it's not easy to siege these Phoenixes. Again, remember how they won last time with the Loki ADC? It was not through a fire giant into a siege. It was a full-on fight, and here's what they're looking for. Dingo gets some beads down, and Malachi even goes into the cavalry charge. That's going to be it, though. Just wanted to grab those beads. One bomb used, and now it looks like Leon's trying to chase down these assassins.
Will find one of them. Mando can't get to the wall this time. That was on cooldown. Now Vi caught out in the middle of the jungle. Stun. Only finds Ocean's Tornado to chase them out. But it's 5 versus 4. Tuba with some big damage from the sky, but it only hits the tanks this time. Elion finds the root, the bomb stun from Joshi, the damage onto Dingo Dial. Elion on a rampage with the Lancelot, with 2 gone from the storm. They'll have to back away from the siege.
And they got to pick their targets as well. Malachi does not have the ult up just yet and wasn't able to clear the full wave, so mid could be the call, try and grab a tier 2, but it looks like just chasing down the Guan Yu is the play. It's going to take them quite some time to kill, but I guess it eventually will stagger out the deaths and maybe open up the room for an EFG. And they're not even going to chase him down fully. They just let him go.
He's out. Is Vi out as the question
I don't
jumps
think
over
Leon
the rune?
wins
Vi
this,
is
but
turning
he
around.
does!
Yes, he does. Do not doubt. Elion on the Lancelot as he solos out Vi for his 11th kill of the game. This is a man, Trelly, on a mission to make it to the SPL, and with plays like that, could lead the Callan Wardens back to victory.
I mean, Vi had Aegis, bro. That's why I said I don't think he wins. He just decided to not Aegis the ult. Maybe he just thought he was going to kill him. I also thought he was going to kill him, so that was the call. Little overplayed his hand, and Elion finds another kill in this case. Did not actually end up chasing down Malachi, but they still have the one-man advantage towards this EFG, and they've got plenty of damage for it. The relics aren't looking too good. In fact, Leon's got none from the 20 seconds, and that's only going to be the blink. But the carries have Aegis, and it looks like Tuba's going untouched, has the beads, has the ult. A lot of safety for this Freya. But Mando was in the wall.
He was, but now he's out. Slash taunted back and is not taking much damage at all. In fact, Valo got called out of his own stealth. Elion will punch him around, but Valo gets the ultimate onto Elion. The chain not enough, and neither is the last breath poison. Elion lives, so does his counterpart Valo. Both will have to go back to base.
Yeah, now Vi's already here. Chase very far. Looks like trying to zoom out of here as Malachi wants to try and find some chase down. The rest of the team's here, and Dingo knows whose beads are down, but not Joshi's. Will be just fine. Loses the beads, though. A little bit worrisome if that ultimate comes back up. These have been such long brawls. And a game number 3, we're 35 minutes in. Who cares about the goal differential, but it's nothing. And all you're waiting for is the supports to hit level 20. Besides that, relative even throughout. I suppose you could say Malachi's scaling. He's still working on Cloak. So that could be some DPS.
I guess so. He'll get another stack, puts him at 19. Maybe one of the first tablet stacks that we've seen built up for Vi. Maxed down his, not quite there for Joshi yet. keep your eyes on this Agni. It's been this long-range artillery mage. It's been working out so well. Malachi, forced on the horse very early in the fight, goes back in. Valo does manage to find Tuba and Josh in the back line. Oceans is almost gone. Vi puts him down. Tuba, as soon as he lands, is dropped to the dirt. Slash will barely be able to dash away from the 5. Blinks out. And Elion waiting with them in the back line of the fight. 5 for the Shibalba Storm. Move to the Fire Giant.
There's so many wards there.
But they will de-ward what they can. Didn't even finish that one. Instead, they're waiting to see who's willing to step up. Slash is back from the fight.
Yep, Slash is here, Leon's here. They've got plenty of damage, but Slash could be in some trouble. Lots of lockdown, but this Achilles just doesn't die.
Runic Bomb is still there for secure if Valo needs it, and they might. With Joshi and Elion alive, that's a lot of damage from those two. Fire Giant still being battered around here. Slash is still in the midst of the pit. Malachi goes in. Bomb is not there. Elion is no longer there. Vi will shut him down. Slash is being tossed around and ping-ponged in the pit. And the Fire Giant is still not been done just yet. But with Joshi nowhere nearby, no need to waste the Runic Bomb on the objective. This time, it is all 5 with Fire Giant.
Yeah, I'm thinking if they couldn't kill him before, it's going to be tough to kill him now. Slash still has ultimate as well, but the CC from Serket could be enough. Oceans flops in to make sure his solo laner is fine, but now who's going to save Oceans? It doesn't look like Oceans is the target. This Phoenix is being looked at. Remember, no range damage when you can get this close. That right side bird goes down.
Right side Phoenix gone, mid lane, under the eye of the Shibalba Storm. Slash goes in again, full HP. He was almost dead, and now he's back to full. Dingo Dial, gotta get executed. Slash has found a quick turnaround back in the fight. Vi is low, but Slash cannot get in. Tuba's trying to do the job, but cannot. Slash gets turned on, but Joshi will eliminate the mid laner. Another 2-for-2 trade, an elongated fight, and a Phoenix as the only real prize for the Storm.
Yeah, that right side bird is massive, though. It's not easy breaking the base when you have this much, I guess when you're lacking this much range damage. Mando still has been doing plenty in these team fights, 50,000 to be exact. And it's just going to keep climbing because this game doesn't look like it's going to be ended anytime soon. The rest of the Wardens are going to walk up. What can they find? Who's going to lazy back? Mando Warrior, that could be one that they find out, and it will be, but can he get into a wall? Or Leon even want to try and chase this one. The rest of his team's on the way. This could be risky, but Mando is just going to run away to the wall. And the rest of the team, they're just grouped up. They're trying to see what they can find. Who's going to step up? You don't want the tanky targets, I can tell you that much. But that bomb, that one bomb, he gets 3. Just at 957 damage. Whew. So Joshi is certainly swinging as well. He finally stacked up that tablet and Charon's coin. So we'll be zooming around the map, doing plenty. It's off the back of a good team fight, though. That's what either one of these squads needs at the moment. Shibalba Storm did climb ahead gold-wise, but kills still in favor of the Wardens.
And all the additional cooldown reset that you see out of Mando as well. Picks up the Jotun's Cunning. So once he gets a couple of stacks on there in the middle of a fight, extra cooldown on his abilities, temporal beads as well. Probably not ideal to use it for the extra cooldown, but
when you know you're going to win,
has that opportunity.
Nice.
When you know you're winning that 1v1,
yep.
Yeah, you pop that ahead of time to help you out. Damage galore from Mando so far this game. Top of the charts at 50k for the Kleena. The Shibalba Storm maybe setting up for a gank in mid. If somebody steps up, might want it to be Slash, but Slash has shown just how tanky he is.
Yeah, but who's got 2 bombs and wants a Phoenix down? That'd be the Saket. Valo has access to that one. Mando!
Ooh.
Happy he dodged
That's
that
not
one.
Fun.
Yeah, he could have been completely shut down there. Leon is going to have to deal with a little bit of a wraparound there from Malachi, but this Kleena isn't looking too healthy, wants to get healed up. Probably sit back, but remember, right side Phoenix is down. Minions have been pinged. Someone's going to have to go deal with them, as well as the Lizards in mid lane. I mean, the Shibalba Storm, they have a lot of avenues to split up the team fight and just focus on structures. Do a little bit of damage, maybe blink in with Dingo, but pull down the Phoenix. So looks like they're not going to continue this push. Maybe set up a bit of an ambush, and actually that may be the call.
40 seconds left on the Fire Giant for Shibalba Storm. They can set up for the next one. Valo's still got both Runic Bombs in inventory. It's going to be a few minutes before they can buy, or not buy, you know, try and go for another one, I should say.
Wow, this jungler hasn't warded in like 2 minutes. What
bro, he really he's been he dropped a ward to pick up the bomb earlier, and then I guess dropped whatever else he had in inventory just to grab another one at this point. I mean,
He's still awarded more than Mando, so I'll accept it. Mando's got 3 in inventory, and that still wouldn't catch
he's
him
on
up.
the ADC mentality. Wards slow down the build. I gotta get full items before I get it, but
you can't put wards in the wall either.
True. Imagine if you could. Look at speaking of wards, look at all the blue wards on this side of the map. For the Callan Wardens, ready to now fight at the Fire Giant. Schwalbe Storm have advantage in the pit for now. The bomb on a Dingo Dial, some good damage.
Mando.
Look at Mando's HP bar melting from Joshi. Slashes eating some of the damage from Vi, but much healthier than Mando. He's gonna have to find a camp or maybe go back to base just to resustain.
One more Fire Giant wave, or fire wave in this case over on the right side of the map as Vi loses the beads. And surging forward are the Wardens. They want to take this fight, but in goes Dingo as well.
Dingo Dial gonna pull back just Slash. He's almost down. Finds a chain onto him. Slash call. Mando has found the first kill of the fight. And Valo goes back in. Finds Tuba. But look at the damage return that Joshi has put out in with just the Path of Flames alone. Not quite healthy enough for the Fire Giant. Is the Schwalbe Storm.
Mando.
But they will make their way back through. Mando
Tuba
inside the wall. Big damage onto Oceans. Mando, Aegis and Beads down, but a double stun. A flop in. It's not enough yet. Mando down, but that is quite a lot back. Elion cuts the path open for him and Oceans to retreat, but it's 3 versus 2. Oceans taunted back. Chain off the mark and a jump out. Oceans and Leon
the juke
should be fine, but they're just buying time. Never mind. Vi's damage just too much.
Yeah, but there's no way they do Fire Giant. I mean, they can try. It's going to take a bit. Slash can teleport in 20 seconds. I mean, yeah, Leon can.
No way.
It's going to take them so long to do this, and Leon is clearly here. He's going to step on a ward here shortly. He just has to stall for Slash, and then they can probably just try and fight this.
They know he's there.
Yep. All he has to do is stall, and he's playing this perfectly. It's going to take them a while. But remember, they've got double bombs. They have easy confirm if they can just get it low enough.
That is 2,000 damage in Valo's pocket. All he's got to do is drop them. At some point, throw him down, but Leona's stopping him. Valo, the Fire Giant, goes to the Schwalbe Storm. A kill on Elion. He's just too little too late. Still holding on
he didn't even
to the
use
bombs
them.
or Valos. He doesn't need them, he says. When are we ever going to waste our consumables here when I can grab a double kill for my team? And 43 minutes in, we get another fire for the Storm.
I'm amazed that he didn't even use them. Like, that's wild.
He's going for a record of how long can I hold on to a
How long?
runic bomb.
I wouldn't be surprised. He's like, I just don't want to ward. I don't want an excuse to not ward.
Bro, that's 66 gold in pocket right there if he sold them both.
I think he just
He would get more value if he sold them at this point for a ward.
I mean, hey, it worked out. There was no steal attempt. And now, mid-Phoenix being looked at. You got no backline dive unless Oceans is flopping in, but you got to play this as safely as you can.
No, not gonna. Nope. Is he saving him for next game?
He's saving him for next game, man. What do you mean?
He's saying, you know what? Next set, I've got them ready. We'll
there's
one. Oh wait, there's one of them down, and now they got one Phoenix left. That's a new ward he can buy, Trelly, but right now he doesn't need them. Instead, the team backs away while he continues to. I think that's the original one that he's still holding.
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back to Pyro to refill.
It is up. They could grab it.
They could grab it, and he could.
Good lord.
Oni Fury is on the call. I mean, it's just so difficult, it seems, to keep Tuba alive. Joshy's been doing plenty of damage, but this Freya in particular has been very difficult to actually survive these team fights because of how much dive is on the side of the Schwalbe Storm. And also, it's difficult to figure out who the Wardens even want to dive. I mean, I think the call should be Mando no matter what, and they've been able to find him sometimes, but Vi is still doing plenty of damage. This Tiamat is online. And in this case, Valo has plenty of CC as well. The setup for that damage. It's been Dingo blink ulting in, Malachi using that ultimate, and then just setting up for Mando and Vi. It's been working out for him. The Schwalbe Storm, for the first time in the game, climb ahead kills-wise, and they've been ahead gold-wise for a bit. They do have one runic bomb in hand, and they have EFG for another minute 45. They're going to march in towards the left side of the map and see what they can do. Emp Armor was picked up by Slash, though. That will help a little bit.
Oni fire minions in mid and right. That forces the hand of Elion to the opposite end. Dingo Dial goes in, doesn't pull anybody with the ultimate this time, but does get a couple sets of beads as Valo Walks to the back line to keep a couple of them out. The Phoenix is down. All 3 gone. But the Shibalba Storm are taking their time before walking up to the pit, waiting for a minion wave to help out. Both runic bombs are gone. Slash to the back line. Double stun on Avalo and Tafai, but Oceans is being bursted by the damage of this Tiamat. The Shibalba Storm are still poking through.
Yeah, they're going to have to deal with these fire minions, though. That poke will start to add up onto the Titan. This fight does seem in favor of the Wardens just HP-wise, but you don't got to kill. You got to kill the Titan, and the Shibalba Storm are hungry for it. They're going to go in.
Oceans flops in. Titan at half HP does not stand a chance. The Shibalba Storm, with their unconventional style of play, with their unconventional picks, the double assassin works in game 2, and it works in game 3 to find themselves the set.
Mando with that cleanup pick carries them through the early game. I saw some plenty of good strats towards the late. I think Leon was lurking a bit, sort of trying to figure out when he could go into this team. Slash seemed unkillable at times. But the real play was, I think, keeping the carries alive from that much dive proved too difficult. Oceans only had a finite amount of peel, and as a Bacchus, if you're flopping in as peel, you're probably dying yourself in this case. So trying to keep those carries alive was just too difficult.
Unbelievable game 3 that we've got to witness here, Charlie. The constant back and forth throughout that game where the lead never felt out of reach for either team, even if one was up and ahead, in quotes, just because of gold value. It was never much. It was only 3,000-4,000 here and there until that very late stage of the game. Mando Warrior, until those last couple of team fights, really felt like he was going unchecked for so long in the game. But when we talk about this team, it's something we mentioned on the round table. They got to pull out some weird tricks if they want to find a win against some of these teams, and they do so in game 2 and in game number 3. Shibalba Storm get the victory. That's it for us on the cast. Throw it to the desk. Let's break it down.
Back and forth, as J-Max says, honestly might even be an injustice, even though it's exactly what it was, right? I mean, it is the ping pong version of Smite is what we got to see. Leads constantly going from one side to the other, kills constantly going from one side to the other. And then towards the end, it took a little while, 40 minutes, becomes a little more consistent there for the Storm. And they play it safe a couple of times, but they still manage to get the job done, take the Titan down. And going into this, the draft, we were a little confused, but they managed to make it work again.
Unorthodox, I suppose, wins the day this time around. Get Mando Warrior on literally anything but a hunter, and things start to work out, or a magical hunter, or whatever type of hunter. As long as he's not shooting ranged autos, Mando Warrior.
Those autos need to stop sometime within 5 units.
5, 10, 15 units at max if he's using a spear character. But otherwise, keep it short range. The rest of the team looks incredibly good. This is another match, I think, where Shibalba Storm finds themselves in a couple of miracle situations. I don't think the Wardens could secure an objective given 100 tries, considering how that set had won. Because like Fire Giants, Gold Furies, Pyromancers, doesn't matter. They couldn't last them. They couldn't steal them either.
It was a fun game to watch. I mean, again, back and forth, like you said. There was a lot in that is theatrical, I think is the way I would describe it, right? Well, maybe not like, this is now when we get into an argument of like cinema versus movie. I'm thinking like you're just popping popcorn because it's like, man, whatever, brain off entertainment on, and that's what we got out of that game. But you don't got to take it from me. Got one of the players from the Storm standing by.
That's right. I've got Dingo Dial, the support for the Shibalba Storm, standing by with me for our post-game interview. Congrats, first off, on your victory. A long-fought one, a 3 full game, our first and so far only 3-game set of the event at the moment. Talk to me about these double assassins, man, because it's some nasty nonsense that we just got to watch in Game 2 and in Game 3. Tell me a little bit about them.
Just broken. Bluestone, Heartseeker, Crusher. That's GG.
Just GG.
Guys, assassins kill faster, or kill tanks faster than ADCs.
Well, fair enough there. I mean, it worked out real well for you guys in those last couple of games out there. Also, kind of talk to me about the fact that Valo held on to the runic bombs for like what felt like 30 minutes during that game, always had one in inventory. Was he just waiting for the perfect Phoenix Siege, or was he kind of just even forgetting he had them?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, it felt like for a moment he was just holding on there. Now, talk to me a little bit about Dingo Dial, just because going into this event, this wasn't really a team. Your team wasn't really one that was seen by a lot of by the fans, even by the casters that was maybe going to make it too far through. Finding a win over a team like this, I mean, how does it feel for your squad moving forward?
Well, you came to run it down. That's what we did.
Came to run it down, says Dingo Dial for the Shibalba Storm. Congrats on the win, the 2-1 hard-fought victory. Throw back over to Desk to keep it going.
Run it down. As a strategy that the Shibalba Storm, let's call it as the brand, right?
Sure.
It's when it was the Fun Havers Granted, none of those players have made it now onto this current iteration, but it went from them to Storm
they're on the Wardens
to
now.
what is now there. And unfortunately for the Wardens, I don't think Run It Down was what was happening. What we saw there, though, from the Storm matches up in my mind with what that brand had been doing all last year, and the team being able to do very similar plays towards that. And Mifflin, you heard it from Dingo Dial straight, which is just that the Assassins are going to kill the tanks faster than Hunters, and if they're feeling a little more confident in the Kleena or the Loki over in the long lane, they're going to make it happen.
And they made it happen here up against the Kowloon Wardens, an impressive win to be sure. I had actually sat down with them before this set, and I said, hey guys, what's the plan for today? Are you feeling? Are you feeling confident? And they said, no. Mando Warrior looks at me dead in my eyes and goes, no. I was like, you think you can get some wins this weekend? He's like, I don't think so. Probably get a kill, though. At least one kill. I said, get the kill onto LAO, and you might look pretty good. And he looked at me so earnest. He said, that's a good strategy. That's going to work out. I think they have gone above and beyond their expectations here, man. Finding the set win, so impressive. Love to see them make a quick bounce back, too. I mean, that game one, that was a tough one, but from there has been clean. And the Shibalba Storm clearly got something cooking up.
It's really funny you say that, though, because I walked in there, and it was during set number 3. And it must have been during a break. I was refilling my water bottle, and Mando is just like, I'd say, hey, like, how you guys feeling? And he goes, yeah, pretty good. And the rest of the team started clowning him. They're like, dude, no, that's the moment when you're supposed to say, like, yeah, I'm going to just, like, straight up solo tuba. Like, this is going to be easy.
I mean, he did.
We're going to win. It was very laid back, let's say relaxed. Very different than what I saw on the cameras after they get that win. So I think you are very much absolutely correct. They went above their expectations, and they managed to make this one look really good. The Storm, who came in, I think in everybody's mind, one of the lower seeds of the tournament, and maybe one of the ones that if you were expecting someone to get eliminated the quickest, they were on that list. Now they're sitting up in the winner's bracket feeling pretty comfortable. All the Wardens will find themselves eliminated. In case you want a visual, which admittedly I do better with it anyway, here's what you can expect to see. The Storm will now find themselves up against the Gladiators tomorrow. As we'll watch them, the Wargs, the Tanuki will be playing the match I had just mentioned. And then, unfortunately now for the Wardens, they find themselves in the loser's bracket. A very difficult run, and you can see how long of a run it will be. All the way, it's Wednesday that they got knocked down there. Sunday is when that qualifying match, that very last one, will actually happen for them. So a lot of work to be done. For either path, what is that, 5 more sets of Smite that they have to win in a row without losing. It is a gauntlet in the bottom, and that's your Titans, Valkyries, Sages, and Wardens fighting for one spot that they'll be able to get from down there. Up at the top, you'll have a few teams still patiently waiting to see if you're the Scorpions, you find yourselves comfortable. Hounds find yourselves comfortable. Gladiators, Warriors, we haven't seen yet. And they're, of course, fighting for a spot up there in the winners finals. So a lot of pressure still on, but Mifflin, this is the kind of tournament that is, I mean, quite like it. This sounds like an exaggeration, but it is not. It is literally life-changing for the players. You make it into the SBL, suddenly you're salaried, you're scrimming every week, you're here on LAN in Georgia playing all the time with the best of the best. This is something that I think a lot of these players have been looking forward to, and today we've got some surprises. I'm looking forward to the rest of the week.
I mean, it's as simple as this. You buy yourself a year where you don't have to worry about your finances. You don't have to worry about getting onto a team. And the best way to stay and get into the SPL is to get into the SPL. Once you're there and your name's been seen and recognized, it's pretty likely that you get to stick around for a good long while. These players are fighting for one of the biggest privileges Smite has to offer.
Well, Dave's been saying it all day. 6 teams that are already there. 2 teams left to find out. We're one step closer with the day closing out. We're going to start it up again tomorrow at 11 a.m., so we'll see you then. But for now, take care.